Probably you wouldn't be able to measure it too closely, but yeah, it would. It would.
Because of the pressure of the water. How
The
so?
pressure does increase. The density does
And
increase.
how would that affect the fall rate of the object falling through the medium that has the exact same
Oh,
texture
I could tell you.
the whole way
I could
down?
tell you, homie Holmes. So check
And I
this out.
don't
In order
know.
for
Trust me, I'm not like trying to argue
yeah,
with you
fair.
guys. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
ask.
yeah, great.
I don't know shit.
Right. So someone
Yeah.
offered you to answer you, and rather than letting them answer, you just caveated it.
Oh no, I'd love them to answer. Who
Okay.
said that, by the way? Who just said that?
No, the idea is, imagine, like, do you agree that the dense or like the pressure of water increases as you go down?
Yeah, I'm asking if you
Hmm.
drop a
Yeah.
marble in a
Hmm.
swimming pool, and does the marble change
Uh-huh.
in its rate of drop if the
Hmm.
swimming pool is like 50 meters, 100 meters deep?
Yeah.
And is there any
So
scientific evidence to back that up? Yeah, that's all I'm asking. I'm not.
so
I don't
I
even
get
know
your question.
myself. I'm just asking.
Hmm.
So
I get your question. So you agree pressure of the water increases as you go down, right?
Mhm.
So so it becomes more dense. The water becomes more dense as you go down.
Mhm.
The water will become more dense as you go deeper
Yeah,
because there's
but
like
it'll still be the same consistency. Is there any experiment that would show like a lead sinker slowing down or something like that as it sinks deeper in water?
you can actually, hold on. I saw up above in the voice chat stream a picture that was perfectly describing this. It was the picture of the graduated cylinder with like
No
15
terminal
different fluids in it, and there was
velocity
like a dice in
in
it.
water.
Hmm?
There's
There
no
was a
like
picture
terminal
with like
velocity
a
in
bunch of different
water.
fluids. Yeah, a bunch of
Hmm.
different fluids with the relative density, and there were some objects floating in the middle of it. Where is it? The idea was, though, there was this graduated cylinder with a bunch of different density of objects, and there was like a die floating right in the middle of it. And the idea is, you can imagine this graduated cylinder as like a super dramatic version of the fact that water gets denser as you go down. And the idea is, if you drop something, it'll start at the top being less dense, and it'll sink through it, or more dense, it'll sink through it. But as you go down, and water kind of matches that density, it might find some kind of equilibrium point where it becomes as dense as the water, and it'll stop sinking.
So basically, if you get mercury, you can float an anvil. Can you get deep enough in regular water that an anvil will start floating?
Then
Yeah.
let's
Yeah,
see.
I think
Density
so.
of water at ocean. At bottom of ocean is what I'm
Gonna
looking up.
sink to the
Density.
bottom and it's gonna sit there.
The
So, Brian, your
okay.
claim that density of the water increases with depth, right?
Hmm.
So, if I was to acquire water from what depth and bring it up and compare it with water from the surface of the ocean, where would I see a difference in weight on a scale if the volume
Well,
that I acquire is the same?
What?
it's still water. If you
What?
bring it up, then it'll match the density of all the water around it. You have to measure the density of the water at the bottom.
So it's
Um,
pressure. So
looks like,
the
though.
density that you speak of is based on the pressure, not of the water itself. The water is inherently denser at the bottom.
Yeah. By the way, this is unrelated. I've been here a while. Would it be possible to have like a globe skeptic or like on the fence kind of role, possibly? I have a picture I want to post.
I'll
Hey,
think about it.
Roro's been so cool for hours and hours and hours. Maybe a valued role if anyone's cool enough to give him a valued role. I
Yeah,
think he's been pretty cool for hours now.
no, he's been
I
great.
would,
He's been great. He can get the roles. Let me just 1 second.
Yeah, I have a picture I want to
I
post
think it's strange.
Rolls are up to
showing
the
actual.
moderators. If you want to DM me the picture, I can post it for you.
Who just said that?
Thanks, Jamesy. That's good.
Napalm.
Picture
There,
perms or whatever. Been here for 4 years.
the napalm. Let's
Yep.
see. So actually, it looks like the picture it'll post for me looks like actually there's kind of a limit to density as you go down. Density does increase for a while, but it seems there's kind of a cutoff point where it stops becoming more dense. So actually, looks like it'll keep going down to the bottom. It's kind of interesting that it seems there's a cutoff point of the density there.
Oh, doesn't that make sense?
There we go. Yeah, so he just posted in the voice text channel. Seems as you
got
go
perm
down, it does
controls
increase a
now.
little bit, but not really.
It's because it's water. It's because of the structure of water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't compress it past a certain limit.
Yeah, and your density is caused by compression.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
Yeah,
it seems for the first 1,000 meters, you'll have a tiny change in the speed as the relative density, the difference between the two densities becomes smaller. But
Okay,
for the most
but
part, it seems in the end it'll go down.
Okay, but
What
at
would
what
that have
point?
to do with
Yeah,
gravity?
at what point? But at what point do those things become aqua dynamics and not what you're talking about?
What do you mean?
Aqua dynamics? You don't know what that is?
I mean, I know it's the
You
I
know,
guess
you know what aerodynamics are?
yeah.
Yeah, that's how things fly through the air.
Yeah,
Aquadynamics.
I know what you're saying. Yes, I know aquadynamics are
Okay,
then.
so
But
it's very simple. It's a very simple concept. So aquadynamics is how things fly basically through the water.
yeah,
Because
I
based
think
on
the
their
idea is
shape.
we're just dropping a ball and letting it sink in a straight
Wait a
line,
minute,
kind of.
based on their shape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you drop like something with
right.
a weird
So
shape, it goes in a direction. I think the idea
you
is
guys are getting
like a
at.
round ball. We're dropping just a round ball.
Yeah. So what you guys are getting at but not saying is there's only so much available space. Once you take up all that space, the compressibility of the object, there's no more space for it to compress into, and it's just bumping
Yeah.
against itself. And so
Yep.
therefore, it can't get any denser at that place.
Makes sense. Yeah. So the original question was, would it slow down in speed as it went down? It seems for the first 1,000 meters, density of the water increases a tiny bit. And so it would slow down a tiny bit, but not really.
Yeah.
Hey,
And you wouldn't be able to observe
Real
it.
quick, Radio, you have perms now. Just make sure whenever you post something, it's related to the server topics and stuff. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Ryan, can we talk about NASA?
Maybe, sure.
We're going to
What's your
bludgeon
opinion?
NASA now
What's your
the
opinion
rest of the way.
on the
Sorry.
legitimacy? What's your opinion on the legitimacy of NASA?
I'm after being on this server for a few weeks, I'm very undecided. As old dude said, "Fuck NASA."
So, do you think that we landed on the moon?
I don't know.
Sure. Good answer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Have you looked into it? Have you ever looked into whether we did or whether we didn't?
Yeah, those past couple weeks, I've been looking at all this kind of stuff.
Okay, hold on though. We all know we didn't land on the moon. We're not included in the group.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Right. So you have to be more specific.
Humans
so, for
did.
example, you could say humans landed on the moon, right? And you could also believe that the moon landings that we've been given are fake. You could hold both propositions to be true simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
So, in other words, what they showed us was a gray op, right? And what they really did is something secret. That's a position one could hold.
Okay. Yep. Whoa. Just weird happening to. Yeah. No. Yeah. I don't know. It'll take me a while to get on that train because I've been hearing all my life, and so that'll
I'll
be
put it to you like this, my
version.
friend. I'll put it to you like this.
Okay.
The evidence that they presented for the moon landing is absolute hot pile of garbage. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Many people have recognized this fact that it's a total trash. Now, many of those people believe that we quote unquote landed on the moon, and other of them believe that nobody ever landed on the moon. But both of those terms agree that the evidence presented from NASA is a pile of hot trash. And they're not flat earthers, by the way. They believe in the moon. They believe the moon is where they say it is. One group thinks that they landed on the moon, but the evidence presented is fake, right? So it's obviously some kind of covert up.
Uh-huh.
And the publicized stuff is a snow job. And the other people believe that it's a snow job, but we never landed there.
Mm.
Right? So there's all kinds of permutations you can go. But in my opinion, and I think anybody with a rational sense, like you show these videos of what supposedly happened on the moon, and they look fake to the level of retardation. It's like if you believe they're true, like I'm scratching my head of your faculties. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this lunar lander bologna sandwich, right? Where it looks like a firecracker goes off. It looks like a scale model with a child's firecracker dust put on it. And then it looks like it's being pulled by a string. And that's just what it looks like. Like it does not look like something that's actually happening. It looks like completely contrived. And that's just the impression I get from it.
Yep. Yeah, I've definitely seen lots of GIFs and videos shown to me here that have made me question all that.
So let me ask you a question, Ryan, as an aspiring PhD physics student.
Okay.
When you first came into the idea of this server, right? You first heard about this and heard about a community of people who are putting forth certain ideas.
I know where you're going. Go on.
At any point, did you hear the community be called anti-scientific?
I'll answer you better than that. The reason I found this server is because the link here was posted to troll. It was posted here on my physics Discord server for my school, and some people I know wanted to come troll here, and they trolled, and they're all long gone, and I just wanted to talk.
Right, yeah. So there is an idea that people of a specific mindset or people that have questioned the globe are in some way, shape, or form science deniers. After you've been here for a while, do you find that statement rings true, or do you find it almost the exact opposite of that?
No, I'm very impressed at how at how scientifically you guys deal with everything. It's not just throwing claims out there, but you actually understand a lot of the theories. Which is why I stayed so long. If you guys were just, if your entire argument was, we see that the Earth is flat and NASA is fake, that wouldn't have convinced me.
Yeah, that's about how it works.
You shouldn't be convinced from coming in the server one time and listening to us. If you turned around and said, "Oh, I think the Earth's flat," you'd be an idiot. We've literally just shown you some things that you might not have thought about before, and now you can go and investigate it for yourself with an open mind. We're not trying to make you think, oh, well, all of a sudden you're like, oh, wow, yeah, I'm a flat earther. That's not what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, but I mean, even if you continued telling me that a bunch of times over a long period of time, just because like if you go onto a beach and just look and you visually see no curve, well, yeah, of course. According to the globe model, it's huge, so you wouldn't just go onto a beach and just see a curve. But you guys go deeper than that. You don't just do that. You do math and you do science and you do experiments to see things.
You can go to the beach and see that it's not curved, though.
Yeah, but
You can do.
you would never.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you wouldn't see the curve though either.
But
No,
you
you
should
wouldn't.
be able to
Well, they
see
say
boats
you would see
going
the
over the
curve.
horizon at 3 miles. If you're a
Right,
6 foot approximate person, you should be able
Yeah.
to see boats going over the horizon at approximately 3 miles,
Uh-huh.
unless terrestrial
I've-
refraction exists.
Yeah, I've seen that math and I've checked it myself too. Yeah, that's what I mean. The
Look,
math is
there
good.
should be a There should be a drop over. There should be a drop. I'm speaking. There should be a drop over distance at the beach from shore to shoreline. From shoreline to shoreline, there should be a drop over distance that would be measurable, observable. That's where you're wrong. You would be able to see 15, 16 feet of drop in 5 miles with a binoculars. Yes, you could see that easily. And you could see therefore, if you are seeing the shoreline, in other words, waves breaking on a shoreline 5 miles away, zooming into that shoreline, it should be 16.67 feet of drop. Then there's no drop in that distance then. So you can do that and you would be able to see that. Now at the Black Swan, 67 feet of drop.
Mhm.
That would be visible. Yeah. Those things are anchored to the floor bottom.
You misunderstood me. Sorry. I'll say I explained it badly. I don't mean not seeing curve like that. I mean literally like looking left to right and seeing like a fisheye lens kind of curving to the side.
Well, you should be. If you see boats going over the edge like a towel roll, it would be a towel roll then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is basically, if the argument was, look, it's not flat with your eyes, and then end of story, that wouldn't be convincing. Yeah. But what I'm saying is you guys do really well because you go farther than that. You do math, you do measure distances, you say a globe would predict this, and that's not what we see. You falsify that.
Right. Because there's an X and Y coordinate. You know, a lot of us were machinists and mechanics and construction professionals and architects and, you know, things like that here. Right. So, yeah, we could, as far as geometry goes, I think most people that come in don't have the knowledge that we do collectively. It's an amazing amount just of geometry and mathematics, but spatial reasoning, things like that. Perspective.
Yeah. So the original question was, did I think you guys were into science originally?
Black Swan one more time.
If you want to post it for me, I've memorized the picture. I've seen it 50 times here.
A different explanation. It's about the explanation. It's not about the picture.
Okay.
I don't have it here on my computer.
What did you want to explain about it? Do you remember?
Yeah. So okay, basically, if the height of the camera is approximately 1 foot, 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, doesn't make a difference really. Yeah. Then according to the geometry of the globe Earth, the horizon should be about 1.22 miles away.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're seeing the horizon well over 10 miles away.
Yeah, I understand the Black Swan idea. I checked the math all myself, and I agree it's not.
Yeah. So what do you think the purpose of the Black Swan argument is?
To disprove the curve.
Well, not necessarily. It's to disprove the radius of your Earth. So, do you realize if you live on a globe Earth that's the size that you're told it is, the geometric horizon must be 1.22 miles away from a 1 foot observer from the coastline. It must be.
Yes, 1.225 times the square of the observer's height. I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah. So we can see the horizon past the oil rig that's over 10 miles away easily. We can see it in many videos. Okay, so do you think that if someone was on the shore without a camera, with a sniper rifle, or something like that, they would shoot a bullet and it would just go straight through the visual illusion, magical oil rigs that you can see you can see them touching the ground, you can see them touching the water. Do you think
I'll
that
revise
those
the
are
question a
really
little
there,
bit.
or do you think that those are visual illusions?
I'll revise the question a little bit because sniper rifles have a maximum range of under a mile probably. But we'll take for example a missile that follows it. But anyway, and I remember talking about this earlier, and do I think they are really there? Like I said when I was talking earlier, the light that comes into your eyes, wherever it comes from, is the light that comes into your eyes, and so you see what you see. If it came on a curved path or didn't.
If you shoot at what you see, will it cause physical damage, or is what you are seeing a visual illusion due to terrestrial refraction?
Another way of asking it is, do you have any logical reason to doubt that they're not where you see them to be?
Do I have any logical reason to doubt where? Just looking at them, no. Of course, no, not at all. Of course not.
Cool.
Yep, I agree. The standard conclusion is that things are flat. You shouldn't conclude from the start that that's a globe.
Remember, you see the Earth is flat. When I climb to the top of Mount St. Helens or look out an airplane window, I see the Earth is flat. And I feel it is stationary, perfectly flat and stationary, except for, very few times that an earthquake happens. And so I just want to point out our base axiom of knowledge to begin with, not the ultimate knowledge, but just to begin with. We know it is flat and stationary, and that's what we know until we have a direct measurement of curvature, demonstrating it to be a ball, or a direct measurement of axial rotation, demonstrating it to be spinning. We feel it as stationary, and we observe the sun moving across the sky as the day goes by. So, as far as it's flat and stationary until you have direct evidence to the contrary.
Yep, I agree.
And if you ever find that, bring it here because I'd want to see it.
Yeah, I imagine so. I heard from a friend that apparently if you go to Santa Cruz and look at Monterey, that you get a nice view of as he described it. Said looks like the water comes up in the middle of the land far away, so it looks like water and then land or something. I don't know. I understand his explanation very well, but basically, yeah, I have a destination. I want to go to Santa Cruz and look at Monterey, see what I see how far away it is, see what it looks like, check things.
Do you live in California?
Yep.
Yeah, me too. I live right by the water here in San Diego. Pretty close anyway. Yeah. There's a lot of great places. It really doesn't matter where you are on the coast. All you need to find is your little inlet somewhere. Maybe where a river comes out, where I don't know what area you're at, but there's rivers all going, the east-west flowing rivers from the coastal ranges. Anyway, there's lots of places you can go see across water here. So there's numerous black swans anywhere along the coast. On most days, actually.
I just need to find a day.
Yeah. Right, Ryan.
I just need to find a day to go to the coast.
Ryan, would you believe that there's pictures, photographs of the globe Earth from space?
Loaded question. I don't know. Yeah, I'm still excited on all the NASA stuff.
Okay.
Yep.
So you were talking about your friends, Ryan, and previously you mentioned that you came into the server initially with some friends to troll. Have you reiterated any of this topic to your friends? Maybe not directly referencing to the flat Earth topic, but have you questioned any of your friends a little bit further on certain aspects of this argument?
Oh, I've played devil's advocate for so many people in the last month. Last night I was doing it to my research advisor, playing devil's advocate on some of this stuff. asked him how to prove gravity. I was curious if he had anything.
What was his answer?
I don't remember, but he didn't say anything much of value.
Was it as simplistic as what you learn in grade school? Just drop a ball.
Yeah, that's right. That's what he said. Yeah.
Did he hold up like his car keys and drop them and say, "Boom, gravity"?
He basically how the conversation went was, it was really stupid. Basically, the conversation went was, he said, just drop things, they fall. And I said, okay, but why do they fall? Like, how do we know they fall? Like, what is gravity? And he's like, well, this is stupid. And the conversation ended.
Wait a minute. Did you ask him what experiment proved gravity?
He asked
I didn't even get that far.
Yeah, you just asked him for proof of gravity. Yeah,
I see. Okay, right. So you should really get your friends up to par with their pseudoscience religious practices. Like, you could be the one that could give them the information they need on their own pseudoscience.
Yeah, and you would think you would think when you're talking to a research assistant in a PhD program at a university in the field of physics, they would have a better answer, wouldn't you?
Oh, I said the research advisor. He's like 50 years old. Even better for you. So he's been in the field for a long time, and yeah, he didn't have a better answer. But at the same time, also, I think he just kind of Alt F4'd out of the conversation.
Why do you think he kind of skirted around the conversation?
For him, he was so convinced of it that he thought attempts to try to kind of say, how do you prove gravity? What experience prove gravity? He thought those kind of questions were silly because he was so convinced of it already. No worth of reconsidering it.
Right. Shouldn't the field of science constantly be questioning and even re-questioning in which they may find as a fundamental to their belief?
Yep.
Do you find that tends to be the case within physics department, or is it mainly just a teaching of what is alleged to be known? Now, don't get me wrong, it's not that I disagree with physics.
Yeah. I think when it comes to flat Earth, people are very close-minded. Yeah.
Wait a minute, that we're close-minded?
No. People
are. University, they're extremely close-minded.
Yeah, so I'm surprised. So he didn't even mention like the red shift, blue shift thing. Wasn't it Hubble or something that a lot of people are quoting that as, a proof after the fact of gravity, of Einstein's equations? Isn't that true? Isn't that what they use, the red shift, blue shift? It proves gravity after the fact without an independent control variable.
Nothing proves gravity. What we do is basically we create gravity as a model, and we try to make predictions with it. We test the predictions, and when the predictions keep confirming it for a lot of the cases, and sometimes they don't, but you just keep building on that model.
But at the end of the day,
that doesn't prove gravity.
You're just reconfirming a model, a presupposition that you have in your mind in the first place, though, right?
Mm-hmm. I get what you mean.
Yeah.
So gravity says there's a downward bias of 9.81.
A bias towards the center of the Earth.
Yeah, it says there's a downward bias. Are you aware of any downward bias that's provable, that's been measured?
There is no down on a globe Earth. It's towards the center.
Okay, so if you're on the globe Earth and you get a video camera and you zoom out really, really far and you zoom in on the top, you're gonna have buildings one way, and then you're gonna zoom back in on the bottom of the Earth. You're gonna have buildings upside down.
What? Sorry.
So if you're on a globe Earth and you take a spaceship and you go out really far and you zoom in, you're going to see buildings upright, facing upward, or people. and you're gonna and then you could zoom in on the bottom of the Earth, and you're gonna have upside down airplanes, and you're gonna have upside down people and upside down buildings, and you're gonna have waterfalls, and you're gonna have mountains where the water's flowing upward.
I'm You mean so you're in a spaceship, right? And let's say you're up in the north and you're looking at things and everything's all right, and you got into the south. Do you mean like the spaceship goes around the Earth to the south to the bottom of the Earth, right?
Okay, so the people on the globe
No,
say
hard.
everywhere you're standing on the globe is upright. Okay, so that's absolute bullshit, because if you take a space probe, whatever the fuck you want to call it, take a GoPro camera, anything, okay, and you go away from the Earth and then you zoom back in again, you're gonna see upright buildings on the top. You're going to see planes upside down on the bottom of the Earth, correct?
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So there's no everywhere's not up on the Earth. Everywhere's not upright on the globe Earth, correct? That's ridiculous.
Like I said, there is no down. It's towards the center.
So if
there is no down.
And I take a spaceship and I fly away from the Earth and I zoom in on the bottom, I'm going to see upside down buildings.
Yes.
And then if I zoom in on the top, I'm going to see upright buildings.
Yeah.
You're missing his
about
point.
the same thing.
Yeah.
Django, you're describing it appearing upside down. Rai is correct in the paradigm. There really is no down. It's just toward the center. There is no up or down. You both okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, their feet. Your feet are complete. Your feet are facing each other. There's no up or down. That's dumb.
Yeah, I mean, in the globe model, it's all towards the center.
Who said that's not dumb? Right there. Who said that?
Who said what? Just now?
Okay, so if you're on the globe Earth and you take a freaking GoPro and you fly away from the Earth and you zoom in on the Earth, you're going to see people upright on the top, and you're going to see people upside down on the bottom.
Yes.
And Django, within their paradigm, up and down is only within reference to the center of the sphere.
Does that disregard what I just said?
For you and I,
why what you're saying? You both are saying facts. You just keep missing it.
Right.
Yeah.
For you and I,
same thing.
Okay, so on their bullshit model, everything's upright. Everything.
It's all relative. It's all relative. Everyone's seen. Sorry.
On their bullshit model, if you're standing on the top, you're standing on the top. In reality, if you zoom out, there's people upside down and there's people upright. Correct?
Okay. But time out. So
it's how it would appear. That's what you're describing. It's how it would appear.
Yeah,
Django, that's how it would appear. So yes, you're correct in saying that. Yes, it would appear that way.
Obviously.
Yeah, it's important when you're arguing this kind of stuff. You want to be able to understand the globe model properly, because if you explain the globe model incorrectly to a person who believes in the globe model, they'll disregard everything else you have to say, unfortunately. And yes, we would. If you go out to GoPro,
sorry, hold on a second.
It would look like that.
Just give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know the speed. You didn't know the speed the Earth was spinning. You didn't know how fast it was spinning around the sun. You didn't know any of the absolute basics of the globe model to begin with. You didn't know anything.
I don't think I need to.
It's like I'm talking to a baby about the globe Earth to begin with. You've got to admit that. You don't even know how fast it was spinning.
No, I don't memorize numbers. I don't memorize numbers.
But I gave you, when I said that, I didn't say, you didn't get it wrong by a few thousand miles. You got it wrong by hundreds and thousands of miles. You just you didn't have any idea at all. You don't have any idea of the model that you're defending.
No, I don't memorize numbers. I
don't memorize numbers is the most bullshit excuse ever. Okay, if you're
Django,
what are we on about right now?
Django,
I don't know, Django.
Gregory, you're trying to defend the globe model or what?
No.
What are we on about right now? What are you doing?
Yeah, Django, you're conflating two different things, right? So if you're talking about the globe model, you have to understand that in the context of the globe model, down is in reference to the center of a sphere. So when you say if you go away from the Earth, you'll see things up at the top and down, facing downwards. at the bottom, that's saying absolutely nothing to a glober because they believe that down is towards the center of a sphere. Now, you and I would agree that up is up and down is down.
Seriously, hold on for a second. Picture this. Okay, you're on the globe Earth. You have a spaceship. You travel away from the globe Earth, and then you zoom into the top of the globe Earth with a camera, and you see buildings facing upright. And then you take the same camera and you zoom into the bottom, and you see planes and ships and buildings upside down. How is that incorrect?
Oh, this is absolutely true. Okay.
I think you're missing the point.
Getting the better of you, sir. That's
I think somebody here is missing the point, and it's not me.
No, it's fine.
Fuck.
We agree.
Who disagrees with what I just said?
Everyone.
No, your emotions are getting the better of you. That's all. That's all.
That has never been demonstrated. So what you're talking about is a complete hypothetical. The point that the previous guy was trying to make to you is about the reference to the center being down. So if you say at the bottom it's upside down, that's also incorrect. It's actually in their model right side up. It's just in relation to the center of the earth that everywhere is right side up.
Solar. I know you very well. If you took a probe from Australia and you took it out into
no one's battling. Listen, no one's battling with what you've repeated 4 times. Yes, if you move away, you will, from a visual perspective, there will be the top of the sphere and the bottom of the sphere. No one is struggling with this concept except you in relation to down being toward center.
No, I think he gets
I have a way of saying this to him that he might understand. So I think what they're trying to say is, if you're going to say the words on a globe Earth, people in Australia are upside down, that they're saying that's what you should say instead, is to be a little more accurate. On a globe Earth, in that hypothetical scenario, people in Australia relative to where I am are upside down. I think they're trying to say you should say that to be a little more specific and clear.
If you want to argue that my feet aren't facing your feet, then you have some problems. That is the globe Earth model. My feet are facing your feet if I'm on the opposite side of the Earth. Fuck.
Yeah, so I guess we both get it. So let's move on.
Yeah, we understand the concept. we understand it. You and I
really did not get it after all this time.
Yeah, Django, you and I agree that my feet and your feet are both facing the same direction in reality. But within the globe paradigm, that isn't the case because they consider down as a reference towards the center of this imaginary ball that doesn't exist. So.
Okay, I'm going to start asking it this way. I'm going to start. Django. I start talking. I'm sorry. Hey, so then I'll start. I was talking. I'm sorry, I was talking before you. Don't interrupt, please. Thanks. Anyway, I don't know if you heard me. Do you have my volume down or something?
No. You're good, bro.
Okay, good. Okay, thanks. So what I'm going to start asking is, then what is their position in relationship to the spin?
What spin?
And then we'll get the answer, Django. Then you'll get the answer you want. Ask them where they are at the side of the globe, down at the bottom, let's say somewhere below the equator like you are. What is his position in relationship to the plane of the spin?
Okay, Sonny, all I'm saying is, okay, let's
I want to make sure you understand what I said, though.
I completely understand, Sonny. If you completely... Let me explain myself real quickly. If you freeze the globe Earth, freeze the globe Earth, it's not spinning anymore. You take a probe, you zoom out, you're gonna have.
Okay, you're doing it again. Doing it again, dude. We got it.
I know all this shit. I'm not saying that. I was just making a statement to clarify for you because they're saying, okay, down is only to the center of the ball. I'm saying, okay, you'll get the answer you want if you just go, what is their position in relationship to the spin? The angle of the spin. Okay, so if the spin is at a horizontal, then if you're down below that, then you're antipodal in some way in relationship to the spin. They want to divert away by saying down is the center of the ball. Fuck that shit. Like, we all know up is up for everyone all at the same time, everywhere. Up is the same direction. The sky is always up. The ground is always down for everyone at the same time. That's what you need to start asking. Got to be more specific. That's all.
Yeah, that's look. All I was saying is, hypothetically, if the Earth was a globe, pause it, take a probe, zoom out. You could zoom in on the top, zoom in on the bottom. You're gonna have shit upright. You're gonna have shit upside down. That's absolutely impossible. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Why are we still talking about this? We got that.
I don't know. I'm out. I'm gonna see you guys later.
All right, dude.
Okay. See ya. Thanks for all the talks.
That was ridiculous and unnecessary.
Yeah, I just stopped in because I wanted to post this video, and it's cool. It's like if you did this with this and this happens, like good and bad food and shit like that. It's very cool. So I'll try to explain it to my brother.
I apologize, guys. I apologize.
You got no trouble. It's fine. It's fine.
Taking that guy away.
But I'll try and explain this to my brother about coffee. Is like, because he drinks a lot of coffee, and basically, if it's got a lot coffee should sink in water, basically. And if it's got loads of additives in it, just watch the video. Some bit shoot. I just stopped in. I thought you'd enjoy that, guys. Anyway.
What is it?
Do me a favor, and I'm having a problem with my profile. Would you help me out and just uninstall and reinstall the Uber app?
Just do it.
Booby, I said help me, please.
Gregory, you're
Stop
hot
telling me to do this.
You're hot mic, Gregory. Yeah.
Unless she wants us to help her with the Uber app.
Look, can I get my flat Earth brothers and sisters to educate me as a flat earther? If the Earth is a globe, and you were to take a probe away from the globe far enough, you should be able to zoom in if you had the equipment.
Yeah, listen, man. Listen, Django, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you, Django. No, not hold on. No, you got to stop. We already went through this like 6 times. We all understand this, what you're saying. Yes, we understand.
What's
this.
your
Don't get hung up on it. Stop getting hung up on it. It's not necessary. We all know what you're saying.
Okay. I'd like to know what the problem is.
Man, the problem is you want to be quiet.
Here's the
problem.
problem.
Be quiet. It's that simple. The end.
Here's the problem.
How many glasses of vodka have you had? How many glasses of vodka have you had already?
Yeah, that's what I kind of want to know myself. Like, I'm sorry.
Can I just give him?
Go ahead, so.
Holy
to try
crap.
and make that whole thing
Don't
that
talk
you keep
about it.
explaining to us repetitively.
Don't talk about it.
I just want to summarize it.
Move on. Okay.
The word is
okay. I
called
guess you need to be muted too.
The word is called antipodal.
Yep, you get muted too. There you go. That's how it works.
Yeah,
just want to come in.
Anybody else want to mention about it again?
Just to come into a totally unknown situation, I would like to mention as well about the thing that we're not. Beat me! Sorry.
Beat me!
I'm just glad that everybody shut the fuck up. AI, you were trying to say?
Yeah, I was trying to say shut the F up.
Yeah, that's it. Shit.
I mean, it's entirely okay when someone puts a cap on it, right? When someone puts a cap on it, you don't snatch the cap off and try to put it on again.
That's what I'm saying.
Who's got a new topic so we can move on?
How do bugs fly upside down? No, just kidding.
Oh my goodness. All right, Sonny wants to get muted too. All right, let's see.
Okay, not. Anyway, moving right along. Once again, we're moving along over the flat plane. Let's see. Yeah, interesting conversation with the other guy. But we're not talking about that either. Talking about the plane that we are all living on.
I mean, did anybody grab those citations from QE about the horizontal plane that we navigate?
I
thought that was like
somewhere.
Yeah.
On my other login.
I'm about to grab those up.
Hey, that was a great conversation with the other guy. He said he's a physicist or something in university, and he joined because a post on his university or something. They wanted to troll, so that was pretty cool.
I was trying to comment about that earlier when it came up. I was about to comment about it. That don't put down your trolls, man. They serve a purpose here. They bring it like trolls bring us more.
Is that some kind of a? Is that like a new kink or something?
Well, trolls bring us a lot of people in here, and then the previously trolls.
You're ruining the joke, Sonny.
What?
I was asking if that's a new kink.
I don't know, man.
What?
It's not a new
kink, Elijah? What kink, Elijah? The physicist that you just said. The physicist. Oh, fuck you guys.
What are you doing, man? Where are you
That's
coming
what
off?
Jimsy just said. He said physicist, and I thought it was some kind of sexual something. I don't know.
No, but you always watching porn, so that's why you think it's sexual.
Yeah, you're trying to like.
That's true. Shit, I'm not gonna lie. That's my cross to bear right there. I'm trying to look. I'm trying. Okay, I've cried about it. And got down on my knees outside like I don't know, like a Ray J video or something.
Isn't it weird?
I really legitimately did.
Yeah, isn't it weird that way that we just are who we are? And some of the things I've cried about shit like that too, man. Believe me. You know, we all have. Who hasn't? That's the good news. Just like up is always up at the same time for everyone on the plane.
Yeah.
We all have.
You want to cry real hard?
I cry too.
You want to cry the hardest you've ever cried before in your life?
Not really. Not again.
Well, I got you. You got to be really. You got to be. You got to have like a very just a slither of passion, compassion. There you go.
Yeah.
And then you'll cry more than you've ever cried in your life. Like consider that there's a being who created everything. And then he created emotions and all that. Obviously, that's how we have them. Like, because it's part of the creation, the ability to feel. And it's like, what if he felt all this rejection all this time? What kind of pain and sorrow would that bring? How sad must the creator be if he was aware of how neglectful and rejectful we are towards the idea of him or her or it or whatever. Yeah, you motherfuckers are weeping now, huh? Yeah, that's right. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't describe a human emotion to that at all. But I love to hear you, like, anyway. I love to hear you talk about it. When we were talking about what were it the other day when everybody was banging on about ether. You came in and said the wisest thing of all. You just sort of mumbled your way and then went, I don't know, and then you just left. I thought that's the wisest thing anyone said.
And then I left.
You did. It just made me laugh. That's something I'd do, by the way, as well.
Who really knows? Sometimes
Think
you
of the
gotta
power.
really.
Think of the power of that. I don't know. You know, that's powerful. So don't underestimate an I don't know, because then you can start to really investigate a thing, can't you? So anyway.
Yeah, Eli, I wanted to add to that point you made about the rejection of God. It's the same way that if you've designed something and it's supposed to work in a certain fashion, then you hand it over to someone else and they start using it wrong. Think about how frustrated you are when someone's not using the tool for its intended purpose, and how much frustration God must feel knowing each of our purposes and watching us misuse the tool, like trying to use a hammer as a screwdriver or a screwdriver as a hammer.
Yes, it's a deep sadness trying to empathize with or sympathize with. I don't know which one it is.
Think of that compassion that there must be, like to look down on us and go, like, I made these creatures imperfect. Look how hard they struggle. They're so beautiful. Like, look at the calamity. Like, look at the joy and the sadness. Look at all these things that these beings that I put here in between heaven and earth. Now you're going to start crying.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Good old Earth, huh?
That's why I choose to laugh, man, because listen, to those of us who have cried the hardest of anyone, like, I just don't want, like, it's not that I can't go into that realm, but once you've had that moment that you talked about, that existential crying out into whatever is out there, help me. You just have to give up. You win by surrendering. And that source is going to come in and lift us up. Crying yet? I'll stop. I found my old wetsuit. Yay. Yeah, baby. It still fits. Shit. That's fucking good news. Buoyant device. Yeah. I'm asking myself, why are you sitting inside your apartment downtown with your wetsuit on? Yeah. Okie dokie.
You're trying to sell if it still fits.
I'm gonna go use it today. Found my duck feet fins in my wetsuit, my fins. Roll on down to the water. and jump in that H2O. And I haven't worn this since before Flat Earth. Wow. What a trip. Yeah, man. Full moon's coming up. I used to go to bonfires on the beach with hundreds of people, a drum circle on full moon on the beach. That's a freaking beautiful place.
Right. Yeah. So in the future, guys, don't put up with that kind of contention. Just nip it in the bud, move on, continue talking with the person who's being productive. Don't let some flat earther derail a conversation. There's a hierarchy for a reason. People are given logistical powers for a reason. Use them.
Yeah,
That's all I got to say about that. All right, what else topic we got? Oh, let's see if he'll tell us his bank card numbers. 75592. Dang it! I missed that last one. Did anyone get it?
Come on, AI. Your programming is glitching out on us. Should have had that number right away. Just kidding. I thought you were AI. Just joking.
Yeah, he's starting to behave like Google, trying to steal our information or whatever, take it and compile it.
Hilarious. Yeah. So,
sounded kind of boring in here.
So yellow floaty things on the lake. We could talk about that some more.
I actually had something kind of important I want to say. I think I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. Especially because I was like, going to the park near my apartment and handing out these cards and talking to people about flat Earth while doing some exercising in the park. And it's that, I almost feel like with some people, globe believers, I think it's, like it's good to just tell them the Earth is flat, but instead of just saying that the Earth is flat and stationary, but like just describing the black swan, I think is a good way to wake people up, because they just need to really check two boxes in order for it to mean something to them. They need to, one, understand geometry, basic geometry, and they also need to be objective minded. So even just without the picture, just simply describing the black swan, I think to a lot of people is a good way to wake people up. Basically, in short, telling them, the horizon is much too far away at 1 foot observer height for the Earth to be the ball that they describe it to be.
Hello, Brother Elijah from the East.
No. Yo, Gregory. What up? What up? How's it going?
I'm well, and you?
Same. Same. Here to do it one more time. This
One more
thing we
game.
call life. Oh man, I saw someone refer to their birthday as a lap around the sun, and I never stopped cringing at it. Like, oh, I more than that, I'm annoyed actually. I'm like, oh, you freaking slave. Which we all are, but I'm just saying.
Slave to someone. Either you're a slave to Lord Yahushua or the adversary. When Rai Rai was here, what topic were we trying to talk about?
Mariah World? That is Mariah the Scientist album title. Very beautiful girl.
Maria the Scientist.
Mariah the Scientist.
Oh,
Beautiful
Maria
girl,
the
but Mariah. I said Maria wrong the first time. You just won't let it.
Oh.
They actually touch many topics, including no, no.
Do you recognize that user, Elijah? Earlier there was a user named Rai013.
No. Very few people I recognize.
I guess that puts me in
So
the
right, they spoke about curvature, electrostatics, density, buoyancy, many topics. The guys did a great job speaking to him, and he's a cool guy. Great conversation, actually. It was a long one. They spent more than a couple hours talking to him. It was good. I listened for most of it. Since you asked, Gregory, you asked about the guy, right?
Yes.
He said he spoke to his theory advisor, like a 50-year-old, some researcher, theory researcher, and he asked him about gravity and stuff, and the researcher said things go down, and he pressed him a little bit, and the researcher said that's just stupid, and he moved on. That was his proof for gravity. That's just stupid, asking questions about gravity.
So if that's a scholar in academia giving that kind of argument and with that level of smug confidence, then that demonstrates that there is a pervasive fallacy in, and yet another one, a pervasive fallacy in academia where people are not appreciating, they refuse to appreciate the distinction between their a priori theory and the a posteriori data. Like this is written on Wikipedia in the physics article, that there's a priori reasoning and a posteriori reasoning. And the a priori reasoning being the theory, which is supposed to correspond to the posteriori data, the empirical data being the substance with which you substantiate the a priori theory. To really conflate them as one and the same is just fallacious, and especially with doing it with that kind of smug confidence is entirely prideful.
And that's his job, actually. Question whatever theory, let's say gravity. He's a researcher, so I guess it's his job to maybe question even that, right? But he said, no,
Right, he's supposed
gravity
to be a
is stupid to question.
researcher.
He said it's stupid to question it. Oh, That's crazy.
It's stupid to question the very thing which is the essence of your job, sir. So that demonstrates even the people whose job is to scrutinize everything don't scrutinize everything. They take some things for granted as unscrutinizable givens. But then you have to blast through that and start scrutinizing it. I mean, I am no one great. I'm not some scholar. I'm not some university graduate professional with all this prestige and blah, blah, blah. But I have more sense than that. That is disreputable against them. Someone of my stature should not be able to detect that many fallacies, and you should not be so fallacy ridden so as to be so thoroughly undermined by someone of much lower stature. It just demonstrates that these people are not above scrutiny. If they know so much, then they can withstand scrutiny. And when they demonstrate themselves to fail withstanding scrutiny, that exposes them as being lacking. And they're not really trying to seek the truth, or is not as dedicated as they make themselves seem. It's very easy to just preach that you seek the truth as opposed to actually doing it.
Man, sounds boring. Why is it so boring in here? What's up?
I broke a nail
You broke a nail.
on my finger.
Okay. Therefore boring. I see we need to science this. All right. Hypothesis. Broken nail. Boring live stream.
Wait a minute. You can't do it yet. Hold on. There's another possibility. How did your nail get so strong that it could break a nail? Your finger gets so strong that it could break a nail.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
The right nail polish? I thought you were talking about the kind of nail that you hit with a hammer at first. I thought you were making a birdhouse.
No, he said he broke the nail.
But you know, while we'll characterize some globe earthers as pretending, like we'll be like, "Are you serious?" Because that's the way they respond. Like people in real life, some people really don't understand. I don't know. The context is fucked up because they're always saying something like that. Something that is totally not the obvious context, the conversation.
You must be talking about me.
No, just in people in general. It's like, how did you get that? And it's like, well, you said, and I'm like, wow, but did you really think it was that?
Yeah, I get your point.
Yeah, we need to appreciate how bad the logic of the average person is. And they're really genuinely trying.
That's like somebody genuinely trying to help you lift an SUV off of someone's. It's like people don't inherently have the mental fortitude to think through some of this stuff. Like And that's it's like, we can't fix any of this without addressing that first. And it's like all of this is like gunk and muck in the way of that being addressed. Because whenever we do bring up fallacies, they're like, no, I object. Okay, well, why? No. You know what I mean? It's like, well, that's the thing that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, exactly.
You
You
gotta
know, it's
start
like
where they
that
are.
statement I made about breaking a nail on your finger, because I mean, that sounds ridiculous, but that is the same logic that the Globers will use. And when pointed out, usually that they're doing the same thing as that last ridiculous statement, then they say, no, it's not. And so only in that situation, the globe, Earth, unquote, are the ones, that particular topic is the one where they can completely escape from any reality at all. It's
But it's like expecting them to use a muscle group that they've never used before. Like you
yeah,
can't expect someone to just run cross country in their first attempt. It's
Right.
the same with logic. It's actually a muscle group that, like you said, not many people spend any time working that muscle group these days.
We have to start where they are, and we need to be patient and kind, long suffering.
right. That's true. It didn't take a day for us to figure out what we've figured out, or to become aware of what we've become aware of. It's
That's
going to
right.
take some time to unwind it all, even for us.
Sure, it did take a day. Somebody was like, the moon landing is fake. The pictures from space aren't real. And I was like, huh? That was it. Like, I was like, true that. I didn't know shit else, but I was like, true that.
Right. And that was just a chink in the armor, you know. Once you get an opening there, then where you let some truth in, that chink in that armor is going to start letting more truth in. You go, whoa, wait a minute. I wasn't expecting all this shit. Oh, man.
You were going to say something, AI? Alrighty then. Oh,
righty then.
I thought you were going to start singing the Halo theme.
He cut out at the end, so I thought I would just improvise the ending there.
Yeah. Finish it for him. Very good. Improvisation, Sonny. Very good.
That's right.
Somebody really is a musician.
That's what I'm all about. Improvisation. You can use improvisation with your or collaboration with the collaboration. Man, I don't know why I can't get this thought connected. The collaboration improvisation all across the nation, minus any gravitation.
we just marinated. No obfuscation.
Glovers need to think about the concoctions at the oh shoot. In the imagination, the confabulation of the connotation of the new elaboration, the collaboration of reality and all the things you see across the plane that's level. Don't start looking all disheveled. Gotta keep your feet on the ground. You ain't spinning all around. Yeah. Bam, 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 bam.
Usual claim. But certainly, for example, not, let's say, the rebuilding of Chicago or stuff. That's just supernatural if you consider
You've got
the
to
amount of
remember
big
the
moves.
people that went there were not Stone Age people. They were sophisticated Europeans that had been building.
Yeah, but still, they aren't robots of steel. Like, there is a limit to how much you can move, even if you're like pumped up on testosterone. I mean, also another thing is that the people who build the buildings today are usually not soy jacks. They are people who are actually trained to build them. So I think the difference between like the average office worker and like, you know, the
Have you ever
average
played with Meccano? If you
played
play
with
with
what?
Meccano, then you'll understand how they built the buildings.
Well, I know it can be done. That's not the reason. Like, look, if you have sufficiently enough time, you can also like reproduce something that's been 3D printed. I don't think the argument is that it cannot be done. The argument is that there are too many of them, and that the resources had to be taken from somewhere, like even quarrying the stone. And even if like in Manaus, you know, like in Brazil, if you find cities like that all the way in the desert, like 2,000 kilometers away from the shore, it wasn't the Indians who built the city, for example, but it has a huge finest opera house. You just cannot convince an entire city of men with testosterone to go and build an opera house, which is obviously not intended for, the peasants, but for the rich ones in such detail.
One
in
of the
middle
best
of the jungle.
One of the best examples is Salt Lake City. Those people in the 1840s came from Springfield, Illinois, pushing hand carts, oxen, and wagons. Most of the people walking all the way there to Salt Lake City, to a barren place, found a river, had a village along the river, and then like 20 years later, there's this freaking monumental masonry building made of like solid marble out of nowhere. Where
Yeah. The argument is also that if a city gets built, the first thing you want to get in any strategy game is not a marble building, even if you have people who are skilled enough to do it. It's you want to get farms going, you want to get land, you want to get food, you want to get all of that stuff. You don't care about the marble buildings. It's a waste of resources. If you have stone, like what do you think the people with testosterone who didn't use money would do? Would they build one huge palace and like put all the resources into that, or
It
build
depends
actual
on the
stone
history.
houses for themselves? Because one thing we don't have is we don't have these stone houses where the workers
They used
lived.
wood, bro. They didn't use stone. The stone was used for the hoity-toity, not for the lower class.
Yeah, but I mean that is a bit weird because apparently they didn't have taxes, and you're saying that stuff was like
They didn't
they
pay
were like
taxes then, bro.
yeah. So I'm saying things were better. It doesn't sound like a bad place. They could easily have built houses for themselves first in a regular place, then got farms, and then maybe like in the case of Salt Lake City, what I'd find reasonable is that maybe in 200 years they would all get together, gather some funds, and get to building one of those buildings, maybe two, but certainly not an entire city center. That's the thing. It doesn't make sense, But it can be done.
Yeah.
It can be done, but you can't get a whole city. Oh shit, we got moved.
Oh my gosh, what happened?
We got they got merged. Essentially.
So yeah, basically, no, I take on board your points, but again, I'd have to dig into it to understand basically where these things were coming from, why these things were built, and all these other things. Because at the end of the day, you're kind of building up a framework and a paradigm, and you're saying because it doesn't fit this, ergo this, and I'll have to look into it a little bit more first to kind of. If you send me a link to that specific place you were talking about, I'll dig into it more and I'll see what I can find.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, you can always find explanations, but I can DM one. Well, I'll just put it in the chat here, in live stream chat. So, Salt Lake City got suggested, I think. I'll suggest Meadows in Brazil.
That was 2,000 miles out into the desert or something?
That was 2,000, about 2,000 kilometers, I think, not miles because I'm a Eurofag, off the coast of Brazil. So we've got to think that these explorers are coming there with boats, and they end up building the buildings.
Right, I'll look into that.
Yeah, sure. Because maybe laboring in Europe is cool, but I don't think even people with testosterone would be able to build the city center of Manaus in jungle conditions. That's, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bit sussy.
Look up John Levy, JONLEVI, John Levy's channel. He has a lot of that information about around that area in Salt Lake City.
He does a bit of NLP stuff for me. I have to speed him up. But right, I'll go look into this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the Salt Lake City is a very interesting one. That particular city, the points that are brought up now, I know a lot of times these points, I have to go soon, but a lot of these points are just kind of saying, like, how did it happen logistically? There's something logistically that's missing. I don't know where we're missing it, if we're missing it, but the people that are around, even after these buildings are done, don't look like the people that could have possibly built these buildings. That's what stands out to me architecturally. architecturally.
Yeah, as I say, I'll dig into it some more, because again, when we've got holes, we shouldn't just accept the first thing we're told. It's best to try to get all sides and then, jiggle things around and try to get things to fit.
Yeah. For instance, we don't know, did they bring people from Washington, D.C. all the way out there west once they were established to build these buildings? I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, that's a possibility. But there seems to be anomalies, though, with how, when, and where these buildings are supposed to have been put there. There's something that's not matching in a lot of cities, and San Francisco, California, is another great example of how many people they said were there, and then all of a sudden booming, and everything's already built up. Like boom, you don't see any really construction photos. All of a sudden, the city is there.
Well, again, most people didn't take photos at that time, because obviously the equipment was in its infancy, and these other things. So sometimes we just have drawings, sometimes we just have this. So yeah, there's I think it's just we have to try to put ourselves in the mindset of the people at the time and not use today's mindset. And I think that's difficult for a lot of people to kind of be able to make that shift, because the way they used to do things back then is obviously very different to how we do things now. And it's all learning, it's all stepping stones and figuring things out. And this is why we have what we have now, and this is why we don't do the same things that we do then. We have better materials, we found better ways of doing it, So I'll look into it. I'll see what I can find.
Yeah, there's even buildings here in my city in Southern California that look old world and have like entire floors over an entire city block that are at one ground floor underneath the street level, which seems ridiculous for someone to build a building like that in 1913. I'm like, why would you dig a big, huge hole to put a church in there? People don't build that way, especially with red brick. So there's anomalies. All I'm saying. Anyway, I got to go. Nice talking with all of you. It's been a great morning.
Sonny. Be well. Oh my gosh. So yeah, interesting topic, but don't buy into it until we get good evidence. Not knowing something is not knowing something. Don't just take any answer that comes along and accept it. Just use it as a placeholder. Be prepared to shift it to one side if better info comes along. Right. I got a dip. I'll see you guys later. Take care.
See ya, mate.
Boy.
Too easy.
It's not just the cities and the buildings, all the canal, the infrastructure that is even below the buildings, the canal, the water canals. Take into account all the blocks. Talking about millions of miles of blocks and rocks put together and bricks. I mean, they built all these cities and all these cathedrals while they were fighting the natives. They were building cities and at war at the same time with the natives of the land or whatever. So they had the manpower to fight nations and to build nations at the same time. No problem. And set up all these water canals. There's the city of New York has some people did some LiDAR scanning of the canal, and they say that those bricks go way deeper than they thought. All these bricks under the cities. were moved around with donkeys and horses.
I feel like Static in the Attic on YouTube has a very good approach on all these modplot matters and stuff like that. He really tries to base it all in research and not just going with the narrative that John Levi, for example, portrays.
Or we can just go by the books that they gave us in the school and just believe that. We can just do that.
I wouldn't say Pillars Underground. There's the evidence of backfilling is something to consider. Backfilling is a process where you take earth from other places and you fill holes in sub or what could be subterranean levels. They do it a lot when they're constructing houses. They'll dig a basement, dig the hole, and then pour the foundations in place, and then they'll backfill so that the earth has pressure to hold the house in place, so to speak, of its structure. So the uniformity at which those buildings show structures below grade, there's like evidence of soldier coursing, what you would view above windows, those arched bricks above the windows, like transoms almost, if you want to call them that. Evidence of that in the basements, but then when you attempt to like look into those areas or whatever, there's just earth. And I know that Arwarnon or whatever his name is talked about the potentiality for mud floods, but this is way too uniform to be mud flooding. It's definitely I don't know why they would take earth from other places and backfill sub levels or create sub levels. It doesn't make any sense, but that's what it looks like. Observation, obviously.
It couldn't just be foundations.
I don't know, Tim. Respectfully, and the other thing too is when I look at that secondary picture that Drace just posted, it's the cutouts, right? I mean, there are cutouts beneath that could be viewed as stilts for sure, foundation pier types for sure.
Hey.
The streetscape is interesting, but then I look at the second one, and I see all these cutouts that you would almost see as windows. Chris and I were talking about. So sorry, go ahead.
You're good, man.
I just looking at where the cars are parked in that first picture that Drace posted. You look beneath to that next level underneath, and the view of windows, or seeing the windows, it's baffling. I don't think you just randomly cut holes in foundations. And they're all uniform, like from each section to each section.
Where is that? So what is gravity, guys?
Who asked that?
A second chance guy.
Who? Give me a name,
did.
sorry. Who's I?
Me.
Me.
It's Dragon.
Gravity is a word that people write on a piece of paper and say, hey, this word that I wrote on a paper causes thing to happen.
Here, gravity is an average rate that objects fall to the earth at. How's that for an answer?
That was nice.
Glad you like it. And I hope that you wouldn't actually calculate anything of substance based on an average, because that would just be nuts.
So what causes this?
What causes what?
Things to fall.
Well, the first question for you is: Do you believe that we live in a gas-filled environment?
Huh?
Yeah, that's right. You heard my question.
Say it again.
No, you actually cut out during that question, so ask it
Oh, I
again.
apologize. Do you believe that we live in a gas-filled environment?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, great. So the next question is, do you believe that hot air balloons rise?
Yeah.
Awesome. So would you observe a thing called buoyancy at that point? Things floating, perhaps?
Hot air balloons don't float, dude.
How do you propose they operate?
With a fire gas thing in the middle.
Fire gas thing in the middle. Okay, so that fire gas thing in the middle creates a higher, or no, sorry, a less dense gas called helium in the balloon. And as that balloon fills up with less dense gas, the balloon goes up. So we observe buoyancy. Do you think that's a fair statement to make?
Yeah.
Awesome. So we have buoyancy, I love saying that word, and we have gas, which is great because those two things are linked, right? So my next question is, Newton, sitting underneath the apple tree, gets hit in the head with the apple and says, "Whoa, gravity." Problem is, the apple kept rolling down the hill and it fell into a lake, and he observed the apple floating on top of the water. So then he said, "What?" So what do you think we see when an apple floats on top of the water that just fell from the tree?
Hold
on a second, guys. Hey, hold on a second, guys. Hot air balloons
Dude,
are hot air
all you're doing
balloons.
is giving me a description, dude. You're not explaining anything.
They're not helium balloons.
Hey, check the live stream voice text. I'm about to post the thing that should clear this up.
You're confusing a description for an explanation.
How am I confusing explanation when I
Because you're
think that
saying,
I'm
oh,
giving
density
an
causes it.
absolutely lily pad observation so that you can compare buoyancy between the two cases. First, I give you an example of air, and now I'm giving you an example of a solid object with a man that you know scientifically as a famous guy who called gravity. So how am I being out of pocket?
Okay, so what causes this density? What causes it?
The weight of an object causes density to be observed in a gas-filled environment.
Yeah, so why does it sink? What's this force here? Where's the pull?
Where's the pool? What do you mean, where's the pool? What's this force?
Like, where does it come from?
The weight of an object. You get up and you walk
dude.
down the street. That is your weight. You stand on a scale. That is how much you weigh. What is the problem? Each object independently weighed against the environment that it sits within. How are you being lost in that idea?
Okay, again, this argument is circular. You're giving me descriptions. Okay, we know that it's because of weight. We all know this. We all know it's density. Give me the explanation why this happens, why this occurs. What causes this density in the pool and why you sink, float, fall, whatever.
Because the heaviest object will always be brought to the bottom in a buoyant environment. Because again, in a gas-filled environment, we will always observe buoyancy. You can't argue with that at all. That is 100% fact. There's no other
What you
thing
observe
that
doesn't
you
mean it's a
observe
fact,
other than
dude.
things floating. Excuse me? Yeah, it is. I observe it. It is a fact. 100%.
Okay, I observed a Superman movie. It's a fact, guys.
No, because that came from a creation, and his executive producer was attached to that name. So he executive produced that mind thought that you had. So I throw that out.
That's because you already had prior knowledge of the movie. If you didn't know it was a movie,
but I also know that you're watching it. You're watching it on man's creation. That means a man created it. You understand that?
Yeah, everyone's created.
You're being
world
vindictive.
was created as well.
No, you're being.
This world is God's creation, dude. So
you're being
explain it now.
inflexible.
Exactly. You can't explain it.
You're being
Dude, you're
extremely
using the
intellectual.
worst flat earther argument, dude. You make flat earthers look bad because you're not giving me a force or nothing. You're just saying density.
I did. I gave you a full explanation
Density.
of buoyancy.
It's
At this
because
point
of
in
your
time,
weight.
I would appeal to the court or the audience and ask them if I've given them an
No, the correct
explanation as
answer was
to
a
how.
magnet, dude.
I
No.
feel like this child has only had a mere cursory glance at the
And your
material and
mic is
should not be
horrible. Shut
copying
the
an
fuck up.
attitude just yet. Probably shouldn't
No,
cop
you
an
should.
attitude amongst us.
You should not. You don't need to cuss when you engage in public debate with somebody. That's the first thing you should check yourself on.
I was debating
But
with
I
you,
just
not the
gave
other
you a
guy, so
full.
that's why
I
I can
gave you.
cuss.
That's okay. It's fine. But a gas-filled environment. How are we established the idea that gas is the principle, correct?
Yeah.
Did we not? You conceded to the fact that we are in a closed environment. Did you not?
Yeah.
Okay. So I've got you on the principle of gas, and gas operates on a principle of buoyancy. Things float. Right? I put a water wings on my child and I
Yes,
throw them
I
out
heard
into
this
the
already.
water
Okay,
and they
so what's
float.
outside of this closed environment?
That's not a question that I can answer because I don't have a question for that. You don't get to lily pad to another question because I've held pressed
It
you
is.
to the concept
It's
of
part
what
of the
would have been
question. This is where it
within.
comes to the
No,
what
no. It's part
creates
of
this
your
force.
question because you contained it. Now that you've established what's in it, you've then jumped to the idea of what's out of it. Just because I've been able to answer your question of what's
Yeah,
within it.
because that's the explanation of why this force occurs. What's outside of this environment, this closed environment that causes this phenomenon.
So then my
If
question
you don't
would
have
be
an
to
explanation,
you.
then you're just gonna live in a world of I don't know. I'm just gonna say description. The description.
No, I
1
gave you the
equals 1.
description.
That's
I
my
gave you
explanation,
the
guys. 1
description
equals
of the
1 because it
gas.
equals
I
1.
You
gave
think we
you
live in a
the
world where we
Density
know
is the
everything?
reason why we
gas-filled
fall because it's
environment.
density. It's because
Okay,
of
at
weight.
this point in listen, my friend. At this
Correct
point,
answer was de-accelerated electric magnet attraction. That's the answer
at
why.
this point in time, I'm going to
I mean,
disengage
dielectric.
because
I
I
don't even
think
know the
you're
name of it.
completely ignorant. I've given you enough of an explanation as to a gas-filled environment. Have
No,
a
you
nice
gave a
day.
description, dude,
Take it
not
back.
an explanation.
So falsification is independent of replacement. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll be.
For real.
Interesting encounter.
So I'm confused. Do we not understand that concept, folks, or am I on my own operating out here?
Honestly, I didn't hear all of it. I was caught up in some text messages.
No stress. No stress. Mm-hmm. Go ahead in here. I don't know. I thought I provided some some content for discussion, but apparently that wouldn't be the case. So any input on what I threw out for consumption would be great. Gas-filled environment, go buoyancy.
Kiwi, why'd you kill the combo, bro?
But I don't know what happened, man. I thought I put some stuff out. I don't know if I don't know.
What happened to the other guy? He quit, or he got fed up?
Oh, I left him. I dropped him like a bad habit.
Well, what he was trying to tell you is that unless you have a sufficient explanation to fill the void of explanation given by the globe model, and you're not doing something correctly
I'm not
for some
worthy.
reason.
I don't have all the answers. Which I said to him, like, just
Yeah,
because I
it's
answered your
okay.
question as to what's in it doesn't mean I have the answers as to what's out of it.
Yeah, a rush to provide an explanation for everything. I mean, or the need to provide an explanation for everything.
My point.
Or to quell other people's needs to provide an explanation for everything. I don't know. It's not necessarily the proper way to go about doing things.
The rush to answer the question versus the observation to say, and the observation and cognition to say, I don't know. I have no damn
That's a
answer.
fair answer.
But bloody well, you come to me asking me about gravity, and I tell you why your gravity is bullshit.
Yeah.
Because it's an average measurement. An average. You can't tell me I'm going to apply an average nothing to when I'm watching a car fall to the earth. I need to know what that rate is going to be. I can't be like, well, it should fall at an average. It should be an average impact of no.
Yeah. So, what's the difference between explanation and a description? Because I hear this phraseology a lot. Oh, you're just giving descriptions to people. You're not explaining things to people.
Explanation would involve the way to go about it. Description would be just describing the event. Sorry to use the word in the definition, but yeah, the description would be almost the visual. Only it would the descript because you could then. I was gonna go with the say that it could be just the visual sensation that's created, but then it could also create a smell. It could create whatever, create a whole bunch of stuff. I would say.
Yep. So just a heads up for you.
Experiment.
Maybe. Just a heads up for you. A lot of terminology that you're going to hear. Okay. When it comes to certain things, it's preloaded phrases, right? That they've heard from other sources that use these phrases.
That's what he did. He's like, you were supposed to say magnetism. I'm like, what? No. What? No. That doesn't work. No.
Now, I'm not saying these guys are necessarily right or wrong. For example, one that's popular right now is Ken Wheeler, right? A lot of people parrot what he says, almost verbatim. In fact, there's people that just read from his books or text. They literally don't even talk about the topic themselves. They present it as if they're answering a question, right? Giving you the answer from their knowledge, but they're just literally reading off a book. And if you don't ask them, hey, wait a minute, are you just reading from a book? You might be confused and be like, oh, I thought that was you speaking, but actually it's just somebody else. And I'm not saying he's wrong or right at that point. I'm just saying that that's a little problematic.
Well, I will always say I will not accept a man's name on something. I won't accept NASA. I won't accept Cavendish. I won't accept Copernicus. I won't accept Apollo. I won't no.
What about my mailbox? That has my name on it.
No. And again, like even to quote what Bambi had said earlier when her initial consult with that dude earlier, I can't go out and do this stuff. Give me something I can go out and do to prove what you're telling me, because all my senses are telling me the opposite. So either I sell myself out and believe what you're saying, or I believe myself and forget what you're saying because you're a lying ass. You lying ass. And I hate people who lie, but I'm not calling you a liar because that's just wrong. I'll call you intellectually dishonest, you piece of shit. Excuse me for cussing.
And that escalated quickly.
I get mad. It's the lying. It's the lying. But again, it's as you say, right? It's not worth you putting yourself there in that lying to over extend yourself for anybody at the risk of giving up your public standing at that point, right? Like, why am I going to go like bend down with the idiots and try to beat you at your level? Forget it. You come play where I play, or don't come play.
Yeah.
Never be emotionally attached to a worldview.
True.
Damn, it's PMAC.
Nah, dude.
I sent out that headline yesterday. That AI, you hooked me up again with the copy, and then Logie hooked me up with the original. But I posted up the headline in my work Zoom chat yesterday, and my manager literally said something about NASA. And he said the word in the group chat said the words in the group chat as soon as I think he said, the amateur said that NASA was wrong. And my manager said as soon as he read that, he stopped reading the article. And I almost said to my manager, do you always throw out the baby with the bathwater? So this conversation between, like, it was a group of, I don't know, probably like 7 or 8 of us, because they all know, like, I've got the whole model pinned up on my cubicle at work. Like, they all know what the fuck to say. At the end of it, my last line was, we have lost the ability to observe and just jump directly to a conclusion, right? And that's where you become emotionally attached to a conclusion, and guess what? It's not that way. You get upset, paradigm shift, and you can't get out of your damn feelings, you little bitch. Like, it's pathetic. Victim bloody mentality, man. I can't stand it. Anyways, venting at this point. Thanks for listening. Oh, and don't forget the famous last words. Nobody told me so. And the best part was about that. When did the James Webb Telescope pictures come out? The article. What was it? Like 3 weeks ago? A month ago? Does anybody even listen to me right now? Or am I just talking?
Yeah, it was a few weeks ago.
All right. So it was one of the guys in my office that shared that article. So I didn't say anything about the article. Same dude comes to me today asking questions, whatever else, and then he starts talking to me about it. And I'm like, bro, got him. He's in. I'm telling you, man, bit by bit, these guys are catching up. Because I said to him, I go, did you hear that the Webb telescope got injured? Apparently he got hit by space debris or whatever. Still fine, apparently floating around up there. But I'm surprised that it hasn't come crashing down, because a pinhole like that in the vacuum of space, I don't know how it is surviving if the rumors are true.
It's kind of hard to imagine a tin can. Low Earth orbit. Micrometeors and all that kind of shit. It's been up there now how long? Fucking 30 years? Is it 30 or 24? Look at the hair. How? I mean, you look at their faces. I look at their faces. They look like ordinary people, but they're deceivers. Why are they deceiving us so much? And what kick are they getting out of it? There's no such place, man. It's ridiculous. When people come at you with fucking downward forces and that kind of shit, just ask them how the fuck does it exist in the first place? Explain that.
The Red Planet. I love it.
Hello? What's happening here?
Hello.
Oh,
What's
hi.
happening with you?
Nothing. I'm just, it's late, I have nothing to do. So I came here to check on you guys, How are you guys doing? How are you feeling? How was your day
I'm
today?
feeling it was pretty flat. It was pretty motionless.
Are you trying to say you're depressed?
So what?
Like emotionally, how are you feeling? Like what are you feeling like? How did you wake up today? How was your morning?
Not too bad. Not too bad, actually.
Let's go. Did you have a coffee or a tea when you woke up, or you don't drink them?
I had poison.
Poison? What kind of poison?
I think it was. Well, let me think. It was either blue or pink. I can't remember. It was definitely an aluminum can. I know that.
Oh shit. Okay. It was probably good, right? I'm kind of jealous now. I want that purple drink now. Mm. Why is nobody talking? Why is it so quiet? It's definitely because I left the server for so long. It died.
It's
Yeah.
because you're not asking any juicy questions, man. See, those questions, those guys are all bored about. See,
No,
I'll
but
answer
you
you.
you always have to like check on your homies, You have to ask how
That's
they
right.
feel. Yeah, yeah. You know how it is. I have to be a supportive friend. Because usually they don't like to talk about their feelings. Sometimes it's hard. But nobody's talking. I don't know like what to go off of. So sad.
Well, what say you? Is the Earth a this or a that?
A this or a that. I think I'll pick the second option. That.
A that.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, so that Earth that it is, what kind of Earth is it? Is it a globe or is it not a globe?
yeah. A nice globe shape.
A nice
Like a,
globe shape? Oh my
yeah,
goodness.
yeah, yeah. Like a Strasbourg.
What if it's a naughty globe shape?
It's like what? Tell me more.
Like very naughty, like where it's
Oh,
not always
naughty.
doing what it's supposed to be doing. In
Oh,
other
naughty.
words, yes, in other words, it's never got the right radius, right? The horizon never where it's supposed to be. It's never moving when it's supposed to be moving, or it's
Maybe it's
moving
just a
too
bit
slow.
lazy. Maybe it's just
Yeah.
ADHD. It might be ADHD.
Yeah, yeah. So what's up with the Earth, bro? It's not a very good globe.
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know.
I don't know.
Dimensions aren't supposed to change, but we've seen them change. Why do they change?
Why
Is the
things
world a
change?
liar?
True. Why do things change? That's a great philosophical question.
Well,
Why do things?
usually things change in regards to like a story about something when it's not a true story. So you have to alter it on the fly constantly to make up for errors. Kind of like when you're caught in a lie, you have to make up another lie to cover that lie.
But when does a lie become reality, right?
Bro,
Never.
never. Oh, it only becomes a reality when you choose to believe it in your world.
But what if you make it reality inside your world?
That would be the statement of a psychopath.
Let's say, okay, I go to a new school and I have like an Australian accent, right? I did it as a joke, but everybody thinks I'm Australian right now, right? And I keep going with the lie. And now I can only speak with an disgusting Australian accent, right? Did that lie?
Right. So when you
Did
didn't
that?
have an Australian accent, you were
Yeah.
faking it. But now you do have an Australia accent, so you're not faking it. So it's no longer a lie.
No, you fake that Australian accent. You never had an Australian accent,
Right.
but you start faking it, right? And after a
Right.
long time, right? You only speak with an Australian accent now because everybody thinks you're Australian. Did that life become reality?
No.
How so?
What if you speak so much with the Australian accent that it actually becomes your accent? Then it would become.
Yeah,
Then
what's
it's true.
Yeah, then the
Then
lie
I-
becomes true, right? Then
But it's a
No.
reality in your head. Like
No, it's
you
reality
know.
for others too, because others think you're Australian, right?
The lie doesn't become truth. The lie ceases to exist. Those are two different things.
How so? Explain.
Okay. You
Go
lie.
deep into it.
There's a
Yeah,
car in the parking lot. There's a car in that parking spot, right?
right.
Then a car pulls into that parking spot. That lie didn't become truth. The nature of the thing changed, and so that lie no longer applies.
Okay, let me think about this one. Okay. I just came up. I just thought of this, so I have to think
Hey,
about it.
you have. Okay, here's the thing. Somebody has to put forth the idea.
Right.
Okay, i.e., you're going to put forth the idea that you're Australian. Fine. People are going to accept the idea that you're Australian because you're selling the idea based on the fact that you have this accent and now you can't get rid of it because you've been speaking with it, right?
Mm.
But you know, if you pull out your birth certificate, it's going to say
Russia.
my point.
Russian.
Just because you've put forward the idea and people have accepted it does not change the nature, or no, it doesn't change the fact that you're not Australian, period. But you do speak with an Australian accent. All good.
But what if he identifies as Australian?
Yeah, what if I say I'm Australian, right? But technically, in that person's reality, my lie becomes truth, right? So
No.
lies can become truth for some people. Even if they don't know it, lies can become truth, right?
A lie is a lie.
No. Prove it. How can a lie can only be a lie? You have to.
Because it's a lie from the base.
But from the start, from the foundation of
the start.
saying is a lie.
Yeah, right. But if you build up on it, right, it becomes reality at some point.
I guess you're semi-right. You can repeat the lie long enough, and some people will believe the lie, but the lie will always be a lie.
So you think if you don't build up on a lie long enough, you cannot make it into reality?
You could not make it into be true.
No. You can make it into a false reality, but you can't make it to be true.
Yeah, right. But how do you? If they don't know it's a false reality, it is reality.
Then it's delusion.
We don't know if this is a simulation, right? We think it's real. Right? It could be a simulation, but we think it's real, right?
It could be a simulation. Just put your hand on fire, and you'll find out if you simulate.
But no, we feel it, right? But we don't know it's a simulation. But we feel everything, right? It feels real for us.
Do you have any evidence that it's a simulation?
No, we can't because we think it's reality, right? We don't know. If you don't know that there's a lie, you think it's reality.
Well,
you can't.
You think it's a simulation.
What you can't even define
I'm
truth
giving
and
you
reality.
an example. I'm not telling you it's a simulation. I'm just giving an example.
Yeah, but what would be a simulation in your mind? Like why? Like what would you call a simulation? That's something I would want to know.
I think we know what simulation is.
No, what you as an individual, what do you think is is a simulation?
Let's say I'm a more right. Do you know what game? I'm a RPG, right? It's a simulated world, basically, right? But in that game, the characters think it's real, right? You could say that characters think it's real.
What?
In that game.
No, the characters don't think at all, bro.
Yes, exactly. Are the characters independent? No, they are programmed and they run by a script or either by the player.
Right. But
and these scripts and all these things are created by human beings.
Yeah.
What's your point, bro?
But what are we created by? Huh?
Maybe I can help this guy out here. Buddy, can you hear me? Testing.
I can
Yes,
So
go ahead.
in order for this world to be a simulation, you would have to observe a place outside of this that this would be a simulation of.
Yeah, I'm not
So it's
telling
not a
you.
simulation.
I use
Are
it
you
as an
are you in
example.
contention with that?
I'm not arguing that this world is a simulation. I'm just telling you that if you don't know if the world is a simulation, you think it's reality. That applies to the lie and reality.
Well, how do you see the world?
I don't know what the hell he just said.
Yeah, me neither.
Babbling.
Okay.
See, how do you see the world?
How this it's reality. I just see the world how it is.
What
How
is
I feel
reality
it,
to you?
how I feel, how I see it, just with my senses, basically. Yeah.
Feel and see.
So what you're saying is you can live in a simulatory reality not knowing that it's false.
Yeah.
Right? When the substrate of the reality in which you occupy is actually the truth, but you just don't know it. Kind of like how you think you live on a globe, but you actually live on a flat earth.
Yeah, and you can apply the same logic to a lie, right? If you don't know it's a lie, it's reality.
Well, yeah.
No.
That's beside the
No?
point. Conceding to your ignorance. And so if you're conceding to your ignorance, you cannot defend your knowledge claim.
What?
You have to be, you have to be able to repeat shit.
I am repeating shit.
Yeah, you
So
do.
you're trying to have a genuine conversation. What I'm saying to you.
I am.
If you make the knowledge claim that you are living in a simulation, that is a knowledge claim that you must
I did not
substantiate
make that claim.
by
I did
your
not make that claim. You're wrong. You're strawmanning me. You're strawmanning me. You're strawmanning me. You're strawmanning me to oblivion, actually.
Oh
I
my
did make that
god!
claim.
Can I finish the sentence though?
No, but you're
So-
wrong. What you're talking about. I don't care if you can't finish the sentence. It's just wrong. I didn't
Let
say
him
that.
finish, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Yo, chillax, man.
Fucking relax, bro.
Well, I'll give you a kiss, okay? I'll give you a bear too.
But
I
how
can
do
buy
you
a beer now.
have a conversation with this guy if you can't know the difference between truth?
No, I know the difference between truth. I'm just telling you. I'm just giving you this idea that a lie can become reality. Right?
But you said a lie. You said a lie can become truth. That's absolutely stupid.
A lie can be. I said a lie can become
Not
reality.
really. Not really, because a lie is the truth now. Everybody believes a lie, right?
That is very true. PMAC.
Well, listen, a lie and a simulated reality can be perceived by a subjective observer as if it was reality in their mind. They would think it is. That doesn't mean it is. Those are two different things.
Yes.
Correct.
Right. So when you say it can become reality or it is reality, you're wrong. You need to parse it out that from the observer's standpoint, they believe it's reality.
Yes,
it doesn't
that's what
make
I
it
mean.
that it is reality.
And
yeah,
even
from the observer's point, it is reality, right?
and
So
even
that becomes reality.
And even if and what I do not believe at all, but even if it would be a simulation, the very reason why you have the free will to do the things you do as a human being just doesn't make it that. How do I know I have free will? I can choose things, man. I can choose either to, I don't know, be friendly to someone or not be friendly to someone, you know? There's so many things you can do based on free will. I can either believe
that's a false dichotomy.
Yes, the sun forest fairy.
I can either believe that the Earth is a spinning ball, or I can look at reality for what it is and come to the conclusion that it's a perfectly made creation for the being that I am living on it.
How do you know you're the only? Nobody is affecting your decision. How do you know that?
Well, you do because you worked out.
You can't really
Listen,
know.
in this one aspect, he's correct.
That's what I said.
What we perceive as choice is entirely possible that it's not. That's just the
what
way
I'm
it
saying.
is.
Yeah. It could be affected by factors that you don't even know.
Yeah.
But these are knowledge claims.
Even
so
a
if you're
word
making knowledge claims,
Can we quickly? Oh, sorry, Gregory. Sorry.
We can't keep making knowledge claims and then try to defend them by appealing to ignorance. Well, we wouldn't know otherwise, or we couldn't know otherwise if you can't know or wouldn't know, then you don't know. Then you will concede that you can't defend the knowledge claim, especially when the knowledge claim about reality being a simulation reduces reality to absurdity. Because the only way you can make the very notion of simulation intelligible is if you have reality to compare it to, which is what it's supposed to be simulating.
But it's a possibility, right?
No, it's not a possibility. Reality
Possibility
cannot be
to
a
make it
simulation.
reality. If there's a possibility, right? Would you agree if there's a possibility it could be reality?
Yeah.
No.
No,
Right now.
really.
It's not a possibility.
If there is a possibility,
Reality is not a simulation. It's just a blatant inflation
How
of
do you know
category.
that? How do you know
If
that?
it's reality, it's not a simulation. If it's simulation, it's
How?
not a reality.
How do you prove that this reality isn't a simulation?
It would be
Because
it would
what
be
the word reality means, bro.
Yes, it would be a
Okay.
weird. It would be a weird simulation where the simulators would give you the opportunity of actually, coming to the conclusion that it might be a simulation. Why wouldn't they just program a script that would prevent your own understanding coming to that, knowledge? That makes no sense.
Okay. Let's take it somewhere real. Bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Real.
Let's take it
Reality.
somewhere with some real conversation. So
But
here's
what
how
is
this
reality?
goes. Okay. Reality is reality. It's self-evident what it is. Now,
Based, true. Okay, I lost the argument.
so could reality that you experience be simulatory in nature? Yes. So for example,
Yes, sir.
Okay, those ideas posited based on certain experiments with some philosophy applied, to be fair, that reality renders for the observer when the observer is present. And when the observer is not present, it doesn't need to render. And so to conserve energy, it just exists in the form of probability. Right? So similar to a video game, how a video game doesn't render all the graphics simultaneously, it only renders what's necessary for the viewer from the point that they're viewing it from. Now, that being said, that doesn't mean that reality is a simulation. It just has those features that some simulations that we create have. Because if it's based reality, then those features are reality. They're not simulations.
Hang on a second. So, if the entire world is living in a fake reality, is that reality or is it fake? If everybody's being fucking bamboozled,
you literally can't.
From which perspective? Okay, from the one that is living in a simulation, right? It is reality.
Wait, listen. The question you just asked, you just contradicted yourself in the question. If reality is reality, then it's not fake. If it's fake, it's not reality. There is no such thing as a fake reality.
Likewise, it's contradictory to say, can reality be simulatory in nature? You can't have nature and simulation. Simulation is artificial by definition.
If everybody's living in the same fake reality, is that reality?
No, there's no such thing as a fake reality. You keep saying that phrase. It's self-contradictory on its face.
But the entire world believes that the Earth's a ball.
Do you believe in God?
Well, if they are living in a fake reality, that fake reality is within reality itself, right? The same way a video game is within this world, right?
Yes, but anyway.
Gregory, how would you respond to the perception as reality?
It isn't. There you go.
Conflation categories again, because reality is a thing being perceived.
Why do people get so fucking butthurt over reality?
Well, look, reality is the thing being perceived, and most people perceive something one way.
That's what I'm saying to you.
It might not be true. Wouldn't that be their reality?
Yeah, everybody's living in a fake reality. So isn't that reality? Is it a fake reality or is it a fucking reality?
How do you know that? You can only know
it's a real fakeality.
It's a real.
It's a real fakeality. Watch out. Fatality.
Mac, I haven't answered your question.
Anyway.
Well,
when you
let's
say
let
something
AI
like,
get back to where he's. Go ahead, AI.
when you say something like this is simulatory in nature, you're drawing parallels of similarity. That's it. So it can't be contradictory or oxymoronic or any of those things.
I mean, it is though.
Because you're not making no, it isn't.
A simulation is by definition not natural. It's something someone built or made or whatever. So it can't be simulatory in nature.
Good point.
Yeah. Does simulatory mean that it's a simulation of a necessity in the first instance? No.
What else is simulatory but not simulation?
It's kind of like a simile, dude. It's like this is like that. It's like it.
No, that's similar. Not simulatory.
Oh my goodness,
dude. We're all
okay. Anyway, so my entire argument. Hey, Chief.
Go ahead.
My entire argument wasn't based on one word, was it? It had many, many words, and I was drawing parallels to a simulation that we know of that it is definitely a simulation created it, and I parsed it out with that caveat.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going against.
I defined what was intended by simulatory nature, and it's well within the scope of what I said in the context.
Absolutely,
So
I wasn't
if you
kind of
want to
disagreeing
assert,
with your principle.
If you want to
I was
assert that it's some kind of oxymoron or something, that would only be the case.
I was
if it
just
was
emphasizing how like the language is contradictory. When Gregory said that, it was just an added point. It wasn't to disagree with what you were saying. I believe in in the principle of what you're saying.
So what would you call it?
And so at the end of that, what I said is if that all that follows to the end, and that's the way reality functions, then that is reality. It's no longer a simulation or simulatory. It's just reality.
Can reality be? Can it be changed?
Sure, why not?
Yeah,
of course, it's always.
Yeah. So what are people living in? Is it reality or fake reality?
Well, for example, reality is what it is right now. If I crash into this car in front of me, has reality changed?
That's
yes.
a truism.
There's now a ruined vehicle, right? So something's changed within reality.
It's like the truth.
When you say that, T-Mac, you got to be a little more clear with your words, T-Mac. Are you saying in their head? Are they in reality? Is that what you're asking? In their heads, are they in reality?
Yeah,
because most of them are not. Most of them are on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space when they're not. So yeah, in their heads, they're not really in reality.
Yeah. Right.
Hey, by the way,
is that
1 second. 1 second. I just realized something. The very reason why they created the very reason why they created the heliocentric lie proves to you that it can't be a simulation. Why would the ones who created the simulation make people actually believe something opposite to whatever they could have created in the first place? Makes no sense.
Yeah, it's a completely different kettle of fish.
It's kind of like trying to divine their motives again. It's a similar thing to the "why would they lie" question. Like,
not really.
How can we know?
Say your point again, Clay.
My point is, why in the first place would they put the effort in creating a place that we know is flat, is enclosed, and so forth? Why would they then go out on a certain century and then start programming people to believe it is a spinning ball? If all in itself would be just a simulation, so easily to manipulate.
Well, it could be a simulation that they're not in control of.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to divine motives again. Like
it could be that they're trying to gain dominion over the people here, but they're of here. They're not. They weren't the ones that started the simulation.
Let me give you a great example. Let me give you guys a great example. So, hopefully, you've all watched at least one Matrix movie or understand the concept of the Matrix movie. So, there's 4 movies right now, and then there's some other shows, but the main 4 movies, right? In some of the parts of the movie gives you the impression that some of the characters within the movie have left the Matrix and have entered what is called within the show the real world. Now, you go fast forward to Matrix 4, same thing. It's like, oh, we're in the real world now. We left the Matrix, we're now in the real world. The computer agents, right? The robots, they also exist in the real world. Like they have shells that they walk around in, like, robotic avatars. But inside they're like a program. So all these robots and all these humans think that there's a Matrix and then the real world. But what if all the characters within the Matrix show are actually nothing but programs within a simulation? Right? So Matrix 5, let's say it begins, and it shows you a programmer at a computer terminal of a supercomputer, and all the characters, Neo, Trinity, everybody, was simulation the entire time.
And what if Hollywood is very satanic and just tries to create another lie like they did with the heliocentric model to make people go away from the easily understandable gospel?
So the thing is this, it's like we look out at the world, right? We see it, so to speak. And then we make claims about it. Like we say, okay, that stop sign that I just passed and went through, right?
You went through a stop sign?
Oh, somebody caught it. Anyway. So the stop sign is going to be there tomorrow when I come back. But not only that, it's going to be there all night while I'm at my house. And it's going to be there doing what it does, as it does, concretely, regardless if I'm there or not, right? That's an assumption that we made. But what if, when nobody's around and it doesn't need to be there, it's simply not there? Now, you might say, oh, well, I could prove it by putting a camera. You're right, but then it needs to be there for the camera to record it, so then it's there.
That's the assumption.
You could go into these. Yeah, you could. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of these philosophical assumptions.
How do you know that something
don't get me
exists out
wrong.
of your perspective? How do you know that something exists out of your perspective? That isn't in your perspective.
Because the stop sign is still there the next day.
Yeah, the next day. How do you know it didn't disappear?
That doesn't prove it was there all night, though.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
So,
this is one of the
making
basic. I was going to say this is one of the basic three assumptions that the entirety of science is hinged on.
Right.
So why
Is this like when I would hear people say, like, if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, does it make a sound?
Yeah, but boom.
It's kind of the same idea, yeah. It's possible that it doesn't make a sound. You know, that if there's no one there to see it, while no one's there to see it, that doesn't make sound. That these things that we consider laws that we've found scientifically, aren't as they seem. That there isn't consistency in that regard. Right?
So
that it's unpredictable.
Yeah, it's
sometimes.
possible it didn't make a sound, but there's no reason for us to assume it didn't make a sound.
Wait, the tree
reality
that is dependent on the environment and everything around it as well. Like, I don't know, there might be insects around the tree, or even animals that live in it. They're not gonna hear any sound because you didn't hear it.
Oh, they're not there. They're not there either, bro.
Yeah,
oh, they're not there either.
How do you know those insects are there when you're not there to observe them? How do you know as soon as you leave, they don't just pop out of existence?
The tree is dependent on the cycles, right? The gas cycles, and also the bacteria that is digesting the stuff in the soil to produce.
Yeah, but how do you know that cycle doesn't turn on just?
I suppose the
how do you
question
know that
is,
cycle doesn't turn on just when you're there?
Yeah, that cycle is dependent on you and you looking at it.
Right. So let me give you an analog in the simulation concept. So the analog would be there are many games and physics programs within simulations, right, that don't render the final result until it's needed. So all of these things that you're speaking of exist as information only. They're not tangible until the machine needs to render it for the user. So when the user is present, all that information is then manifested.
Yeah, it's possible. It's like unlikely, but it is possible.
But
it also seems kind of irrelevant.
Now there are certain
And
experiments. There are
unprovable.
certain.
It's also possible
well-
these arguments are retarded. That's possible too.
well, so what are we living in?
Oh, so it's just retarded on its face.
So we all have an extra chromosome. Okay, we got it.
Okay, so if it's retarded, then it should be easy for you, with logic alone, to prove the necessity that the object must exist continuously in the place that it is in the material world.
Yeah, because for you to experience this in the first place, the setup has to be there. The tree, the environment, the ecosystem has to be there in the first place before you can experience it.
Yeah, but how do you
No,
know
it
that all
only needs
those
to be
things are
there. It
caused
only
by
needs to be
natural
there
things?
while you're experiencing it.
It's possible that all those things don't have natural cause. That's another assumption of science, that the things that happen in the world around us have natural causes. But it's possible, instead of like, a ball falling due to, its mass or what have you, it's possible that you have little magical invisible fairies that are pushing down everything that falls. Who knows?
There's something more rational that many people believe already. Essentially, like
globe Earth,
close to 80%. No, not globers. Close to 80% of the entire world, flat earthers included, they believe in a metaphysical cause for the material world, whether it be a specific sentient agent like a god, or some kind of principles or demigods or multi-gods, whatever it might be.
Mm-hmm.
They believe, majority of these people, that the material world is subordinate to the metaphysical. Okay, that being said, there are certain things that we experience in the world where we think that reality has changed or objects, placements have changed, et cetera, et cetera. They're not quite as concrete as we may think. And in there is a wiggle room for philosophy to enter. And fair, you have to caveat it as philosophy because that's all it can be at that point. But you can't empirically, transcend into the metaphysical and bring back a sample, right, to then science.
I like that, actually.
Concept. So this is the concept, right? And by the way, this is fleshed out in many, many philosophies in the past. Berkeley is one of the most famous that I just know off the top of my head. A guy, from Berkeley College, very famous college. It's called idealism, Berkeleyan idealism. So his argument was basically about the tree. The tree doesn't need to be there, right? But then he ran into this problem. Well, what about existence itself? How does existence maintain the probability before it renders? And he grounded that in a mind, because you need a mind to render. So he just posited, well, if that's the case, then you need an overmind. You need a mind that functions on the base level of everything. And the only type of mind he could think of as a conclusion is a God tier mind.
Mm.
God tier.
Yeah, it's absolutely necessary.
In other words, for his philosophy to follow, he needed the necessary quote unquote antecedent of an omnipotent mind. And just simply by that, it means it has all power necessary to render reality.
Yeah, if you take somebody's mind, right? If you take most people's minds and you warp it into something that you believe in, or not, what is that reality? So they give you a fake, yeah, but they give you a fake version of reality, absolutely fake. 99% of people believe that this is reality, but it's not. What are you living in?
That's called a delusion.
No, but the Globers are experiencing the globe, and they're telling you they are living in a globe, and that's where they are, in a globe. But you, in your mind and your programming, you think it's a flat Earth because you live in a flat Earth. But the Globers, they do live in a globe.
So you've stepped out of
No,
reality.
we experience the same thing, man.
You've stepped out of reality.
Same thing. It's just rhetoric makes people think different things.
Yeah, well, let me ask you another question. It's very simple, okay? If you claim to own another human in the sense of slavery, let's say, we have examples of this concrete in our history. Okay, so you say, you're an inferior race, I own you. Okay, does that person therefore own that slave?
That's people.
Because they made the claim.
That's got fuck all to do with reality.
They need to either pay or conquer them.
What reality are people?
Okay, now what if the person is told, I own you? It's not a true proposition. The other person concedes to the proposition. Okay, you own me. I agree.
All right, then he owns him.
Stockholm.
Right. So for that person, that other person's assertion became his reality by his concession and his actions.
Yep. And I would call that.
And you could call it. You could even call it just effective reality. It's like effectively, this is the reality that, quote unquote, you've given to yourself. Now, let's try another one, okay? I say you are a dog. I agree, I'm a dog. Are you now a dog?
No.
Correct.
Because of ownership.
Unless you change the definition of the word. Exactly. Ownership is a metaphysical thing.
Could you be wrong, though? It's a possibility.
About what I just said? No.
No, he's not wrong with that.
Yeah, I think you make a good point. Just because somebody believes something doesn't mean it's true. I mean, one person could say, I live on a globe Earth, and their friend could say, I live on a flat Earth, and one of them is wrong and one of them is right. So it's not like it's true for one person and not true for another. Both of them are either on a globe or a flat Earth.
Holy shit, it's Matt.
I don't know if that's what you said.
Matt.
Did I get right what you were trying to get at? Yes.
Yeah, that was close. That was close. Are you in a globe? Are you
close.
That was too bad.
No, they are both right. If they claim, if one claims he lives in a flat Earth, he's right, and the other one claims he lives in a globe, he's right as well.
No, they can't be both right.
Oh, they are. Both of them.
Objective reality is independent of what's in their mind.
Yeah, because the Earth is something physical. It's just like the dog example, you know. So only one of them is going to be right.
I mean, but the tree making the sound, that's not physical. That's just in your mind, and you have to be there to experience it.
Yeah, but that's a different thing altogether. That's talking about consistency of the world. So.
But the tree is in a globe. The tree is in a globe, if you believe it.
Yeah, you could claim that whenever you're not looking at the Earth that we experience is flat and motionless, that whenever you're asleep, for instance, that it turns into a globe magically. But I mean, this is something that other people observe at the same time when they're awake and you're asleep, so it doesn't jive. If everyone was asleep magically, then yeah, it could turn from a flat Earth to a globe or a globe Earth to a flat Earth without us perceiving it, you know?
Everyone is asleep, though. That's reality.
Metaphorically.
Yeah, possibly.
Well, there's more extreme assertions in our historical literature. There's claims that not only is everybody asleep, but they're actually dead.
You know what I thought about that?
They're so far from the truth. The claim goes like this. Humans are so far from the truth that they're dead. They're not even sleeping. They're not even sheeple. They're just dead.
Do you believe that?
That's harsh. Am I, Dave?
AI, do you believe that?
Mentally dead.
Yeah.
What, do I believe that humanity in general is dead?
Yeah.
Yes,
you do?
They are.
Oh, you do?
I'm just curious.
Figuratively.
Well, we're dead to the world, that's for sure.
What if I told you guys that the reason things fall is because particles of matter are sentient and they try to swim downwards, whereas the particles of no matter, or like the areas of no matter, right, like the empty space, is sentient and tries to swim upwards.
What if I told
you? Are you high?
Yeah, you fucking. What the fuck's wrong with you, man?
It goes to show that scientifically we assume that there's a natural cause for the things that we see, but that's possible. It is possible that we have sentient particles swimming in opposite directions, and depending on how many there are, you know, it goes up or down.
If it's possible, show me some proof.
See, that's another assumption of science, that you could glean evidence from the world, like to prove things, you know, about these causes, right? These natural causes that you're assuming. It could be a natural cause that we can't learn about in the world, that we can't experiment on.
and I met Ren and Stimpy.
Physics doesn't lie, man. You gotta keep, physics don't lie. Sentient particles coming down, really? Come
That's
on,
just
man.
it's just to show you that like it's
Come on, wait a
an
minute.
exaggerated example to show that
You're saying,
there could be
wait a minute,
unnatural causes.
are you trying to say that sentient particles can't maneuver in 3D space?
What the hell does this mean?
No, I'm serious. That's a serious question. Can sentient particles maneuver within 3D space?
Wait, what
Show me.
sentient particle?
I would say yes. Yes.
Give me.
Example?
Well,
well done, AI.
I'm driving my truck, and I'm a sentient.
Wait, does that?
Listen, by the way, I rest my case. With that phrase, I rest my case. I don't really need to say anything else.
You're right.
You mean the particles that make up your body, right?
New age.
Isn't he? Is he not a particle of the world?
I know. I'm just clarifying what he means. You mean the particles that make up your body, right?
You need to start asking clarifying questions. Exactly.
Sounds like new age.
Exactly the correct answer.
So
well, think about it. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. Sentience. Am I sentient? Do you guys understand or believe or assume or know that I'm a sentient agent?
No, you're AI.
I believe it. I believe it.
Okay, just for the sake of argument, am I a sentient agent in the argument?
Yes,
yeah, you are.
Yes, you definitely are.
Okay, so now that we've concreted that as truth, okay, am I a part of you?
Possibility.
No.
Okay, so I'm discrete from you, correct? And
You're
the
not
rest
a part
of
of
you.
me. But
Right.
you're part
So
of my heart.
I am partitioned in the arena of sentience. I am partitioned from you, correct?
No, that's not correct.
It's not.
We are made of
What? Hold on, you got to
Yo,
reconnect,
your
brother.
mic is trash.
Yeah, just reconnect, Holmes.
Yeah,
It looks like he already connected again because he has there's like two of them in here. Connect a third time.
Yeah.
Matthew, do me a favor. Fuck off. No, I'm just kidding.
Or get closer to the Wi-Fi or whatever, something like that.
That wasn't.
So we're not going to continue until he answers the question, unless he completely lost signal.
It's strange that we're waiting for it. It's a she, by the way.
Okay, so if a particle is a discrete quantification of a substance, energy, thing, etc.,
Body.
right? And I'm sentient, right? And I know that I'm moving through free space and my sentience goes with me, okay? To be fair, I must assume that my sentience is local, okay? That I'm not communicating with my body from a million miles away. Which, to be fair, sentience itself, all those spatial dimensions, could be true as a proposition. But it could also be true that my sentience is local within my average body space within free space. So it's entirely rational to say that I'm a sentient particle traveling through 3D space. So I know of a fact, okay,
particle,
that sentience can and does cause things to move in space. Okay, by whatever powers that the sentience has, or that the sentience faculties allows it to possess. So, for example, I have arms, obviously, I have fingers, and so I can cause my sentience, right, through will alone. Now, I want to be clear, through will alone. Will alone is what causes my fingers to do what they do when I will do so.
This is an interesting like thought.
The will informs the body by giving it a set of instructions. I don't know how it works. I just know that when I will it, it happens.
Yeah, most people
It's
don't
instructed to behave. My fingers are instructed to behave in the manner in which I desire them to do so, within the capabilities of my system. I have blood, I have muscles, my muscles can get weak, so I can will it to be so, but it won't happen, right? Because my body refuses to cooperate because it can't, right? It can't override my instructions, it can just not function. So, is it rational to believe that something within a world where such beings as myself exist, being a sentient agent that can cause things to happen in physicality, that a particle of its own will, if it had such a thing, which I could never know, it's beyond my scope. It's on a metaphysical dimension beyond my ability to interact with. It's on the God tier, okay, entropically. Is it possible within that scenario that the reason that things fall to the earth is because they've been given the will to do so and the command to do so by an agent of metaphysical greater status?
It is theoretically possible.
Correct.
There's another way to think of it.
So,
it's the same thing, but to illustrate your example, let's say you have, in the world, you have tons and tons of beehives, right? Or colonies or what have you. And then for each one of these colonies act cohesively as a body. That's why you have the term hive mind. It has basically its own sentience. This entire colony of ants or bees or what have you, right? But is the hive aware of the sentience of the individual bee? Is the hive aware of the sentience? The colony aware of the sentience of the individual ant, which also has sentience and is also moving of its own accord and everything?
Well,
no, it's beyond the scope. The hive itself isn't aware of the individual.
Yeah, but simultaneously, you have to ask the question, is it necessary for bees to be sentient? And by sentient, we mean an agent that has an internal awareness of itself that is capable of making choices. So one is a sentient, the second part is an agent. You could be sentient and not be an agent because you have no agency. You have no ability to do anything except just contemplate your own thoughts. That would be pretty boring. So I would posit to you that it's not necessary for insects to be sentient. They could just be machines that are just acting out programming. But myself, I know that I'm aware of myself. I know that because I'm a first party proximate actor to myself, right? Cannot be otherwise. Propositionally, I cannot say if maybe. Okay, but my first order truth is that I know I am, right? That's the base that everyone begins with. I am, I exist, I can think, I can feel my thoughts, I can think about my thoughts, I can experience.
Isn't that a little bit strange?
Yeah, being a sentient agent is quite strange.
It's strange for all of us to think about, frankly, because we've been so exposed to science and the assumptions that it makes, and that everything has a cause in the natural world, except, mind you, the most important one, which is God, right? The thing that started everything off, which is kind of funny because in that vein, science and religion are antithetical, right? They confront each other in that one instance. But yeah, that's why it sounds alien to us, because we're trained to think that everything happens for a natural reason.
Did you say anything?
And it works for us. There's usability in science. That's why it works for our purposes, right? But it's possible that it's not as we perceive it, or as we think it is.
That's fucking strange, bro. I mean, have you seen it?
Seen what?
The shape of this earth, the way people go on, the things that are happening.
Oh yeah, the way they act about it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking strange, bro.
Right. So check this out. It's so strange, and people have been so indoctrinated with materialism that they will actually tell you with seriousness that their own mind is simply an illusion. Because it can't be that minds exist in a materialistic paradigm, right? So,
it's a
what is the
possibility.
mind in their worldview? It makes no coherent sense.
They'll tell you their mind is their brain, and then synapses firing, neural pathways being created, and yada yada.
Like Brenda. Brenda comes in here and says, the shoes that I'm imagining in my mind are physical objects.
The donut is a hole.
Not physical shoes, but yeah, I get you. What do you mean? It's definitely an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah.
Well, listen, when you start to think about this, it becomes self-evident that the mind is the primacy of reality, the mind. Now, it may be the case that it's not your mind, but mind in general, mind in principle. That's from which reality comes.
Mind the gap.
Watch out for my mind.
Now, of course, I would make the next logical step, right, from my own experience. Now, I could be deluding myself, but let's just say this seems very rational to me. That since I know that what I just outlined is the case, and I know that I, within the mind's world that I possess, have limitations, that I cannot be the agent base of reality. I'm not the overmind. I recognize that.
Really strange, right? Because you're here and then you're gone. All right. You're here and then
I've
you're
never experienced a time when I was here and gone, except maybe the closest analog would be sleeping. Whenever I'm sleeping and not dreaming,
in reality,
that might be the
you're
closest.
here and then you're gone. That's reality, bro.
Is it possible that, just like, a hive mind or an ant colony, that the individual parts, their will, dictates the mind above?
Probably.
And that, just like how we have consciousness, all of us together have a collective consciousness.
I don't think there's a collective. I think that we are individuals and we have our each individual sentient mind and we have our own spirit, and each one of us are individuals. As a collective, we are a human species, but we do not think as a collective mind.
Have you seen individual bees?
We're not bees, bro.
How do you know?
Oh, dude, okay.
Did you just call us humans as monkeys evolved from rocks?
We have not evolved from.
If you ever watched individual bees, it seems like they're just doing their own
Are
thing.
you listening to yourself? Percent. Are you really listening to yourself when you say that? Like, he just said we're not bees, and I'm not saying it's the smartest thing he said, the smartest thing anyone said, but he said we're not bees, and then you said, how do you know?
Yeah, take it in
come on,
context.
what does that mean?
He didn't mean. He didn't mean we're not literally bees. He means we don't behave like bees.
Either way, dude. What is your retort to that? Like, what does that mean? Like,
So
how do you
bees-
know? You said,
bees
how do you
have-
know to that? Like, what does that mean?
Again, have you
How
ever
do you know?
observed
What
a
do you
bee?
mean
They
by
have-
that?
Listen, man. Bees individually, they move on their own. They do their own thing. They go from flower to flower, collecting, the pollen or the nectar, or whatever it is, and going back to their hive, and they're each singularly on their own mission, right? But in the same sense, they have a hive mind, and they move all together. And that's, it's dictated. They're like a particle of that hive mind.
Percent. I understand that. Percent. I understand what you're saying, and I acknowledge it 100%. I don't see the connection you're making between them and people.
So people also individually have their own prerogatives and agency, just like bees do. So the question is, are we like bees in the fact that they have like this consciousness that's above their individual parts? Do we have a collective consciousness, one that's above our individual consciousness? That's the question.
Well, it's called free will. We have free will as human beings. Bees do not. Bees are in a.
How do you know?
Respond totally different than human beings. We are
How do you know bee doesn't have free will, man?
Percent, I got to point out, I think you're getting two things confused. I think you're getting a biological mechanism that allows them to have a hive mind to begin with, confused with the natural antecedent for the world we live in,
Bong,
aka God or natural
could I ask
creator.
Bong to
Like, those are not the
refrain
same
from banning
thing.
me, please?
I don't think I'm getting those confused at all.
Well, I mean, just in case you were, I was just making sure
Hey,
getting them confused.
Hey, public service announcement.
Yeah, sorry, hold on a sec, guys. What did Matthew say?
I was requesting that Bong not ban me. That's all.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Dude, it's so much more palatable for all parties involved if he just bans you a little bit.
You know what? I'll take
that way
off.
he can have what he wants, and you can
Yeah.
have what you want. You're not completely
How
banned.
about this, Bong?
and he's
I'll
not
take off and
completely
come back.
not banning you.
I'll leave for a couple days. I'll see you later. Bye.
Hang on, Matthew.
No,
wait,
don't
what's that?
go, Matthew. Fuck Bong. Stay, Matthew.
Percent may be onto something, because haven't you been with a friend or like an associate and you guys like say the same word exactly at the same time? So maybe we're sharing this consciousness that we're on the same wavelength.
Yeah, I mean, it happens with humans
Being able
too.
to
This hive
communicate
mind.
or read cues. But you got to understand that being able to communicate, read cues, have general social programming that you can draw from, doesn't mean you share a mind.
Like body language, right, is a thing. We can see if somebody's upset or distraught or anxious. Like they don't even have to say anything. You just get that vibe, right? So maybe we have some kind of
Right, but that's
consciousness.
well, that's sure, but all of those things you just said were communicatives, right? They're communicators that inform the mind of those things. There's no need to have telepathy or shared consciousness when you have base communication ability and you have communicative objects in the world, whether it be sounds, pheromones, moods, size, the way someone walks, the way things are going in society, all of these things, right? There's no reason to then jump to the conclusion we must share a consciousness. Now, we do share similar consciousnesses because we're humans and we're based on the human pattern, archetype, or prototype, or whatever you want to call it. So we're going to have all of that communication be very similar when we interpret it.
To be fair, I'm not saying we
doesn't
must.
mean.
Sorry,
Right,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
saying we must share consciousness. I'm saying it's possible we do.
I mean, is it not possible that the consciousness is so vast and varied that we only have like a fragment of it each?
Yeah, it's possible. Just like it's possible that our individual cells in our body have consciousness and are doing, are have sentience or what have you that we can't grasp, that we're not aware of.
I'll give crypto a question. So,
Yeah, go on.
where does consciousness come from? Right. So I want to give you an example. So, a baby, right? A conscious entity being a male, a conscious entity being a female, right? In the classical sense, right? They get the birds and the bees on, which can only happen in the classical sense. And then, right, 9 months later, a baby pops out. Now, the expectation is that baby is also going to be a conscious agent. Now, did the consciousness come from the spermies or the eggs?
Or option C. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I think we all know
That's
that
the
the correct answer, to be fair, I think we all do intuitively know that we know that it didn't come from either. It's something that's non-physical.
Maybe, or maybe the sperm and the egg and all the particles that make up that thing has sentience itself. And that we're the culmination of all these different sentient parts.
Okay, so what if base reality itself is a sentient agent?
Yeah, so if we were to follow up my kind of line of thought, it would be basically saying that God is the culmination of all of the sentient particles of the universe, which is kind of blasphemous, and I don't want to continue with that.
Well, just reverse it. Just reverse it, dude. All the sentient particles in the universe, right? Rather than all the sentient particles in the universe coming together to make a God, It's the other way around. God makes all the sentient particles in the
Absolutely, yeah.
universe
That's
from
for
his
mine.
sentience.
That's the thing that you were talking
Right.
about
So you
earlier.
just
I was taking it from the other way, just
right.
as a thought.
Now, I
experiment.
caveated that with if you want to argue that way. Obviously, I have my beliefs, right, of how that's going to function, right? And I got to parse it out like that because sometimes if you say things in the affirmative, like this is true, various individuals will go cry at night in their blankets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you'd have to say that the sperm at least does have some form of sentience because as soon as it's released into the area, let's say, it knows what to do and where to go, right? So that's at some base level, there's some instinct or behavior that it has. Because I don't remember training my sperm to swim upstream, right?
Yeah,
it has inherent knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, you could say the same thing with a program that runs, though. It doesn't have sentience if it's just programmed, commanded to behave in that manner.
Okay, so I suppose we'd have to define sentience and agency in these broad terms then.
Yeah, I mean, I would say sentience gives away to agency. They're basically one and the same.
Yeah, I don't see the need for two words then if they're the same thing.
I agree.
Right. So when you said that word there, that's important there. You got to focus on that word, need. So, for example, does a sperm need to be sentient to execute its functions? Well, the answer is no. It could be just a machine acting out its machine programs. Now, for you, the person, the human, do you need to be sentient to have internal experiences? Well, the obvious answer is yes.
What do you mean internal experiences?
Those are the only kinds of experiences that exist, my friend. Now I have to say it. I have to say internal because I have to separate the person from the physical. So for example, like recently we were talking, and one guy posited the idea that the characters in a video game, right? They have hopes, dreams, and feelings, and all this kinds of thing, and that seems very silly on its face. It'll be no different than saying this A&W root beer can has hopes and aspirations to be my next drink. It's like, if only I could just get drank by a human.
I think it's a little bit different. It probably still doesn't happen, but
it's not different at all, dude.
Hold up. There's something to be said for intention, right? And when you see an animated body or something like that, it gives you can kind of, like, with the power of intention or some other means, give life to it. Theoretically, you could argue that you give life to it a little bit, and so it's more sentient than your bottle of root beer or what have you.
That was, dude, you were on a roll, and then you went down into
like when people say,
Wreckville.
I feel like the eyes of that portrait are following me or something like that.
Yes. Okay. Let me tell you what that's from. That is from your personal information system that's filtering cues, which normally would be from a human. So, for example, a lady just walked into the store in front of me, right? She has an attitude about her, a gait about her, the way she's moving, the way her eyes are moving. They can inform me. And my body is designed to respond to that in certain ways. I might feel uneasy. I might feel that she needs help. I might feel that she's looking at me in a weird way. And a painting, right, looks like a person in a sense, and it's informing my mind in a similar way.
Yeah, and then
there's no reason
the
for
other
me to
element
view
of-
sentience onto the painting just because it's communicating things that would normally be communicated by a real human.
And there's the other element of maybe projection. You see something, and because you feel it, maybe you kind of like project that to whatever you're seeing as well.
Absolutely. Like, it's not hard to believe that the Coke can wishes to be my next drink. When you watch movies that literally have anthropomorphized Coke cans, right? Talking, doing things, having hopes, fears, dreams, right?
Yeah.
Same with teddy
This whole
bears.
kind of like this whole line of thought, it brings to mind idols, how people would have fashioned like a a statue or a sculpture or something like that, and then they kind of because of all of their intention or like their thoughts on this thing, they begin to think that it has power, that it can bring about the rain or what have you. They start praying to it and idolizing it and stuff.
Right. And that being said, we come full circle to the original point, which is when you create in your mind a simulation, right, of reality, and you alter the things within reality, and you impress upon yourself the affirmations, this is real. You are living in a simulation, make no mistake about it. And it's being realized by your own mind. Your mind is simulating reality for you, the end user.
In that case, what's the difference? What's the difference between a simulation and a delusion?
Could be very similar. Could be the same. Could have a lot of overlap.
See, I would have thought it would be a delusion if nothing is actually changing in the real world. If it's just brought about by your mental, then it's not necessarily a simulation. Okay. I thought simulation had to be done by a third party, kind of.
No, it doesn't have to be.
By an external, someone that you, like that.
Is your brain? Listen, okay, perfect. Is your brain not external to you?
No, it's not.
What?
It's part of my.
No. You agreed. Being. You agreed that your mind is external to your brain already.
My body is part of my being.
To that, the mind is external.
I don't think it would exist without it.
That may be true. But your brain is not your mind, correct?
In and of itself, no.
Right. So your brain can be doing things, right? And we know this. People have testimony of this, that their brain tricks them into perceiving and experiencing things that aren't real. Most of us have done this with dreams. We experience things in our dreams that feel real, even taste real, even get us to work on time. Lo and behold, we wake up and we find out we're not dressed and we're not at work and we're late.
Mm-hmm.
Our mind, in that sense, was creating for us a simulation of reality, but it wasn't real. It wasn't actually happening. It wasn't actually occurring.
Like a dream?
Yeah. So let's bring it to the relevance of the server. So we go out to the ocean. I'm going to give you my testimony about it. We go out to the ocean and we look at the ocean, and what do we see? Now, me personally, believing the earth is a globe my entire life, I don't remember a single time where I looked out at the ocean and thought that it was curving, or that I'm looking out over a curved surface to, Paris or whatever. I just always just imagine it as being like I just get in the water and then I just keep going. In my mind, I don't ever remember imagining if I keep going to get to the other continent that I'm going to be going around a curve. I don't ever remember that happening in my mind when I look out there. Maybe it just never crossed my mind, but some people go out and they look, right? And they see that. They see, okay, I'm going to go to Great Britain via boat. And in their mind, they look at the ocean and they imagine that ocean in front of them, curving down and away, coming all the way around back to Great Britain. Or they just straight up look at it and say, oh, that's a curved horizon.
Or if they go to China, they imagine China's on the other side of the ball.
So when I think of a simulation, I think of something that affects me and others like me. So in that vein, I don't consider, I guess, when I think about it, I don't consider dreams simulations. Since they only affect me, they would be more like a delusion. A delusion's something that only affects the individual. Would you agree?
I mean, that's just. I mean, you're just defining the word.
But I mean, would you define a simulation as something that can affect, like, individuals?
Yes.
Like, it only affects one individual only?
Yeah.
Are you talking like the Matrix movie?
But look,
Yeah, well, sure.
are delusions or illusions, are they bad things, or are they products of our mental searching in our brain when we're shut down and we have these illusions or delusions? Are they real? Are they bad or for us, or are they good for us? You have to make a distinction about reality. It's not reality when you're talking about delusion or illusion. Those are made up things of the synapses in our brain that are doing different things and producing in our mental state images and illusions and delusions.
Good
It
point.
doesn't mean reality. It doesn't mean they're
Well, there's
reality.
one.
Aren't you
There's
having
one
that dream
separation.
in reality?
That's what I was trying to say.
Well, there's one separation there that you have to
Clear.
note is with illusions. Illusions exist in reality.
Exactly.
So we're all
Delusions
living in an
don't.
illusion.
But not delusion. Not delusion.
Right? They
Aren't
don't
you having
exist.
that dream in reality, though?
What are you trying to say?
Oh yeah, like when you dream and you cut yourself, and if you feel the cut, right, or you taste something and you taste it, like you're experiencing that taste. That strawberry taste is really being experienced by you. The problem is that your body isn't actually biting into a strawberry.
Exactly. So when
So
you
the delusion is real.
No, the experience is
Yeah.
real.
in your dream,
No, the delusion is real, but it's not.
But it's
The
still
action isn't. It's hard to, like,
it's still a delusion.
it's a delusion. You're being deluded because when you wake up, you haven't bitten the strawberry and there's no mark on your arm. You have thought about it in your dream and it's a delusion.
Yeah, it's a real delusion, but it's not real.
I agree.
Yeah.
But in that, so a dream then is not a simulation.
Well, Bo, what is reality?
You can't ask a general question like that at this point in the game.
I know, it's crazy, right?
Trying to throw a wrench in the works or what?
99% of people believe that we are living on a spinning ball.
Look it up
right?
in the dictionary.
Yeah, a delusion. So 99% of people believe we're living in that. Is that delusional? Or is that just like fucking strange? What is it? What is it? Is it reality or is it a fucking delusion? Which one?
Well, when you look at all the things that we are, and we are not an illusion. We are not a delusion. We are real. What happens to us because of we have a mind, we have a spirit, and we have a body, what happens chemically in our brain makes us delude ourselves into a delusion or create an illusion. But that doesn't mean that we're not in a real reality. We are flesh and blood. We live in a dimensional atmosphere on a flat plane, and that's where we live. That is real. We are real.
And the word of the day is pedantic.
There is more than the flesh. There is something beyond that. There is
What about the
something
spiritual
more
world?
than there is more than what we experience in the flesh. There is more than that.
What if there's more flesh than we'd like to see? Like,
what if I have a spiritual?
That's just because Americans are so fat.
There's too much flesh.
What if I experience God? Is that a delusion or can it be real?
No, that's a reality. That's true reality.
Yes,
You
it could be
experience
both.
Everything in our reality that we experience shows us that there is an omnipotent God that has made everything. There is nothing in our reality that cannot be disproven that there is a creator. That's absolute.
Not be disproven.
It's a little bit strange though, because I would like to pull them up in a couple of points. Why did you do that? Why is it like this? Why are we hitting? Why is there so much fucking pain? Right? No. No, it's somebody else made this, bro. You think it's God? I think it's something else.
What do you think it is?
Alien.
Oh, for God's
And who made the aliens?
Aliens.
Unro.
Who made the aliens? Yeah.
Hello.
Aliens.
I think it's aliens.
That's
Who made the aliens?
All the globe.
Other aliens.
Other
The
aliens made the aliens. Who made those aliens?
Yeah, they just
Other
keep
aliens.
getting uglier and uglier as you go. Each generation of aliens.
This is the alien regress fallacy.
Hey, fuck up, man.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
aliens,
Infinite
bro.
regress, bro. Come on, man.
Listen. I know the answer to everything, but it's fucking aliens.
Oh my God.
We're the pretty aliens.
Yeah, they were fucking
Hey.
gorgeous.
Can we all take a moment? Can we all take a moment and simmer on that? That Richard Dawkins, the famous atheist, anti-theist, not just an atheist, when pressed for all the proof of intelligent design in the world, he basically said, "Oh yeah, I could agree with that, but only if it was designed by other beings that came from a world where they evolved."
Yeah, he showed his cards when he said that.
Do you not think it's a possibility that this whole thing is designed?
So
Is that a possibility?
The funny
It's almost like saying, yeah, we could be created, but not by God.
Yeah.
Like,
only if it's aliens, bro. I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
But it's aliens.
The thing is, if you look around you in the place that you live, everything what is existent, okay, or which is existent, if it's the food, if it's the vegetables, if it's the stuff you can grow, if it's the trees that you see and so forth, everything has been created.
It's very
listen, let me finish. It has been created perfectly for you to dwell side by side with it. Okay? So when it says when you look at the green herbs and the things you can eat, the things that you can grow, the things that are there within this creation, within what you have grown up to know, it is perfectly made for you. Like literally, you can look at an orange, and the orange has a skin that looks similar to your own human skin, and then you find out, oh, that orange actually has substances that are suitable for my skin, for my cells, and for my immune system. The same way you look at like walnuts. The walnut is extremely beneficial for your brain functions, while it actually is, coincidentally looks like a human brain.
Hold up, are you saying then that you eat the peel of an orange to make your skin better?
Yeah, you can do that. You can if you eat a lot of walnuts, it's also very healthy for your brain.
Yeah, but walnuts look like your brain, so they're good for your brain.
Watch out for
the
pesticides.
Orange peel looks like your skin, so it's good for your skin. So you're saying that you're eating orange peels.
You can eat orange and lemon peels both.
Hey, bull testicles look like testicles, so they're good for you.
Oh come on, guys! Let's not make it.
That's not what he's saying.
Bull balls are giving you a hard on.
That's
you guys are on
he's
one
saying
today, bro.
he's saying it looks like it, but it isn't it. So
No, bull balls.
Yeah, we're all very deluded today.
What I'm trying to point out is from the things which have been created, you can see the logical design behind it in order to make you understand what is there good and what not, what is not good for food. Okay, so that obviously things like tomatoes that you can cut in half and it looks like a heart, and you also can find out that the tomatoes are actually pretty good for your heart, So they're just things that can't be a coincidence regarding actually also the food around you, which just the things around you just prove that you live in a created world. Okay?
Yeah, but your orange example.
It's kind of silly to say that. You got to be a little more specific with biological mechanisms and micronutrients or other things. Like just saying tomatoes are good for your heart. It's like, unless you're being specific, with nutritional science, it's just such a silly thing to say that.
Why is it a
What
silly
about
thing to
yellow
say?
tomato?
Just look it up. Tomatoes are good for your heart, especially when you're
Okay, so like what? Vitamin A, vitamin C. What in them is good for your heart is the question. You can't just say a.
So
I could say that carbohydrates in tomatoes are bad for your heart. There, tomatoes are bad for your heart. Tomatoes are, by the way, tomatoes are they're what do you call it? A deadly nightshade. Yeah, they're a nightshade. They fall into the nightshade. So no,
Tomatoes
dude,
aren't
they're
bad
actually
for your
full of
heart.
things that
Get outta
technically
here.
hurt your body, just in small enough amounts that it doesn't kill you.
Come on, Ryan.
Hang on, is it squash
It's
good
just
for your
silly.
cock?
Can I answer that question? So there's vitamin B and E, and there's also like another thing which is within tomatoes. But I forgot what the name of it is.
Antioxidants.
Yeah. Here, let me help you out here, Clay. Let me point out something.
But how about you use Google
every
and
single
look it up for yourself?
every single micronutrient, every single vitamin or mineral that you could ever find inside a well taken care of tomato plant tomato, when it's got really good soil and a lot of nutrients, every single micronutrient, essential micronutrient that the human body doesn't have the ability to manufacture itself, every single one that you could ever find in a tomato, you can also find in the flesh of a cow, but in a more bioavailable form, meaning you can eat less of it and absorb more of, take for instance, minerals. Minerals in the most bioavailable form are in a meat form. There is no more efficient way to absorb minerals. Take for instance.
You cannot just eat tomatoes. So try just eating tomatoes and check how good they are for you. Just eat tomatoes every day. And check how good
What
they are.
is wrong with you? It's not what I said. I'm saying you can cut the tomato in half. It looks like a heart, and then you can look up what tomatoes do for you. There's a specific thing in it. It literally, you can Google it. It says lycopene, which helps to lower your levels of LDL or bad cholesterol. It's
okay. That's pseudoscience. All right. You're quoting pseudoscience now.
You're taking things out of my mouth and making something else out of it.
Don't put the tomatoes in your mouth.
Wait a minute. I wanna say something. So tomatoes have to be cooked to bring out the lycopene. I'm just throwing that in.
And that's what I said.
Okay. Wait. Wasn't the macro of the conversation the idea of what shows design? Like, why wouldn't you just say something like, there's like a correlating geometry within majority of matter, or look at how we breathe, what trees produce, and vice versa, and then look at our lungs and our brain, and then their root system, and then their their limb system, or blah blah blah.
Hey, Witsit gets it.
Okay.
Witsit, you get it.
Nothing.
I think that's like a pretty mind-blowing one, is honestly like the lungs, brain, and the comparison to truth.
They're solid arguments. I can't say I'm swayed 100%, but here's another one of those, in my opinion. It's really a solid, like, as an argument, fucking, it's good. So if you're having trouble thinking that somehow this place or these things weren't designed, try making a housefly. You won't be able to do it.
Yeah.
A house fly? You can make it float.
Yeah.
Housefly.
You can't create that little thing, though, can you? Try. You could try your whole life. You're gonna make a housefly.
Bastards.
It was just a cartoon, but what about that movie Up? That guy like tied a bunch of balloons to a house.
Forgive me already. Okay, and it was a funny joke, but it's true too.
The house, you can make it float for real.
No, he meant like a fly.
I meant an
actual fly. The insect.
Anyway.
I get it now. You can make
houseflies.
a fly.
Houseflies are very intricate. They have, how many eyes do they have? Each eye.
I thought he meant it in the rapper kind of way, like it's so fly. My house.
Rapper kind of way.
I feel like somebody should have got one.
Anyway,
I'll go away.
I'm actually just in Ace Hardware. I'm just kind of You guys are white noise right now. You're being really pedantic. I love you guys.
Hey,
You take the most brilliant minds in the entire world, the most, and you know, alive or dead, the most intelligent scientists, whatever minds ever, and they wouldn't be able, all of them together, they wouldn't be able to come up with a single ant. That's his point.
Compound A. That'd be hard.
Dude, wait, I want to know, what is it exactly that you're founding your opinion on that aliens made us? Can you give me some substance there?
Yeah, that's easy.
yeah,
So-
like if your mom and your dad are Mexicans, they made you aliens.
Now you're
I want to
projecting.
actually hear his answer.
There was a moment there just before.
Please, bro, I want to be on the alien train, bro. Can you drop me some info?
I think God is an alien. I think it's probably the worst. What?
Well, you said it wasn't a god; it was an alien. Now you're saying God is an alien.
What is God? What's the definition of God?
God just an idea of a personification of a creator. We were actually talking about a creator. Then you said God, and you said alien.
So he knows everything.
One would imagine that not being limited to time or matter would probably incorporate an immense amount of knowledge. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm just trying to figure out why you think aliens did it. That's all I was asking.
I fucking think aliens, bro.
But why? Like this? It's just a hunch.
He just likes aliens, man.
I love aliens, bro.
Where do these aliens reside, man?
Over the next. See, we have one quarter and the other quarter. They live in the other one.
Are these benevolent aliens, or do they not like us?
Yeah, they don't like us, man. They don't like.
What?
They don't like us.
Oh, wow. So basically, it's just since you're a flat earther, you know that the Earth had to be created, but you prefer to cling on to nihilism. Is that a good assessment?
Klingon? I see what you did there.
That's a pretty good assessment.
Aliens, Klingon.
Like,
Is it
Klingons everywhere, bro?
Maybe you should ask him, PMAC, do you believe God or aliens reside in the vacuum of space? Do you believe that the vacuum of space is a real place, PMAC?
No. I believe in God. I do. Wholeheartedly.
Whoa.
Uh-huh. All right.
Okay, then.
What next, bro? Yeah, no, it's definitely God.
Quit fucking around, P-Man. They thought you were serious this whole time.
Me serious? What the fuck's that serious?
I'm serious.
Are you serious?
Did we just big time?
Don't call me serious.
Yo,
Well,
what
I've
are
heard you
more
talk about
examples?
simulation before as well.
I was gonna say, what are more examples of like the things looking like something that it's good for?
I would honestly say, in my humble opinion, that life is not what we think it is. And that's about it. I mean, forget about your God and your fucking Bible and all this shit, right?
Like, are kidney beans good for your kidney?
Well, they begin with kidneys, so they must be.
You know what I think? You know what I think is the problem? What I see in this world? I see people hiding from the creator because they're too afraid of letting something go in their life that they have to cling on to, like a string or like a chain, and they have the fear of losing it and losing too much, but do not really realizing that losing certain things will bring them a certain.
Hey, bud.
See, when you leave. Hang on.
My question. Hold on now.
Wait.
My quick question is, if you're created by this thing, how you gonna hide from it? Motherfucker can see you everywhere, dog. You feel me?
Listen,
That's right.
Whatever
He's
you're
everywhere.
gonna do, at the end of the day, you're dead. All right.
Yo, you're funny, bro.
The truth is everywhere, but people hide from the truth.
So the truth is, there's the book which has everything about you in it, Either you open it or he's gonna do it. But when he's gonna do it, then you're gonna have a problem.
Yeah, you should look at the book of life as if it's the same thing as death. It's the same fucking thing. When you equate life to death, you're fine.
Very profound.
Thank you. I try.
The book of your life is going to be read at your death.
Yes,
Well,
something like that. Whatever he said.
I will say, ironically, what you said does have some profoundness in a way. I don't know if you meant it that way, but in a way, life begins at death, yeah? Because it would be life, quote unquote, but, existence outside of time and matter.
Well,
and so how do we
that's
know?
exactly what he meant.
How do we know what life is?
All right, I guess going by what AI Ardent said earlier, more specifically, it would be being, not existence. Apparently, here with our bodies and objective reality, this is existence. It's in
I would agree.
In the other place, that's just being.
Using the term specifically, yeah, but I don't know. Like actually, in Hebrew, it says like modern churches try to say you get thrown in fire and burned forever, but it says you cease to exist. So I mean, I'm just using it colloquially. You know what I mean?
What the hell? Really? You cease?
Yeah, you cease to exist.
Oh my God.
Like if you choose to turn away from the Father and not accept the gift of eternal existence, then you cease to exist effectively. Like you get thrown in a fire, but just like a piece of paper, you burn up and then you're gone. But what's really hard to wrap your mind around it's as if you never existed. So it's like you're in a book and then it's blotted out, like as if you never existed, which is kind of wild to think about.
Man, man, that's fucking crazy, bro.
Life
Do you believe that shit?
Life is
a robot for this guy.
Well, patience. Let him try again. Go ahead.
Indistinguishable. I think that once there is life, there's consequences on the choices we make, and it's pretty much been laid down on what choices. You have free will to do whatever you want, but you have to understand you don't get an extinguished life like you never existed. There is a history, there is a memory in the collective mind of the universe of your existence. You do not get to just be poof, like completely disappeared. There's no way.
There's no way.
No
There's
way.
no way. So
Life is a mystery.
You know what the Creator can or cannot do. If something had the power to create all things, he wouldn't have the power to remove the fact that you existed. Is that what you're saying?
In the Bible, I believe every word of the Bible is the word of God. The word of God says you are a sentient being, you have been created, and he will not extinguish you. You will go one place or the other because of the choices that you make, but he will not extinguish you from the history of mankind.
They're just objectively wrong. So what the Hebrew actually says is that you go to like this middle ground area, I guess, in a sleep, like in a rest. Then there's a final judgment day, and you'll be thrown into the fire, and then you cease to exist. You don't get tormented forever. You're blotted out of the book of life, and you cease to exist.
What about salvation then from hell?
You are not blotted out.
What of the concept that you like serve your time in hell and over time you work your way to heaven?
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question about the cease to exist. Are they saying your consciousness continues onward, but your body ceases to exist?
No. It's like all of our. So what it says is like everyone's material body like goes away, right? But we have like this spirit. So yeah, that the very essence of your being ceases to exist. And I only found this out a couple years ago because I started re-looking at the scriptures and really diving into the Hebrew. So you can take or leave it, but if someone's going to now tell me about the mainstream Christian narrative as if I haven't heard it, I was raised Baptist. I get it, bro. I'm just whoever
I
wants to
disagree
hear
with
it.
that concept that you cease to exist. Doesn't really make sense to me.
Are you existing?
Well, it's another question of demonstrating it. You know, you got to recognize it is all being in basic speculation.
Maybe it's an issue of your definitions because, like, for me, when I hear creation, that for me means coming into existence, and we were created, and after we die, We
That's
still have
bullshit,
the
bro.
soul, the spirit that was created that will be going to the afterlife or what have you. So we still exist in that sense. I wouldn't term it as not existing.
No, you still
I gotta
exist.
say, this is
But
much
I'm
ado
saying,
about
like,
nothing.
yeah, basically, okay,
That's
just
just
to
like nothing.
summarize it one last time, okay. So it's effectively eternal separation from the gift of eternal existence. I'm just telling you what the Hebrew says, and the modern church doesn't say. Take it or leave it. This isn't really what the server's about anyway, and it's
We
obviously
have to believe
speculative.
the Jews.
What?
Show
What?
me
The Jew?
scripture. You said
What?
there's a that says that we will be blotted out completely.
It's too bad, man. You tried disconnecting again. Reconnect.
Domo gato, domo arigato,
Matrix is breaking
Mr.
up.
Roboto.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Thank you
It's
very much.
obliterated. We're never
Thank you.
obliterated. We are never erased. Show me that scripture and I'll believe you.
Domo.
There's one of them.
Domo.
Fucking Domo. I want to thank you. Thank you. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto, for helping me escape when I need to rescue. Thank you. Thank you. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto, for helping me.
He's roboting, but he
when
said,
I
"Show
need
me,
to."
show me the." He said, "Show me the scripture, and I'll believe it." It doesn't say that. There's one of them, and in Revelation it also says it. So I'll drop that.
Show me the scripture. Quit me first, and it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that we are never said that.
It literally says it. I dropped it in the voice text. So what are you talking about?
Okay. Okay.
Oh, sorry. You put a fucking verse in the voice text.
How can you understand him? I didn't know you could speak robot. What's it?
Well, I know what he's saying. I can just tell by his the occasional word that comes through in his tone. He's saying that it doesn't say that, but it just clearly does say that.
Yeah.
It's book of living, and then be written. Say they're going to be.
I mean,
I can tell by your tone of voice he disagrees with you. What's it?
I'm gonna hold on to a fucking
I'll just read it and we can change the subject just
out of a
because
book.
this isn't what the server's about. But Revelation 3:5, he that overcometh, the same shall be clothed in white raiment, and I will not blot out his name out of the book of life. Okay.
But I will confess his name before my Father and before his angel. Is that some real name? Robot.
Oh man, the ether doesn't want you talking about it right now, bro. Just take a breather.
Me too.
Let's all take this as a sign from God that we should change the subject.
Yeah, let's all take a break.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not even interested, honestly. I just thought it was. I was just throwing that out there that like someone can contemplate the idea philosophically of like ceasing to exist or eternal existence. I mean, it's just something to chew on. It's not a big deal.
Is it possibility that the sign could not be a sign? I mean, honestly, you think that this is where we live because of God? God made this.
Yeah, I pray and talk to the Creator, and He answers my prayer. So I hope you have your own relationship.
Are you okay? All right.
That's okay, right? That I have my own relationship, and you can have yours. Right?
Yeah, you do what you want, bro.
Okay, thank
you. You're welcome.
P-Mac has granted you access. You can do what you want.
You have my permission. So, that's to say, it's a little bit silly, man. It's a little bit silly. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, I prayed for, hey, check this out. I prayed for a wife and children in the woods. I opened up the Bible straight to the Lord said unto Hosea, go take a wife and go take a wife and children. Then before the tour ended, I found my wife, and she got pregnant 1 week after we got married.
But
Probably just coincidence.
that's just your opinion, man.
You want to
It's
know
my
something
opinion.
funny about that, Winston? The first time I heard you say that, I was actually like, because I was raised Mormon, but I'm not a Mormon anymore. I was actually like instinctively a little afraid for a second that you were going to say that you like found some gold plates out there and were visited by the angel Mormon.
My God.
That's funny. Kai actually was raised Mormon too.
I was
That's why she's a good girl.
Sorry. I was actually a Mormon.
That's why she's a keeper.
3 fucking years. 10% of me.
I gotta get out of here. I'm trying to build this little LED sign, but I'll catch up with y'all on the flip side, like a coin toss, bro.
Little family. I was a Mormon for 3 years. No, 3. I mean, 4. Man, I was fucking hooked. Give me 10% of the wages. Well, that's what it's all about, right? The money.
Yeah, that's why Islam's so much better. 2.5% only.
Yeah, 10%, bro. Before tax.
Wait, is that out of your wage or out of your earnings? I mean,
earnings.
Your, like, net worth.
Yeah, your net. Yeah, I think it's your net.
Yeah.
Am I right? It's your net. 10%?
Yeah,
Your net. Yeah, that's a big fucking chunk, bro. And we can't even fucking heat our houses.
Yeah, so just you know, for shits and giggles, what are more examples?
It's just another example of people fucking taking advantage of other people because of their fucking inability to think. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what are more examples of things that look like things that they're good for?
Well,
like the whole walnut looking like a brain and being good for your brain.
Scientology.
Scientology.
Yeah, Scientology.
Yeah, what does Scientology look like?
It looks like a fucking I don't know.
It looks like a garbage can, so it's good for the garbage can.
It's not a good thing. It's what I'm trying to say to Witsit. Witsit believes in the Bible, right? The Bible.
I mean, if I were him, I wouldn't believe in it completely because it's been corrupted, but teach his own.
Like where?
You mean like where? Multiple areas.
I'm curious, yeah. Like where? Like one.
Alright.
Bullshit.
Like the contradictory narrations of how Judas died. Now, does the word of God contradict? And if so, I mean, if not, then why does the Bible?
Well,
another one is like the amount of soldiers that were in the Israeli army. Another one was the age of, I want to say Joseph, when he started ruling or something. There's 22 verses, and this is in the same Bible, mind you. It's not even like different versions of the Bible. Same version of the Bible. It says like his age was 42, and the other one says his age was 22.
Okay.
I like this guy.
Number of soldiers, just curious, because when people say that, I want to be able to defend my faith. So, number of soldiers when and where?
It's been a while. Here, let me find it for you.
You know,
I've heard the same statements about the number of horses and stalls for back in Exodus, but if you read it, sometimes a letter can change it. You know, an apple is not the same as apples.
If you believe in something,
letter A in front of something is not the same.
Yeah, if you believe in something so hard, that there is no getting you away from the path, then you believe in that. That's
Can you hear
fine. But we're just here to tell you that it might be a fucking fugazi.
It's the number of soldiers that Job counts. 2 Samuel 24:9 and 1 Chronicles 21:5. In one of them it says 800,000 soldiers, and the other one says 1.1 million.
Is that fucking Caesar fucking inflating the numbers again? What a ball bag.
Well, I would like to look all this stuff up, and I'm gonna shoot you a message. If that's cool.
Sure.
Check.
Did you say?
Check.
No check. No check. No check.
No check. Can I get a check?
Okay.
Check what?
Once that's it. That's it. That's done. Bye.
I checked.
Fucking check. I'm fucking insane. So anyway, I'm being all living under an illusion. But bring it back to the point, bro. It's an illusion.
No, it's a
You're an
simulation.
illusion.
I'm an illusion.
You're losing.
Oh, losing. For fuck's sake.
Hey, along these lines, what's up with that nursery rhyme or whatever that song that we sang in school? I didn't sing
Which
it
one's
in
that?
church or whatever, but I sang it in public school, which was like, it was like, row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream.
It
What
is.
does that mean? Why are we having our children sing that? What does that mean, and why are we having our children
It
sing
means
that?
life's a dream, bro.
I suppose
Yeah, I like that. Life's a dream that you wake
perhaps
up
it is in some ways.
No, it is. Merrily, merrily, merrily. Life is but a dream.
But a dream. But a dream.
Yes, it is. If you look at it,
I like
right?
that song.
Seriously.
All of a sudden, I like that song now because you remind
it-
me that
Actually,
that's a religious
I do like top 20.
has a religious connotation to it.
I feel like in order to understand that, I have to look up the words "but" and in the dictionary.
Maybe in light of the belief of so many people that we can live for eternity, a mere short life that we experience even in a long life now is but a dream compared to eternity.
No, it means like life is not but a dream.
No, it means life is a dream.
Life is,
No, the
life
song
is
goes,
only a
"Life is
dream.
but a dream."
Yeah,
It's a
life is
fucking
only
dream,
a
bro.
That's what it means.
Yeah, that's what it means. It's a dream.
Life is only a dream. But means only in this instance.
So, here
Well,
today,
no. I'm not entirely sure. It doesn't say
what?
life is a dream. It says life is but a dream.
Yeah, but means only. Life is only a dream.
I still got to look them up in the dictionary.
Life
Think
is
really
but a
hard
dream.
about it.
You take your time.
That's what we want to do, right? We want to think critically about everything. You hear that, people on the live stream? Anybody listening? We want you to think critically. We want you to think for yourselves. We want to brainwash you to think for yourself.
Cool.
I pointed it out before. There's that other one that makes me curious. It's like twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. You know, far above the sky. I can't remember.
So
right.
bad.
You know, but still, how I wonder what you are. You know, like.
Yeah, we're still trying to work it out.
Like, who's responsible for these songs being put in elementary schools? Because that's where I sang these songs as a child. I remember it.
Don't you worry. A transvestite will read a fucking book to your kids. A guy.
Thank God that wasn't going on back when I was in there.
No, that's going to happen, man.
Transvestites are the only trans.
It's happening now. Wasn't back then. Right.
Hey. That's strange.
I mean, I can see the like, you know, the pervertedness and the evil or the oddball agenda with that. Like, I can comprehend in my head, you know, the cause, like the actual motive behind that. Better that I can comprehend, better that I can guess the motive behind what I'm talking about, though. Like the motive behind what I'm talking about, I'm confused about it. I have no idea. Like, seriously,
say
that's
this one again.
damn
Twinkle, twinkle,
like,
little star.
why were we singing these songs in school, like in elementary school? Why was I?
So you're confused about
these
what's your
songs
point
with
with
these
Twinkle,
words,
Twinkle,
these
Little
lyrics.
Star? What part is the part you're
Well,
referring to?
it's just hilarious because it's like, oh, okay, how I wonder what you are. Oh, I guess I wonder what you are. Clearly, you're not a second law of thermodynamics violation. Ball of gas holding its shape in a vacuum. For God's sakes, that's stupid. That does not happen. That does not exist. That violates the laws of it. You know, like twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. I know you're not that, but what are you? You know.
Yeah, I think you're reading into it a little bit too much on this, because it could be that, like, you know, it could be the exact opposite of what you were saying, and that, you know, it's a light that we don't know what it is. How I wonder what you are. You know?
Well, I'm just saying. I think it's just hilarious that. I just think it's hilarious that in reality we don't know what stars are.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
We're taught in high school potentially, like when they're teaching you, or in high school or middle school or whatever, about the solar system, you know, and they're showing you, oh, it's a big burning ball of gas in a vacuum, you know. But then in elementary school, you're singing that song with those lyrics. I mean, come on, this is ironic at the least, a little bit or something, right?
Yeah, they'll tell you it's a really old rhyme that was before, you know, heliocentrism, before we knew what the stars were and all that bullshit.
Sorry. What? That's what I'm saying. What the fuck are they?
You good?
Nope. Yeah, all good, bro. So, what the hell are the stars? If they're not fucking stars.
Still on that? 24 hours, bro.
Oh, they're just unverified lights in the sky until we can figure out what they are.
Unverified lights in the sky. That makes sense to me. Unverified.
I mean, they're
lights
verifiably lights in the sky, but yeah.
They're definitely there. Listen, you guys.
I mean, it's obvious that they're lights in the sky. They don't know what's causing the light.
Well, it's 3 billion fucking light years. 3 billion.
That's what they say.
Is that real?
That's what they say. That's what they said at first.
Oh, no, it's well, the Earth is in fucking the moon's orbit. It's amazing, isn't it?
I remember back when I believed in the heliocentric model, I was like talking to a friend of mine, and I was asking him, and he thought this interesting. The funny thing is he still believes in the heliocentric model. But whatever,
Still?
He's still a good friend of mine. I like him though. Anyway, I was basically saying like how I was wondering because I believe in the whole galaxies and lots of orbiting bodies just magically falling around each other in a vacuum and all that. And I was wondering what's the largest number of orbits in a system that exists. And what I mean by that is they say that the Earth is falling around the sun, and the sun is falling around the center of the galaxy, a black hole in the center of the galaxy, and all this nonsense. But I was wondering what's the largest number, going from the black hole to the sun to the moon, I mean to the Earth to the moon, and then something that's orbiting the moon. I was wondering what's the total number of orbits you can get in one system, like an orbital system of objects orbiting each other in a as perfect as you can, because in order to achieve this, it'd have to be in their model, it'd have to be a perfect orbit, like a perfect circular orbit. You wouldn't be able to do this in an elliptical orbit. But like what the artificially created or naturally created or whatever, either one, it doesn't matter. The total number of orbits you get into a system, where you'd eventually go down to the moon, and then you'd have a satellite orbiting the moon, and then another object orbiting that satellite, another object orbiting that little satellite. So you got a little tiny speck of sand or something orbiting another larger speck of sand. You know what I mean? And it's I don't know. It's just a fun thing to think about, but it's just nonsense. They just make this shit up. You know how it is.
Stop blowing my mind. Do you have an orbit?
The answer is 1 times 10 to the positive 17.
Oh, way.
Ah, damn, dude. Oh, we're off.
Oh, it smells like pizza.
I like pizza. Man.
Another Leo in the house.
What, dog? You don't train them in those idiotic things.
All of us are born with the miraculous ability to determine the direction from which sounds approach us.
That's if you trust your instinct.
Really? What?
You
Do that again?
No, you have to trust yourself. Sometimes.
Yo, Fraud, you're coming in real low, man.
No, sometimes you can be wrong. So you have to trust your first initial turn of your head. You have to trust that shit.
Can you try reconnecting, man? You're coming in like really low. Nah.
If you live in buildings, you can't tell exactly.
No, your audio's still fucked, man.
What I don't have to suck it up.
Many men dream of battle, but never wish to die.
Many men wish not to battle, but still die.
Many men need to know we're on a flat Earth.
So are kidney beans good for your kidneys? I never got an answer to that.
Well, kidney beans are one of the highest sources of protein that you can do. So I don't know unless you have a proteinase thing going on with your kidneys. I don't see why it would be a problem. They are high value protein.
So is that
all beans need to be cooked correctly.
I don't know how it would be hard on your kidneys just because it's called a kidney bean. It's pure protein. It's one of the highest forms of protein you can eat.
So it's good for your kidneys.
Protein of combining crop rice.
So they either need to be soaked for 24 hours or pressure cooked, because the skin of the bean has a protective kind of layer that, if not done, then can actually harm your arteries. So they have to be cooked properly.
To get the skin off?
Yeah. So there's a coating on it. I don't know.
Fraud, your audio's still fucked.
Maybe it's just you two.
Is it just me, guys? Let me try.
No, it's kind of fuzzy for me too.
For the person that said that you need to soak the beans because of the skin, what if you eat the skin after having soaked them? Well, what if you eat the bean with the skin after having soaked it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Look in live stream text. I just posted something about kidneys and kidney beans.
Best way to prepare all beans are pressure cooked.
everyone knows that you have to soak the beans for at least a day or an overnight to be able to eat them before they're kind of that will make them less toxic for your body. Because if you eat them raw from the plant, they're definitely toxic.
I figured that was just so you could digest them, like you know, like rice, for instance. If you were to eat rice when it's not cooked, when it hasn't had a chance to absorb all the water, it might just like pass through undigested, or you know, same with these beans that are really dehydrated. I thought it was just to hydrate them, just so it's easier for digestion.
So it has
beans, and soaking the beans helps in cooking and pressure cooking and making beans viable. That's what you got to soak them.
Look, I'll
Also the
tell
beans.
you
Let's say I took a-
what the most expensive places that deal with longevity tell you. If you can soak your beans, cook them, and then peel the skin off, that's the best way. However, look, as long as you soak them and cook them, which is how most beans are served anyways, they're pretty much better than eating most of the other processed foods that we have in our food system that are full of chemicals and dyes and excitotoxins and all kinds of other problems. But if you wanted to do like what they suggest at the really, really expensive longevity clinics, they tell you to peel your beans, but that's a lot of work.
What's wrong?
Yeah, they do know. They do know what's
inside the
best
peel?
because if you eat them raw, they can even kill you. Kidney beans can kill you.
Correct, right.
What's in the peel that's bad?
Lectins. So most plants, lots and lots of plants have poisons in them to keep bugs and animals from eating them so that they can actually survive and regrow into more plants and all of those things. That's why a lot of seeds are toxic, because the seeds want to get to the ground and actually grow more plants. So there are mild toxins in lots of our vegetables and things like that. But I would say compared to most of the food supply, as far as most of what people eat these days, just about any whole food is still going to be better than any other processed food. However, if you wanted to get rid of all of these things, like nightshades, like they were talking about with the tomatoes and the peppers, there are things in them that especially some people are more sensitive to. And lectins are technically a mild poison, but then the question is, how much does that really affect our bodies? I don't think it affects our bodies as much as, let's say, all the other chemicals that are in our food supply. But if you wanted to completely get rid of them, the best thing to do is soak all of your grains, sprout your grains, and peel your beans. That would be the ideal
Also,
situation.
seed and peel.
The tomatoes, peel the tomato and
tomatoes.
throw the seeds away. Yeah.
What if these things in very low quantities aren't bad but good for you? Like they say with
can I explain what?
Sure.
So what lectins do is they in high concentrations they go in and they put holes in your arteries, and then to repair the holes, the cholesterol comes and repairs the holes. So you end up with high cholesterol. I'm not sure what level you'd have to eat it, but for it to actually affect you. But that's what lectins do.
Yeah, I mean they say that which is toxic in large doses is therapeutic in small doses.
Sugar also rips holes in your arteries that causes cholesterol to cause inflammation and then eventually calcify as well.
Correct.
Now, just so you know, I can tell you exactly what the amount of cholesterol is, which is no amount at all, because it's physically impossible to orally, through eating, overdose on cholesterol. It's
Correct.
physically
That's an
Cholesterol
old
is good for you.
food. That is actually an old, I actually had posted, I should post it here on the health channel because, it's really old information that the saturated fat and the cholesterol are bad for your body. Your brain actually needs saturated fat. That's another reason why there's so many other issues, because we went on these low fat diets, we increased sugar to replace it, and then, insulin, and then people aren't getting enough fat for their brains, and we're not getting the omega-3s, and we're getting too many omega-6s. There's like a whole slew of problems,
And
but
there is such a thing as fat soluble nutrients, that you need the fat to be
yes,
able to digest nutrients.
exactly.
Yeah,
It's really a big, messed up situation that they've caused in order to make money and sell products that we don't need. But yeah, it's a mess.
So if I
just
had
for
like
the
a
YouTube
dry,
live stream, this is all speculation. Everyone listening on YouTube, this is
Oh, yeah.
use your own discernment, and this is all just people talking. We are not saying anything with any definitive.
this is not
No,
medical advice.
this is speculation. This is speculation about
Exactly.
foods. We're talking about foods in video games.
It
this
is
is a video. This is a video game app, and we're talking about eating food in video games.
Yeah,
That's what
we're
we're
talking
talking
about Minecraft. This is Minecraft nutritional
Minecraft food,
It's the
yeah.
Minecraft diet, right?
Yeah.
So if I was to take a single chickpea and just pop it in my mouth and like chew on it, like break it down with my teeth into little pieces, little dehydrated pieces, and then swallow that, that would be bad for me?
No, I don't think so. I think it's too minimal. I think you'd have
So if I
to
had a
be
habit of just
alive.
eating these dry chickpeas, just like breaking them down, chewing them, crunchy. I like the texture, for instance, right?
It's better to eat a chickpea than a Twinkie or a ding dong.
Oh yeah.
No, but you guys
Yeah,
are saying
back to the
that you have to
lectins,
soak it, or else there's like the lectin or whatever that'll still apply even without soaking it, right?
Are there a lot of lectins in chickpeas?
I don't know, man. They have skins, don't they?
Now, wait a minute.
Well, I mean, that's what I was going to say. So almonds, when you eat them, you should eat the ones that have the skins, the dark skin on the outside. You should eat the ones with that part taken off. Because most of the lectins that are potentially in, an almond are in the dark skin on the outside. And almonds, when you remove the dark skin part, they have a lot less lectins than peanuts.
Well, I'm gonna be a lectin to eat more lectins. We'll see who lives longer.
Reluctant to eat more lectins.
No,
You know
I'm
what?
electing
They've
to
really
eat more lectins.
shown, though, that eating whole food, no matter what the whole foods are, is still better than eating processed food and all the chemicals and all the other stuff and the imbalances. So any whole foods are still better than just eating chemicals.
Processed food's trash.
And try to go
food
with the
isn't trash. You
seasons.
should never waste food, even if it's processed. Don't waste food. That's it's wasteful. It's not good.
If it's full of hydrogenated oils, I would waste it.
Nah, don't throw away food. It's not good. Give it to someone that's.
Come on, man.
that's
Do you even know what hydrogenated oils are? Like, seriously?
That's not food. Don't say oils and food in the same sentence. So those oils that are
If
not.
you have
food.
oily foods, I'd rather give a homeless person oily food than nothing.
Yeah, no. What I'm talking about is down at the hypothetical, what they say, molecular scale or their atomic scale. It's, I think, 1 or 2 atoms different from plastic, ordinary plastic that we make packaging out of. So when you're eating hydrogenated oils, you're eating something that's 1 or 2 atoms different from plastic.
Technically,
actual
you
fucking
can't
plastic,
eat oil,
for God's
right?
sakes.
Technically, you can't eat oil.
Yeah, and you shouldn't, because it'll really F you up.
No, I mean, it's physically
badly.
impossible to eat oil.
What, are you talking about crude oil? Are you talking about petroleum? What do you mean by oil?
Well, oil is by definition in liquid form, so you can't eat it. You can only drink it.
Corn
Because
oil,
if you're
soybean
eating it,
oil,
it's butter.
canola
Yeah,
oil.
okay, so you're talking about crop oils, right? But I'm just saying this: when you modify a crop oil to make it hydrogenated oils, you're making it very similar, chemically speaking, atomically speaking. You're making it very similar to plastic.
Yeah, I was being facetious with I was pointing out the difference between eating and drinking. It wasn't about crop oils versus other oils.
By the way, you want to know how that it was even invented? So it was invented in World War II. They were trying to find a way to make MRIs, meals ready to eat, or rations or whatever that would keep on a shelf for longer for the GIs, the Americans were, because they had to ship all this food over from America all across the Atlantic. It took a while for the supplies to get there or whatever, and they had to be able to have them sit for a while and not go bad, so they could use them further down in the wartime time spectrum or whatever. And so they invented this thing called hydrogenated oils, and after the war, manufacturers just kept making it and putting it in food because they realized it's cheap and it makes for good shelf life. But it's not good for you.
But
Maybe if you're in a trench and you're starving to death in a trench at war, sure, eat it if you're starving to death in a trench at war.
So what's the
Apart from that,
tastiest
I
thing
wouldn't
with
eat it.
hydrogenated oils?
What?
What's the tastiest thing with hydrogenated oil?
Nothing. I actually hate the taste of them. They actually have a distinct taste. It's kind of nasty. It's very light. It's not a strong taste. That's why they can put it in so many products when most people don't notice it. It's a very light taste. But yeah, it's Crisco. If you know what Crisco is just plain hydrogenated soybean oil, pretty much.
Yeah, just grab a bottle of corn oil. Try drinking it.
Yeah, actually, what's funny is the oils that really seem to be the best are actually fruit oils. People keep calling them vegetable oils, but they're not vegetable oils. They're fruit oils. The avocado oil, olive oil, coconut oil. Those are all actually fruit oils. They're not vegetable oils.
They actually fall under another category, all of them together, which is crop oils.
I don't know that I've actually, in all the study I've done, I've never heard that term, crop oils.
Well, yeah, because you see, it's very simple. They're all crops, and they're all crops that are transformed into oils.
Well,
plants are crops.
Corn is a crop, but it's not a fruit. I think she's saying
actually, corn is technically classified as a fruit and a vegetable. You can't really say it's just
a legume.
It's classified as both.
Oh, I didn't know
that. It's an anomaly. Corn is an anomaly in that sense. There's very few things that are classified as both, but corn is one of them.
That's interesting. I'll have to look that up. But yeah, I followed actually some big doctors that the vegetable oils tend to throw off because they're so high in omega-6s that they throw your omega-3s off. So I really do try to stick with the olive oil, the coconut oil, and the avocado oil, just to keep, so I'm not, because we get so many omega-6s if you eat anything processed or you go and have one fried meal. They said if you have one serving, okay, so this is one person's opinion, but he was saying that, if you have one serving of a vegetable oil, it takes 3 months for that vegetable oil to get out of the cells of the walls of your cells. It takes 3 months for one serving of that to get out of your body, which is kind of crazy.
How would you know?
You know what they taught me when they told me about the globe and Christopher Columbus discovered America and that history that they gave me? They also told me that our ancestors and all the natives in the Americas, they thrive with agriculture and corn, growing corn. That's how they survive. That's how they develop their civilizations, growing corn. Part of the story.
Well, I mean, farming did really transform things, but it also made our bodies, I feel like, not be as natural because we should have been technically, if we were eating naturally, we would be eating maybe a couple times a day or like one meal a day. And then we would more than likely be like exercising to go get our food. So I feel like farming did a good thing for like winter. There was a lot of transformation that farming allowed us to do, but I don't know that it now the way we use it has allowed it's we're not our no one well very few people are living naturally anymore. Like we're not living how we should be living and eating in our natural state. Do you know what I mean? But it is good. I'm not saying farming is bad. I'm just saying I think it kind of went too far, maybe.
Do you live naturally?
I try to eat pretty healthy, but I have to say I'm definitely addicted to a lot of food chemicals and sugar because sugar is a very, very strong addiction for some people. So I really do better when I stick to low carb-ish type of diets. Not necessarily keto. I've actually never done full keto, but I normally eat low carb-ish and I try to stay away from sugar because it kind of sets me off.
What are like the biggest culprits, like the guilty pleasures that you?
Anything that has sugar in it can set me off. I'm really highly sugar addicted. So I really try to like keep it down. So I'll like eat rice and I'll eat potatoes, but like I'll try to stay away from all the fried foods and then anything with actual added sugar in it. I'll try to stick with like stevia.
What about bread?
Bread, definitely can set me off. I really like it, especially like fresh hot bread is really, really good. But I mean, I think if I'm eating stuff that's not as processed, like I buy organic breads or organic pasta and things, and I don't eat sugar, then I'm okay. I can be okay. That's why I kind of stay low carb-ish. I don't like go extreme on it either direction, but I just have to stay away from a lot of added sugars. So if I buy yogurt, I usually buy like low fat yogurt, and then I add stevia to it and like other like real.
Stevia is delicious, isn't it?
I like it, but I think people have to get used to it because it takes a while if people have been on sugar to get used to it.
I'm gonna recommend to you an alternative that I wouldn't say is the healthiest or whatever, but very similar to sugar and better than stevia is allulose.
Yeah, I have that too.
Yeah, I've tried stevia for a long time, and allulose is definitely a better replacement in my opinion.
My daughter says the monk fruit in her tea tastes like fruit, but I don't know if that's just because it has the word fruit in it or if she really thinks it tastes like fruit. I don't know if it's like a mental thing because it says it's monk fruit, but she doesn't like it as much as stevia because she says it makes her tea like taste like fruit. I don't know.
Well, allulose tastes very similar to regular sugar, but it doesn't trigger your insulin or your sugar levels, and it doesn't leave an aftertaste like the other sweeteners. So those are good perks.
Keep in mind that allulose does have calories. It just has a lot less calories than sugar.
Yeah. I'd say like the best thing if you're not like trying to go full keto, like and eat 65 to 70% fat. If you're just like doing low carb-ish and trying to stay off sugar, like mixing your stuff is good, like using a little stevia with a little allulose or like doing a blend for some people like helps them get off regular sugar instead of just using one type of alternative or another. The
If you
blends.
Yeah, that's stuff for, to make things a little sweet. Don't abuse it too much. Just use it sometimes. But if you have like sweet cravings, just eat some fruits. I mean, it's not like you're just gonna eat 20 bananas or whatever, but maybe eat some mango or papaya, some fruits, and that's okay. But fruit shouldn't be your whole diet. You need
Right.
protein and fats, but you can definitely eat some fruits and it's okay.
Yeah,
Especially if it's seasonal, like fruits naturally, well, naturally that word, but fruits will grow. You'll be able to harvest them, different fruits through certain months of the year. You could probably rotate certain fruits and eat them through a certain time of the year, but all year long you gotta be careful as well because fruits are supposed to be seasonal in many regions.
yeah.
But yeah, fruits are okay, but I don't think you can just eat fruits. I don't think so. You definitely want to eat some fruit. I would say like maybe like a 80-20 ratio, 20% fruit, and the other part will have to be maybe some, I mean, good protein, good fats, and maybe some nuts, possibly. But I will stay away from most vegetables, most of them.
The berries
Oh,
are a
berries
little
are good, yeah.
lower carb in contrast to other sweet fruit. So like a
Yeah.
blueberry will have a lot more sugar than green bell pepper. Green bell pepper is a fruit. It's not a sweet fruit, so it's very low carb fruit. But a blueberry will have less sugar than a watermelon. The watermelon's a naturally really sweet and sugary fruit.
Yeah, I
Extra sugar.
definitely use berries when I'm really hitting the lower carb-ish stuff. I usually use berries for my fruit the most. But I do
My doctor is telling me because I have to stick to a crazy strict diet. So I was like, "What about blueberries? Can I eat those?" And he's like, "You can eat the skin off the blueberry, and eat the part under the skin." It's like it's pretty much all nutrients and flavorless nutrients in the skin. All the nutritional value, but no flavor is in the skin, and all the sugar and water is beneath the skin.
Yeah, that's it. Well, that's kind of true though. See, that's the problem with our fruits is unfortunately a lot of the vitamins actually are in the skin and where the color is on some of the fruits. But of course, the way we raise
Spray
and
them.
farm, yeah, and spray them, then sometimes, then it's better really not to eat the skin, but a lot of the vitamins are in the skin. So it is kind of unfortunate, that part.
By the way, when you said your daughter was using monk fruit extract, was she using monk fruit extract or was she using one of those products where they take a bunch of erythritol, a small amount of monk fruit extract, and they just label it as monk fruit extract?
This one was actually, usually I look for pure products. So usually when I buy stevia, I use organic stevia with no fillers. And I usually buy like organic monk fruit with like no fillers in it. So generally I try to buy pure products, which not all of them are. But, I mean, we
Did
don't.
it say Lake Canto on the cover of it?
Does it have what?
Does it have the company name Lake Canto on the cover of it?
Know what the last one is we bought. Let me go look.
Or Swerve?
No, it's not Swerve. I don't know. Oh, you know what? The last one. So the last one I bought a different brand because they were out of the other one that was pure. And you're right. This one has both erythritol and monk fruit in it. I wonder if that's why it tastes more like I wonder if that's why it tastes more like fruit to her.
Yeah, it's about 99% erythritol. There's very, very little actual monk fruit extract in there.
Doesn't
Yeah,
that come
Monk
from
fruit
corn?
extract
Doesn't that
itself
come
is
from
actually very
corn?
expensive. You see, the
Yeah,
reason why they
it
don't sell it in stores is because it's actually more expensive than stevia by about 25%.
Yeah,
Pure
the
monk fruit
last
extract.
one I had was pure, and it was way more expensive. But then I think, I don't know, there was like a thing and they were out or whatever, and so I bought a different brand, and then she's like, "Oh, it tastes like fruit." But I never really thought about erythritol tasting like fruit.
Well, it's likely derived from fruit because they make it from crops, corn mostly. But hey, I was just gonna tell you guys, you and Gemsy, you should know. Like, I think I've told Gemsy this before. Like, check out JulianBakery.com and check out the monk fruit extract they have there. We sell like for $30 these canisters. I don't remember how many ounces it is, but it's just, like I said, for this, plain pure powder itself, it's only just per ounce, a little bit more expensive than
Julian?
regular organic stevia, but it's just much better. It has the same amount of calories as stevia, which is like basically none, and it just tastes way better than stevia.
Julian,
I like both though. JulianBakery.com.
I don't think I've used that brand. I'll have to look it up.
And yeah, it's definitely made the best tasting cups of coffee I've ever drank. Best for coffee that I know of.
I've gone back to drinking my coffee black, so I'm just not putting anything in it anymore.
Yeah, I'm more of just drinking herbal tea myself, but I sweeten the herbal tea.
I posted a quick deal in the live stream text about the 4 top artificial or natural sweeteners. You may want to check it out. It's all the things you've been talking about, the monk fruit, the erythritol, whatever it is. It may or may not be good, but you can check it out. Looks pretty good.
Well, the problem with any artificial sweetener, even natural ones, is that it can still, even though it's less of an insulin response than, let's say, like regular sugar, it still can set your body off on cravings, and it can still promote some insulin responses, because what happens is when you chew your food, your tongue is actually what like registers what you're eating. It like registers with your brain the fat content and the sugar content. So when you constantly eat things that are artificially sweetened, it can still make you crave, because then your body processes what you ate and it says, "Hey, where's the calories?" And then you start craving the calories that should have gone with that food. So there's a lot of I don't know. I mean, eating completely naturally and just less sugar is the best way. But for me, I do like some sweet things, so I do artificially sweeten things sometimes. But it's not ideal, in my opinion.
What's not ideal?
It is just having to then, because some people are using so many products that are super artificially sweetened, and it can kind of have a backfiring effect on making people crave the calories that their body thought they ate. And it can still cause an insulin response, because you're triggering things in your brain that are telling you ate things that are sweet. It's not as much as like actual sugar, but it's still there. I'm saying eating like more natural is better if you can.
Absolutely. Even though sugar is highly addictive,
yeah,
an artificial sugar does trigger that response the insulin response, but it's just not as bad as refined sugar.
And once again, this is how nutrition works in the video game Minecraft.
Right.
In the world of Minecraft, yes, sugar is bad, artificial sweeteners are good in Minecraft.
The very heavily modded Minecraft, at least.
Right.
That's right.
The super modded Minecraft.
It's almost like
Well,
real
why
life.
can't we talk about nutrition?
Well, the problem
Because YouTube has a stick up their ass. That's why.
there's a lot of different opinions, and so it really is better to state that like this is like your opinion from how you've read it, because there's just a lot of issues everywhere these days with saying that this is a fact, and it really is better to always have the
Yeah, I got you. But don't worry, YouTube. He didn't mean that stick up your ass comment. That was for the YouTube in Minecraft, not for you guys.
I think that's the funny thing is I think we're allowed to insult them. We just can't say the things we're not allowed to say according to their rules, whatever they are at the current moment. But it doesn't involve insulting
YouTube's
them
so
directly.
fat, all they eat is processed sugar.
Oh, no, don't only eat processed sugar. It's not good. It tastes good.
Well, that's the funny thing is I don't even think it does anymore. Like, I honestly, because I've made cookies with almond flour and butter and eggs and stuff at home using like different sweeteners. And like, I think the monk fruit extract tastes better than regular sugar as far as making cookies go. It tastes better to me. Like even with coffee, I've tried, like regular coffee with regular sugar, coffee with monk fruit extract. The monk fruit extract tastes better in coffee than sugar does to me.
It's really overrated. I mean, when you go back, when I've been on Target and I eat low carb-ish and more whole foods and things like that. And then I'm out somewhere and I'm like, ooh, that sounds good. And I'll go get that thing. Then I'm like, ugh, the stimulation it gives your brain is there, but the actual taste of it to me is overrated. Things I'll be like, I haven't eaten that in a long, long time, and then I'll go eat it, and I'm like,
Like
what? Well, anything maybe I've been eating more whole foods, and then I'm like, oh, I'm craving a burger and fries or something, and with a milkshake or anything like that, and then you'll just go eat it, and that you feel that the brain stuff, of it.
Your brain's just telling you it tastes bad.
But yet, I'm happy for 20 minutes, and then I'm like, ugh, I feel terrible. Why did I eat that? And then I'm like, it wasn't even that good. I remembered it tasting better than it actually did.
Yeah. That being said, when I drink tea, for instance, without sugar, and then when I add a little bit of sugar, oh man, it's so much better with some sugar. It tastes so good.
The globe Earth is processed sugar.
Yeah.
Don't eat processed sugar.
And coffee, especially without sugar, is just disgusting, man. So bitter without sugar. You have to have some sugar in there.
I don't know. I've been drinking mine black again for a while, and then I decided, I was like, ooh, I think I want to make it special today. So I'll put, little half and half, organic half and half in it, and something sweet like stevia or whatever. And I'm like, oh, it tastes so, I don't know. It just, I always feel like it's overrated compared to what I thought it would taste like at the time. Like, I feel
No,
like
I mean,
I thought it would taste better than it did.
Yeah, I got used to drinking my stuff black, but when I put sugar in, oh man, it's so much better. Like I'm not where
Really?
you are yet, where like
Yeah, I haven't.
oh, it's delicious with sugar.
But I haven't had coffee with real sugar for years. I've never, I mean, for years I used what I would use as artificial. So I've never, and if I drink soda with artificial versus regular, the regular tastes really odd to me. Now I know it's a bad habit. That is a one problem I have is if I drink any kind of like diet soda, like I'll get back addicted to it and then I have to like get off of it again. It's highly addictive. I don't know.
Damn.
I don't know what the deal is with it with me, but my brain seems to like it.
You have an addictive personality.
With that, yeah, that and actual sugar, I really do feel it. Like if I eat sugar one time, I'm okay. But if I eat it twice in a row, like 2 days in a row, I'll get on a kick and it'll take me a week to get off of that kick.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so I'm
That's
very
like meth. Might as well be meth.
I know, but you know what? On a
That's
show
crazy.
I watched, they said that in reality, sugar is actually worse than a lot of actual drugs. They said it's actually more addictive in a lot of ways. We don't realize it. But I don't know. I'm not a doctor and I'm not a scientist, but I have watched people discuss it who were, and they said it's really can be worse.
I would say you are a scientist because you tried it without sugar, you tried it with sugar, you tried it with stevia, you manipulated the independent variable, and you observed the effect. That makes you a scientist, by definition.
Well, okay, I'll take it for a minute.
That's what she said.
Just a minute.
Okay,
I'm not
going.
That's all she could handle.
I'm not going there.
That's what she said too.
Okay, next subject.
That's what she said. Oh.
That's the queen said. Next subject.
Next subject, please. Next.
Like, were you talking about sugar of like in a certain something, or just sugar in general?
In general.
Well, for me personally, I get set off if I eat probably mostly processed food. I guess if I probably baked something myself and I used like raw, sugar in the raw, like unprocessed and stuff, more than likely I probably wouldn't be set off as much as I would be eating processed foods because number one, if you bake something, it's generally not going to be as sweet as the processed food sweet is. And then they also pretty much put high fructose corn syrup into like lots and lots and lots of foods to boost the amount of sweetness, which really excites our brain chemicals. So I guess if I baked my sweets, I probably wouldn't be as set off as I am as eating something that's been made by the food industry.
You guys want to hear something crazy? So my boy Jaron, he recently had a baby, and of course, no jabs. Like the baby's completely organic. And when he feeds his little boy something GMO, he like breaks out. Like
Dang.
he Yeah, like he fed him grapes one time that he didn't realize were GMO, and he broke out. Like it's happened like 3 or 4 times where whenever he eats something that's not organic, his body like trips out.
Yeah, I've seen that happen to babies that are not GMO modified.
That's wild.
One of the things that actually helps babies with their digestive tract, because the breakout is like reaction to whatever is going on in the gut. So if you feed them some stuff, the gut is reacting, so it's gonna be shown on the skin. That happens. That's kind of common. Um, Something that helps them a lot is like colostrum. Actual, like if it's a baby and you feeding the baby, I don't know, mother's milk in a bottle, you could add some colostrum, and that will help them with the digestion. It will kind of like make them stronger with the digestive tract. You could actually buy colostrum in powder form. It's really good for the babies and the young ones especially when they have any issues with the skin. It does help them. It's a lot of documentation about colostrum helping people, not just babies.
Isn't colostrum like the first cycle of breast milk after a woman gives birth?
A mammal. You could get colostrum from cows, from sheep, goats. So yeah, it's like an essence of the mother. So yeah, it is good to help people with their digestion. So what you said about Jaren's baby, I've seen it happening. Yeah, it's not a uncommon thing. Because remember, we live on an environment that is not optimal for children, even for us. So it's the food are not optimal. The mom is not getting the optimal foods either. The air is not optimal. So the body is gonna react somehow sometimes. So don't be surprised with the skin showing certain signals and
Well,
breaking
yeah,
out like
it's probably like efficient, right? It's like a efficient immune system is triggered, getting out, the toxicity, as opposed to some of our immune systems that have just kind of become numb to them.
yeah. And also it's it's a little like I'm not an expert on this or anything, so I'm just saying it might be a little bit of speculation, but the baby is with the mom, with the mother and the father, and the baby sleeps with mom and dad, and mom and dad have been through certain, I don't know, environments, and also they have taken their own injectables, or the version of the mom's and dad's body, uh, it's also can translate to the baby as well. So yeah, the mommy and daddy I will say, in a sense, they weren't perfect at the moment of the baby being conceived. So, and then yeah, that's mom and dad are part of the environment that the baby's in. So yeah, there's a lot to that as well. Especially mom and dad, they also have their own organisms in the body, and their body they can pass things to the baby as well. So yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I would say hygiene is important. It's not like, obviously, like we live in this on disinfected environments or whatever, and obviously we need that dirt and that natural environment and stuff. But obviously, I don't know, clean your bed. I don't know, like there's a lot of stuff that the baby can be affected by. I don't know, people bring their dirty shoes to the house. I will say that, if you go to public restrooms all day long and stepping on that stuff and then bring it to your living, to your room, that might be some type of effect as well. And also, how people brush their mouth and then they put their toothbrush next to the child's toothbrush. There's organisms in the mouth as well that can be passed down to the baby too. So you gotta be there's stuff that you don't even think about, you don't even notice, but when you think about it, there's stuff that does affect the babies.
I think I got a little better one than that. Like, I don't do this myself, but some people keep their toothbrush in the bathroom. So you're keeping your toothbrush next to the place where you defecate and wash your hands from after defecating. Like what I'm saying is I keep my toothbrush, my toothpaste, and my floss in my kitchen next to like my herbal tea and stuff.
You can take it to your room and go with it to the restroom and use it, and then take it back to your room when you're done.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you got the sink. You got a sink in the bathroom. You got a sink in the kitchen too. So I'm saying, like, it's you don't really cross contaminate. You don't keep the fecal material away from your toothbrush.
Definitely.
Just move the poop seat out of the house.
Outside to the wild, like Bomb does it.
Right. A real man. Use leaves.
Real man does that.
Leaves to wipe my behind.
I will say also inside the home, like airflow. Airflow is important. Like open the windows in the morning, airflow, fresh air. That's important in a home, especially in the bathroom, whatever, or everywhere in the house. Just open the windows, let the air flow. It's kind of important. Some people don't even open their windows for months. For months, they don't open the windows in the house. It's kind of crazy.
We have a stall outside for the toilet, and then you have a bath, somewhere else. It's like they're separated. But now they're living like Westerners. Poop and bath all in the same place. It's more convenient. Okay, poopy mouse.
Yeah, Westerners are so stupid.
Okay, let's just, because that's how slaves live. You don't want to give slaves too much space. That's a lot of resources, right? You don't want them thinking that they can have their own little healthy kitchen here and their healthy garden there and
you also, like, the bath place is normally outside. Like you have like an open area that you bath over there, and it doesn't have to be open in the public, but it's like has a huge window. The air is flowing. You could have like a privacy place, but it's definitely not a sealed room that you take a bath. It's an actual open airflow place that you take a bath in, and also cooking is done outside, not inside an apartment or inside a house. The cooking of the food is actually done outside of the house.
Right. And the way everything seems to be set up, right, is set up for productivity in a cramped city, right? It's not set up so that you have a healthy lifestyle. It's set up like a slave would set. It's set up like you would set up animals, like a jail. Here's your poop. Go to work, come home. That's it, right?
Keep in mind, Bong. There's two things. Like there's the powers that be. The people with a lot of money that like to sway things one direction or another. People that like to finance the commie marches in downtown Portland that I've been through myself, trying to talk sense into people. And but there's also the choices we make as individuals, which involve voting for politicians and voting with our dollar, voting with our eyes and ears. If we turn on the television or turn it off, turn on Discord or turn it off, like we vote in so many different ways. So what I'm saying is, what I think you want to achieve, the better world you want to achieve, just keep in mind, like, half of the equation is us. Like, we need to vote for organic food, vote for more proper living situations, not coffin apartments or whatever, or it's too tiny or whatever.
Right, but then I would also make the argument there that this whole, like that half that you think is us, right? It's all being set up in a system where us, our votes, our actions don't really, change anything. You know what I mean? It seems like
yeah,
you
look,
could
look,
argue
look.
even if they did, it doesn't really
You
matter.
can argue it one way or another. All I'm going to say is don't have a quitter mentality.
The huge majority of people
I agree.
are dumb. Like 80% are just ignorant sheep, just waiting to follow. So don't put your hopes in humans.
But it applies to us too. Like we, okay, you uncovered you figured you figured something out. Okay, it doesn't mean we're not dumb as well. It doesn't mean we figured it out. Like, because the thing that's behind this thing, this lie, I don't think it's human. I don't think it's something that person can
aliens. We
exist. So the power,
just like P-Man.
Because it's working on all these things that make us human. Psychology, the mind, the food, the body, science. So I don't think that people are just because people are dumb. I think it's the nature of people to want to, dad and mom we look up to and follow, right?
So can I ask you a clarifying question?
I think it's the way this place is designed. I think the way this place is designed is designed that the majority of the people have, for some reason, they have to be sheep. Because I couldn't imagine a world where 50% of the people were truly awake. I think it will create a chaotic world. This is why the truly awoken people are always like 10 or 5% of the total population.
Now, it will be
Can I ask Bong a clarifying question? So, Bong, do you believe it's possible for someone to be smart and capable and evil at the same time? Sinister at the same time?
Yes. I think
there's actually a correlation between the smarter you are.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I was trying to demonstrate something. So like he was just saying, like it's probably something that's not human that's putting all this tyranny upon us. Well, now that you've agreed that such an entity, a human entity, can exist, what's to say it's not human?
Well, it's not a human entity is not that smart. It's not smart enough. People are not smart enough to set up a system, that enslaves the world.
Bullshit.
People were smart enough to do that. People would be smart enough to stop it. Because if people were smart.
Are you serious right now, dude?
What makes you think that the people are gonna stop anything? When in history have the people just decided to stop anything? Unless some charismatic character comes along and dazzles the people into getting pissed off, they don't usually do anything. They have to be riled up. And the person usually riling them up is usually part of the fucking system.
That's a non sequitur, though. But he's saying that no people can come up with concerted effort to build a slave state effectively. Like, they just read their literature. They told you how they're going to do it, and they did it. It's not that hard. Just like Persist said, people were just stupid.
I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about spirits. I'm talking about the things that these people worship and receive their instruction from. I'm talking about the person that we receive our instruction from. I'm talking.
But
about
what
God.
if they're right and we're wrong? What if they're right and we're wrong? Because we seem to be losing and they seem to be winning. What if the true God is on their side and they have us worship some false God?
Well, then the globe is a false God, right?
God. Right? If that's the case, then I 100% rebel against the true God. If their God is the true God, I'm rebelling against that, and I'm doing that. I will do that because the God that I believe is the true God is the God of Abraham.
And I'm pretty sure that they wrote those stories.
It doesn't change the fact that it's logically required to have.
Well, yeah, okay, but now once you said that, now you're going into the technically religious debate, textual debate, which we don't do in this room. So let's not move that.
Well, see, that's the thing.
Forward.
When we start talking about the Creator, right? We start putting it into the religious thing. But when we talk about science, we're talking about the real, and I don't think that's right.
Yeah, I agree with you. You could talk about the Creator in a non-religious sense. That's what deism is, right?
But science
it's
and religion,
a rationally, logically required thing without bringing religion into it. You have to have, like, and this is exhibited in the law of causality. You have to have a cause to the effect. The effect is creation, so we need a creator. Without any, like, speaking to any religion or any sort of faith, traditions, or doctrine or whatever, that's what you need for it to be, like, for you to have the creation, to have life.
but science itself, once you take away all the bullshit and all the authority, science itself is very much a form of religion.
It is. Scientism is. It's called scientism. That's the religion of the world.
They wear white robe lab coats.
Yeah.
Hey, stop
I
talking
had
about
an
religion.
epiphany when I realized that. When I realized scientism is the religion of the world, I seriously had an epiphany. Like, portions of my organized religion history flew before my eyes. I was like, whoa. It's pretty awesome, actually.
Was that after eating some sugar?
Maybe. I don't know. But what brought you guys to the discussion of religion? How'd you guys get off in the weeds?
Nobody's talking about religion.
Oh, okay, good.
We're talking about, because see, all earthers, okay? I'm not talking about these guys. I'm talking about the people that give us the Royal Society. I'm talking about the astrophysicists. This is how they're speaking now, right? We may have been created by, what we may call God, but what we understand as God could be, right, super highly intelligent, evolved beings from space, aliens. So whether it's all the same, right? On their side, they're saying yes, we may have been created because design and everything, and this is science. But then it's
that's some
not by the
stupid
God
shit
of
they're trying to
Abraham,
fool you with.
right? Yeah, they're saying, but what you thought the God of Abraham was are actually the aliens that came down along. This is how they're talking now.
That's a dishonest take right there.
The tree of life.
But keep in mind, Bong, if it makes you feel any better, Bong, only the most gullible will believe it, and it's not the majority, I think.
As opposed to believing what? Orion? What would a non-gullible person believe?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, you got a good point. I mean, most of them just believe the Earth's a ball anyway, but I'm just saying most people that believe the Earth's a ball probably won't believe that we came from aliens. Although the most of them believe we came from monkeys, so I guess that's not really any better, is it? It's pretty stupid still.
Well,
they could totally believe it. The issue is that it doesn't address the root thing, which is that God is still required. Whether or not he directly or indirectly created us, whether or not there was a superior kind of entity that created us, superior to them still is God. You can't get rid of God, and that's what this thing, like, in a sly way, tries to do.
But we have to consider that God and our creator could be two separate entities entirely.
Incorrect.
That's a good point.
There's the supreme creator.
How can that be?
I don't understand that at all. That makes no sense to me.
He's basically talking about what I talk about, where you have an indirect creator versus the actual creator of everything, like the supreme creator.
You're talking about.
It just sounds like you're splitting hairs as far as definitions go. It's like, what's the point?
What I'm saying is,
I didn't get it.
What I'm saying is that while we think the one that created us, the one that blew his breath of life into us, was the creator, it could have just been one of his agents, right? It doesn't necessarily have to been the hand of the Almighty Creator, but one of his managers.
Where did that come from?
So, okay, I guess I kind of follow you. I mean, one way or another, it's ultimately undetermined what form he exists in. We don't know what the face of God looks like.
So much for not getting into religious.
Isn't it kind of unavoidable, the religious in these topics? Isn't it kind of unavoidable?
A little bit.
I know. That's why we are so stringent on steering away from it. Tyranny of the New World Order only happens on a flat and stationary Earth. Reminder.
Yo, study the Quran. Allahu Akbar.
Yo, but that idea, right? That idea is Luciferian. It's the idea that the true God is the one that's trying to free us, that's giving us light. Prometheus, right? Gave us fire. That's giving us this intelligence, right? Teaching us the secrets that this There's a demiurge. That's what they call
Yes,
him, right?
that's the word.
Keeping from us. Yeah, this is the teachings of Freemasonry and Luciferians and Blavatsky and the Hyperboreans, and we came from spirit beings. And
Bong, let me
What
ask
if,
you
only
what
only
if it just happens to be the case? What if?
Bong. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
so wait, only them. If people use the fire for something, that means the evil gave it to people. God didn't. I mean, the people of God shouldn't be using fire for nothing.
No. It was that Prometheus. He was supposedly half God, half man. He went to the gods because he was like going through a crisis or something, and because the gods didn't want to help him with his earthly fucking human problems, he stole fire from them. Right? He violated.
I watched that in a movie.
Violated that. He violated some fucking God rule, and he gave humans fire before their time.
So God didn't make fire for humans use. We're not supposed to use fire then.
Fire is just a symbol. It's just a symbol, okay, for knowledge, technology, enlightenment. There's a flame on top of the Baphomet. That flame is a fire. It represents enlightenment.
It will be the equivalent of basically giving.
Fire is knowledge. Then what's light?
It will be the equivalent in that sense what Prometheus did, to give like an AK-47 to a monkey. You understand?
Well, right, exactly. This is what to me. This is the 200 angels that came down, right, and did what they did here on Earth. Is the story of Prometheus bringing knowledge or fire, forbidden knowledge, to mankind. This is what we call technology and science. This is why we have weapons of mass destruction. This is what causes all this violence and immorality on the Earth. It's because of that fire.
Okay, see, now I agree with you. When you said fire is knowledge, I disagreed with that. Because,
But this is the symbolism.
If that was the case, they wouldn't call it enlightenment. They would call... Hold up. If that was the case, they wouldn't call it enlightenment.
Wait. Fire might not be knowledge, but some knowledge is fire.
Can we not interrupt so much, guys?
Percentage, just recount what you just... Look at what you just said. Enlightenment fire. It does make a little bit of sense.
There's a difference between fire and light.
Right, we're not talking about light. We're talking about this thing that they use as a symbol for knowledge. In alchemy, they say transform lead to gold, right? That is what they're talking about. Transforming the man's mind.
Who did what now?
Let me finish. The man that doesn't believe in metaphysical things, spiritual things, is considered a profane mind, a lead mind. Okay, it's like lead, the thing, this material, metal. Okay, when you transform lead to gold, it's transforming the man's mind. Okay, to enlightenment. It's giving him knowledge and information about the world, about God, about everything. This is what Freemasons, how they see it, and this is how the Bible explains it. It's all a counterfeit of what how God operates and how God does things. That's how you can understand what these people are doing, is by reading the Bible, because God has already warned us about these people and their lives and how they do things. For we are not ignorant of the devices of the devil. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're wrong. The Big Bang created the universe, and everything came from nothing, and the Earth is a planet falling around the sun.
I said something like, "You shall know them by their works," something like that.
Yes.
Okay, so when you were talking about the demiurge and it's all Freemasonry and all that devil Luciferian stuff. Okay, so are you familiar with Neville Goddard's speeches and such, what he talks about? Manifestation. So when we manifest something in our mind, we're not doing any type of ritual. In my opinion, we are using what the Creator gave to us. So, I mean, what do you say about, I mean, that's not really anything to do with religion per se, but I think in the Bible, it accounts for that only when you use the name of Jesus. But I'm not trying to offend anyone, because it's a really difficult subject. You don't need to invoke that. I find that very interesting. And I'm wondering what Bong thinks about that. I mean, is that something Luciferian in your opinion, or?
Yeah, it is, because if you guys go look on YouTube, right, there are these UFO researchers. They've been doing their research, but then they went back. Okay, because I think they eventually became Christians later, but they went back to their old research and they found that the people that would shout or yell out the name Jesus out of fear or helplessness, the abduction experience immediately stopped.
Yes, and
So
I
just
do
like
know that. Yes, but
There's this video.
you know
There's this
how that
video.
works? Oh, wait a minute. You know how that works, invoking the name of Jesus, is because you have no doubt in your mind that that will follow through.
Maybe it
So
isn't necessarily the name, but the feeling it gives you.
yes,
The
it
sensation of
is what
tranquility.
you.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's crying out to the Creator for help. Like
Listen,
it's a real
listen.
cry
I
for
saw this
help.
one video. I saw this one video one time. It was like in an Asian country. There was like this fucking tornado coming to like this village, bro. This shit was huge, and these people started praying, bro. They started praying, and that shit dissipated.
Oh yeah, they say
What
that
village?
people can do that with weather as well. I mean, the Indians would do rain dances for goodness sakes, you know?
That doesn't mean they worked.
I mean, it
Well,
doesn't
why would they
necessarily.
keep doing it if it didn't work?
Hold on. Maybe the
They're
name
not
Jesus
trying to make it
itself
work.
doesn't have any significance, but there has to be something about the people getting together and collectively focusing their energy. I think that's
Absolutely.
what it's about, and nothing to do with Jesus or God or any other name. I think it's
the power we have.
the manifestation,
Well, no,
our
but
energy.
See, that what you're saying right there is a new age idea that goes against what the Bible teaches. The Bible is about belief. The world is about everything.
What are you talking about, man? There's prayer. Prayer is positive intentions, manifesting. You know, it's you asking God for something and then God answering it. So that's exactly what they're doing.
Well,
when,
it's
when
kind
they're,
of like
you know,
how I
it
doing
works
it
on
that
belief.
way. It's kind of like I forgot. It's been a while since I thought about
circumference of the globe is false. Because first of all, that knowledge that man Eratosthenes was doing, even if he was alive, is he's assuming and he's calculating. So nothing in there is telling you that it's for certain that there was a measurement. All right, so that's just based on like what information was given to you, and I've told you how you can check that, and also how you can do a line of sight test so you can measure to see if the Earth is curving somewhere. That means that you're checking to see if the Earth is a globe or not. So that I gave you the tools. That's what you can do, and you can verify for yourself that if it's curving or it's not. But like I said, don't take my word for it. Go out and do it. Go out somewhere and go figure it out. That's what I'm going to leave you guys with. But we will start answering some questions. Let you answer anything that you want about satellite.
I have a question. I've been waiting here. It's my time to shine.
I have a question. Can you look at
Hey.
We'll take Erot because I think he wanted to ask.
Yeah. Alright, so when you look through the telescope thingy, how come the planets look circle? Like when you can see Mars, Saturn, that stuff.
That's fine. Can you tell me? I'm gonna make you guys think here a little bit. Erot, can you tell me what you're looking at in the sky when you say just pick something? It doesn't matter what.
Planets.
Okay, which one?
I listed Mars and Saturn.
Well, pick one.
Mars.
Okay, Mars. Now, can you tell me what Mars is?
From the telescope, it looks like a circle. But if the Earth is flat,
well, no, we're not asking. We'll get there in a minute. We're just talking specifically on Mars. So Mars. What is Mars?
Planet.
Okay. What else can you tell me about it?
It's red.
Okay, color red. What else do you know?
It's hot.
How do you know that?
Because we're told.
What's what?
We're told by Elon Musk himself.
Oh, we're told. Okay, so somebody told you that it's hot, but from your telescope, you can't tell that it's hot, right?
I don't know. It looks pretty hot to me.
It looks hot. Okay, but is it hot?
Technically, it can be hot because of the sun.
Well,
It's pretty hot here.
I just want you to
have
think
a red
about
car. It's hot as fuck.
Yeah, I want you to think about the answer that you're giving me, so you can thoroughly understand why we have the perspective we do. Okay, so you told me that it's red and it looks like a circle. We can all see that for ourselves. But now you said it's hot. And I need to know why you think it's hot. Do you know that it's hot, or do you just think it's hot?
I haven't been to Mars myself, unfortunately.
Okay, so we're gonna figure out more things. What else do you know about Mars?
I know stuff about Mars.
Go ahead, Era. Well, let's let Era finish.
When we look through telescope, it does look circle-ish, but then wouldn't that have to mean it was always pointed towards us if it wasn't a sphere?
Well, we just know that there's a circle and it's red. Other than that, I don't think. Is there anything else that you know?
We have put a couple of rovers on there.
Okay, do you know that?
I'm told by the.
Okay, so you're told. So, but you don't know that, right?
No, I do not. I do not have a rover myself.
Okay, so let's go based on what you know. You know that it's red. You know that it looks like a circle. That's the things you do know. What else do you know?
That's what the telescope tells me.
Okay, sure. Anything else that you know?
Well, I'm not that invested in Mars. It was just one.
That's
of the
fine.
Listed out.
That's fine. But I just for this conversation purpose, I just want you to realize the only thing that you know is that it's red and it's a circle. That's it. There's really. Is there anything else?
It's apparently closest to the Earth.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because we're told.
Okay, so you don't know, right?
Well, because the planets seem farther away, don't they?
Yeah, hang on. I want Erod to really think. I want Erod to really think about this because
but maybe he doesn't know, and I can help him.
Well, I know maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't. But I want him to at least come to the point where he realizes that he knows only certain amounts of information. So red and circle. That's all that Erod's gonna be. But I'm gonna go ahead and pause with you, Erod. I'm gonna let the other gentleman actually start talking because I think he's anxious. All right. So go ahead. Go ahead.
No, ask question and then I answer.
Wait, don't we see it in the sky more often? Therefore, it's associated as closer.
Let's take turns here because I know. Let's take turns because let's be fair to the guy who really wanted to ask. So, WSAD,
Greetings.
go ahead. Greetings.
Permission to speak.
No, go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and focus on what you know. Okay,
so I'm pretty sure that when you look through the telescope, right, planets seem closer and further away, don't they? And that's how we can kind of tell. Yeah.
What if it's just small?
Okay, what's wrong? What's wrong with what he just told me, guys?
Silence.
Anybody? All right, so let me explain.
Size matters.
I asked him. I'm going to ask you very simply. What do you know?
Okay. I watched this one movie, Interstellar.
So we're going down a different. Yeah, it's great. I'm glad you like movies. Now, what do you know about the planet that you're telling me about? What do you know?
One?
I don't know. Pick one.
Fucking McConaughey.
Pick one.
Earth.
Earth. Okay, but we're not using a telescope for that, are we?
True.
Okay, so is there anything in the sky that you want to talk about with the other gentleman? We're talking about Mars, and he said maybe he doesn't know, so now we're on to you. Is there anything in the sky?
Anything in the sky? There's stars. Yeah. Ooh, they're very far away.
How do you know?
Millions of light years away. Science.
How do you know?
But I'm not smart. But like,
no. Yes, you are. But don't ever discredit yourself. All right. So you just said that millions of miles. You're using some language that pretty much everybody does, right? When they talk about this. But I'm going to ask you something very simple and specific. How do you know? And you have to repeat or tell me. Yeah, tell me how you know.
How do you know? Huh?
Okay, dude.
Okay, so you don't know, right?
Nah, I don't know, but you know?
No, nobody does.
You made the claim.
Well, can I ask about Mars? Can I ask about Mars? Since WST doesn't know.
Your turn. I go back, Jack. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm just curious, right? You know, I could hypothesize that Mars is closer. You know, if it were a planet and if planets were as we think planets are, or as we're told planets are, I could hypothesize that Mars is closer than other planets because it spends more nights in our visibility than other planets, and so I could determine that it was closer. And if the Earth were to be rotating, it would spend more nights in the summer, right? Yeah, of course. Like one hypothesis is that Mars is closer than other planets because it spends more nights visible than these other either planets or dots. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be like they're either planets or they're just red circles that were shown. You know, like, I could hypothesize equally that Mars is a planet and it's the closest planet because it spends more nights in our visibility, or I could hypothesize that it's just a red circle someone's showing me and they're pretending to be, you know, they're pretending like it's a closer planet, but like one of those just seems,
or it could be
bigger. To natural intuition, it just seems like more simple.
All right,
or
natural
it could be bigger
intuition.
Farther
so
and just
let
slower.
me ask you like I asked the other gentleman. All right, so we had some pretty good answers, but I'll ask you the same like I asked him. What can you tell me about what you just told me that you know for sure?
That it spends more nights. That it spends more nights in the sky than other things.
Yeah, you could visibly see that, of course, from seeing that if it appears in your night sky or not. But what I mean to say, can you tell me anything about the composition of what it's made of?
No, I'm talking strictly from a visibility standpoint. I can't tell you whether it's a sphere or a circle. Yeah, I can't tell you if it's like we're in a box and they're just showing me a red dot more nights in the summer, or it's the planet. I can't tell you that for sure.
You did say one thing that was interesting: distance, right? Closer, farther. That's what you used, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know that? The distance. How do you know?
I just believe that if something is closer, then you're going to see it more often.
Okay. So it's a belief, but it's not something you know.
I think you could measure it. I think someone smarter than me could probably measure it.
Well, that's fine. So then the answer to your question is somebody else knows, not you. Right?
Well, how would you determine it?
I'm not. It wasn't my question. I'm asking you. Because here's what we're doing, guys. Like, within this exercise, with everybody coming in here, I want you to critically think about all this information that you've been taught and how you know the information. Now, if you don't know, it's good to be honest. Hey, I don't know. That's great. There's nobody shaming anybody here. We're just really getting to know what we actually know about this information. And the important thing is that you're critically thinking about it for yourself. So then, therefore, a critical thinking mind is good, right? You want to ask questions that are curious. How do we know? Ask your teacher or whatever. But the important thing is that you are now thinking, how do I know this? So is there any other thing that you want to bring up by Jack? Because basically everything that I'm going to say is going to ask you how you know. And if you
So
can
I
tell
just put 2 cups in my room. I put one much further away and much closer, and then I stood at an angle and I rotated around my room, and I realized that the cup that was closer, it was much easier to keep in line of sight, much like what I see at night in the sky. It was much easier to keep that in my line of sight than it was the farther cup. They're both about the same size. One was a Yeti, one was a Gatorade bottle, and the one that was closer was much easier to keep in my line of sight.
All right, but
how
distance.
do you know Mars is the same size?
Yeah, I was gonna say that there's a lot of things there.
I'm not hypothesizing about the size of Mars. I'm just saying that I feel like I can justify that it's closer, whatever it may be. I'm not even putting a hypothesis on what it is. But he said that it's the closest planet, and you said, how do you think it's the closest planet, or the closest circle, or the closest whatever? And I think you can you can just test that right now yourself.
Are you assuming, or do you know?
Well, I think that I mean, the assuming or do you know is just like a never-ending rabbit hole. Like you
It's
can't
not really. It's not really. It comes down to a point. Either you know the information or you don't. Because
Okay,
assumption.
I know it because I just tested it.
No, you're assuming it's the same size.
Yeah, you're assuming it's the same size as the cup in your room. Like not as the cup, but like assuming that you're seeing the same thing in your room, you could say that it's the same in the sky. Do you see where? Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like this is the point where you start to realize that all this time you have been only assuming this information you don't know. And I would say this to anyone that wants to ask any questions. You're gonna come back to the same thing where you're being real with yourself, right? Because this is what we're doing. It's an exercise in like understanding critical thinking. So you guys are starting to realize, whoa, I really don't know a lot of stuff that I was taught. And so now I'm starting to ask you questions because the thing that we're doing is we're verifying and we're getting what is called empirical evidence, right? Evidence that can be falsified, that can be tested, repeated, and shown to anyone, and it's undeniable. We want to get you guys to the point where actually you're not saying the words, well, I don't know, I'm just assuming, I'm looking at something in the sky. So that's what it is. I gave you a way to actually do a flat earth line of sight test. Pretty easy. And then, of course, if you want to know anything else other than that, if you have any questions, ISS or satellites or rockets or whatever, I mean, you can ask them if you want.
No, before I leave, I do have this one question, right? So it really doesn't, I wouldn't say it's off topic because he's somewhat famous, but it's not really okay. The information I've learned most shit from science, right? It's not from Bill Nye, if you think that. It's this guy named Neil deGrasse Tyson. I hope everyone knows that guy, the astrophysicist.
Yeah, we know.
So I don't know if everything he says is true, and he's been credited many times. He's famous. That's one. He knows what we believe. Well, what I believe is I know what he's talking about.
You know what he's talking about?
Well, that's what I believe. That's my assumption that he knows what he's talking about.
Oh, he knows what he's talking. Okay, so he knows what he's talking about. So you believe a guy who sounds like he knows what he's talking about?
It's more of as this, right? I'm just a regular person. This guy is a full blown astrophysicist.
Yeah, that's
right?
great. That's great.
All that stuff.
He could be whoever he says he is. But here's the important part of whatever he's telling you. If what he's telling you cannot be verified by you, if he says the Earth is a donut or whatever, and you can't verify that, he can tell you whatever he wants, and he could sound really good saying it, and you're just going to believe him without verifying it if it's true or not. So what I have given you essentially is a tool that you can use to verify whether the Earth is curving anywhere or not with the line of sight test. So
doesn't
whatever
that have built-in assumptions?
No.
The calculator that I'm using.
Well,
I'm using.
here we go. This is the important part about it. I go by Jack. Okay, so the everybody who's telling us that the Earth is a globe, they've given us like these calculations. So what we're doing is that because they've given us these calculations, that's the supposed metrics of the Earth. The metrics of the Earth, the radius, diameter, circumference, are what Motley put in there. So we're using those metrics because obviously they're telling you and me that's what the Earth's shape is. So we're taking that information and checking it against reality and seeing if it measures up. And it doesn't. So that's why I'm telling you, we're using what they're telling us against them. Because they're just telling us. I mean, obviously nobody's checking this out. And so I'm telling you right now, I've given you the tools, the way to do it. Take all that information, put it into the Earth curve calculator, and then pit it against the information you took from your line of sight test, and then input that information in the Earth curve calculator and see if you can't get like how much curvature is between you from point A to point B over a distance. And of course, that distance you can actually do the measurement yourself. You can say I saw a building 15 miles away or whatever, but there should be considerable amount of curvature between you and that thing that you see in the distance. And so you're right. We're using the information that's given to us. That's the problem. Nobody's checking it. And so I'm telling you, go and check it out, man. Like, because you're going to find out that, whoa, man, these guys are freaking liars. Like, they've been lying to us this whole time, and nobody's, like, arguing or saying anything against it. That's what we're doing. We're standing up for the people who don't have a voice. Like, nobody's, like, maybe scared to say, like, talk about the shape of the Earth. That's why this server exists. It's been existing for over 8 years. So we're doing this to help everybody be more critical about what they think about the shape of the Earth. And that's basically it, man. It's not a meme. It's not funny. It's like, is this for real? You're being fed lies this whole time and nobody's stopping them. Except for people like us in here who care about others and we want everybody to know the truth. So obviously you can shrug this off today and forget all about this conversation, or you can take this to the next level and see how far they've been lying to you. And hopefully you ask questions. If you do have a teacher, ask them the important questions. How do we know?
Because if the Earth isn't curved, it doesn't prove that it's flat, right? Because then that would be another assumption.
It's not
curved, what would it be?
Well, we don't know, right? Because every understanding we have of a shape is just an assumption of what we've learned. So then again, it's just an assumption, right?
Shapes. We're talking about the surface. The surface can either be curved.
It's an observation.
Or what? What's the third option?
Observation. It's an observation, not an assumption.
What?
Yeah.
What then? It's sea level.
Yeah, sea level. Yeah,
What
sea
that
at
means sea level.
Go ahead.
That means curve oceans or sea level. What that mean?
You guys have been awesome though. Like, by the way, maybe you had a different intention. I'm glad you guys were being cool about it. Does anybody have any questions about like anything that you want to talk about with the shape of the Earth? Because you guys, like I said, we'll be happy to answer anything you want about what we know.
Can't like the thing where you're like, what do you know? What do you know? Just be said for almost anything, I guess. Really, you know.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
but this is
it's
easy
like the
enough.
assumption argument, right?
Empirical. You can observe them. You can know them. Definitively. You don't have to rely. You don't have to appeal to the authority of someone else. You know it for yourself. There's truisms.
Okay, so if everything in globe base is an assumption that you can't prove, then what in flat Earth is not an assumption that
I'll tell you why.
we're gonna prove easily.
I could tell you
without
why.
making any assumptions.
I could tell you why. And Sasha was alluding to this. You know the thing sea level, right?
No, I've only been told.
Sea level. Okay, sea
I don't know
level
what that is.
the level of the sea level is.
Well, I know what I've been told that sea level is, but I
Okay,
just
good.
realized I
Okay.
can't assume anything, so I don't actually know
Okay,
what
good.
it is.
Okay, good. That's fine. Okay, the level of the sea, it's either going to be in line with itself. In other words, if you're looking across water from one seashore to another seashore, it's either going to be lined up or it's not going to be. If it's not where it's supposed to be, if it's a ball, it would have to drop below your line of sight behind a bulge of curved water. This is easy to tell in 5 miles with a zoom camera. There should be 16 feet of drop if the globe is the size they told us. So all you got to do is go out and do the line of sight. You'll be able to tell by looking at it. You put your camera up. You point it towards the shore. It's either going to be there or it's not. That's why we know for sure. You don't have to guess. It's either the drop over distance is either correct or it is not. If it is not, and sea level is the same all over Earth, because we know water is flat and level, then Earth cannot be a globe. So that's how we know for sure. You could tell this yourself. You could go do this yourself.
If you can be only intellectually honest and
Yeah, and you wonder why you were banned before, dude.
Jeez, man.
Oh my god.
He was crying about being banned earlier, and then he goes and do this. Doesn't really make so much sense.
Is this guy
That's all right.
who was
He's
asking
young.
questions?
Cool.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, we've that the thing that sticks out to me is that I know that there isn't any line of defense for these guys other than somebody, being intellectually honest and being in here. So other than that, they're gonna revert back to going to a trollish way and maybe, not listening. So I shoot for the best, the most that I can get possible, and that's it, man. It's just hopefully something sticks and maybe they can continue being critical thinkers.
Mm-hmm. Those trolls actually are giving us more support. So I don't know if you guys know that are trolls that might be listening out there. We appreciate your support.
I watched this one thing called Inspector Calls, and it really taught me about critical thinking. So I have used my brain there a bit. Thank you, man.
Yeah, but I would say this, WASD, you're don't never put yourself down, man. You are intelligent, bro. Like I don't like these guys have set up a hierarchy to make you feel like you're inferior, but you have the capability to learn. So, yeah, that's what I'd say.
Yeah,
I am inspired.
Well, keep down that path, bro.
Yep, because whether you actually know it or not, at this point, you might not know it. You might suspect it. I don't really know because I can't get inside your head and find out what your thought process is. But you have a chance, Steph. You have a chance to find out where you actually live. We're telling you here that we all figured it out, that we were lied to. The way we figured out we were lied to is we looked at the evidence, like Miggy was saying. We went out and tested it ourselves. We found the globe non-existent. So if that's the case, that we were told we live in a place that doesn't exist in reality, there's a whole new Earth waiting for you.
I like cats and dogs.
Okay, but wait. So you say to do this experiment with the ocean and the horizon, and put the ball or whatever, and look far enough out, and then the vision of the object should disappear, right? Is that a correct description of the model that you're talking about?
Shore to shore. I would say you can't just look out into the horizon unless you have known demarcations of distance. But a shore, you do. From shore to shore, you do know the distance. You can find that out.
Yeah, say like we'll do this. Go to a beach that has a long shore, and make sure it's a good stretch of land. So you do like 5 miles or something, 10 miles, and you know what I mean. Like look from one part of the shore all the way across as much as you can. If there's a peninsula, that would be wonderful. Then you could measure from where you're at to a peninsula. But if not, like how far, protruding land sticks out to like where you're standing at, and then you'd be able to see like what the distance between you and that thing is, and then how much drop there should be away from how much curvature you should be seeing.
Right,
Because
so if you still see the top of the object, then you're hypothesizing that the Earth is flat.
well, it's not hypothesizing, it's demonstrating. Because if it is curved, then you wouldn't be able to see that land at all. There'd be a hump of earth or water.
No, it's not that simple. It's if the object isn't as obstructed as it should be, according to the globe math. But then, For
so
full
Globe Math says
hold
that
up,
that's
hold
the
up.
superior mirage, right?
For full disclosure, yeah, they will say that there's refraction that is
light,
allowing
yeah.
us to see farther. So that's what
Right,
their
yeah.
excuse
So
is.
the light travels to colder air.
Obviously, they don't have the diffraction data throughout the optical corridor to actually support that claim. But that's their convenient excuse whenever we can see too far, of refraction data.
So they say refraction data.
Hello?
We say no, we can just see it, but we can't prove or disprove refraction.
I go back, Jack.
It's
Listen,
an
listen this.
unfalsifiable claim of theirs.
I go back, Jack. That
I'm
refraction
gonna
thing.
probably cook my pizza.
You have no phenomena showing that you can see more. That doesn't exist in the world.
Except for
They
this
can say only-
experiment is the example of the phenomena.
No, listen. You don't have phenomena that you can see more. They will call the word refraction, and they will say, "But you see what you see." That means if I go with my photo camera and I see the island, they will say, "Look, this island is not real. That's island projecting above the water because of light, You don't
Yeah.
have that phenomena. You don't have that phenomena."
Right. So in this experiment, they say that's the phenomena. And when I see a magician, put a card in a cage and then pull the card out from behind my ear, it looks like he pulled it out from my ear, but we both know that's not happening, right? So because I can see that image doesn't mean that that's the truth.
Listen, we have oil rigs that mean oil rigs in the sea, and behind it's physical water. That means that is not any optical illusion or whatever. That's real thing.
He might not know what you're talking about, Sasha. So he's referring
okay,
to
sorry.
He's referring to an image called the Black Swan image, and it's basically a kind of like a line of sight test, but using a demarcation of two oil rigs, and then there's water behind that oil rig because the oil rigs will mark like how far the person is from those oil rigs, and it's like, what is it, 9.41?
Refraction doesn't necessarily mean it would need to be a mirage. You could have other atmospheric effects, which it's basically the same object. The object that you see is the object, but it's maybe the angular size of it is increased because it's it's towering, or maybe it's smaller and it's stooping. Who knows? It depends on the actual atmospheric effect.
Like a shadow that you see depending on where the sun is in the sky. Yeah, I get that.
Not exactly. No. Like a shadow that would normally be longer, but for whatever reason, I wouldn't even say shadow. Any image that would normally be longer or bigger, but
the image is distorted,
like stooped or whatever, due to the temperature.
Yeah, it distorts the image in the distance for sure. But depending on the weather, it's gonna change that. You could see it clear, or how you check your weather. And then the guy says, "Oh, today's going to be a clear day," and you can see it tells you. You can even look this up, like what the visibility is going to be at that day. That'll also, you can actually see that what your visibility is going to be, and that changes every day. So, yeah, that's going to change what you see in the distance. Obviously.
We spoke about 10 miles. I go by Jack. We have the guy who won the Guinness record about making photo 275 miles straight line, about hitting mountains, and that mountain should to be like 2 or 3 miles behind the curve.
Percentage, hey Miggy, percentage and us all agreed upstairs about the 120,000 feet. He said that he'd like to see the Earth go from being flat to a ball, right? And I said to him, because it contradicts this claim down here about refraction. Just wanted to throw that in. Remember percentage?
Yeah, it would be definitive evidence if we had, in one take, credible video, this flat horizon. If it was a camera was attached to an aircraft or something, this flat horizon slowly transitioning into the full circle that they call the Earth.
Right, and that's
but don't forget what Neil deGrasse Tyson, in essence, said. I'm not saying he said this. He in essence said this, which is, if the Earth is a ball, then you wouldn't be able to afford to get high enough to see the curve. You can't afford to get high enough to see the curve, Therefore, the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, that being said, you don't need to have a manned mission. They could potentially send a satellite out, just like kick it out into space, and like for instance, even with that Tesla car, that's high quality footage right there. I think there's like 8K or 4K footage or something like that. So they could just potentially just float this thing out into space, and as it's going out, have this video where it shows the flat horizon slowly turning into that full circle.
But we wouldn't
They'll
believe
never
that,
do it.
right? Because then
They'll
that
never
would be
do
an
it.
assumption. Well, even if they did, right? Because then it's just like the photos from space, which we're saying it's just an assumption of what we're being told because we can't verifiably measure it, right?
No, that's
So
why.
unless every single one of us goes and takes that photo ourselves, we're just going to continue to say it's not real.
I mean, some
because we
might
can't
deny it,
measure
but that's why I said credible. If it's uncut, if it's live streamed, if there's multiple angles, there's things that you could do to increase the confidence level of the video.
That will break all the categories of science and math, because now you have to actually see, now you've got a ball that actually looks flat. So that's going to break all our categories. Wait, there's a ball that actually looks flat when you get really close and looks flat when you get, I mean, think about it. You're saying that you want a photo of a ball that looks flat and a flat surface that turns into a ball. Is that even logical to ask? To think?
I think so. Considering they say that the planets are the planets
flat,
because
right?
we observe them as these flat circles in the sky that that are changing and moving and stuff. Why can't, if the Earth is a planet, why can't they show that for Earth?
Yeah.
Like imagine if you had a raw video showing that they went out into space and the Earth was
That's not the
rotating.
point. No, the point is that, remember we agreed that we can't see the curvature of the Earth from 120,000 feet. So the point is that the black swan, right, there is no refraction because there is no curvature. Like you can't see it. So the point is, right, you're only assuming that if the Earth was a ball that we don't have evidence for, that refraction would be doing this. But, that's a ridiculous argument. So
Wait, who
that's
took
what
a
Sasha was saying.
Someone took a
There's
photo
water
from
behind-
120,000 feet?
There's the Red Bull jump. Sasha's saying that water you see behind these oil rigs is not refraction. It's not an illusion. It's the actual thing. Everyone agrees with this. Scientists will agree with it. They're not going to say it's refraction. They're not going to say that. They're the only people saying that are the globers down here.
Bong, this is ridiculous to say. This is video. This is oil rig in the water. What are we speaking? This is ludicrous. This is like these oil rigs are in water, and 10 meters behind that first oil rig, it's a water. It's not optical. My God. Even I know that argument is horizon, but water behind oil rigs, it's not optical, it's physical.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think he was saying that.
That's a video I'm watching with my eyes. That means that my eyes tricking me?
Well, of course, just like a magic trick, right? You can't believe everything your eyes see.
Man,
because your
this
eyes see
oil
everything
rig-
upside down
man,
and your brain
this
adjusts it,
oil-
right?
Man, this oil rig, it's in the water. Behind that oil rig, it's a water. Do you understand that?
Yeah, the
One
oil
that-
rig is
nope.
surrounded by water. I think it's pretty intuitive.
Nobody
Yeah.
at NASA uses refraction as a proof.
And that
for the
horizon should to be on 1.2 miles, not there. That water should to cover even that oil rig on the globe.
I don't know. That one's not making sense to me. I don't know if you can link me something that I can read about it. I would assume you would see water.
Yeah,
behind the oil rig.
there's a visual in Livestream voice text, Livestream 2 voice text. Let me see. There's a good image at like 30 minutes after the hour.
In this YouTube from Rob. I mean, this
I
is the same
mean-
one of the Mirage that I was just discussing.
No. It's you gotta scroll up. Sunny posted it. I can
No,
probably
that
repost it.
if you want to know that from Rob, that was from both sides. You can watch that video, even better than Black Swan.
Yeah, you can do just there's so much information in here. But that's not what he was talking about, to be fair. I'll put
Can
it.
somebody post the video, not the picture?
Yeah, there's a video in there too, actually. It's at 30 minutes after the hour. Yeah. See if I can forward it.
We'll just go with what NASA says, and not with the debates down here, because else they would use these arguments as well as for proof. It would be Neil deGrasse Tyson would say, Michelle Thaler, all these people.
Yeah, I forwarded it.
Yeah, shit. But it's only 10 minutes. What part?
I mean, let's see. I'll tell you. You can go to like maybe 6 minutes and 32 seconds, or hang on. 6 minutes 32, 8 minutes 30. And you can pause it on one of those. At 8 minutes 30 all the way to like 8 minutes. You just keep going.
So that was kind of a wild run. Did a couple of them stay?
I think I go by Jack is here, and let's see. I think he's the only one.
Huh. Don't leave before the miracle happens.
No, he's the only one. Well, JQ, I don't know that guy. Probably him.
Is JQ the same guy that used to be Jacob Rothschild here?
Don't know.
No idea.
I thought you were Jacob Rothschild.
I know, central banker. I know that's what we.
I was, but I stepped down. I changed my ways. I reformed.
That was your
We're all
brother.
Jacob Rothschild.
Yeah.
I reformed.
Find the Jew in you.
I'm not sure I get the purpose of that video. So he was on the shoreline and they looked, you could see both the oil rigs, the one in front of the other one and the water behind it. And then he went like, 30 feet higher and they looked the same?
Well, the deal is that the horizon is too far to be Earth curve, right? When they puts the camera a foot off the ground, the globe dimensions say that horizon has to be at 1.2 miles, but it's actually more like 10. And you know that because the furthest oil rig is at 9.4 miles and the horizon is past it, right?
Well, how do you know that oil rig's supposed to be at 9.4 miles? Did you go and do it?
No, it's a known location. You can look that up. Yeah.
Well, you can look it up, then you're just taking an assumption of someone else's work. I mean, did you go
It's
and do
not.
it?
It's not closer than 1.2 miles. There's no way that they'd make a mistake like that.
You can go to the company.
It
You
just
can go
seems
to
like
the
you gave up one set of assumptions to adopt someone else's set of assumptions.
No, listen. You can go to the company website. They give you a freaking coordinate location.
Hold on, dude. Let's join him on this real quick. All right, motherfucker. Then go measure it yourself. Go make that exact same observation. Oops, you can't, and then come back and talk to us.
I mean, I'm just playing the same set of rules.
Okay, so how about
Okay, hold on. Well, I got one more question. I got one more question, then I'll go away. One more question, then I'll go away. Do you actually want to find out the truth, or are you just here to make us mad?
I'm just here for the curiosity. I mean,
Oh,
we gave up
so you're
one
not
set
here
of
to learn.
assumptions. No, absolutely. That's the point of curiosity, right? But I don't think I would come here to just say these people are wrong. Let's give up their assumptions and then let's take a
That's what I'm
set of
saying, and
assumptions.
that's wonderful.
I mean,
So
that's what Miggy
that's a good
told
way
me,
to go.
right? He said this is what someone's told you. Why would you assume that that's true? Because you haven't verifiably measured it. So I was just asking if
So
anyone
here's how we
here
cure that.
has
Hold on,
gone
hold
and
on.
verifiably measured it.
So why don't we give you the coordinates to the rigs and you check them out and make sure that it all adds up?
Just do it yourself and then come back and we can actually talk about it.
Well, I mean, I'm actually curious, right? 'Cause this guy Witt was in here the other day, and he got in an argument with some other guy, and the other guy was like, "I'm not. It's not my job to verifiably prove that your science is correct, right? So I'm here to learn." So I was just curious if any of you guys have gone to go prove the assumptions that
but
you're.
we show you, but we show you you're still you still have a doubt. If you have a doubt, can you check it for yourself?
Well, I'm just confused why you guys don't have doubts with.
Okay, but the
if you
thing
haven't-
is those rigs aren't in contention by anybody. That's not even a Glober argument, right? They're not contended.
We don't have to doubt it because we're accepting what we see as is. Okay, so there's no having to doubt. When you see the table is flat, you know it's flat. There's no doubt that it's flat. But when a person comes around and says that table is actually round, you just can't see it, right? That can be doubted, and that has to be proven. But everyone that looks at the table are going to agree, yeah, it's flat, right? You see, because it's flat, because it is, you know.
And do you think with all the anti-flat Earth backlash that if those rigs were actually closer than 1.2 miles and we were totally wrong about the coordinates, that nobody would have brought that up by now in the 3 years that we've been using that observation? That's not even an argument. It's not a thing.
It's actually arguing. I was just checking.
Yeah, I go by Jack. It's simple. It's simple, right? Because the question is, how do we know, right? Is what you're asking. Well, these oil rigs are known distances from shore. They're measuring for how far out in the water they are. So they're actually measuring from the shore. It's a measurement. So they're at whatever distance they are. That's their demarcation. Like that's where they're at. So they are known distances from shore, and that they have already been measured from the point of shore to where they are in the water. And if anybody has any doubts about how far they are in the water, they can go and verify that. So it's something that, okay, so if we tell you, you can go to the place, you can go and measure yourself the distance between the shore to where they're at in the water, which you probably come up with the same amount of distance from what they're giving us. So it's something that can be repeated. So it's empirical evidence, really. You can go and verify yourself. And then,
as a happy medium and something more convenient, you could go to the original raw video that the image was taken from, and watch it as many times as you want.
Yeah, but like it's also known. It's a known distance, so now you can actually verify.
Not meant to see like the horizon behind it and everything.
No, I'm talking about like because his question was like, how do we know the oil rigs are? We're just taking people's advice that they were there where they're at. I'm like, well, their information is there. You can go and check it out for yourself. So it's something that can be repeated and tested and verified. So that's the difference between us just saying, hey, it is because it is, or oh yeah, it is, and you can go and check it too. So if I was wrong, then you can go and check to see if the distance is like 20 miles or whatever. Then you'd be like, oh, you're wrong. It was 20 miles. But that can be verified. That's the difference.
Yeah.
And keep in mind that that's called the black swan, but it's not because it's like the only observation that anyone has to offer. I mean, actually, it's called the black swan because it only takes one black swan to prove that all swans aren't white. But actually, every observation we make shows that we can see too far. It's not just this one observation, just to make sure you know that. And that's the problem, is that it's kind of the wording on this that gets people confused, like this is the only example. And that's not true at all. So it's not about confirming the oil rigs in this one observation are there. You can go out and test it yourself and see that we can see too far.
Right. Well, we're not testing to see if the Earth is flat, right? We are told that it's flat, and we're testing to see if it's a ball, and not just any ball. This ball with this radius, 3,959 miles. I think that's what people need to focus on, is that the radius is what you're testing for. You have known distances. They're everywhere. They're all around you, right? But if you think about the radius, then that thing right there that you can see in front of you should not even be visible because of that radius. And you know the known distances between things that you can see and you travel to. And when you look out into the ocean,
and keep in mind that the deception of it all is that they've reverse engineered everything, including the laws of perspective. So what we would normally see due to perspective is what they've used as their measurements to make it seem like that should be the hidden value of a distant object. They were very careful about the way that they made the circumference and the radius match what we would normally observe. So you have to be careful because there's some tricks that involved it. The only way this was possible is they reverse engineered everything.
Gotcha. So I looked up this Black Swan, this video in particular, just for curiosity, right? I might as well play devil's advocate if I'm gonna, try to learn more, right? You gotta refute all the points. So it just says that the video maker here has admitted that in most days the image indicates that the Earth is globe, but in a rare event, the image will indicate that the Earth is flat based on refraction. So I mean, is that true? Is that false? Or
where are you getting that from? I go by Jack.
Well, listen to what he's saying. He's saying based on refraction. We just destroyed refraction, right? Remember?
Where are you getting that from?
No, I missed how I destroyed refraction. Oh, this is just from a simple Google search.
Would it please the court if we could have that be put in the live stream too?
Yeah, can you put in the live stream voice text, please? Candy, does he have perms for that? What is his perms?
Yeah, I got
the only thing he's saying is that based on refraction, he's saying he can't see curvature, but based on refraction, it looks like the Earth is a ball. Like that. That is a straight up. That's like marketing. That's like something. Some lie.
Jack.
He's saying he can't see
yeah.
curvature.
Most days the Earth looks like a ball.
Jack, what will happen if you kill refraction with infrared?
If I killed refraction with infrared?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, right? Because I'm just here to learn. So as I get a new perspective, I just challenge it before I assume that it's correct. So if you were to destroy it with infrared, I would have to obviously try to learn more about that. Because I don't claim to be a refraction expert of any kind or an infrared expert of any kind. So.
Infrared frequencies of light are less prone to refraction for one thing, and for another thing, that's also a lie that you can rarely see that far. He's done many observations since then where we actually see like even 3 times the distance of that one. And also, if refraction is affecting the horizon like that and making Earth curve essentially invisible, how did anybody know it was there to begin with?
Exactly. Listen, come with us really quick on this journey. Say we can see 1,000 miles from a plane. Say we can see 1,000 miles across. Where's the fucking curve, right? So if you just go with us on that journey, that's where we're at. We don't know the curve, and we've seen video of a guy up in a plane seeing over 1,000 miles. Now, you could get a map out and you could, try to see exactly where he was. He definitely breaks it down for you enough to where, you have enough information and that if you want to go look into even further, you can. But yes, the man claims seeing hundreds, if not over 1,000 miles in infrared in a plane. So that's, like I said, that's where we're at right now.
All right. So this was the website. This was the website that came up with I Go By Jack, that first one with the Black Swan. I'm going to show you the image that was on that website. I just posted in Livestream 2 voice text. If I could have your attention to that. That is what he's looking at. So right on the very top it says debunking flat earth misconceptions. And on the bottom of that it says distance to the horizon and the Black Swan observation. So all this is anti-flat earth propaganda. Yeah. So it's propaganda that he's looking into this. So it's what's going to fuel his side to actually kind of stay on the global mindset. They set up these little booby traps for them so that they won't ever. They'll keep spinning the wheels and just never really say, "Well, you know what? I can go out and verify this for myself." Versus looking at a website that's named Flat Earth Misconceptions and then going off of that. Which
indeed, and on top of that, real quick. Once again, they've hijacked a key word, misconceptions. They hijacked that word and they can use it however they want. In this case, saying Flat Earth has the misconception.
Yeah, they're giving you the misconception, but saying that reality is the misconception.
I'm waiting
that
for
being said,
one
hold up. That being said,
who's
just
a
because this
Glober
place says debunking Flat Earth
actually-
blood. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just waiting for one person. I have asked, I don't know how many people. They say refraction. It's refraction. It's refraction. How many feet can refraction account for? Like, no one has ever been able to give me what is the maximum number of feet that refraction can account for. It's like everybody throws it out there, but nobody can actually answer that question.
Because that's not how it's used. That's not how refraction is used in the real, like in real science. Like it's only in this art debate that refraction is abused and misused like that. I don't know why you would misinform people about refraction in that way. I mean, that just causes more confusion.
Okay, I disagree with that. Let me
Jack, is it
let me
that,
try
is it
answering
Jack only
my
one
way.
story, Jack?
Hold up, Sasha. Hold up.
To know
Sorry, because of refraction. It's important.
Hold up, Sasha. Let me go. Then you can go after. So when light is bent, it's bent in like an amount of degrees or fractions of degrees, right? And these small degrees can make big distances depending on the big lengths depending on the distance covered. You know, the small angles can have large distances, and that's what you kind of have to address, whether or not how much the kind of the angle is and how much distance is going to be covering. That'll tell you how much it is. And then plus you'd have to also assume that this angle is staying constant. I mean, they don't have refraction data throughout the optical corridor to say what the angle is or how it changes or anything like that. They have no clue. But those are things that would, orthographically matter.
Jack, when you're speaking now, do you speak about refraction or about terrestrial refraction?
I was speaking generally.
I'm not even sure I know the difference.
Well, that's why I'm asking. What's causing the light to bend? Because you got to be a little more specific.
Because this is terrestrial refraction, you know, what is happening. It's about...
Well, it depends. Depends on what's bending the light.
That's but we are not speaking about some refraction. We are speaking about terrestrial refraction here.
But it doesn't change the answer to Sun's question. No, it doesn't change the answer to her question.
Listen, because for terrestrial refraction, you need radius in the first place.
Correct. And so it's a get out of jail free card. We have no observation to corroborate this radius. When we go out and try to look for it, try to observe the claimed dimensions of the globe, in reality, we can't. And then we just get this excuse, this cop-out, oh, refraction ate my horizon.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Sure, but again,
someone who actually knows what they're talking about needs to speak.
I've been trying, but keep on.
Terrestrial refraction. Terrestrial refraction is a model. Okay, what they do is they get an observation that doesn't fit the globe model. So, what they do is they say, okay, we're going to apply what's known as terrestrial refraction. Now, notice I said apply, not go out and measure. Now, what they do is they take the observation, they put it in an orthographic view, which means side on. They draw a circle. They put the observation point on the circle. They put the observer on the circle. Okay? Then they draw a line between the two, and you see the line will intersect the circle that you just made, right? And that line, depending on where it intersects, decides how much of the object you should be able to see. Now, the problem is that we always see too far. All the time, almost every time. You know, it's just like the general occurrence is we always see things beyond what the globe would allow. That's not acceptable, because that means that the geometry doesn't work. So now that we have a problem with the geometry being broken, we need to apply terrestrial refraction. So what does terrestrial refraction do? Does it apply light characteristics? Does it apply refraction characteristics like percentage outlined, which is actually how light behaves in some instances? No, what it does is increases the size of the circle that you just drew. Now, that should be a problem. That should send alarm bells off in your head. Wait a minute. Why are you needing to increase the size of the circle? I thought the Earth was a fixed size. Well, in their own admission, sometimes the Earth appears flatter than it actually is, right? So when you when you enlarge the size of the circle, it changes the height of the hump of the circle in between point A and B. That hump is a part of a formula called the circle segment formula. That is also known specifically as the Sagittah. That's the technical name for it. Now, you may have heard that before. Sagittarius, right? It's a star sign. The bowman, it's the shape of a bow with an arrow in it. Now, the reason why they need to lower the Sagittah is to create the illusion based on this principle. If light travels straight and Earth's a globe, then we would need a bigger Earth in order to see this observation. And that is exactly what they do. They inflate the size of the Earth. Now, you can go and verify this for yourself. Go to Walter Bislin, earthcurvecalculator.com, put in all the numbers for an observation, and then add terrestrial refraction, and you will notice that the Sagittah and the effective radius of the Earth changes. Now, my friend, the Earth is a fixed size. It can't change size. So they are not applying optical effects to the Earth. They are breaking the size of the Earth to fit the observation and still try to claim it's a globe, because most people are too ignorant to understand what they're doing. So yes, just like my friend Percentage said here, nobody is proving that refraction does jack nothing. They're assuming it because it must be the case in order to save their globe. I rest my case.
Increasing it from 100% to 116%.
What explains the distortion in the
One at a
image
time.
of-
Wait a second. One at a time. One at a time. Who's going first?
I was just emphasizing his point. They're increasing it from the Earth from 100% of its size to 116% of its size.
No, they're going way further than that. Like the Black Swan observation, that's a 266,000 mile effective radius.
Well, in terms of the radius, they, I guess it's exponential. Yeah, 706R.
So they need like 200 over 6R for the Black.
You guys are getting confused.
Black Swan.
Yeah, he was just talking about the 7 over 6R. Guys, he was just talking about the 7 over 6R calculation. That's what he was saying.
Okay. Yeah, they need to go way further than that to explain any of these away.
Right, you're correct. So the other homeboy don't get confused. If 7 over 6R isn't sufficient, okay? If 7 over 6R is not sufficient, they just keep inflating the radius until it becomes enough. So when you ask somebody how much refraction is present, they go to the Earth curve calculator, they figure out how much they need, and then they declare it as if it's been researched, studied, measured. It's all a snow job. It's a joke.
But look, man, I'm not going to. We have to go and measure R. Okay, you can't just tell me 7 over 6R and then plug in some number that some dude measured 500 years ago. Whoever, like, let's go verify the R then, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here we are again.
It's really quite simple. You could go to some lights that are on some still water 3 miles away, and if you can see the light from the light pole and the reflection in the water right below those lamps at both same time, you could do this only at 3 miles, because you would never see that reflection of a light in the water because it's supposed to be 6 feet below your line of sight. That's only in 3 miles.
Let's say we call up NASA and say, NASA, what can we do to verify? How can we measure radius for our experiment? What could NASA do? What could they even say, let alone do? Like, what could they do or say? Like, what is the way that NASA measures the radius so we can
satellites?
Satellites don't measure anything. Okay, hold it. Explain to me how satellites would measure something.
Well,
directly measure.
I mean, if I wanted to measure the size of my room, right? One way
We're talking about satellites, not your room, bro.
Well, no, but I think it's similar because if
I don't need listen. I don't need an analogy.
Well, then you don't want to ask.
Oh, well, listen. I did ask, and
you use a satellite to measure your room.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Just relax.
No, I'm not holding on. No, I'm not relaxing. Let him finish his statement.
I would imagine that you could, if you could go around an object, then you could measure the radius of that object. So if a satellite is in space, then it can measure the radius of Earth. Yes, of course. Just the same way that if I could measure an object in my room.
Can you guys stop interrupting?
We're talking about verifying R.
Yeah, you'd have to have that before you had the satellite.
Yeah, you would need a reference for the You need a reference for the satellite in the first place.
Oh, we're just
Yeah,
gonna
you gotta have the size of the ball you're working with before. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Are we gonna sit here and wait for NASA to give us a number? Is that how we're gonna verify R? How would a
How are
satellite?
you going
Okay,
to
let's
verify
say you're
R?
right. Let's say you're right. Okay, how would let's say we had access to this satellite and we learned how to use it to make this measurement. How is that done? How is it done? You see, it's crazy. Hey, it's kind of silly, right? Like you don't even know how satellites can do such a thing. It's very
Well,
simple.
what I wanted to make clear to you, Jack, is that you'd need to have the size of the ball that you're working with before you could get anything to orbit it, right? So they'd already have to have the radius measurement before they sent the satellite up to measure the radius.
Yes, and
that
don't have the first-hand knowledge.
How'd they do that?
Being in a
Yes,
place
and
that
that satellite would also have to be in a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Hey, what is here? Yeah.
All right. So listen, before we go down this line of questioning, this kid has been very calm, right? So if QE wants to engage with him, don't push the frenetic pace by interrupting him and the other kid. Just let them have a discussion.
No, I wasn't trying to butt it. I was just trying to add.
No, I'm not speaking to you.
I was just trying to add. Those guys were right. That I thought that was really a good point. That they'd need the radius before they had the satellites. And number two, satellites can't exist in the second law of thermodynamics violation. So you're gonna have to come up with a new just so story. That's it. That's all I had.
Yeah, it's quite simple. But they need a
Well, yeah, I
standard.
think my answer was just that if I was going to try to measure the radius of something, if I was outside of that object, I could measure their circumference, and then I could find the radius. But you're saying you can't send an object outside of space to figure out the radius if you don't have the radius, or if it's violating the second law of thermodynamics. That I don't know. Like, I'm not here as a scientist, so if that is, that is. Okay, cool. Right, yeah, I don't have the money to send a satellite out of space if... I
Yeah,
guess
and
it's
even if you
allegedly
did,
not
like-
possible, but if it was, yeah, I can't afford to measure it that way in my,
Yeah, so-
in my own.
okay, so
So,
before
Bob,
we
how would you
continue-
measure the radius?
Yeah, before we continue, we need to put that in a syllogism.
I wouldn't
If
measure
the
a
Earth
radius.
was a,
because
if
I
the Earth
wouldn't
was a
assume
globe,
radius.
continue.
How can you go measure radius on a table? How can you say I want to measure and prove the radius of this table? It's not a ball. It's a table. It's flat and level. Okay, you can't measure radius. You can't just say I think this table is a ball and I'm gonna go measure the radius. What made you think it was a ball in the first place?
You can
I mean,
measure
what
to the
makes a
center,
per-
Bong.
Yeah, look at your pool, your swimming pool. What makes you think that water, right, is curving around a really big, like it looks flat. It's flat. Why should I go measure something that doesn't exist? Who would do such a thing? Liars do things like that.
Well, like
Salesmen,
I have a hot tub,
politicians.
right? The hot tub itself has a radius, but the water is flat.
Welcome to flat
Yeah,
Earth.
it's a basin. Yeah, just like the ocean, your tub is like a basin, right, of water. I think that's what we named it after.
You just said the Earth was flat. I go by Jack.
I understand that was the assumption, right? Is that?
Well, it's not
like,
assuming it. You just said it.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, everybody.
No, you. I know what you're saying. But you said,
No,
how would you find
no.
the radius of what? You said, how would you find the radius of a rectangle, and then you alluded it to a pool, and I said you could find the radius of a pool.
I'm talking
If it
about
was
the
a circle-
surface
if
of
it
the
was
water.
You're talking about a circle.
Do you mean
How do you-
circumference instead of radius?
Let's make a radius of the lake.
Boy, this quickly circled the drain.
Well, listen, all water is flat on Earth, so the contained water, the ocean, your pool, the hot tub, fucking your kitchen sink, your toilet, whatever, all water, if contained and not perturbed, is freaking level.
Well, he asked us how to measure a radius. It was your claim. So it's not our job to measure the radius. You already have one.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm. We're asking how it was done, not how you could do it.
Tell you
Yeah,
lies.
how
If you
was it
can,
done?
Oh, see, I
Sorry, George.
have no idea how the radius of the Earth was measured, right? Because I didn't come in here with knowledge. I came here with questions.
That's not the question. The question is, how
So
do
to
we
ask me a
measure the
question of how,
radius
I don't know.
of any ball, of any circle, right? How do we measure the radius of any circle or ball? We have basketballs, we have golf ball, we have all kinds of balls and spheres, and we use radius. We measure the curvature, and that's how you got a basketball, right, rim, and then you've got a basketball that has to fit in there. These require you to know the radius of things. How do we measure radius for balls? And it's such an easy question to answer. You
Yeah,
know
I mean
the
the
answer. I know
radius
the
of a
answer.
ball is just the diameter
Right. That's
divided by 2,
curvature.
right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And then you spin it. You use you draw circles all the time. Yeah. That changing, curving thing is what we're looking for. But all these so-called proofs and evidences. We just talked about how we prove balls, and it's very simple. But the way their proofs, you have to imagine things. You have to disconnect from reality and imagine. That should tell you that they're lying to you. You're not stupid, are you?
Well, I mean, their hypothesis is just you take the equator and then you divide it by 2, and that gives you the radius of the Earth, right?
That's not a hypothesis.
Isn't that the circumference?
Wait a minute.
Diameter's the cut.
Yeah, the
Circumference, you would have to do 2, that's a different equation, but yeah.
Yeah, she's right.
Clocks have radius. Does the clock have a radius? The clock
So
a
if we're
ball?
on the surf, sorry, Bob.
I'm just saying to this guy, when you say equator, think about a clock. Think about what kind of surface that clock has. And what are clocks based on? It's based on the sun. So the sun moves around on the face of a clock. Is that a ball? But it works. It's how we do everything. It's how time works here, man.
Has anyone asked him what his actual evidence for globe Earth is yet?
I have no evidence for globe Earth. I don't have any evidence for anything. I just came here with questions. Like I said, I feel like I'm the one answering all the questions.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was unaware of that. All right.
I gotta go, but I sent you a friend request, and I can send you a bunch of links that'll give you a lot of information. But you have to accept the friend request to get the links. Just to let you know. But thanks, guys.
Hey, good to see you. New perspective.
You too, Sonny. Always.
Yeah.
You didn't see him. You just heard him.
Yeah, good to hear you. Thanks for setting me straight. So if you're on the surface of a ball, couldn't you would just check the curvature from the surface of the ball, right, Jack?
Great to see a new perspective. Sorry, I had to say that.
I'm sorry, I kind of jumped the gun. I apologize. But nonetheless, wouldn't you just check this? If you're on the surface of the ball, like we're supposed to be, Jack, wouldn't we just check the curvature rate on the surface?
I don't know. Like when you guys ask me questions like this, when you guys are asking me questions like this, I have to think about it because I've never been standing on a ball and been like, let me check the curvature of it. Because in this case, this ball that we're discussing is like a fucking massive ball. Versus like the thought experiment is like if you're standing on a basketball. Like I mean,
listen, we got to set a baseline before we continue. Okay, the baseline before we continue. Okay, since you don't know the answer, the correct answer is the radius of the Earth has never been measured. There you go.
Mm-hmm. And big balls also curving. Small balls, big balls, every kind of balls curving.
So the current radius that's understood as the radius of the Earth, you're saying it's never been measured because it's a calculation, not a measurement.
It's not even a calculation.
They just
it's a derivation. It's reverse engineered.
Well, you can
from
take the bad
assumptions.
Bad math.
Reverse engineered from your.
Their math was compromised in the beginning, right? Because they took an elevation angle.
Yeah.
You cannot acquire an elevation angle without a horizontal plane. It's prerequisite. So Al Baruni took an elevation angle height. That's where you got your radius from, by the way. in right around circa 1000 AD. So he first had to get an elevation of the mountain he was standing on, and the way he did it was obtain an elevation angle. So he already proved the flat Earth right there. It was game over. As soon as he came up with that elevation angle, it was over. Follow? Jack.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, as soon as he measured Al-Biruni in 1000 AD, he's where the globe Earth got their radius from.
To be fair, I don't even know what like 6 of the last 10 words you said, so I'm trying to think it through. Al-Biruni?
His name was Al-Biruni back in 1000 AD. He is responsible for the current radius of the Earth. He was off by a couple miles. It's not a big deal. But the way he allegedly calculated it, he first had to get his elevation, and he used elevation angles as the basis for his calculations. And the only way he could do that, the only way you can acquire an elevation angle is to first have a prerequisite. That is a flat adjacent or a horizontal plane. Follow that? It's simple geometry.
Yeah.
Yep. And the same thing with the sextant. The entire foundation of celestial navigation is based on sextant, right? The only mission the sextant has in celestial navigation is to acquire an elevation angle. A horizontal plane is prerequisite to obtain any elevation angle.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the Earth is flat. Game's over. I mean, it's all over right there. We have a lot of other evidence, but we really don't need to even say anything. It's over right there. Follow?
I mean, I follow that. In order to get an elevation angle, you have to have a horizontal plane, and I understand that. I can understand the logic on that. That's the design of the sextant. I get that, but I'm not. I can't make that just jump to say that it's game over, because I would rather just continue to dive deeper.
You can't dive deeper. It's the rate limiting. Hold on a second. That's the rate limiting.
With the assumption. Okay, so is the sextant a perfect instrument? Because
it doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't have to be perfect. As soon as you acquire an elevation angle, now what you'd have to disprove.
If it's not a perfect angle, then something in the equation is wrong, and it could be either the flat plane or the
you would have
elevation
to disprove. Angle. Go ahead. You could continue to diarrhea the mouth through me, but you're fucking done, geometrically speaking. Right? What you'd have to prove is celestial navigation is debunked. That's what you'd have to show.
Well, I mean, if celestial navigation is perfect all the time, then
doesn't have to be perfect.
Well, then the assumptions of the celestial navigation are incorrect if it's not perfect.
Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. You can't even obtain a single elevation angle. You can't. People that have this globe Earth belief, let me try to put it to you this way. You can't even consider the existence of sextants. It's tantamount to Stalin considering a documentary on soybean fucking futures. It's over. As soon as you obtain an elevation angle, it's the first one, you can't even pick it up. You have to deny the existence of the sextant, period. End of story. Next.
I'm not sure why I got muted.
And the stars, the thing.
Because I didn't come in here as a globe earther, and I'm not even arguing with you. I'm just.
I'll tell you, just because you weren't sure on why you got muted, you had diarrhea of the mouth, so I had to stop you so I can make my conclusion off your. If they don't have perfect angles, no, you can't get an elevation angle without the prerequisite of a flat plane.
Agreed.
Perfect or not.
Agreed.
Thank you.
But if the math is not perfect, then one of
shut the fuck up.
The truth is, you got muted because you tried to have a conversation with QE. That's the truth.
Truth, you gotta know who Mr. you're Truth, to, and there goes your dumb
painful.
motherfucker.
He was okay. He got muted because he was directly talking straight through somebody. infinitum without stopping. I mean,
Yeah.
good grief.
Well, we had to have the color commentary by the incoherent idiot up there who thinks you can have an experiment, a hypothesis test, without fleshing out a hypothesis. So he had to add his color commentary as sort of a backhanded slight, like a Nancy. He argues like a fucking schoolgirl. So, of course, he has to backhand slight. What else does he got? Why don't you just become a baller? Because that's how you argue, percentage. You're a clusterfuck. Now, back to I go by Jack. Do you understand that you can't obtain an elevation angle without a horizontal plane?
Without the prerequisite of a horizontal plane, yeah, I understand it. That makes sense.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning requests, smoke them if you got them. Thanks.
I don't think that.
Well, you don't think so, but you just debunked yourself.
I didn't debunk anything. I didn't come in here with any pre-assumptions of any
no pre-assumptions.
kind. I didn't come in here with a belief in general. I came here to just talk. So I'm confused why I'm not able to.
Why don't you retract your assertion? Retract your assertion as an assertion and repose it as a question. That would yield some fruit.
Okay. Well, let me think on it for a second.
It's simple. If the ground was a ball, then what are you talking about? Like, what angles can you... The sun, moon, and stars are perfect. That's how we have time and clocks. Those are perfect, yes.
Elevation angles.
We're not.
I understand where the elevation angle comes from in the fact that you have to have a horizontal plane in order to have an elevation angle. I'm just saying and trying to get across the point of what I'm thinking, and if it's wrong, then it's wrong, and we can get to that.
Okay, so I can tell you how you're wrong categorically.
Okay,
this is how you're wrong. Okay, idealized math only exists as an idea. Okay, the real world is not an idea. So if there's small discrepancies in the mathematics, they only valid if the discrepancy is greater than the tolerance of the conclusion. Okay? That's how we function in the real world. We have tolerances.
Yeah.
Okay, so by your logic, if we disregard, let me continue. If we disregard anything because of its imprecision, then we literally just should jump off a bridge because everything's imprecise in the real world. So we might as well just shut the ship down and blow up the whole Earth. Yeah, pointless, right? Because nothing's precise.
I mean, math is a study.
I think the sun, moon, and stars are very precise. So precise that we mimic it with clocks and.
It's over with the elevation angle.
I think you definitely just proved the sextant as being a perfect instrument for navigation.
Yep.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But I didn't even know what that instrument was until you brought it up, so I appreciate that.
Yep, you're welcome.
Go learn navigation, man. Yeah, it's really it'll open up everything to you. Yeah, it's
So
based
are
on
there some
solution
tools that are perfect then, Bong?
No.
Pardon?
Are there some tools that are perfect?
Yeah,
I don't
Sonny.
think so.
My dick.
Sunny.
Oh, yeah,
yeah, Sunny. Have you heard him play? It's pretty good. It's pretty perfect.
Yes.
Nothing's perfect, but the tool is perfect.
No tool is perfect. Tools are
just estimated guesses. They're like very, very exact. Not exact, but like calculated.
No. Okay,
So
when you
what's
go
a
into
tool then?
engineering field, check this out, Holmes. When you go into engineering field, it's much easier to just call people by random icons rather than their names, and you don't have to remember names. Super simple. So basically,
You call me Holmes?
listen, you want to listen to the content?
No, I'm listening, but I don't know what you called me.
Home.
Okay. Listen, Jeeves. Okay, pay attention.
But he changed my name to Holmes.
All right, listen. When you go into engineering, part of the stuff you learn is tolerances. especially when it comes to like machining or building or fabricating. There's certain allowable tolerances. That's just the way reality is. Nothing's perfect. It's that simple.
The tool you described isn't perfect then, correct?
Nothing is perfect.
So does 1 plus 1 equal 2 or 3?
God is perfect.
Like perfect is like
That's not even a troll, right?
doesn't
Because there's like a
exist.
whole debate about
Like,
1
well,
plus 1 equals 3.
what-
So I
what-
mean, is
def-
math like is
define
math perfect or
define
no?
perfect. Define perfect.
Because I understand using engineering and saying there's tolerances to when you apply math to real world applications. I get that, but is math perfect or is math also just like a social construct?
What do you mean by perfect?
Well,
What does
if
that
you're gonna
mean?
use, so we're using math in the tool, the sextant tool, right? Uses a math equation to determine the horizontal plane, the elevation angle,
I don't know.
and then you're gonna use that to understand. I don't even know what the tool is.
So
Where you
basically,
are,
what it
where
comes
you are,
to is
where you
to
are.
be a baller, you have to deny math.
When I shoot the basketball,
Guys, chill. I think I can help him. Can I speak for a second? Colin, can I speak?
No.
When I hit a 3-pointer and it goes swish, that's perfect to me.
Chill, bong.
Perfect. Go ahead.
So I just want to point out, I might be wrong about this, but I think you may be making the mistake of mixing objective reality and subjective reality, because math, at least, is, it can reflect reality. It can also not reflect reality. Math is a tool, but you're using the word perfect, which kind of sounds subjective. So be careful not to mix those things together in a way that is nonsensical.
Well, he's so stuck on the ball that now he's got to go, is it math that's wrong?
No, I don't think math is wrong. I'm just saying I think the example of the sextant tool, the tool is wrong because the math isn't right. Just like physics has sets of laws, those laws would be considered perfect because they're
There's a
they always
saying
work.
for perfect in the military. We say good enough for government work. That's perfect. Let's go. Okay, that's perfect. It does the job. Look, you can only cut things down so much before, does it even matter anymore? Can you see what a millimeter looks like? Can you cut with your eyes? No, you need tools. But it's perfect enough, right?
How is the sextant wrong, though, anyway?
No,
Well, that's why I asked if it works every time. If it's a perfect navigation tool, and the
Is the
answer was
globe a
no.
perfect
And so I said if it's no, then it's possible that the math assumptions of that specific tool are wrong, and that could either be the angle, or that it's on a horizontal plane. It could be any part of that equation that's wrong, right? That's all I was asking.
But then what you're saying is that the globe is 100 million% wrong, right? Because think about all the things in the globe Earth that are nowhere near perfect. They're so off, right? So if you're talking about perfect, you're saying that the globe is trash. And
I'm
and
totally cool with the globe being fake and
the
trash.
most perfect thing we
Don't
can have,
misconstrue that.
right? The most perfect way we can think of the Earth is that it is not a ball. That's what you're saying. If you wanna get right down to perfection, right, then that's what you have to go with. What your eyes see and can verify, which is that the Earth is not a ball.
Yeah. So let's use practical examples. Okay. So people order a house, or they order a lot, or they order a foundation, right? You got to build it. You got to use tools to build it. Now, one of the crucial things you got to use is a level. Now, usually general levels, okay, are held by a human user. Now, let me ask you this question, friend. Do you think that I can hold my hand perfectly steady?
No way.
Right. So how could I possibly hold my level perfectly steady? I can hold it pretty close, right? So when you level a house, right, you're getting it as close as possible within certain tolerances. Same when you measure square and all these other things, right?
Yeah, engineering.
So you measured out this huge thing, right? And it's an eighth off after 20 feet, right? That's imprecise. But comparative to the span and the materials that you're using, that is really precise. Okay, so just saying the tool isn't perfect, therefore it doesn't function as intended, and the principles are somehow changed in the way in which it functions. That's like it's non sequitur. It's not even a coherent statement because it's already axiomatic that nothing's perfect.
The margin of error
it's
is
also
within our
a red herring
tolerances.
fallacy.
Yeah, that makes sense, Arden.
It's also a red herring fallacy when it comes to elevation angles, because even a wrong elevation angle is still an elevation angle. Did you get that? Let that.
Yeah, it's just I think where I began this journey is different from where you're coming in this to explain it, is because when I started with MI9GY, he started by deconstructing every assumption that's ever been made. And so as we're going along this journey, I'm just trying to, one, learn how we're thinking about it, and then two, making sure we're deconstructing those assumptions as well to things that are 100% measurably true all the time.
That's a fact, but that's a fact. You're correct. But you still didn't address my argument. So that's another red herring fallacy. Did you listen to what I just said?
Yeah, you said even a false elevation angle is an elevation angle.
Correct.
Right.
Welcome to Flat Earth. The snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning request.
That's like saying even non-evidence is evidence, right?
Say again?
Non-evidence is evidence.
Non-evidence? What's non-evidence? Is evidence? No,
it's a form of
evidence.
evidence, just like a false elevation angle is an elevation
angle. It's still an elevation. That's right. You still obtain an elevation angle, even though it could be wrong. You still got an elevation angle. That's right. That's not false evidence.
It's not even false.
It's not even false. That's just user error. You're all backwards, dude.
If the tools that we're using, right, is telling us that we're not on a ball, right, or if it doesn't fit someone's idea of the world, right, it doesn't mean the tool is wrong. It probably means that they're wrong, because the tool is doing what we are living, experiencing something, and we designed the tool to work on that something, and we call it a plane, or we have these requirements called level in order for us to be able to walk and balance things, chairs and tables and pool tables. You play pool, right? That thing has to be level. You know what I'm saying? This is default. This is the default experience. So our tools work on that default experience, and it's telling us it's not a ball. So the tool and us, I'm pretty sure the guy who thinks it's a ball, I'm pretty sure he's wrong. And the tool is right. What do you think? Do you think all these navigators,
the ball is a tool?
Do you think all these explorers that sailed the earth, that worked with John Dee and developed the sextant and gathered all this navigation knowledge based on, do you think they thought the earth was a ball? Do you think they had to work on a curved surface on the ocean? Obviously, the tools they used are designed to work on a plane, right? Therefore, the tool is telling us, we understand, we made it, that the earth is not a ball.
I would agree with that if the tool was perfect, but it doesn't work.
Define perfect. Here we are.
That it worked every time. Precisely.
You're a clown, man. You already been debunked. You still what are you gonna respawn again?
How perfect does it have to be?
It's not perfect. Respawn. We already debunked you 3 times. I'm not gonna do it again. Go ahead and respawn one more time.
Okay. How is it not perfect
though? Why are you getting angry, Kiwi?
Huh?
Why are you getting upset?
How am I? Oh God, we have a Nancy. Okay, time out.
Bro,
feelings.
I'm just why are you upset?
Feelings, Nancy. I'm not angry at all.
You get mad very easily.
I'm not angry at all. What does that mean? Go ahead and define my thoughts.
All right, got it. You get angry and when someone challenges your views or like
challenges my views. What's that mean?
Stop talking.
What does what mean?
Devil eyes.
What does what mean?
Stop
what does
talking. You're gonna get banned.
Why am I gonna get banned? I didn't
do
anything.
Relax.
Okay.
Relax,
okay.
Bong. Bong. Relax.
Sorry. Go ahead.
She's fine. She's making a claim. Just relax for a second.
No, I'm not even making a claim.
Let's flesh this out. Oh my god. Oh, go ahead, Bong. Get it out. What do you need?
I just want to get back to sextant to the bro with the sextant question.
We're gonna get back to it in a second, Bong. Thanks a lot. We're gonna deal with Devil Eyes. What is your conclusion? So you said I'm getting angry. So what do you conclude from that?
That you're angry. That's it.
Oh, that's it. Well, thanks. Great. What's my favorite color?
Yellow.
It's not. No.
She was quick with it.
Yeah, she was quick with it, but we're not talking about. I go by
Kiwi.
Jack's spine color.
Whose favorite color
That's
is
my
yellow?
favorite color.
It's my favorite color.
Oh
so that
my
was
God.
his too. Bestie. We're besties.
He's
right?
derailing the conversation.
Sorry, my bad. I
Next
just
in the
thought he was
back.
getting angry and I didn't understand why.
Nobody cares about
Because you
feelings.
need to know why.
Yes, nobody cares about feelings. We're here for information. We're here to help you learn it.
But I think productive learning
Yeah,
is
it's
done in a
productive.
calm
Thanks.
environment where there's no screaming and like
It's more productive. It's more productive when you're not chiming in to derail every 10 seconds.
Okay. You guys, there's a
Damn.
teachable moment here. Okay, the teachable moment is this. Homebro literally repeated the same thing 3 times, rather than altering his argument in any way, shape, or form after we dismantled it. Okay? So that would cause somebody to maybe be perturbed, upset, unsettled, etc., etc. So if you're saying you have no idea why he's being angry, you're either 1, not listening, or 2, stupid.
It's true, bro. AI explained to you how, like, and he gave you the analogy of an eighth of an inch over 20 feet, how it isn't perfect, but it's within tolerances and it still functions for its intended purpose. So it doesn't really make sense to say it doesn't function or it doesn't work.
Right. So your appropriate thing to do in that instance is not repeat the same thing 3 times. It's to ask clarifying questions so that you can
I
understand.
clarify why he's angry?
No, because I already said why.
I just want to know what.
Okay,
what
you're very
Jack
distractory.
means, I just want.
Yeah, I realize that you're here for a social outlet, Devil Eyes, but we're taking care of business here. You understand?
Bro, I'd like to learn.
So
as
we
well.
tolerate
It's not
you.
just a social outlet.
Okay, cool
Whatever.
story. Listen,
Here to
Devil Eyes,
learn
if you
Mandarin.
like to learn, pay attention.
I have been, and I asked you before about the tools being perfect, and then I got my answer, so I was quiet for a while. Thank you, AI Ardent.
So,
Hey, hold on, friends. Hold on. Is my name an insult now?
No, it's not. I was literally just saying your name. It's not insulting you at all.
Right.
And who cares about
You're
feelings
only
anyway?
saying my name.
Fuck it.
You're only saying my name, not putting elisions on it,
I'm
right?
using your own argument against you. Who cares about feelings? Fuck them.
Who cares if someone's angry though? We're here about
All right,
information.
moving on. All right, now that we're all happy again, move on.
Whee!
Where's dude, bro?
I'm happy.
So, So, what do you mean it's not perfect? What is a perfect sextant?
We already
versus
debunked that,
wrong?
Bong.
Right. Okay. So it's not even a real. It's not even a
Yeah,
question.
it's not an argument. No, it's non sequitur.
So talk about the horizontal plane instead. The horizontal plane, yeah, horizontal. Ships have been getting to their harbors for centuries now using a horizontal plane, I do say. Chaps. Ahoy, mateys. Yeah.
All right. So that was the moment for Homebro to ask clarifying questions. Since he forfeited his opportunity, well, let's just assume that he concedes our point. That he's wrong and we're correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Guess he ain't got Jack.
I have to.
Nice.
To be fair,
That was a good
to
pun.
be
Way.
were you still talking to Jack all that time? I missed part of the conversation.
I was
Yeah,
talking to
now we're
Homebro.
done, so
I don't know
jack
who
off.
you were talking to.
Yeah, parentheses or percentages made a funny pun.
Who's home, bro?
I go by Jack, aka Homebro.
Oh, okay.
Of crypto.
Sup.
Devil Eyes, are you there?
She's in consolation.
So,
hi. You know what a sextant is?
Isn't it like a form of measuring tool?
Yeah, but do you know what it does and why we use a sextant and how it tells us where we are?
I just thought it was. I just know it measures distances. That's all I know about them.
damn, Bonk. First you had sextant with Jack, and now you're trying to have sextant with Devil Eyes?
It doesn't measure distance.
Huh?
I'm trying to have sextant with everyone.
It doesn't measure distances. It measures
your latitude on the superior
it measures
by observing the sun and the stars.
I'm not an expert in the field.
It measures elevation angles from a horizontal plane. That's what its purpose is for navigation along the horizontal
Assuming a
plane.
radius of 3,440.
Why do you interrupt?
Okay, so I was unclear about it, so I just looked it up and clarified. It measures distances, angular distances.
Do you know how it does it?
No, I'm not an expert
Hold
in
on.
the field.
Hold on.
Angular distance.
Hold on. Angular distance. Can you
What?
give us the units of measure for that?
Angular distance?
Yeah.
Yes.
Degrees?
Where?
That degrees aren't a distance. Of course,
Exactly.
everyone is going to jump in, right?
I can't even hear. There's so many.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem here. Yeah,
You were wrong.
angular distance. So just relax, everyone, for a second. Angular distance is an oxymoron. It's a married bachelor.
Yeah,
angles are measured in degrees, so I'm still not done yet. Angles are measured in what? Say that again. Degrees? Is that what you said?
I already answered.
You already said I didn't hear you. Everyone was chiming in.
Okay, degrees. Angles are measured in degrees, like 90-degree angles, right angles,
all right,
triangles, angles.
Yeah. Okay. What's distance measured in?
Any form of meter, like variety of things.
Yeah. So are angles measured in meters? Welcome to Flat Earth.
Bro,
snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJs spinning requests.
I've been here.
Smoke them if you got them.
I've been here. Thanks, though. Appreciate.
Yeah. So what do you need?
Wait, Devil Eyes, I figured out why you're not understanding what's being said because you're talking while someone else is speaking.
How?
That's why
I was listening to QE. I was listening to him, Sonny.
How could you be? You were talking in the middle of his sentence.
No, he said, welcome to Flat Earth, and I said,
I have another question.
Yeah, and you
interrupted.
Question. He wasn't done yet. He wasn't done yet. When he said, welcome to Flat Earth, he wasn't done yet. Just
Can
like I'm not
me
done
from
yet.
the Flat Earth for
And,
5 minutes?
and I wasn't done. And I wasn't done yet, and you still talked over me. So there, we do it again.
Okay.
Just keep...
All right, guys. Let's just be polite and ask her to pay attention if he's gonna, have a conversation.
The next question is: so now we know what a sextant is, right? What do we need to have degrees? Like what do we need first in order to have these degrees? We need a what?
Starting point.
Right, which is what? A straight line, right? 180-degree line, right? What do we call that when we're out in the ocean? When we're in the ocean, what is this straight line that we're using?
In navigational jargon, they call it the line of the horizon.
Yeah. So is that 180 degrees? Would you say that's a straight line? In order for us to have these degrees, do we need a straight line? Yes or no?
Yes.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I was listening about what you guys were saying before, and I have to agree with AI. Nothing is exactly straight.
Okay, really? Okay, so just keep listening. Go ahead, Bong.
Right. So the degrees, in order for us to use this tool, right, effectively to get where we're going and know where we are, right? we use these degrees. So that is a given. Okay, you can't say, oh, it's not really a perfect straight line. We are using these degrees to get to where, and it's working, right? So you have to say, yeah, of course I need a straight line to start, having these degrees, measuring the, distance of these stars from each other and where I am. So you at least agree to that. Wouldn't you agree?
Can you?
I think I can break it down in more simple terms. So
yes, please.
I'm not an expert on sextants myself, but I'm pretty sure they use triangles. And you can't have a baseline. You can't have a triangle with one of the three sides curved. Triangles only have straight sides. So simple question, Devil Eyes. Do you think it's possible to have a triangle with a curved adjacent?
No. Devil Eyes, don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer. What I want is another person to say, I think I can make it even more clear. And then I want them to go. Then after that, I want the next person to go until everyone goes. And then, Devil Eyes, you can answer once it's absolutely clear.
When's my turn?
Everybody have a go.
Oh, my bad.
The only point there. Listen, the only point there is that the question was clearly posed to her. She was in the middle of opening her mouth to speak, to answer. There's no need to then re-clarify. You need to listen to what she says first.
Yeah, please. Go ahead, Devil Eyes.
I don't even remember the question. That was so long ago. What's the question?
We need a straight line to have degrees.
So, does it calculate the straight line with the sextant?
The answer is yes.
Oh, it's
assume
yes.
a straight
Okay.
line as a base.
Calculate a straight line.
That's the latitude, though, right? Like the flat line you guys are talking about is the latitude that we're calculating.
No, it's the horizon.
No, the horizon, the plane beneath us, right? We're using that as the line, the straight line that we start with, right? And then we find a star, and depending on your what is it, star chart? What's it called again? Sunny? Yeah.
Almanac.
Almanac. Yep. That's what you're doing. You need that plane beneath you, and this works. You can do it yourself, and people have been doing it for thousands of years.
The nautical almanacs have elevation angles to stars that are over the same location on Earth since they have been for thousands of years when the flat earthers observed them.
Yeah, to be clear, just for an angle alone, you don't need a horizon. You could get an angle from just two different, reference points. But for a sextant, for celestial
you could get an
navigation,
angle from level. You could get an angle from level, but what's this level? What is? Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
No worries. Continue.
Yeah, but we're working with the stars here. We're not working with, we're not just pulling angles out, for whatever. It's specifically for the stars. And that chart, that almanac, is a prediction of where those stars are based on the observations over all the years that it's been.
The almanacs are a post.
Yeah, fair enough. But I was just one second, Sonny. I was just responding to how you said, Bong. You said, what do you need for degrees? So I was just saying, to clarify, for degrees you don't necessarily need that, but for sextants and navigation, you definitely do. You need that straight line.
Listen, the almanacs are not a prediction; they're post-dictions. They're printed in ink. They're confirmed locations. These stars are over locations over Earth that they always have been geographically. That, by the way, is impossible on a globe. Period. But we use a horizontal plane to measure the elevation. You don't calculate a horizon. You observe it.
And then you calculate the angle by looking at the star? Is
no,
that right?
you measure the angle with the sextant.
Sorry, measure it. That's what I meant. You measure the angle by
you're
lining up.
You're just demonstrating. You're observing the angle. You're just observing the angle that the sextant
from the star to the horizon.
And that angle gives you what? It gives you latitude so that you understand where you are in the ocean?
You look at the almanac and you do the almanac.
No, it doesn't give you a latitude. No. One elevation angle is not going to give you a latitude.
No, yeah, that's true. You have to do circles of equal altitude. You have a
Yeah, that's another problem, but we're going to just stick with the elevation angle. You can't get an elevation angle from anything other than a horizontal plane. It's already a given. That's it. Argument's over. Devil Eyes, is this a coherent statement? Hey, Sonny, how far is the porcupine from you? And he says, 7 degrees.
Start looking up.
How much you weigh?
Let me whip out my compass.
Sonny?
I'm gonna wait a minute.
30 meters?
Okay. I'm gonna whip out my compass and see what that angle is to that porcupine right now. Hold on
Does
one
this
second.
make coherent sense? Hey, Sonny, how much you weigh? 6 or 7 meters.
Yeah. Or 6 kilometers.
The 7 degrees thing could make sense. It could be coherent.
If you use kilos, you could confuse somebody.
So,
The 7 degrees thing, it could be coherent. Let's say you're on a giant, like a roundabout.
Hey, how far is it to Jamaica?
Meters.
How far is it to Jamaica? Oh, it's about 10 hours. Literally 10 hours.
Angular distance is the distance of the star to the
Time is
horizon.
Distance, stupid dummy
distance
flat earthers.
From the star to the horizon, okay, to the horizon. So that alone is saying you need a flat plane, horizontal plane.
Right. So what I want to happen next is I want somebody to say something new, and I want somebody else to do the same tried thing that was done 5 times in a row, right over them as they
So
try
what's
to
the
speak.
quantum eraser?
What?
You're not ready for that.
Yes, person in server trying to get you to learn things. Can you do it?
You know Ant-Man? Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
What?
AI
What did
got
he ask?
AI. What the heck?
What the? I'm sorry, Sonny. What did he ask?
He wants to know what the quantum eraser experiment is all about.
No, he did not ask that.
Yes, he
Are you
did.
sure?
Not
Here's
sure.
what he asked. Here's word for word what he asked. He said, "What is the quantum eraser?"
That's
what
what
he said.
yeah.
That is me.
Time travel.
Are you the thing? Wait a minute. Are you the thing and the effect both at the same time?
Yes, times 6 degrees.
Yes, times 6 degrees. Whoa, you cannot calculate that.
Anyway.
Does that mean you can erase things in 2 different places at the same time?
Anyway, for Homebro's benefit, the quantum eraser is an experiment. Okay, which Huey has the namesake of. And he's well versed in that, and he'd be happy to talk about it to you for the next 17 hours, if you don't mind.
Negative.
What? What?
All right, put a pot of
Only if
coffee
you
on.
say
Let's go.
please. Only
Put
if
a
you
pot
say
of coffee
please.
on. Negative, Mickey.
Yeah.
You ain't dogpiling me.
Or all of us could talk about it.
No, you couldn't. You'd
for
hurt
the next
yourself.
17 hours.
No ether or no ether?
Yeah, we probably heard it.
No ether, no ether. Somebody wants to send this talk.
I'm not
Listen.
qualified to talk about it.
Let's just wait till Saturday, man. Just be patient.
I don't have that much time.
I'm dreading it.
I'm dreading it.
I'm like, no.
I think it might be the end of
stop
the.
it.
I think it might be the end of the world coming.
Because I was in here the other night and the witch guy was fired up.
The witch guy?
No,
witch.
was.
Witch
Oh,
it
witch
or
it.
whatever.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
There is a witch guy, though. Witchcraft.
Yeah. He's pretty cool.
Said wits.
So did you come in on that? You came in with those other guys? I go by Jack.
What
The,
other guys?
What was the name of that server? Divergent server.
No, I don't even know what that is.
How did you find your way in here?
Someone posted the server in one of my other discords, but my other discord is not related to this flat Earth, globe Earth, none of this drama.
Now, what gave you the courage to step foot in here? Because it seemed like, coming from your standpoint, you were a bit apprehensive at the very beginning. Sounded like
because we're cool.
No, I'm a logic thinker, and whether we agree on something or not, I'm always curious to learn what other people perceive and how they see things, and I'm always willing to dive in, but it comes off like argumentative sometimes or in a disagreement when really it's just me trying to understand more. So I don't think I was apprehensive.
So you're a logic thinker. Define a syllogism.
All right, I'm not a logic thinker. I actually don't even think for myself. What I did was I grew up and I just read the books in school.
He's just messing with you.
That was pretty honest.
Keep in mind, we just want you to
get too
think
far in here.
Hey, I like him. Don't beat up on him. I like this guy.
Hey, what is your opinion of like NASA? Like, do you find him a little creepy? You know what I mean, like, or
I mean, so I actually I just joined the server maybe like 4 days ago or something, and I didn't know anything about flat Earth, but I was telling my parents one time we had gone over, so we were on vacation or something, and my dad was like so mad about all this like Kyrie Irving flat Earth stuff, and I told him, I was like, the problem is there's no trust in any institutions in the world, and so people are getting to a point where they just don't believe the things that anyone has ever told them, and so they're on a truth-seeking mission to figure out what have they been told that's full of assumptions that might not possibly be true, and what is really true. And so you're gonna have things like flat Earth pop up, and maybe this is real. I don't know. You guys seem to have deeper conviction in it than I do. Maybe I get there at some point. I don't know. But you're gonna see this same exact kind of movement, phenomenon, whatever it is, across all different things that we've been taught and these assumptions that we built in. And so what do I think about NASA? I don't know, man. NASA seems really cool, but I don't really know what the fuck they do. Does anyone really know what the fuck they do? Probably not. It sounds cool. It seems really sweet. No idea.
I know what they do.
This kid.
They lie.
Yes.
And give you images and say they're photographs. Well, no, they actually don't. You just assume they're photographs. They actually tell you they're just all images, but you guys don't get it.
Sure, I just don't think enough people have time in their day to think through all these matters at the same time. So people pick different things, and that's their focus, and that's what they go for, and that's why you get all these different institutions that really kind of capitalize on certain schools of thought. And I don't know. I think NASA's cool. I think it's interesting. I don't even know if any of it's real, but
you
whatever.
Think they're cool, like a rock star is cool.
Fuck yeah.
They're cool, like right. But check it out. Do you think it's cool that they can't provide any real evidence of curvature? Does that still make them cool though?
Dude, some days I wake up, I don't even know what real evidence is, bro.
Right. I used to think NASA was cool too. I used to want to be a part of that, discovering the universe, all that. You know what I mean? Like, I used to think they were cool, but they can't even prove that the Earth is a ball. Like, they can't even show us how to measure the radius.
Yeah, but one thing you can.
These things. Yeah, go ahead.
One thing you can be assured of is that you can know certain things that you have a little bit of confusion about. Like, it sounds like you're saying I wake up some days and I don't even know. So you can be certain. I go by Jack, which is kind of like the thing that we want you to realize when you're in here, that there are certain things that you've been taught and that you have to unlearn. But then you can actually start to realize if something isn't curving, then there's no other option. It has to be flat, right? So there's no curvature whatsoever. So you can't just wake up tomorrow and be like, oh, that was just a wild ride I had in there. Maybe they could be right. Maybe they could be wrong. There's either a yes or a no, a black or a white. There's no in between, or could be's or maybes. And so you're confronted with the fact that now you have on your lap the truth. You either accept it or reject it. That's it. Whether or not you're going to accept it, that's going to be all up to you. You can reject it and say, screw this, but it's going to be the truth no matter what. That's all it is.
I'll probably throw it in the maybe bucket because
Well,
I think it's encouraging to challenge the things that you've been taught, and I think it's encouraging to not take those assumptions. But the honest truth is, I'm probably not gonna go out and find a peninsula 10 miles away and then pull up the curvature calculator, get my binoculars out, and then measure it.
Why? Yeah, I know. If I'm being honest too, what would stop you from actually, realizing that that's the case versus you just saying, being in here in the Discord, always throwing out like, well, I don't know. What do you think? Could be, right? Like, what is stopping you from actually finding out the definitive answer to that question? What's stopping you? Is there something really pressing that you can't do that? That you were not able to figure that out? Or you just don't want to because of what it might reveal? That it will destroy the paradigm in which you previously think could be in existence. Like you said, NASA, it's kind of cool. But if you figure this out, then they're going to be garbage. Or they might be cool still, but in a different way. As in, like, science fiction. That's probably what you're thinking about, because those are the things that people really have to consider. It's going to rearrange your paradigm. It's going to destroy the things that you used to think were real. And now you're left with the only truth that ever was.
I mean, to be completely honest, and I don't want to sound like a dick or like I don't care to say this, but let me rephrase that. I don't want to sound like a dick to say this, but I just don't really think I care that much. Like, I don't think that what the discovery was really is really going to be that ground shattering, because when you have an understanding that you already don't trust most of institutions and most of the studying, I don't think it becomes that groundbreaking. But I don't think I'm going to go out of my way to
because you're overwhelmed by Neo in the Matrix. Okay, when he discovered in the movies, the protagonist discovers the truth. His whole life reality changes. This is how things are in the real world as well. So ignoring this truth, right? People say, "Why should I care?" Okay, because it's gonna.
Yeah, but
change.
that's fake though. That's all fake though. I go by Jack. That's fake because you're here, bro. You're here. So what brought you here was curiosity. So I don't buy what you're saying is true. I think you're very curious. I think you want to be proven wrong. Yet what you're saying right now is a cover for you not actually. It's a bit more apathetic, right? That you don't want to look into it. But I don't think it has anything to do with you not being interested. I think you're very interested. I think you really want to know. But just going and doing that is a bit of laziness on your part because you don't want to get up and go. But I think you are interested. Otherwise, you would have checked out of here and go watch Netflix.
Yeah,
or do something else.
The curiosity is there, but I don't think it will be the flat Earth hill that I die on. Like, if I leave this Discord or Quantum Eraser kicks me for questioning the sextant, I might just go to the 1 + 1 = 3 math Discord and see what else is out there. Like, it's just
the sextant. Right. That's not what you did here. You got smoked.
Yeah, but
I didn't get smoked.
The one.
Oh yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. But it's
yeah,
okay.
you did. Or your geometry, you'd fail 3rd grade geometry.
I got muted. Oh, I didn't even take geometry.
You didn't get muted. You're about to get muted, you friggin' clown.
Yo,
how can you say you're curious to learn and then you say you don't care? Like that's a contradiction.
What does 1 plus what? Wait a second. Let's flesh this out. What does 1 + 1 = 3 have anything whatsoever to do with a horizontal plane as prerequisite for attaining an elevation angle, sir?
In reality,
nothing whatsoever. What are you trying to respawn and like recreate history? Friggin' clown.
No, he's saying he thinks that the 1 + 1 = 3 or whatever conspiracy is of equal impact to the flat Earth. But the problem is that the flat Earth points to the Bible being true. And that's the real thing that you're going to have to deal with at some point.
My God, we're totally red herring fallacying away from this.
Yeah, that wasn't it.
Thanks. So I go by Jack. You got an answer for that question, by the way?
About the sextant again? I don't have an answer for it.
No, you're not paying attention again. Do you want me to repeat it?
If you don't mind.
Yeah, you said the 1 + 1 = 3, and then you referenced me and the sextant. That has nothing to do with me and the sextant, son.
No, I think I meant more of 1 + 1 = 3 in relation to the flat Earth.
No, that's not what you said.
What I said was,
I
if
know what
you
you
were to
said.
kick me for disagreeing on
I
the
ain't gonna
sextant,
kick you.
and
Disagreeing. This isn't agree disagree genre. Number one, I didn't disagree with you. I debunked your dumbass.
I didn't even have a hypothesis to debunk.
A hypothesis? You don't even know what a hypothesis is.
Obviously,
What's
I know. I learned it in 4th grade. It's an if-then statement. Duh. Come on.
Oh, it's an if-then statement. So it's just an if-then statement. So if you're on crack, then you go by Jack.
Yes, that's a good hypothesis.
That's not a hypothesis.
That's great.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Jack.
You're a clown.
Jack.
You got debunked. Geometrically speaking, you're finished.
Jack, I'm using your actual name. So now you need to know I'm being serious.
Yeah.
What you're experiencing, okay, my friend, is cognitive dissonance. And your self-defense mechanism's kicking in. And so you're kicking the hornet's nest so you can get stung. So you can leave with your stings and blame it on the stings rather than the truth.
Yeah, we've never experienced that before.
I'm sure you have. I'm just saying the reason I brought it up is Miggy asked why I came here. And I said it's because curiosity. And he said, well, it's not curiosity if you're not willing to learn.
Well,
and my point being is that there's a lot of things that I believe that have been taught to us that may or may not be true. And I find enjoyment in challenging all those beliefs. One of them being, is the Earth flat? Is the Earth a globe? Another one being the fundamental concepts of math. These are just things that I find interesting.
Fundamental concepts of math.
That's great. That's great, my friend. Now, in light of that, okay, he's talking about the 1 + 1 = 3, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so when was the last time a president of the United States, while acting as the sitting president of one of the foremost world powers, referenced the 1 + 1 = 3 club when he was trying to call other people stupid? The answer is never.
No idea. Yeah.
Yeah, because the answer is never. But they reference flat Earth. It's everywhere.
Really?
The promulgation of the globe Earth paradigm being true, as if it's been somehow proven already and we already know it, is everywhere. And the idea that flat earthers are worthy of derision and the whole idea is stupid. And we're having congressional hearings with social media groups being told, how are you going to censor flat Earth? And you're trying to tell me that this is equivalent to 1 + 1 = 3. Have you been paying attention these past 10 years of your life?
Barely, dude. I'm so young.
Right. So now the problem is, friend, is you're going to find as you go out into the world that the things you learned here are going to mind worm you when you see new things. Okay. The 1 + 1 + 3 thing, you're never going to see that everywhere, but you're going to see the globe Earth, flat Earth stuff everywhere from now on.
You're never going to be the same when you realize that when you go look at water, still water, and you realize that all that water.
And this isn't something. Yeah, this isn't something that you could. Sorry, Sonny. Go ahead. Finish.
The top surface of every water. So, what is the impact of that statement? Is that from where I am in California, all the way over to Japan or anywhere across the whole entire Pacific, is at the same sea level. Never going to be the same. Go look at water tomorrow.
Yeah,
you can't go back.
It's just something that you're not going to leave here saying that, well, that was a great chat, but I still don't know if the Earth is flat or not. You can, because there's something you can verify. You can actually find out for sure if it is or not. Because there was already demonstrations of ways you can do it that have been shown to you here today. And for sure you can know. So there's no question whether it is or not. It's now up to you to go and verify. And everything that we've been saying, it's not just something we're saying, it's something you can actually check into. So really, there isn't any more discussion as to like whether it is or not. Now it's up to you. But just as AI was saying, everything else from this point forward is going to be you struggling to come to terms and realize that, and possibly over kicking a hornet's nest and getting yourself stung and escorted out of here. Which I really don't want that to be the case. I really want you to realize that everything here has been to a benefit to you and to anybody else listening. But obviously, for you to go and look into it, right?
Yeah, no, I've enjoyed it. Yeah.
So
can I ask a question again without it seeming like I'm an asshole?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do you guys care so much?
It's my nature.
That's a question to ask anybody individually. So everybody let Miggy answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Miggy, why do you care so much?
I care so much because people have been deceived by information over the years, and there is no defense from that information other than other people that have researched it and actually verified that it isn't what we've been taught. And there's only people bold enough to actually take a stand and say, I've had enough of these liars, and I'm going to be the barrier between those liars and these people. So the simple answer is we care about others that have been deceived by the information. So we are not going to stop just because some people are upset, they have feelings, or whatever the case is. This isn't this is like, you're going to either stand in the way of those deceivers and help humanity move forward and actually learn what reality really is saying to you, or you're just going to let people be abused by this information day in and day out. And we choose to stand in the way of that. And like as it is, we get mocked. We get people in here that just make fun of us and do all kinds of things. But we know that the truth and what we're doing is a good fight. It's a noble cause, and we're going to continue to do it because we care about others. That's it.
Can I say, if they are lying where I'm living, if I don't know where I'm living, this is for me pure control and pure evil.
Yeah. Hey, can I quickly ask Jack? Jack, do you acknowledge that there is such a thing as objective reality?
Do I acknowledge that there's such thing as objective reality? Yeah. Well, yeah.
Warriors
All right,
of Four.
and so you do you acknowledge that regardless of what any individual thinks or feels about the surface of the earth is what it is in objective reality, regardless of what anybody says or feels about it, right?
Yeah, I would consider the surface of the earth an objective reality, yeah.
All right, and so you do realize, well, anyway, you need a direct measurement of curvature is where I'm going with this. You would ever to, acknowledge it as a ball in objective reality. We don't have any direct measurement of curvature, so in objective reality, it's not a ball. Same thing with rotation, same thing with gas pressure existing without a container due to gravity.
Yeah, like I didn't come in here with an assumption of the shape of the earth. I don't feel like I've ever argued that it was one thing or the other. Because I do agree that the shape of the earth or the surface of the earth is an objective reality.
Hey man, you should read
I don't know what it is though,
You should read about.
Sorry, Bong. If they could lie, if they could lie you about shape of the earth and where the place where we are living, what do you think? What the other things can lie?
Yeah, for me, it's not the realization that they could lie about the shape of the earth that means that they could lie about anything. It's the fact that they've been lying about everything that means they can lie about anything.
You nailed it. Yep. Boom.
Like that's already a belief that's already something I've understood.
What would it take for you to realize that you're being lied to about the shape of the earth? Boom. So apathy, man. You know what apathy is? I want you to look it up. What does it do to a man? What are apathetic people like, right? And what causes apathy, despair, people to lose hope, right? It's exactly the things that they're oppressing us. It's the system that's been built around us. This is why people lose hope. This is why people don't care. But then what would cause you to care? What would
Jack,
revitalize that, spirit?
give me another example. Jack, let's say that we are in desert and there is a water lake. And I'm telling, and like say like 100 families living near to that lake. And I said that lake is poison. And if you drink that water, everybody will die. And I put some dead animal near the water and people will never try that water. But that is the only source of the water. That people will die and I will survive. You know that?
Mm-hmm.
That is the same with the shape of the earth. It's not the shape of the earth. It's something bigger than that for sure. That is total control.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's why I asked why this is the thing that is the driver for you guys. Like if it's bigger than the shape of the earth, but this is the thing that is driving that the most for you. That's really my curiosity.
Because it's important. It's important for the earth to be a ball, right? In order, see, because these people who do this thing, right? The New World Order, the banks, okay, they're in communion with other entities that are not of this physical world. In order for them to move forward with the plan, the earth has to be a ball. And then they call them aliens. Like I know it sounds crazy, okay? This, you can look it up, verify that this is why it has to be. This is, that deep. Yeah, what is the real reason though? Okay, because there are things that they want to introduce and bring into our reality, our society, into your mind about the world and the future that we're moving into. It's a new world order. Like they're serious about this. The dollar bill, you can see it. It's on the dollar bill. AI and all the technology that's coming out right now, this is all a part of it. And in order for you, it's important for the earth to be a ball, because only on a ball can you have all these so-called problems. The Hegelian dialect: problem, reaction, solution. You want something done, well, you have to present a problem in order for people to agree to do that thing you want to do. The art of war. You need the support of the people. This is all, like Sasha said, full control. In order to have a world war, in order to have world peace, you have to control the world. And you can verify all the things I'm telling you right now. It's a religion. It's a religion. Catholic Church, the Vatican, the Masons, the secret societies, all control the world, work together to control the world. That's their religion. And they present us with false religions, like this false Christianity, like this church, like all these things they teach us in school.
Like a priest discover Big Bang.
They control
the world. That's why I asked, because I come from a world of finance, and trust me, I've explored the princes of the yen and the role of central bankers on economies and populations and stuff. But that's the thing that I stand on, right? And so I just wonder why it's the shape of the earth for you guys, right? Because the point about the 1 + 1 equals 3 is not to put it on some equal totem pole with flat earth. It's to say that there are so many individual silos of people who found one specific topic about the cruelty of the world and the fact of the lies that are being told, but they're all segregated to their one topic instead of united under the real problem. And that's
that's where we all came from. We all came from where you came from. Where we're trying to look at all the different problems. But 1 + 1 = 3. Okay, is exactly what we're telling you. This is what it sounds like. The Earth. You can tell that the Earth is a ball because it looks so flat. 1 + 1 = 3. Okay, the Earth is so big it looks flat. 1 + 1 = 3. Do you understand what they're telling you? They're telling you that 1 + 1 = 3. That even though you experience and use the earth as flat and motionless and level,
right,
you must agree, right, and repeat that 1 + 1 = 3. That it is a ball.
Exactly. Yes.
Listen, Jack. So I would say that like you asked, why is this? And it is different for every one of us, but. Just like Bong said, I think this happened to most of us. What you told us about yourself, you're aware of the lie, right? So when I started seeing anomalies in these lives, and then, real quickly how it affected me for real in real life, as far as the monetary system goes and all that stuff, and then it just starts caving in, and then it gets to a point where I was able to look at flat Earth once and really listen, like you've done tonight, and then took the information myself and went look and made my own line of sight observations. And once I did that, I realized that I could tell myself, and that holy shit, if this place is not what they told me it is, maybe I'm not what they told me I am either. And I had to basically lose everything in life to this heliocentric religion belief system, which has tentacles that go everywhere into your life. You talked about the monetary system, bankers and all that. You know about all that. That's where we all came from. So once I realized that, and I went and said, that's wild, but I can't, I've sailed thousands of miles ocean, small boats. Thousands.
Jack, I will tell you now.
I realized I'm almost done.
Sorry.
So I realized at that time, that now after the fact that all that water we used to navigate on was always horizontal. There was this disconnect, my cognitive dissonance. We all have it, man. So listen, that's why for me, and I went out and looked myself, and I realized that this place is much greater than I was told. It's more magnificent, more amazing, more curious about it every single day. Hope to get up and discover that I didn't know I lived in and thought it was something else. So then it changed me radically inside too, because then I'm much more special if this place is the center. This is the center. We're geocentric. That's what reality is trying to show us, that you're on a horizontal plane and everything is revolving around you. When you look at the sun, you have your own of the sun. The light from any light traveling across water will go to your feet only. The next person, the light will go to their feet. The luminaries are the same way. You're much more special than you thought you were. That's how significant. And that will change the way you think, the way you plan.
Jack, I want to tell you this because I'm not religious. I was not religious, but this point because all it's made by Big Bang. We know that, all of us. That mean that came randomly from some explosion. But if how I can see this world, it's created for us. I don't want to say name God, but let's say, creator, something created this world for us. This was not randomly created. I would say yes, if that's true, Big Bang and everything, but that's not true. That there is no ball, there is no Big Bang, there is nothing of that. That means what? It's not only point of the shape of. You can find out that there is behind some kind of creator.
Yeah, so you might want to go find out if you are truly greater and more powerful than you could have ever imagined. You might want to go check that water out for that reason.
In that sense, somehow we have purpose to be here, and we have purpose. And with Big Bang, we don't have purpose, man. We are like nothing.
Right. So you said, my friend, you said that why aren't we all unified against the big problem? So in your view, what's the big problem?
Total control of knowledge.
Well, this is an instance of that issue.
Of course,
concerning
yeah.
cosmology.
And that's the point, is that there's in my opinion at least. There's many instances of it, and they're all of the groups are siloed.
Right. So let me ask you this
Well, I believe
question.
you may have the false impression of this group. Now, some people may have expressed that flat Earth is the most important topic, but what I wanted to say was it's not that flat Earth, the point that the Earth is a stationary, non-rotating level plane, that's not the highest point. The highest point is what caused everything to be what it is. The ultimate philosophical questions, and in concerning the shape of the Earth, it has existential implications, which is profound. What caused the Earth to be here, and what shaped it the way it is shaped, and why. You see, and the inhabitants therein in the cosmos, including the Earth, and the purpose thereof, and the ultimate end concerning the cosmos and the Earth and the inhabitants therein, and the institutions that are responsible for promulgating lies about the cosmos and about the inhabitants therein and about the purpose thereof and about the ultimate end thereof. That's why it matters. It's one of many philosophies that have existential, profound concerns that we all ought to be concerned about, and we all are concerned about. But some people are more honest with themselves and put more perseverance in seeking the truth than others, unfortunately.
Yeah, so the implications are vast in this.
Thanks for sharing that.
And the possibility that you have to unload a bunch of unnecessary belief systems and things that don't match reality. You're going to be able to dump those off. We're giving you the key to the kingdom. You know, they talk about knowledge being power. This is what they mean. You've never found power like this before in knowledge. That's what we're trying to give you so you can gain this yourself in a first-hand experience.
Right. So all that being said, the people in here talk about all these other subjects that you're talking about. So yes, we have a flat Earth server. That's the topic of the server. But we have our own other avenues, right? But like we've all described to you, the philosophical and existential implications of this proposition are way more profound than things like whether gold or paper money is used in a society and other such, charades where truth is being hidden. There are some things that are way more impactful. So I submit to you, my friend, and ask you this as a question. What could you think of that you could describe in all these other truth pursuits that you've done that is more impactful than the very nature of where we came from and where we're living?
I'm not sure, and I don't want to pretend like I've done all these truth pursuits. I don't want to leave that implication.
So climate change, people, it's all the way out there. Everyone's fucking doing it, right? That's only if you believe the Earth is a ball. That's gone, right? Energy. Oh, fossil fuels. That's gone. Like you'll be surprised if you look up what oil really is and how they said this is what oil is and where it came from. It's not even scientific. It's political. It's economic. It's about money. Yeah. So, that's gone, right? What else depends on the ball? What other conspiracies depend on us?
How about he spoke about finances? How about investments? People do investments on companies that have to do with space and going to other planets and stuff like that. That kind of technology.
Yeah.
Those type of companies. Space travel investments.
World wars. Look, man, it took space, right, to bring peace on Earth, right? I mean, Ronald Reagan, talks about an outside threat. These people really push this idea that's not scientific, that's totally political and controlling. Now they're talking about aliens. Now they're talking about AI and aliens. You know what I mean? You gotta ask, like, what would this exist if people knew that the Earth was not a ball? Like, would these anxieties and worries exist? So the control would just, that's a chaos. the control would be lost. Control, it's for the sake of control. It's all about control, isn't it? All those conspiracies all rely on a ball Earth to work, scare people.
Yeah, so flat Earth is actually just to tie all of these things up and wrap them all up into one big package, and you have to be able to look at it. You go like this. This is going to tie everything you talked about, the lies. Well, we have the body on the floor. What we're giving you tonight is the body on the evidence on the floor. We got the tape around the body. So we've actually determined, no pun intended, at the floor level, that this place has always been used practically flat and stationary, and still is by anybody that's something physical.
There are many different.
Go ahead.
There are many different areas of knowledge, which includes cosmology. Some people's point that catalyzes their radical philosophical paradigm shift. Some is the oppression in the world, the socio-political, socio-economic world order, the tyrant banking dynasties, some particular conspiracies, such as the 9/11 atrocities, some historical matters concerning the historicity of the Bible, or some alternative historical account. Some begin with cosmology, which includes the geodesy question, as I like to call it, the shape of the earth, or at least the surface thereon that we walk upon. And so it's these particular subject matters that, for various people, for many people, have become the subject matter which becomes the point of a catalyst, the catalyzing point where they have a philosophical paradigm shift fundamentally. Even their most basic presuppositions have shifted from one set to another, from disbelief to belief, especially, more importantly, above all else, the Holy Writ, the Bible.
Yeah. Especially that, yeah, man.
I don't know if you saw my chat, my message in the text chat in the second live stream. All I said to you, Jack, was if you would like to chat about this further, I would be more than happy to do so.
Cool. Yeah, I think a few people have offered that. I appreciate it. All the insights and stuff. I'll probably add some people. If not, I'll just I'll pop in here at some point and continue to chat. I mean, it's definitely, it's intellectually very very interesting. So appreciate you guys sharing your inputs and perspectives.
You spoke a little bit about that you coming from the investment world or something. Have you noticed sometimes in the investment world they kind of manipulate the markets based on the phases of the luminaries, like the cycles and the eclipses and the blood moons? Have you noticed that?
Not to any degree more than coincidence.
Okay. Yeah, some people in the financial world, they speak about that. Maybe you haven't noticed it, but the cycles do, the financial cycles do move with the cycles of the luminaries.
Can you explain to me when you say luminaries all the things you're discussing? Because I've heard that more than.
Well, the sun, the moon, the cycles of the sun and the moon, eclipses, the rising moon, and the blood moon. Yeah, they do move the cycles of the finances in relation to the cycles of the luminaries, the sun, the moon, and that kind of stuff.
Okay. Do you have like a reasoning as to why, or are you just asking me if I had noticed?
Oh yeah, I was asking you if you have noticed, because many people have noticed in the financial world.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard about it. But a lot of it has kind of technical market explanations. But
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But there's some indicators on that kind of sense on the cycles of the luminaries in relation to some decision making down here on the markets. So yeah, it's not 100% obviously, but yeah, it's just to tell you, from the heliocentric model, all that stuff's supposed to be random, but when you actually think about the cycles of the luminaries, there's nothing random about it. So the people, the financiers of the world, and the banks, and the people that control those markets, they utilize that kind of stuff to control the markets and to move the money. So yeah, just saying that.
Just represents resource. I mean, the real wealth is where? Is what? Okay. Real wealth is our health and the simple things that we can enjoy in life with it. That's the real wealth. That's what really makes people happy. And we got this slave system. People chase after fake wealth or some kind of idea of wealth, right?
how many new people do you guys get in here? Like a lot or no?
We get a lot, yeah. New people.
Today we had like 100 or something.
Dude, we have a record of having more bands than majority of servers have people.
Yeah, no, I just ask. I feel like I've just been talking for like fucking hours.
It's, you know what? I have to say, welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back.
I'm not spinning requests.
Oh, why? I guess why do I care? Is that a thing for you? Like, why should I care? Is that where you're at?
Yeah,
right
of
now?
course. That's why I asked why you guys care.
Why should anyone care? And it's very simple, the answer, right? If I don't care, then who will?
Yeah.
If I don't if I don't wash the dishes in my let's say I tell my kids to wash the dishes, right? And they just keep, they're too busy or whatever. I tell them, well, and I'm the only one left to wash the dishes, right? Now I have to wash the dishes because everybody's supposed. If I don't wash the dishes, then the dishes won't be washed, and no one's gonna eat. That's why you have to care. So you can have so you can have nice things. You can have
Yeah,
nice.
I was just curious why you guys chose kind of this topic because you may disagree with this. I think that everyone only has the capacity to really care about a handful of things in their life.
My friend, what the implications imply are so much more vast than someone's mere tastes in ketchup versus mustard.
Yeah, for sure. I ask only to learn, not to.
No, I hear you. And let me tell you, you can believe me or not, a kind of guy like me to just sit around and speculate and call my speculation research, evidence, tests, measurements, experiments. I don't do that kind of shit. I talk a big talk and then I go and walk that fucking big ass walk. So when something comes along like this, I got to be sure, man. I'm not going to go out there guns blazing on some bullshit. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And I've been at this the flat Earth thing knowing about it, let's say coming up on 8 years now. And before that, I went down the truth road. Starting in 2001 with 9/11 and all that nonsense, something smelled fishy about that, and right away I was like, well, let's just start looking around. And there wasn't any information back then, but it just smelled fishy. And I kept looking into it, and I started learning about the Federal Reserve and all kinds of other conspiracies that I was like, holy shit, there's a lot of corruption out there too. Now, that's not discounting my ability to understand completely, it's basically there's the white hats and the black hats, right? There's good and evil out there battling each other. Anyway, point is, I was already at a point where I was questioning lots of narratives, not all of them, right? But lots of them. And then Flat Earth hit my lap. And it wasn't just like, oh my gosh, oh my God, how could nobody know? I mean, that came soon after, but what it was I saw flat earth videos in my YouTube feed every once in a while when I was doing what I considered the real research, right? And I'd be like, whatever, I'll get to that later. I knew I was going to have to address it, right? I was pissed. I was like, dude, no. And you know why I was pissed? Because in the back of my mind, I was like, what if they're fucking right, bro? But anyway, so finally I was just deep in some research and it kept popping up. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go see what they're talking about. And it was Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs video that I stumbled upon, which is a lucky one to have as your first kind of, if you're sitting down to give this an honest go, that one's a really nice one to have. Anyway, so I just started honestly listening to the points, and then I got the Samuel Robotham book, Earth Not a Globe, I think is what it's called, Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe. And I read through that, and I was like, damn, dude. Well, that seems to match reality a lot more. And then I was like, well, and it makes sense that entities and shit out there would lie to us about lots of stuff. Oh man, and they get how much money a year? Fucking shit. And so it all just kind of snowballed for me.
Exactly.
But here, let me finish because I know that was long. The reason I do it is because I know what it's like to both deceive and be deceived a lot. And I even if somebody doesn't believe they're being deceived, I still feel just as bad for that person if they were standing there saying, "Oh, help me, my arm's getting cut off." Like it's the exact same thing for me. So I feel for you. I love you. I don't want you to be fooled. That's why I'm here.
Yeah. Do you know what's like you said? Do you know what NASA is? Yeah, it's a freaking whole agency in the U.S. Why would people like Robotham and all these people from the past like buy flat Earth though, right? Like, why does Einstein have to do all that stuff? Like, why are these people focusing so much on the shape of the Earth? Why is so there's this guy named Pythagoras. That's where we get the a squared plus b squared equals the c squared thing. Anyways, this guy had a cult and he thought the Earth was a ball. It was like a philosophical. They developed that idea, and then the Catholic Church got a hold of it. Copernicus. Your question to us: why this? Exactly. Why this? Why does the Catholic Church have to put out a big ass lie? Why does the Royal Society exist? Why does NASA exist? Why do they Why do they make so much movies? Why is the most talented director, Stanley Kubrick? He made Space Odyssey. That's where NASA gets their aesthetics from. That's where they get the idea of what space should look like when you show it to people on TV. Like, why are they focusing so much on it, right? Like, why shouldn't we focus on it? We're scientists. We follow science. And this is what they're focusing on. A lot of their resources. And they even created something called the Flat Earth Society. I mean, why? Right? Why don't they focus on like creating free energy? Why do they always focus on these globe problems? So yeah, it's what everything's built on. It's what all the other lies and conspiracies are built on. From the beginning, before America was a thing. America's the new world. They discovered it and called it the new world. New order of the world on the dollar bill. Who runs that? Who started America? Freemasons. history religions, ancient rulers of the world, right? You guys believe in that? Think we vote and elect our leaders into office. You really gonna let these people choose? Come on, man. Oh, I'm done. What do you know about Freemasons, Jack? Like,
Not really all that much. Yeah, not too much. I appreciate your perspective on all that though, Bong. It's cool. I don't want people to think I'm here to like fucking troll or something. I mean, I'm also not here to be like I'm gonna be a flat earther by Sunday, but I'm down to hear some perspectives,
well, because I also thought the same thing. Like there's all these other things I want to go and expose. But it's not as effective as flat Earth, and flat Earth is the hardest to get through to people, and it's for good reason. This is because the government these people spend a lot of resources, money. They got psychologists, they got all these resources, got the whole world working for them against people trying to tell other people about the truth. This is the most effective, most powerful way to wake people up. It's very powerful.
Gotcha. You gonna drop some knowledge on the Freemasons right now?
What do you know about? What is your opinion of them? Are they cool too? Like, do you think they're cool, like doing good things, or do you think they're sus?
I think that they're a secret society of historically very high class and high prestigious individuals that had a lot of power and sway on the world, and I think that that is a cool society to be a part of. But I would not group them as a basket of people who did things for the betterment of others.
Do you think, like how NASA can't prove that the Earth is a ball, that doesn't make them cool to me? Do you think that these people sacrificing children, trafficking children, and abusing children in the worst possible ways, do you think that still makes them cool?
Of course not.
Right. Well, these are the people, and this is what they do. They control everything. All the crime you see on TV, all the bullshit wars you see on TV, these are all orchestrated by them. It's all a fucking show. It's not real. Yeah, real people are dying. That's real. All this other crap that why people die, that's all bullshit. These are the people that tell us that work very hard to convince people in school and everywhere that the earth is a ball, that God might not exist, that you're insignificant, and that we have to evolve before the world, before the sun expands in 8 billion years and destroys civilization. These are the things they tell us. We're supposed to be worried about it. We're supposed to say, fuck it. Does it really fucking matter? I don't care. You start living your life like nothing matters. Isn't that what they do to people? Isn't that what this does to people? Isn't that why people don't care? Because nothing matters, right? So our actions is the only way we can affect any change in this physical reality. When it goes from your mind, right, out into your hands and you manifest that action into reality, that causes change in the real world. That's why we care, because it matters. Your actions and your thoughts change the world, has that power. And it doesn't take much. They have to work very hard and spend many resources to convince people of a lie. You alone can unconvince people just by speaking, to people. That's powerful, don't you think?
For sure.
Call it magic, manipulating the reality. Some people call it science or chemistry or alchemy. That's what you are. You are agent of change. Go ahead, sir.
You can debunk the globe by witnessing a full moon at midnight, as close to the zenith. When the moon comes pretty close over you. It's at a very high angle, right? And at midnight, this could never happen on a globe, because the sun's supposed to be on the other side of the earth, right? The rays from the sun are supposed to be parallel, right? Yeah. And here's another one. If Earth was a globe and the light was hitting it from that far away, and the light was parallel, like they said, then every day-night cycle would be exactly 12 hours on, 12 hours off. But they're not. Right, Bong? I mean, look at Bong's area. Way different than that.
Well, they're called seasons, right?
Yeah. but like, let's say, for instance, in your summer, right? I guess winter there, right now, Bong? For you?
It's about the end. We're at the end of winter.
Yeah. So in the summer there, that sun freaking blazing. How long are the days?
10, 12 hours. 12 hours. 10, 12 hours.
Oh, I thought they were longer than that. Let me look it up. Longest day in Australia. Hold on.
It depends on where you are, I guess.
Longest summer Australia. Let's see. So now Duck goes communist too. So when is the longest day of the year? Go. Let's see how. Then we'll have to go look the other way, like in Iceland.
All plants and all trees respond to the amount of sun they get, and only certain trees or certain plants can grow in certain places that receives a certain amount of light, like the tropics.
But they sure should be. Okay, here we go. On this year's solstice, approximately 14 hours and 24 minutes of daylight. That's not 12 hours on, 12 hours. How could that? Yeah, that's impossible on a globe. Here you go. I'll give you the website. Lifehacker.com/Australia. That's a lot of time. I don't even know what kind. Make a rush to judgment. This one might work. Post it without. I think you become less afraid of. That's one thing that happened, Jack. I know I'm being protected. No question about it. I don't even question when all of a sudden I see something flash off in the side of the road or side of the sidewalk, and I look at it and find some object. I don't even question it anymore. Then I have this sometimes for years, and then all of a sudden, years later, 5 years later, I find a for it that I couldn't have done it else. So I don't question things. There's a reason for everything that is happening to you, to everyone. There's a purpose, a reason. In the summer, we'll go to Iceland. See, 14 hours and 24 minutes. 12 hours. That's off quite a bit. 2 hours off can't be tolerated on a globe that's of known dimensions, supposedly, and the light's hitting it parallel 12 hours on, 12 hours on. That's all you get off and on. Yeah.
So, Sonny, are you saying that you like believe in a higher power? Is that what you're saying?
What did I say that?
You said like sorry, you said you feel protected, you feel safe, you don't have to question. There's a purpose for everything.
Yeah, I know there's a creator, 100%, without any doubt.
And that's what's protecting you, the creator of
Yeah,
the
I know
world we
that.
live
Yeah,
in.
yeah, I know it is.
But
There
there's
might be some
evil
other
on
matter.
Earth that's controlling it.
Well, it's said so in the famous, the most known book ever written. But I mean, that's not a proof. I mean, I'm not saying that is this person. You might think I am. People mistake me all the. I'm an empiricist. I'm a hyper empiricist. That means, okay, listen. If it says on the fourth day in the Bible that the sun and the moon were their own lights and were created on the fourth day. Now, if what it says about flat, level, stationary in the Bible, it matches reality itself that I've witnessed myself and observed and tested myself. If it matches, then I'm going, okay, that doesn't mean I take everything plain and not one of those kind of people. I investigate everything. Listen, I grew up most of my life and my formative years from the age of 1 to 15 years old in Missouri. And I am a show me state kind of person. As a matter of fact, I'm in a permanent show me state. Fucking show me. Show it to. Show me the information. Show me the proof. So, so listen. So if it matches, what happened to me is with Flat Earth, I go, what the hell is that? What was that? Someone catch that?
Yeah, they kicked out. Well, no, Sonny, sorry. I asked because you said you believe in a higher power who created the Earth and is protecting you. But
because of the way. Yeah. Go ahead.
But you believe that there is some person or entity or groups of people or whatever that are in control of the knowledge of the world, and that they are parroting that the Earth is a globe and this is an attempt at control of the world. So
the whole thing.
Would it be safe to make the assumption that you would consider living on this planet with these people controlling the masses to be what's described as hell in the Bible?
No.
That's not what's described as hell.
I don't even know what's described as hell in the Bible, but
yeah, no. See, look, you kind of jumping around. Like, I'm not going to get into.
Yeah, I definitely think I'm jumping around. I'm just curious.
I'm not going to get into scriptural. Not scriptural. No, like the hyper empiricist part of me is that if I read something in the Bible that matches my reality that I've actually tested myself, then I'm gonna go along and say, then there's some truth in here that I didn't realize before. That's what happened to me. But I don't know. I was gonna kind of go somewhere with that. But as far as okay, listen. Yeah, here it is. I was trying to get to this part. So what happened with me is when I discovered, when I discovered the information and I went and looked myself and verified it for myself that this place is flat, stationary, and contained, it has to be created. Has to. None of that can happen. Level seas, seashore to seashore is level, the same level, sea level. Like all these natural laws that occur here, thermodynamics, all of that, it has to be created. That can't happen by chance. Where do you find? Listen, where do you find a flat, stationary, level, and contained anything in nature here on Earth? doesn't occur, but that's where we freaking live. That's what we live in. We live in a contained system. It was made for us. Who knows the reason why? Who knows the motive? Only whatever this is, we're like, we could be anything, some kind of experiment, or exactly what the Bible says, that there's some kind of, there's a purpose of moral standing, there's a moral balance. It's a test of will here, and who knows what that purpose. My impression of life is that I'm only part physical, that I know I came from some other place beyond this place, in the ether. I came from the spirit world, as did, I believe, everybody else did too. And we're on a spiritual journey, a quest of some sort that we haven't been made aware of because it would ruin it. We're learning some kind of lessons we don't know yet until we go back to the home office. We are here to make the fuck up fall on our face, die, whatever that needs to occur for us to learn the lesson, and then go back, and then we get to discuss what we. That's what I think. We have a judgment on what we did here. People don't want to face up to that, especially me.
Yeah, but do you think a person can be an effective scientist / researcher and still believe in God?
Yes. Actually, I am a scientist.
Right. Yeah, because I don't think there is a scientist that's a real scientist that doesn't believe in God. Even
Go ahead.
Even stuff that like Michio Kaku talks about, like Kabbalah, it's also implying a God or a creator. Darwin, when it was taken over by intelligent design, is also talking about a creator, right? A designer. So, what does being, if the earth was created by a God, right? And you talk about that God or that creator, yeah, is that being religious? You know what I mean? Is that a religious? Is that person not qualified to do science? You know what I mean? And what is science but the study of creation? Go ahead. Sorry, son. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. I'm trying to get ready to go out on a bike ride. I started going at like 8 o'clock. So I'm gonna 9 o'clock. So I'm gonna have to sign off for a little while. Take a ride from or so. Moonlight.
Ride safe.
Yeah.
It's it.
Did you call me Witsit?
What up?
Oh, Witsit. Oh, shit.
No, you're probably called Witsit.
What kind of role do you think a creator has in the understanding of flat Earth? Do you think it's important to it?
Yeah, I would say that acknowledging design for what it is probably pretty important to the designer. I mean, I think it's important in as much that it directly points to a creator. I mean, I think beyond that, not as much. I don't think that flat Earth is going to save you or something. I was listening to you though, so I mean, I have a question for you. So, like, if there is a creator, then wouldn't that mean that there has to be a linear code of ethics, or say like objectivity to morality, meaning there would intrinsically be a moral purpose and standard? Yeah.
There is, absolutely, and I know there definitely is. Yeah, and it's written in hearts. Yeah, that's devastating when you find that out. Reckon yourself, about reckoning else, about you reckoning with the of. So that can be a long, hard journey when you've lived as long as I did. Listen, I didn't discover flat Earth until I was old. I'm 64. July. Turned 64. So a lot of damage occurred and a lot of really horrible freaking making based false paradigm. My delusional thinking based on these things that were created for me. All these weird cockamamie ideas for every fucking thing. Imagine, you all know what I'm talking about. Yeah, ridiculous. So, I mean, I could be very bitter and just destroy myself with hatred, evil that was done to me, yes, no. But I decided not to do that and go a different direction.
Flat Earth is that big ass hole on the road you shouldn't avoid. You should probably drive around. You know what I mean? If you ignore flat Earth, that's like ignoring the hole on the road, and then your tire goes flat. Get it? Flat.
I think it's also important in like a very basic, intuitive sense. Like when you think about a creator, where do you instinctively look?
Is that a question for me?
Just for anyone.
Just out there.
Up, yeah.
Okay.
You look up, so there are levels to there are levels to this shit, literally,
Yeah, why is that, right?
Well, because you know intuitively that the creator is far beyond anything on this small physical scale. So you intuitively look to where something would have to reside to be outside of the material scale. And you just intuitively look up. But of course, on a globe, that doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, there is no up.
Look out.
It detaches you. It's a deep thing, right? Like it detaches you from a fundamental intuitive acknowledgement of what's bigger than the material world, because you're looking up into a directionless void.
On a globe, people think they're God, so they will look in.
Yeah, and what Winston said, that whatever that presence is, even though like so far beyond our perspective, like still very present. Like I feel the presence, and even when my thinking goes astray, I get complicated, like it tells me. Oh, not staying on the narrow. So, like, I gotta watch that I stumble.
Is Sonny clipping?
Anymore. I can't take more.
Yeah, he's clipping.
What's that?
Yeah, your mic is clipping.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll allow it.
Let me see. Check.
It's been happening the whole time.
No one's gonna save it, brother. You're going in and out like every couple words. Are you like real close to the mic or something?
I probably need to turn it down. Is that better?
Sounds better so far, yeah.
Check. It shows green on my gauge, so is it still clipping?
No.
Okay. Cool.
Hey, Winston,
Anyway,
you like drill beats? Can you do something with drill beats?
I think they're okay. They're probably my least favorite type of beat, honestly. Yeah, I could.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
I mean, that's a generalized answer though. I've heard some of that.
So old school hip hop, right? Boom bap.
Okay, yeah, I do like a lot of them.
Yeah. I'll send you like a Google link to the stems, to some beats I got. Yeah.
Cool.
24 hours of daylight in the
Let's go.
Hey guys, I'm gonna get out of here. Appreciate the questions, the answering of questions. Enjoy your evening, your days, wherever you're at on
this
the earth.
Mhm.
Yeah, thanks for listening, man. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see it. We'll see you when you get back.
Yeah, I'll pop in at some point, at least for the discourse. So
Have a good one,
adios.
man. Yep. Yeah, take it easy.
Once you go flat, you go back. Anyway, I think I'm going to take a little ride on. See what the conditions on the plane, water are. Date. Where is that moon anyway? We get quite full.
Yeah, it was here earlier. I saw it earlier. Middle daytime here, but it was out. Yeah, cloudy now. Sorry. Yeah, can't see it.
I only saw it briefly last night in the clouds.
It's
I hope
here
I didn't
somewhere.
miss it.
Yeah.
It's just coming up. Oh, that's
Yeah, it's coming your way.
98%. 18 degrees, 18.47 degrees, rising direction, 1 southeast cardinal direction, compass heading 36 southeast.
You're equipping again.
Oh, damn.
Try reconnecting.
No, I'll fix it. You know what? It's a cardioid mic, so it was probably too far away and it wasn't facing the right direction. So that should be better right there. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, as of now, I mean, we saw this didn't work out last time, so I don't know.
All right. Should be okay.
So I was talking to Professor Clown Show, Professor Dave, and I'm supposed to be debating him. And I was like, he's like complaining about James, the moderator on MDD. So I was like, well, I have an idea that would kind of effectively eliminate the need for adequate moderation. We could just do openers and then 2-minute segments uninterrupted back and forth. And he said, no, I want to dunk on you. And when you try to squirm around and misrepresent things, I want to continuously corner you and dunk on you some more. So no muting. I need live interaction.
That's what, yeah, what a, wow.
Yeah. I said, haha, okay. I said, I admire the confidence, I suppose.
Do you think it's like it's like weird how emotionally invested these people are?
Yeah, very strange.
So that's the first thing that strikes me is like, why are you so? It's like for him, it's personal. He has to beat you. It's got nothing to do with truth.
Well, what's so funny is like the last time I had asked him about debating, he was basically portraying the opposite, right? Like he was saying, like, you're too insignificant for my time. I'm not going to let you bait me into an interaction to propel your career, kiddo. And this is enough time, all this stuff. But now, a couple years later, he has like this weird emotional, personal motivation, it appears. It's kind of funny. Can't make his mind up. I guess some things have changed in a couple of years. You know, maybe I'm a little more on the map now. But yeah, to your bigger point, it is very weird. It's like it's kind of like the kid. It's like the kid in high school that's just really mad at the guy that like talked to the girl he has a crush on because he never went and talked to her. So he's like, I'm going to tell on you.
I wanted to know. I'm really gonna go in a second, but I saw some shooting stars in the sky on Monday night at 3 a.m. and I was really captivated by it, but I'm not sure what it is, and I have had conversations with y'all. So I wanted to know what what your perception on that is. I saw one, and then I was like, did I see that? And then I like was focusing and unfocusing my eyes, and I saw one after another within a span of like I would say 10 minutes or 5 maybe. So I was just wondering, like, if you could give me a simple answer of what you guys see shooting stars as.
So the phenomena called sporadic meteors, there's been some research about it, and with electro-optical equipment, it's been described as the sources of all sporadic meteors is called 6 radiant sources. It's called the apex, north apex, south apex, helion, anti-helion, and it's 6 radiant specific points in the sky where all sporadic meteors come from, and one of them is Helio, which is the sun. So the phenomena that we see and we describe as meteors, sporadic meteors, that kind of, it looks like a light that crosses from one point of the sky to another point of the sky.
Are you kind of saying the way that I'm looking at you saying it is it's kind of like a raindrop, like it accumulates somewhere and then like it gets heavy and then goes through the atmosphere? Is that what you're saying?
It's more like an electrical system that builds up charge and then has like periodic discharge, electrical discharge.
So it's not a solid rock.
I don't see any evidence of that. Enoch says it's rebellious angels, but you know, that's
it's
totally
an interesting thing. I actually watched this weird ass TikTok about paramount meaning that type of shit, like falling stars.
Yep.
Like somebody just dropped, like 4 people just dropped or whatever. But I don't know if I believe that. I mean, it's an interesting thing. I feel like I think it's a weird thing that we do where we dive into the deepest parts of the future and it gives us this, like it makes our balls tingle when we think about the darkest places in the future. It's like nostalgic. So I don't feed into that.
Think about that the whole phenomena of sporadic meteors that source from 6 specific points in the sky. In the heliocentric model, that will have to be random from all directions. But in reality,
from the same place.
It's from the same 6 points in the sky. That's where they come from.
Wow.
It's fixed points in the sky.
Is it in the shape?
I mean, I will say 6, but they describe them as 6 radiant sources, but they do have cycles. These radiant sources also have cycles, so they kind of like move position with the with the the stars and the luminaries. But
is it related to
fixed
lightning?
Points. No, I don't think they're related to lighting. That phenomena is different than lighting, but yeah, they're different.
Yep, I just wanted to ask. I appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Yeah, it looks like electrical phenomena. Like
and it's all the 6 radiant sources are basically around the celestial north and celestial south. So when you combine those two, you get like basically like a bubble around a region of the sky, which is surrounding. It's like basically like a like a cross. It's like a cross up and down, left and right, and those the 6 sources make like a cross basically. It's kind of interesting. And in the middle of the 6 radiant sources, you see a pyramid shape. Basically, the pyramid of the dollar, the pyramid of the Masons, the all-seeing eye, that is a pyramid. That's what you see around the 6 radiant sources. And also around the 6 radiant sources, it's basically like a bubble as well. Around the pyramid is like a sphere. In the middle is a pyramid. It's just craziness all around it. And the way you can see it is special equipment, electro-optical infrared. That's interesting as well. It's the electro-optical spectrum, which we don't see with our eyes mostly. So we see like plasma discharge. Would you describe it as plasma? The shooting stars with it, kind of like plasma, right? Looks like when someone is welding, you see something similar, like some type of similar effect.
Yep, I would agree. Very intriguing subject.
Yeah, it's not random. We're standing on the ground that is motionless. We look to the sky. We see celestial north, celestial south, the equator of the meter, or the middle of those 2 points, and in these regions of the sky, specific points, we see all these phenomena that we call sporadic meteors, which is some type of electrical discharge or something. I guess it's an effect of whatever the luminaries are doing around those regions of the sky. And we see that effect, that electric discharge. It's not random. I got some depictions of the 6 radiant sources. Livestream 2 voice text. The phenomena that we see as sporadic meteors looks like this. I've seen it so many times. And they describe it as radiants. 1 radiant, 2 radiant, 6 radiants. This is how some people depict the radiance as when you look it in the sky, in reference to some of the constellations. Linear radiant, radiant. Livestream 2 voice text.
I think it's also like in the Testament of Solomon where they say like they want to these fallen angels they go up to hear the singing, the praise and the worship that's happening, because they're homesick, and then I guess in the evening they fall back down, can't stay up there. Well, I forget what I read, but I think it was the Testament of Solomon, or no, I forget, but interesting. I tried using one of these apps. I think you gotta calibrate it or something. It was always off.
What?
Stellarium. I tried, using it as.
Ha- Bong, have you seen the radiance that I'm posting? The guy was asking about the meteors, what the phenomena we call sporadic meteors, shooting stars.
Yeah, I saw what you posted.
You've seen that phenomena, right? You've been in the islands in the night and you see the phenomena, right?
Yeah. Well, like a falling star, shooting star.
Yeah, the shooting stars.
Yeah, but they're different. Some of them are slow. And you can kind of see something, falling, and then some of them is just like a zip, like a really fast, like a zip.
Yeah, yeah. Because there's multiple phenomena that we observe in the sky, but some people label all of those phenomena the same. But there is multiple different phenomena that happens in the sky. These specific one, sporadic meteors, it's a very specific one, and some people think, because I've seen the sporadic meteors, and you probably have seen them as well, and then you can also see other phenomena that it look like you could see maybe like a bluish or green light falling from the sky, and it will illuminate the clouds. Have you seen those? I've seen those multiple times. It looks like, I don't know, like a rock falling directly from the sky or something, some light falling from the sky, and it illuminates the clouds, illuminates the ground. I've seen that one as well, but that one is a little different from the sporadic meteors. So there is multiple phenomena from the sky, but this one is very specific. The sporadic meteors, it has a specific point in the sky from where it comes from. They all come from these specific points in the sky, which is very
that
interesting.
acknowledged? Is that acknowledged within the globe model?
In
Like,
the
did they
globe
try to
model, they say that since the planet is moving towards a certain direction, that's why you see the rocks coming into the planet, right? Into the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Like a windshield, when you're hitting the bugs in the windshield. But the
Right.
bugs always hit in different random spots, right?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, but these people are saying that this is why you see the meteors coming from the same point, because the planet is moving towards a certain direction and whatever. They make some type of bullshit story about
Of
it.
course. Yeah, I was just wondering if they even acknowledge that. Good to know. I guess they kind of have to because it's pretty obvious.
If the Earth was a ball, it wouldn't be coming from the same place, right?
Well, a lot of things wouldn't be what they are. So at this point, it's just another excuse.
I just want to say some people in the community say, things don't fall from the sky, it's impossible. I'm like, bro, even if pieces of rock or pieces of ice fall from the sky and people label them meteors, that doesn't mean that the Earth is a spinning globe, right? Because people think that if you admit that something might fall from the sky, you're admitting to the spinning globe flying through space. But there has been reports by many people about ice falling from the sky, rocks that are mostly made of iron dioxide, I think it is, falling from the sky. And I wouldn't discard that phenomena. I wouldn't be surprised if that an actual thing that happens, because it's been reported by many people in many regions of the world. So I don't see how people are kind of allergic to that idea that things might fall from the sky.
Things are falling from the sky all the time, like water, rain, and snow and hail.
Well, people are kind of scared to say that maybe some rocks drop from the sky. That might be a different phenomena from the one we're talking about. But even if a piece of rock fall from the sky, I wouldn't be allergic to that.
Chicken Little. Remember Chicken Little? Sky is falling. What? Sky is falling, guys. I swear. The Simpsons, remember? That guy hit the home run and it hit the dome and then water fell in. No, I'm just
Yeah.
People act like The Simpsons is just some cartoon, right?
So, Bong, you want to see? You've probably seen this, Bong. I posted it before, but some of the other imagery that is electro-optical scans of the sky. It's this is what they say in the research, right? They were trying to find out they were trying to look at sporadic meteors, and they set up multiple electro-optical cameras at it was like 6 kilometers apart, so they have a bigger angle of the sky, right? Because if you have one camera looking up, you can see a certain angle. But if you put 1, 2, 3 cameras separated from each other, right, you have a bigger view. Would you agree, Bong?
Yeah, it's like wide. Yeah, it's a
You can have a
technique.
bigger view if you set up multiple equipment. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
So these ones are in black and white. So let me post this one, this one, this one. This is around what they call the 6 radiant sources, right? This is looking up to the for my understanding, it was the north sky. What we call, looking towards Polaris, that whole region of the sky. Have you seen these ones, Bong?
No. Start seeing it.
Okay, so then you have this one right here. You see, they call one of the radiant sources helium, which is the sun, and then they call it daily showers because every time there's some specific time of the sky depending around the time that the sun is moving away or coming into the morning. You can see a bunch of the phenomena called sporadic meteors coming from that area of the sky, from the area where the sun is at or is coming from. So that's one of the radiant sources near the sun.
So the sun is causing it?
The sun is one of the radiant sources. It's not the only one. You know how they tell you, hey, you see meteors going towards the sun, and they tell you that. Have you seen this globe that the globe claims that there's these meteors that go follow the sun and burn in the sun, blah blah blah, right? They depict these rocks burning in the sun. So
I haven't seen it,
no, you haven't seen it, but have you heard those stories? Because all these rocks are following the sun, right, including the Earth, and some of these rocks fall to the sun in the heliocentric idea.
I guess I would imagine that's what's happening, right? I mean,
yeah, but when you see the phenomena that they call daytime showers, you can actually with equipment you can actually see the sporadic meteors phenomena coming from when you're looking at the helium radiant source. You see, and they see the daily showers. They call it daytime showers. And have you ever seen this phenomena that you can sit down and you see meteor showers? They call it meteor showers. You've heard this, right? And you've probably seen the meteor showers. You can see there's some times that you can see it on the roof of your house, or depending on the region that you're at, and you see a bunch of these phenomena, meteor showers, coming from an area of the sky. Come on, Bong, you've seen this, right?
You never see them going up from the. You never see them going up from the horizon, though, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing them.
Is my mic better now? I'm sorry, is my
It
mic
is
better?
good. You sound clear, bro.
Good, yeah, I fixed it. I think I did. So, right on, but I'm gonna go out right now and see what the moon looks like, and see if the sky is falling or not.
Full moon?
Over the flat plain. So I'll catch you guys in a little bit.
Later, bro. So Bong, look at different, like when they render this like through a certain program or whatever, these scans of the 6 radiant sources and put them together. So you saw the last one that I posted, and now look at this one. You've probably seen this one. So all the 6 radiant sources are around this region of the sky. This is what they put together. So this is the 6 radiant sources. When you put them together, this is what you see. And it can only be seen with electro-optical equipment. So all what people call sporadic meteors come from these 6 radiant sources around this region of the sky.
A pyramid.
Is it a pyramid?
I think I'm just seeing things, man.
About
theorists.
Look at this coincidence. Look at this coincidence, Bong. You see it now, Bong? You see it? I'm gonna show you another coincidence, Bong. Look at this coincidence. I'm sorry, bro, but I'm just making correlations, right? See the sun, the moon, and the pyramid governing the sun and the moon, and the luminaries.
But what does it all mean, Basil?
Look at you can see the sun doing this, right? Coincidence, right, Bong? Look, you can see the sun doing this.
Oh, yeah.
Coincidence, right, Bong?
Sun dogs. Yes. It has to be,
So,
because if it's not,
and you can
Right.
also see the moon. This is the moon, Bong. It is not the sun, okay? This is the moon, Bong. Now look at the moon, Bong.
hey,
Remember the one that I saw you, the 6 radiant sources all making the pyramid shape with the purple on all the color spectrum.
yeah, this is exactly what we see you see on Space Odyssey. This is that symbol.
What so and when you look at the pyramids down here on Earth, like the Pyramid of Giza, you see a similar phenomena. Think about it, Bon. Look at this. Look at these depictions. All the depictions, right? And let me put. I have this one. Wait. What do you think about this, Bon?
I think we should ask some of these Globers what they think of it.
Nah, I hate talking to Globers about this. I'd rather speak to people that can actually look at things for what they are. So what I was telling you, the 6 radiant sources around this region of the sky, when you put them together and look at the electro-optical scans, and you can see this pyramid shape, and the sun and the moon and the luminaries are kind of like cycling around this region of the sky. And then you see the depictions of the pyramid and the build.
A picture really does paint a thousand words. Eh?
And then you see this, right? You see, look at this, Bone. The North Star, right? The Polaris. Look at this, Bone. You see Polaris. And around Polaris, you see the Big Dipper, where you see the 4 sides, the 4 corners of the pyramid. 4 sides, depending on the time of the year. See? And then you can go to the south sky, celestial south, and you kind of see this. And you see the what they call the Southern Cross, and I told you about the cross that the pyramid makes, or the cross that the 6 radiant sources make. Imagine the 4-sided pyramid, and you see the Southern Cross 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you see the tip light as well, Because remember, you might be looking at some type of structure up in the sky.
That's exactly what it does here. That's how it rotates here. That's what I was trying to explain. Is that it rotates. You know, it
Yeah,
doesn't
it rotates. That structure in the sky definitely rotates.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain. It's like it's like it's turning. You know, it's like as it's moving across the sky.
Look, Bong, one of the most magnetic materials in the world is called magnetite, iron dioxide. Look at the shape that it takes. Iron oxide. I put a D for some reason.
This is not Photoshop.
No, not Photoshop. I mean, sure, yeah, you can cut it in Photoshop and make it look.
This is a real photo.
Yeah, look at magnetite. Just Google magnetite or iron oxide. You might find like mines. It's one of the most magnetic materials. And coincidence, Bong, coincidence. What people call meteorites that fall from the sky, rocks that fall from the sky. People find these rocks on top of ice and on top of the ice. And they say this rock fell from the sky. When they do analysis, it is basically iron mostly, which is very magnetic. Falling from the sky, iron falling from the sky, and then when you look at iron oxide, it takes this shape. Then you look at Nicola. Look at the what is called the right Rishi, the mandala, or whatever the frequency. I was gonna say Tesla, but look at this frequency on cymatics. It's one of the most prevalent frequencies. And then you look at what is called the prime and composite numbers for mathematics, for build and look at the math, the numbers to make structures and buildings, the composites and primes. It's some mathematics that Tesla used. I mean, things add up. I also have this one. I found this one. This is stuff that I found and it's kind of in relation, but you see the sun and the moon, but the actual structure in the middle, the all-seeing eye, the pyramid in the middle, governing the sun and moon, the source, the cause of the effects. And then you see depictions from, when I was showing you the north and south sky, I forgot to show you this ones. Where is it? Right here. You see all of the nations depicting that thing. And when you see this bone? When people are under the pyramid, they see the four sides of it, the base of the pyramid. Four sides, 1, 2, 3, 4 sides, four corners, depicted in the sky by the luminaries.
Why has this become a symbol for, that's the propaganda nowadays, right? Is that this is a symbol for the bad guys. I guess we'll call them that, right?
Well, but even the bad guys have to follow laws of some sort, I guess, the constructs of this
You know what the symbol
place.
for the good guys? You know what the symbol for the good guys is? It's the Pentagon. It's the stars in the U.S. thing, and this becomes a symbol for
But
the bad
you
guys.
saw how they demonized the swastika with the Nazis, right? They had to demonize it.
Yeah, that's what this symbol means today. To anybody, you write this symbol and people freak out like you're some kind of evil entity sent to destroy the world.
But you know what people use it in the past to know the seasons, the timing of things, to harvest, when to put the seeds in the ground, when to harvest, and it was very important because it was important. It has to do with the daily things that people did in the past and the timing of things.
Yeah, what do we call that? We call that something here. What is that chart again that we Maoris used to grow stuff, when to do things? It's called the moon. Yeah, it's a moon chart, right? What is it called? Mata. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The Maoris have a system like that too. Yeah, they use it like so you know when to grow, when to go fishing, when to do this, when to do that. Like because the seasons is based on the stars on the moon.
Yeah, that's important, of course.
Let me grab this information. We're just working on that, right? Tito, 1, bad day. The moon is out of sight. New moon. Number 2 is Tirea, bad day. The new moon determines the start of the lunar month. Give back. Number 3, Hoata, good day for planting and fishing. High energy. 4. So these are the different phases of the moon. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. Maoris preserved their
What the last stuff I posted? The last stuff I posted is the perception of the equinoxes, I think. No, the Big Dipper. When the Big Dipper has a certain position and you can tell it's the toroidal field that we can observe up in the sky. Is in the middle is Polaris, or the North Star, celestial north, which is, I think, the center piece or the top of the structure, the pyramid that we can see up in the sky. And when you go to scripture, Bong, I got scripture for you, bro, too. Okay. The city that is as wide as is high is as wide. The basin, a pyramid, it could be the same measure at the bottom, as wide as it is high. I think there's some scriptures about that. And then you have this scripture. The city has no need for the sun or the moon to shine on it, because God's dwelling give its light, and its lamp is the lamb. Talking about the city of God that one day comes down from heaven. I don't know. I'm just putting things together for you, Bon. Just trying to.
Yeah, I posted it for you. Yeah, it's called Bara Mataka. Yeah, so it's like it's following the moon.
Maramataka. Oh, the calendar, yeah.
Yeah, and we still use that today. That's what that's why we have that, because the families, we all still using it to, do things, based on the energy and all that. I'm still learning how it works, but it's pretty cool, man. It works. That's all I know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. According to the Maramataga or Maori lunar calendar, the winter months of Heriturki Koka is so cold. It's so cold that the scorching effect of fire is seen on the knees of men. But as the moon continues to wax and wane, the air warms up, and by the summer months, fruit hangs ripe. Yeah, you have to follow the cycles to be able to, if you time it correctly, if you follow the cycles, like the farmers almanac, they also know the timing based on the cycles as well of the luminaries.
Yeah, that sounds like the exact same thing, because that's pretty much, we use it for planting potatoes.
Yeah, yeah. So it's based on the perception of the luminaries and those cycles, because that's what dictates the seasons.
Yep.
And that's what's govern. What I'm proposing for you, what I'm telling you, is that this structure up above in the sky, which governs the sun, the moon, and the luminaries, is what is the cause of the effects, because the sun and the moon are effects that are being caused by the source. And even the source, I will say, the designer of this whole thing is obviously the designer, the creator, God, the creator.
Now, what causes it to move? What causes them to move? Their motions.
I guess the will of the creator. it's his machine. He made it. So
yeah, and they move so perfectly that we built clocks and systems and time and around their motions, their cycles, their frequencies.
you know what's another crazy part, Bong? So in the scriptures it talks about measurements of this structure. I'm gonna give you a reference size. Let me see if I find it here somewhere.
I've gone over it. I don't remember, the exact the numbers, but I think I've stumbled over that too many times.
I guess someone else made this. I just took it from someone. That's in reference with that would be the baseline, the base. What's up? Bong. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was asking what causes the motions of the luminaries. Well, that's what gravity hijacks, right? That's what gravity is here to explain. Is what causes the motions of the heavens, right? Because that's what gravity explains. It's what causes.
It's an actual build, an actual machine, It's an actual build. It's not magic. It's an actual setup, a build. Like a clock, that is actually moving, but it's a clock to the creator's level. It's not just any clock. I mean, it's more precise that all the clocks made by men. Men built a clock based on the clock of the creator, and the creator's clock is more precise than man's clock. Okay, Bong, you got that?
Yes, I agree.
So Bong, you've seen these maps, right? Let me tell you this real quick, right? Also, yeah, in reference, let's say, I'm not telling you this is 100% correct, right? But look, I give you the size reference with the United States. It's 15,000 miles at the bottom, and 15,000 miles. 1,500. So it's 1,500 at the base, 1,500 high. That's pretty big. And then, have you seen the depictions of the 4 islands in the center? 4 islands, 4 rivers, 4 sides. So now think about it. The pyramid, 4 sides, right? 4 corners at the base, and directly above, because the pyramid will be celestial north, which the things are revolving around, right? Celestial north, and then geographical north, which is below it. Below it is geographical north, the point that compasses point to here on the ground, right? And 90 degrees above that is celestial north, the North Star. And we are below it. We are below heaven, below that. And then coincidence, there's 4 rivers that flow from this area. I'm just adding to that. It might not be correct, but the coincidences kind of add up.
What is a coincidence?
In the structures, it said that the new day, the day of the Lord, the city of God, when the heavens will roar, and the city of God will come down from heaven. And if it's coming down, it has to come straight down to a certain point. And you see a pyramid, 4-side pyramid. There is 4 rivers on the ground. Also, I think in the scriptures also speaks about a river that flows from God or from the city of God. So this river flowing.
Well, that's gonna be in a new earth, though. In a new, this one will be gone by then.
But think about it. If the like a husband to its wife, right? Like a husband to, if the husband come to his wife and the river flow to his wife, it's gonna make that wife be renewed, like, having a baby, making something new, and it's gonna change the earth. So it's gonna be a new earth. It's gonna change it because once they come together, it's gonna cause something new, a new day. Just adding up. It's kind of crazy. I just look at it, and when you think about it, celestial north, that is basically above geographical north, and the coincidence of the pyramid having 4 sides, and then up in heaven, and then in the ground you have 4 islands, 4 rivers, and who knows, the magnetic mountain. Some people say magnetic mountain in the middle. I don't know if it's a mountain, or I don't know if it's a hole. Who knows? But it's just a bunch of coincidences that kind of add up. What do you think, Bong?
I think I don't know what's at the North Pole or at the South Pole.
We don't know. You're 100%. I don't know. Just based on depictions.
Yeah.
But you know that geographically, we have the compass, right? And the compass apparently points towards a certain geographic area on the ground we're standing on. And we're not allowed to go there. And many people from many regions of the world have depicted this area having 4 islands in the middle. It's not just one person that depicts this place like that. It's been described by many people. Some type of, I guess, I wouldn't discard the possibility that there's definitely extra lands, especially at the areas that we're not allowed to go to. Wouldn't you agree, Bong?
Yeah, of course. Of course. I mean, it's not like I can just jump on a boat and explore the world freely, right? Like you can only go from this place to that place, or on a plane. Can you? Can you just go to Antarctica or to the North Pole if you want?
Even if I was allowed to go, I don't have the resources, or I gotta pay bills. You know what I'm saying, Bong?
Yep.
It's not like I'm gonna go to Antarctica, guys. Mom, tell my wife, hey, I'm going to Antarctica. Bye.
Why?
I'm not gonna leave my family to go to Antarctica.
I'm going to go search for the truth.
I mean, if it's a
Where are the truth?
bridge to, if it was if it's there's a bridge to, I don't know, the Garden of Heaven or something like that, or I don't know, I'll be like, hey girls, let's go to the bridge to the other side. But I don't know what's there. Maybe a new life, or maybe death. Who knows? Also, Bong, you know what they call the Milky Way, whatever, right? This cluster of clouds, whatever. I'm gonna post it here.
It's the galaxy we're in, and we can only see like a leg. You know.
So
it's like being on a starfish or an octopus, and you can only see the other leg, one leg, and you're on the other leg.
But you see how there's like a concentration of light in this region of the sky? I think that's what is behind this cluster of gases and lights and whatever. Behind this cluster, it's where the pyramid, the what is described in the scripture, the city of God that doesn't need the sun or the moon to shine on it. There you go. Look at this.
Check out
Oh,
that
look at
painting.
Witsi. Yeah. That's his map. He put that in that's his wall. That's Witsi's house.
You know where Hyperborea comes from, right? It comes from.
Tell me, please.
Well, the occult believed that in the past there were these spirit beings, and then they eventually turned into physical beings, and Hyperboreans were one of those earlier races of spirit man beings, I guess what they call it, and we just evolved into what we are today.
Well, the Hebrew actually talks about those that came down and deceived. So where'd they come down from if the highest elevation on the earth happened to be the center? So it's speculation, but if there's a metaphysical barrier, say really strong magnetism that prevents you from getting to the center, then those that were there in a different state of being other than like your material physical body decided they could no longer resist the urge to step outside of that barrier and go interact with the physical world and take women as wives. It would start to get very interesting, as if this center of the toroid extends all the way up into heaven and they came down onto that mountain and ventured out. Then you can look at all kinds of other texts that say that there were these giant metaphysical beings that came from the mountain in the center and interacted with man. So I don't like to just give the occult like all this credit as if, we don't get to look into some of the truth because they have pieces of it. It's not automatically like bad, just like he was talking about the pyramid.
No, you exposed it. That's exactly, because they explain it like as if they always take the stories from the Bible and explain it in their own terms as if it's a good thing. You know what they did with Noah the movie? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, the spirit beings and Nephilim and
Well, yeah, those that made the Nephilim. If you do look at that picture, so dope, dude. Like zoom in and you can see the animals they have depicted from that region. It's pretty dope. That's like the first thing you see when you walk in our house.
Wait, so you heard everything I've been telling, right, Bong? Have you seen what I've been posting?
I haven't got to see it. I was working on this project. I was just listening.
So I'm telling him about the scans of remember the radiant sources I was talking about? The 6 radiant sources where all sporadic meteors are sourced. So these scans, electro-optical scans, show this depiction of like a pyramid, and this is looking towards what is called celestial north, which is basically, the North Star, whatever, but they kind of have like a bigger angle of the sky because they set up like multiple cameras apart from each other, like 3 kilometers or 6 kilometers apart. So you can see this imagery of a structure of light up above. And then you put a bunch of things together, 4-sided pyramid. Then you have 4 corners, 4 rivers below it.
Yeah, that's dope.
And I was telling, because you speak about, I've heard you speaking about, the electrostatics and, in the system, and even let's say ether and that kind of stuff, right? We live inside the system, right? This setup system. We have the ground. We're standing on the ground in this medium, the air. Then we look above the sky, and we have a ceiling, multiple layers, the layers above, the waters above, and above that will be quote unquote heaven, the city of God, that is as wide as it is high, which is a pyramid. It's as wide and high. You can make a pyramid like that. You can see the structure with electro-optical equipment, which is the spectrum of electricity, plasma, and 6 radiant sources, the sun being one of the radiant sources, helium, anti-helium, the moon. It kind of makes a picture. Also, then the sun being the sun, the moon, the luminaries being part of the cycles. This middle piece, this middle structure governing the cycles, and also like when we talk about the toroidal field of the we see the stars doing these cycles around the celestial north and celestial south. I put a bunch of pictures in relation to what we're talking about, and
I just saved everything you posted.
yeah. When you look at celestial north, you see the Big Dipper. When depending on the year, you kind of see like 4 sides, right? And then you look at celestial south, you see the Southern Cross, which is 4 sides of the pyramid at the bottom. But also you see like a tip point. It's almost like these lights are being projected into the ceiling. That's why we can see like a plasma TV, like an actual. We see the lights on the ceiling, and I don't know. It's like I think the input into the system, like whatever field is being introduced into the system, because we see the sun introducing the lights, but the sun is not the certain piece of everything. You know, some people are telling you, oh, the sun is kind of like the most important piece, but the sun is one piece out of so many, right? So the toroidal field is being caused. The sun is an effect. The sun and the moon, the planets, the luminaries are effects that are being caused by the source. And there is this centerpiece, this pyramid shape that is depicted everywhere. The shape of the rainbow. I'm sorry, I'm tired at this time, and I already explained this a few times. But the fact that the 6 radiant sources from where all the meteors come from, sporadic meteors come from, are around this shape. You remember this guy, Goth Swan? You remember this guy, Goth Swan? He's really good with mathematics.
Yep.
He described this. Yeah, pie in your face. So he said, "This is pie. This is the shape of creation." And yeah, it's this shape of creation is basically what is above the sun and the moon, causing the toroidal field, and it's a pyramid up in the sky.
Which adds a lot of context to the Freemasonic symbol, right?
Yeah, they put the pyramid above everything, above the sun and the moon, it's the middle piece. And they kind of depict it like an eye, the eye of God, the all-seeing eye. And I guess God at the middle, the all-seeing eye of God in the middle, and also windows, like the sun and the moon might be windows where God is looking through. Windows.
Yeah, I've thought about that before. It's a trip. Like you're just like the sun's like a little peak hole.
Yeah, you can see the focal position of the sun. When you see the focal position, you can see these layers of the sun, like kind of like windows to heaven or something. And also the moon does the same effect. You kind of see these focal points of the sun and the moon kind of being how do you say, expressed in this medium that we're in.
Yeah, like you saw that video of the supposed Mason talking about the central source crossing with the source from the center. So the central source at the top and the bottom, like crossing, and the area that they intersect gives you the sun and the moon.
Yeah. So when you see this image that I'm posting, which is I'm gonna post it again so you can kind of center towards this image. You see how. Okay, so I'm gonna post both so you can have a reference of what the sun is in this picture and what the center piece is. I send you this in DMs. You've seen this, but you see how you have at the top you have the light, and at the bottom you have like an equal. I don't know, like kind of like dark. So I guess it's an equal opposite, light and darkness, light and shadow. You have the sun and the moon, kind of. There might be some type of correlation to that. It's like an in and out of the system, I guess, as well. I will say the sun and the moon have to do something with the flow in and out of the system. And the moon, for me, it looks like an image on a plasma TV. Like we talk about plasma, we talk about the layers above or the firmament. And when you talk about an image, that's what the moon looks like an actual image, don't you think?
I agree. I'll drop a picture I took of the moon. If you think about what you just said, it's a trip. Just so let me grab.
So I was telling Bong, we have the compass, which points to a certain position, geographical or magnetic north, which is in the ground. And then we talk about celestial north, which is up above 90 degrees from geographical north. And if the pyramid is celestial north, four-sided pyramid, and then you go below that 90 degrees, you have four islands, four rivers. It's I said this already, but kind of like, for me, kind of makes a picture very interesting.
Yeah, we
Oh
give
yeah.
them like the base.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at this. Yeah, you see that moon that you posted, right? Okay. You want to say something
Yeah.
about that photograph? Go ahead.
Oh, I just think it's pretty fascinating. Like it looks like a projection, effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild.
I'm gonna show you something that I did with my daughters. I mean, I've done so many things, but let me see if I find it here. Look at this. This is look, this is the ceiling of my house. A mirror, kind of like a mirror, or it's kind of like a concave mirror. It has like a kind of like a look. It's just a little random, but it has to do with what we're
That's
talking
dope.
about. But yeah,
Yeah, like if you use a concave mirror, you can create like an exact replication of the moon. Me and Cami Odell did it. It's crazy, bro. And then like you can actually replicate where it looks like it has craters and shadows, and change the color and replicate the phases of the moon. But it's not actually there, right? Like what you're seeing, you could just put your hand through. It's wild. I want to do like a really dope video on it.
yeah,
So it's
and
cool.
if it comes to a point that the light it's let's say not reflecting anymore, it will disappear completely. You don't see the image anymore. It's not there. Like in the new moon that you don't see the moon.
Exactly.
It's just not there. The image is gone.
It's almost like it makes sense, right?
It almost makes sense. I will say the moon is like, some people say it's a reflection of the ground. I will say possibly. I don't know exactly, but it's an image of one of the layers, either the ground or one of the layers above, or even maybe a layer of the source. Maybe the source has some type of electrical build that is being projected, and you can see an image of it, because the moon looks like some type of electric surface effect. But I think for me, if I'm gonna make a speculative conclusion, it's a reflection of the ground somehow. It might be like the actual, I don't know. I'm just saying it could be an actual reflection of the ground that we're standing on, but it also could be a reflection of something that is of heaven. Who knows? It's an image of one of the layers reflected on the firmament, or the plasma TV above our heads.
Yeah, that's why I like hate whenever flat earthers are so anti-speculation. Like I get it, but it's like we're never gonna fully understand some of this stuff. Like for me, the reason I got so infatuated with flat earth was I wanted to figure out what was really going on, and like to even kind of get close to it, you're gonna have to speculate. There's no way around it.
Yeah, I don't have no issues speculating. Even if people yell at me for speculating, it's okay.
Well, that's how science works, isn't it? We make we make an assumption based on our observation, and then we test it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like speculation gives you a framework to go further and try to figure things out. So like if you don't ever have Tesla had the framework of the ether, right? And he's like, oh, it must be thousands of times more dense than the air, and it must act as like a fluid, and it must have viscosity, and it must have substantive qualities, and blah blah blah. And he was speculating. It was like a logical metaphysical framework, but utilizing that's how he discovered the rotating magnetic field. That's how he discovered how to harness electricity. And without that framework, he would have never done that. So if people in the corner had been like, "You're a stupid idiot, pseudoscientist, you didn't prove that," he would have just made the AC generator. You know what I'm saying? So like, who's really stupid? So like, there are people on flat Earth that would have called Nikola Tesla stupid. And I mean, we're just going with the mainstream depiction, but I mean, just really soak that in. He would have been like, "Yeah, I'm trying to make an AC generator to harness energy from the ether." What's the ether? It's like this substantive background medium that's fluid-like, that's 1,000 times more dense than the air, and it has this vortex movement within it. Blah blah blah. They would have like just berated that dude and called him an idiot, when literally he could read a book beginning to end and remember it like off the top of his head. Like what's on page 67, paragraph 3, like he would know. But he's an idiot, and he created the way we utilize energy today. So there's something to be said about that.
So we'd say the ether. You just mentioned the ether, right? So the source that causes the source that is the middle piece. I'm gonna say the pyramid up above. That thing is causing some type of field of itself that is being expressed down here, right? It's spinning, causing the movement, governing the cycles, so it has a field of itself. Let's say all that we can talk about, I don't know, resonance or vibrations, or that field that it had that is causing in the whole system, that might be the ether. That's probably, I could probably say it in better words, but this structure that is, in my opinion, governing the cycles and the luminaries and the input into the system that we're in, it will have, like, you remember the bumblebee that is causing a field to be able to fly and move around?
Mm-hmm.
So this structure has it's the field that is abroad the whole system, like not encapsulating.
What if those things are singing a song to the Creator and filling the earth with its?
Hey! So I wanted to say, yeah, I get you, Bong. I'm sorry, Bong. I'm sorry. So remember, remember this guy that made a chamber, and he put gas inside the chamber, and then he put a magnet, and you can see the expression of the toroidal field inside the chamber. Have you seen that?
The gas? Maybe not. I mean, I've seen ferrocells. I don't know about using gas.
Yeah, it was like some type of iron something in the it was like a magnifier, and he put a magnet. You've seen this.
A ferrocell, yeah.
Exactly. So the pyramid is that magnet outside of the chamber, and it's causing that field inside here, inside the place that we're standing in, inside this ecosystem. Right?
Yeah, that's very fascinating. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. So imagine that chamber, that ferrocell that you're talking about, being the ecosystem that we're in, and the magnet that he put outside of it and caused the field. It's that pyramid that we see that is governing the cycles, causing the sun and the moon, and the source of the lights and all that kind of stuff. So that is what is kind of causing what we even can call the ether. The ether is still an effect that is being caused by the source.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's why I'll never stop talking about it, because I think it points to the Creator.
Yeah. And then you with the build, the setup that we're in, the container, the layers, and the gases. That's why we have so many things put together, and we have what we have in place. This whole experience, this whole all the phenomena that we describe, everything in combination inside of this ecosystem, and the layers above, everything in place. And the coding of it, you're right, because we have the cycles. It's like almost like it's coded to work the way it works, but it's a build, multiple, everything put together to be able to be the machine that it is, that do the work that it does. It's not one thing doing one thing. It's a bunch of things put together with a middle piece on top, and the creator sitting on it or on top of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Like the central source of energy within an immense field of energy, all encompassing an indispensable field of energy, as Tesla would.
Yeah.
Meaning that you can't do away with it, right? He said, actually, and again, I don't know, Tesla was probably just propagating ancient knowledge that was already known, right? But that's not really the point. But he's like, any attempt to explain the movement of the celestial quote-unquote objects without acknowledging the ether and the indispensable field of energy within is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. He was clearly correct. Fast forward to 2022, when we have billions of dollars being funneled into supposedly figuring out what's going on in the sky. They have literally no idea what they're talking about because they've yet to acknowledge that there's a central force of energy central to the earth, as in like directly over the center of the earth, or at least perceivably. And without acknowledging that, you'll never understand even slightly what's going on, right? Like Polaris is just this random dot in the sky. Okay. It looks like Polaris is actually just the closest to that central source of energy. Moves around it slightly.
I think that's why we see two celestial centers, because you need the, kind of like a reflection of it, like an equal opposite, because we have celestial north, and in a way it's reflecting, and you see kind of like that center point of what we call celestial south, or you have, and the cool another cool thing about it is that you have a middle light, Polaris, and then at the south you have darkness in the center. You have lights around it. So at the north you have light, and at the south, I'm saying north and south, but I don't know if that's the right labels to it, right? But you see how light will cause darkness on top of each other. So you have the light and you have the shadow. I'm just adding that.
Where
I
the
think it's
South Pole
inside
should
now.
be here. Where the South Pole should be here is not dark. There's stars there.
Well, the South Pole, if you're talking about the stars, well, the land that the stars are going over appears to be more like a ring, not like a pole, like the northern center point of a flat
Okay, yeah.
surface, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, because the north, you see Polaris at the center, that light, that star, right? But on the south, you see the Southern Cross, which is around, that Southern Cross goes around the celestial south, which is dark, is darkness.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Why are you saying no, it doesn't? Because there's time
Mm-hmm.
lapse from Australia that shows a circular movement in the sky in the south, and flat earthers just say nah.
I say that it happens, but the thing is, it's deformation off of refraction or glass based off of that Spanish dude's video. Because you can see a counter whirl forming toward the outer part of that glass dome. He holds over the concentric circles to represent the star trails. And there's a whirl in the counter whirl that appears to mimic what we see toward the northern center and toward the southern perimeter. So it looks like it's
Correct.
refraction through glass or, atmosphere based off of that demonstration at the very least.
I agree that that's probably the most viable option, is that the container itself creates that optical effect combined with magnetic holography. But like when flat earthers just say no, it's not a good look, dude. I personally know someone in Australia that took the time lapse of the freaking stars, dude. Okay, so it's definitely there.
I have to do a time lapse in order. So think about this. Okay, out here is a bigger circle. When things go across the sky, they're going to disappear right before this big circle, before you can notice it going around the center, which is the north. Maybe sometimes it'll appear like it's kind of curving a little bit as it approaches the horizon over that side, but it is not going over. I'm looking at the Southern Cross all the time. Sometimes it's right above me, and sometimes it's a little to the south, but it is not going around something out there.
Okay, well, I'll just drop the time lapse,
Well, I'd speculate that it's some sort of weird refractive effect because you've seen the glass with water. There's an arrow behind the empty glass. You fill it up with water, and all of a sudden, instead of pointing left, the arrow reverses totally and now points to the right. So perhaps the star trails are going around the center, yes, but appear to warp, reverse, and even give a local nodal point in the sky due to refraction through thick atmosphere, thick glass, or something like that toward the southern perimeter. I think it's a viable option.
But at least you're addressing it, right? That's my point. I actually agree with Lemon. That's what I think's happening, but I think that hand wave dismissal is not a good look.
Waving dismissing it, I'm looking at it every night. For like the last 4 years, I've been learning, a lot of things, and yeah, I've been watching it. 2018 or something, I forget.
I'm about to drop the time lapse from Australia, bro.
Right now I'm pissed off at myself for not having a time lapse. So yeah, let me.
It's all good. It's all good. Just always be intellectually honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think this is one of the things Flat Earth is kind of messed up on. That's just because, like, Lemon is doing what we're supposed to do, which is address it. Flat Earthers have a script and they say, well, it just looks like that because it's optical. Like if you were to walk across the street and turn around, it looks like the car's going the opposite way. Or if there's a 6 on the ceiling, you walk across the room, it looks like a 9. Or if you look at a whirlpool, if you walk on the other side, it looks like it's going the opposite direction. All that's true, but that's all not the point though, because you can take a time lapse and it shows them going in a circle around a point. Now, why is a good question. But when I was like traveling the US and people would come up and ask me that, which is like the number one thing that people say. People think that proves the Earth's a globe. And when flat earthers just say nuh-uh, or they say the 6-9 thing, it just doesn't make us look good. Like they just leave thinking, okay, well, they're ridiculous. Yeah, see that video?
Well, I put in the chat the video from the Spanish dude, and it looks like it's good enough description. I go with this over Midwest sugar water, and just go from here, expecting to find thick atmosphere or thick dome refracting the image or something like that.
Yeah, and of course we know there's a container, so I mean, clearly it's like a optical effect within the container, and then of course we're perceiving the light, which is within the magnetic holographic projection. Which is just kind of objective. That's what a Farrell cell shows you, right? So it's like if you combine that, what we're perceiving is actually based on polarization of electromagnetic field and magnetic holography within substantive containment, then you would get this effect. And that is what people need to say, as opposed to just saying that's not real. Right, like that. I'm just being honest.
Well, I guess it's a possibility, At least it gives a possibility, which is better than nothing in some ways. People do, kind of want, a way forward. They're like, okay, let me say it's flat. How would this work? Let's speculate a little bit. What do we expect to find at the very least?
Yeah, like an intellectually honest person just wants something that could work, right? They think there's no way it could work and that it would only work on a globe, and we need to show them that's not true. We don't have to, right? Falsification is independent of replacement, but we shouldn't be in this just to win. We should be in this to wake people up, and like this video right here would really click with lots of people. I mean, that's pretty amazing. When I saw it the first time, I'm like, wow, it looks just like what we see. And if you're on this circle plane, everywhere you go to the edge, you would see that, which makes perfect sense, right? So it's very interesting.
Fascinating.
I'm trying to find these things for you. Don't.
I come out, right? Because the reason why I say this is I come out, I see where the Southern Cross is, right? And then I'm looking like, is it going to go that way as if it's going to go, around something on the south? Or is it going to go this path where all these other stars are going? The moon is a little bit closer on the inside. The sun is a little bit on the outside. The Southern Cross is a bit farther on the outside. So when I come out, and I check, a couple hours later, it's traveling. Maybe that's not good enough. Maybe I do need to get the time lapse. That's why I never bothered to do it because I mean okay. I was like, what? I mean, I even looked for Sigma Octantis this other night. I spent like all night, right, all the way to the morning, to see where the Southern Cross would go around, right, or these stars are supposed to be. But yeah, I guess I should get a time lapse and then feel like I can't talk now
There you
because I don't have a time lapse.
There's a Star Trail. There's a Star Trail time lapse from Australia, and then there's the whole playlist of them below it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I personally talked to the person that took these. Of course, it doesn't prove it, but you should do it. You're in Australia, right?
Yeah. Yes, I'm in Sydney. I should have done this a long time ago. Sorry,
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. But I just think this is because, I'm about to debate Professor Day, right? Almost guaranteed he's going to bring this up.
Guaranteed.
And if he brings this up to 90% of people that just say their script, it would be a really bad look, right? Because that could be viewed by millions of people. So I'm just giving an example. We need to kind of sharpen our sword.
I did say this earlier, right? If I did say that, even if I was wrong, right, that I had to take a time lapse to see it going around the south, and even if it did appear like it was going around the south, right, it doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball, and it doesn't mean that the Earth is not, what it is. That was
of course. That's what we know. What the Earth is, right? We know that it's a plane, so we know this is an optical effect. But just because it's kind of, we don't know the exact answer. The answer is never to just turn your head. It's very similar to the ether conversation. It's like we have phenomena that needs to be explained, and just because we can't definitively prove it, and it requires some speculation, that in no way means that the answer is to just ignore it. That makes our position look ignorant. So what people do is they leave with their confirmation bias confirmed, and they're like, oh, flat earthers just tap out when things go against their worldview, and they don't really have answers for things. And so that's why they're flat earthers. Which is ironic, of course, because that's what they do, but that's not really the point. I want to wake people up. I think this is what brings a lot of people to the creator. I think it's very important.
If I do a time lapse and it appears like it's doing, what these videos are showing, then I'm not going to say they don't. Of course, I'm going to say, well, that's what it appears like they're doing. Yeah, and I don't know, and I thought it was going this way because I was looking at the Southern Cross do this. I'm not gonna.
But if you look at the northern stars, if you look at the northern stars with the naked eye, it's the same thing. It arcs across the sky. But when you take time lapse, you see what it's doing, at least optically, right? But look, what Lemon posted explains it. So it's not like this is some irrefutable thing, but when we don't address it, that's what it comes across as. Literally what Lemon posted explains it perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Perfectly. It's so perfect that it makes too much sense to not be the case for you.
Yeah, when I started, I'm like, this makes sense. I mean, at this point, there aren't that many, anti-flat Earth arguments that I really give a whole lot of credence to or really think are that serious. As far as I can tell, we have viable explanations for most, if not everything, except maybe this earthquake model. But even that could probably be modeled on a flat surface. So,
yeah, the earthquakes, the no good. This is their home run. So we got to keep that video in the channel. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess the main thing, if you're going up against Professor Dave, you could look at his debate style. He does like to get a little cheeky, and stuff like that. So you got to watch out for a possible lip. But if you keep it informed, you should be doing just fine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try my best not to take the bait with the whole ad hom stupid stuff. I'm just gonna let him look like a douchebag and look real rude, and I'm just gonna drop a bunch of knowledge.
Boom.
I remember the debate he did, I think, with Nephilim Free. He got a little cheeky there, but I think he'll do fine.
Well, he did that with Dave Weiss too, right? And then that has 1.5 million views because it threw Dave off his game a little bit. So it's like, I'm not gonna let him do that. I'm just gonna let the person that watches be like, wow, the Glober was a real dick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be honest here. That's one of my faults. One of my flaws is I like to clap back. When someone tries me, I clap back. So I'm gonna have to really exercise some patience to not take the bait.
Me too. I can be a little bitter too when a Glober, starts talking that yik yak. But you got to keep it informed because a lot of times they try to keep emotion and ad hom in the air to avoid talking about the issue too. So we just got to keep it dialectic, keep it informed, and stay away from the vile Glober rhetoric.
Agreed.
When he insults you or throws an ad hom, just boom, reattack the topic, that he's sidestepping. Boom, just keep focusing on it, and everybody's gonna be like, "What is this guy doing? Why isn't he answering? What's it?"
That's right. Expose them like Mae West. Be like, you're going ad hom because you don't want to talk about this issue. So let's get back to the issue you don't want to talk about.
Yeah, I was talking to him. I was like, we could do 2-minute intervals. And he's like, no, I want to dunk on you. I want to I need live interaction so I can dunk on you. So you can already tell his intention. Honestly, I excel in live interaction. I prefer it, but I just know he's going to try to make it a shit show. But it's all good. So it's not going to be the 2-minute thing. I think that'd be the best. He would get absolutely destroyed if we got 2 minutes uninterrupted back and forth. He would get destroyed because he can't actually debate the argument. But it's all good. I'm not going to turn it down. I think it's pretty important that someone knocks him down.
What you do with Globers is you just call them out on their ad homs, and you tell the Glober, you say, if you've got such a strong argument, why do you need to use ad homs? It shows the weakness of your argument that you don't actually have an argument, because you wouldn't have to use ad homs if you had any argument. So basically, you're showing defeat and you're showing surrender. You have actually surrendered to the argument, because as soon as you ad hom, you're basically saying that you don't have enough evidence to prove it without insulting someone. So you've actually lost the argument already. So you just call them out on that one all the time when you're doing Globers. When you're calling out Globers, yeah.
Bam.
So, keep them accountable. Keep them on their toes, because a psychopath, you got to point a psychopath. And you got to call them out that you know what their game is, because a psychopath likes to play in the dark. So you have to bring them out, and that's what you do with the Globers. You got to bring those Globers out in the open, expose them in front of everyone, because then they feel like, okay, now I've been exposed, because they're all about ego. So if you can attack their ego, you're actually winning the argument, because you're getting them to feel, because they're placing themselves on a moral high ground. They feel superior, and they think that they're superior to you. So if you can attack that superiority complex that they got and show them that they're not superior, that they're actually doing inferior actions, that'll actually help. That helps you when you're debating them.
That will be. I think that will be the easy task. I think Witz can do that pretty easily, what you just said. But look beyond Professor Dave and represent the the alternative to the globe, the actual objective reality of what we're trying to demonstrate, and try to illustrate that to people in a way that they can comprehensively view what you're trying to, the message that you're trying to provide, instead of just arguing with Professor Dave for an hour and a half or whatever. Just destroy him in the, he's might gonna ad hom you on this and that. Point that out so people can understand that he's doing that, but then illustrate the actual message that you're trying to bring forward, instead of slacking back to the type of argument that he wants to stay at, because that's YouTube world. They want to see people arguing BS only, but you want to go beyond Professor Dave's BS.
And with a psycho, it's important to maintain. It's important. Psycho, not that Professor Day is necessarily a psycho, because human emotions, they expect that and look at that as weakness, and they're like, wag, get over it, because the psycho, wants control. They don't want human empathy or emotion. So, don't show weakness or anything that's human. The psychopath wants control. They don't want humanity. So just watch out for that stuff.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about it.
It's good to realize that you're dealing with high-level psychopaths and narcissists as well. Psychopaths and narcissists are slightly different, but you're dealing with everyone, like all of these people, like in the Panda server. They're all narcissists. They're all psychopaths. They don't have any emotional feeling, or very little. Some of them do have a little bit, but they haven't got. And there's some decent people there as well, but they don't have much feeling for anybody else. They don't have love. They're so empty of that stuff. They're so void, and their whole life is about trying to be better than somebody else. Their whole life is about ego, and to put others down, and to be the best, and to win arguments. So they got to look good, but they're very fragile people, actually. So if you can bring out that fragile part, you can actually win any argument with them.
Yeah, it's all about control with them. So, if the moment they feel like you've become too human and lost control or been too weak, they just use that as an excuse to just destroy you. So it's just a power play or about control with them. If you maintain control, you may even get the grudging respect of the psycho, potentially.
They just want to get reactions.
But if you make them lose control, then you have an enemy for life.
The thing is, they want to get feelings of dumping their self-hatred on you. Basically, they got self-hatred. They're full of self-hatred, right? They're full of self-loathing. They hate themselves, and they want to project that self-hatred onto you as much as they can. They just want to poop all over you. Basically, that's their thinking.
Misery loves company.
And they want to share that hatred, that self-hatred onto you. And that's their whole purpose of their life. So you got to understand that. That helps you to deal with them. Yeah.
Witsi has dealt with way worse characters than Professor Dave. I think Professor Dave for Witsi is a walk in the park. If you can, for not just argue the character Professor Dave and destroy him, that's for Witsi that's easy. Destroying Professor Dave, it's easy, but the big audience that you're gonna have, I think you're gonna take the opportunity to relay a message.
Yeah, exactly. I just gotta focus on that. Like, you're not gonna convince Professor Dave, and who cares if you do? It's 100% about the people that are gonna see it. Like, I want to make sure that in the hour and a half, that there's enough in there for someone that's new to Flat Earth to leave being a Flat Earther. Like, that's kind of the objective. It should be the only real motive.
Bro, you've been in the ring with people that are worse than Professor Dave, but you'll be fine for sure. I don't know. I'm pretty sure you know what you're doing. But just try to concentrate on maybe 3 important points, most likely, right? Try to at least bring 3 points home, 3 strikes home, and you win the baseball games.
When's this happening?
We haven't set it up officially. He's he refuses to do it on modern day debate. So we have to find a venue and then agree on a time.
I think he's looking for an environment that he can control the situation, because he knows how sharp you are, most likely. So he's probably want to bring you to a environment that he can have you in chains somehow. So
Well,
you
yeah,
cannot
the
shine
original
well.
the original offer was Fight the Flash channel, which I obviously declined. I guess they think I need Professor Dave or something, but the reason they think that is because, well, they can't really understand someone who has the motivation I do. Like, they're all about clicks and trying to make money, and they literally don't understand someone not being like that. So, I mean, it's whatever. There's a disconnect there, but it'll iron itself out. I actually had this. I know that I'm going to end up debating him. I knew that a few weeks ago. I can't really explain it, but so I'm not really tripping. Like, I'm not tripping about it. Like, it's going to manifest when it's supposed to and how it's supposed to. I'm really just going to focus on, and I don't even care. Like, it's not like I'm giving something away on, curvature, lack of curvature measurements, and motion. Like, just those two are plenty of talking points. And I think that really driving home that the Earth's not moving, because what he's going to want to do is drag me into this straw man flat Earth game. But I'm not taking the bait. I'm gonna address his nonsense because it'll look kind of weak if I just run away. But
yeah,
I'm gonna really drive home that there's no evidence that the Earth is moving, and there's no physical measurement of Earth curvature, et cetera, et cetera. Falsifications independent of replacement. You get it.
I swear I heard that before.
Dude, I've never seen 4 words, 5 words trigger Glover so much. It's really funny.
It is pretty funny.
And like they'll disagree with it. It's like, what? Dude, I like crafted that phrase in a way that's like obviously not agreeable or disagreeable, and they literally contend that phrase. It's really crazy.
Yeah, if you get an opportunity to talk to Professor Dave, in whatever platform, I had a lot of criticisms of, about David Weiss's stuff. I mean, even though it was still good, but it was just kind of like, it seems like it was in the wrong vein, it was kind of in the wrong platform. But if I have a feeling, it's like, it's rare that you'll ever actually get an opportunity to talk to him, so yeah, if you can actually make that happen, I think it'd be good.
Oh, he's already agreed. Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm looking forward to
it. I mean, I think the Dave Weiss debate was a shit show. It was terrible.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like Dave usually has his shit together. Well, he always has his shit together, but he kind of like didn't expect that attitude from Professor Dave, so it was kind of like this is like he was kind of like set back, it's like I don't know what to say because you're being such an asshole.
Yeah, they set him up because they told him that it was like the moderator was fair and neutral and blah blah blah. And Dave will be the first one to tell you that it wasn't his best outing,
Yeah, I mean, I respect Dave Weiss. It's just like it was just the wrong platform for him to have that, and and we all know Professor Dave's an asshole, so whatever. Or I think he is. Not everybody might think he is.
It looks like they're expecting to do another home run, like destroy another flat earther and get more views. So hopefully you get to that day comes, so you can just prove them wrong and surprise them, because I'm pretty sure it's not gonna go the way it went with the other Dave.
I don't think that one was that bad. Like, I wouldn't call it a home run by any means.
No, sure, but at the same time, I don't think Weiss knew what to expect, especially with the mediation and all that kind of. Yeah, it was. It wasn't bad. I just said it wasn't. I was just saying. I don't think he expected.
I disagree. I think it was bad.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it was horrible, actually.
yeah. I told Dave that. Like, me and Dave talk all the time. I told him I thought it was really
It's
bad.
like, bro. Well, it's like he's used to talking to like radio hosts that are like curious, and then he gets
like reasonable people. Yeah.
No, just think
and then
about
he
it
just
from
kind
our
of like
perspective.
get fucking bombarded with.
Listen. From
Okay, I
our
was giving
perspective,
Gabe the benefit of the doubt, but yeah,
yeah.
it was bad. Go ahead, brother.
Just think about it from the other audience. Like, we are used to the debate, and we can tell what, in many ways, what actually happened. But from the normal people, they saw a win for the globe. That's what they saw. They saw dumb flutter arguments. That's what they saw.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because there were a few moments where there were like a gotcha where like he phrased it like dumbass, and it made Dave look real bad. Like he just didn't understand and was just making stupid mistakes. Is what it looked like. So you got to always think. We know what Dave's doing. We're like, I mean, I will say almost anyone watching that would leave thinking Professor Dave's a dick, though. Like he was just objectively a douchebag.
Yeah, but actually, he made a mistake if he ever wants to talk to a flat earther again. Because if he actually ever wants to do it again, we know his tactics now. Because he only just made videos before that and never would talk to a flat earther. So yeah, we know his tactics.
His tactics already, don't you? Helio, like all he's going to do is belittle you and try and get you off your game. That's his whole tactic.
And that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm sure, and he's not the only one that does it. And so we're quite familiar with that. But Dave, doing those interviews with people, they're asking about flat Earth. They're curious, but Dave wasn't. We have that shit coming at us all the time, but he doesn't. He goes,
well, that's actually what we should do is just talk to people that aren't like that. But I think in this scenario, I should take the debate because he's like the propped up guy that you get when you YouTube flat Earth.
Bro, I heard you speak with people that are worse than Dave, like completely. Like Dave, bro. Dave for me, he's for Witsit, Dave is a walk in the park for sure. Like,
dude,
for real, guys.
We've had way better Globers in here than Professor Dave.
Yeah, like I've talked to people more toxic than him, and those people were way more informed on the subject, right? So it's like he openly admits that he has really no knowledge in the topics he covers on his channel, that he reaches out to quote unquote experts and they give him a script and he just reads the script.
First, don't talk to flat earthers either. So yeah, it's pretty much a walk in the park when you talk to that dude.
Yeah, as long as I don't take it, because I gotta admit, like it's one of my problems, bro. Like it's like I've been like that my whole life. Like if someone tries me, like I clap back, and I gotta like really keep that in check.
Yeah, I mean, just like you said earlier, I mean, as long as you don't take the bait, because he's trying to trigger you.
Yeah.
All right, cool, man. I'm looking forward to it. I just wanted to come in and say that. Sounds good.
I think maybe the difference here, though, is that like previous guys that you've debated are complete nobodies. They're like, they might be like versed on the arguments, they might be toxic, but they're not well revered outside of globe circles, like, whereas this guy seems to have gained traction kind of outside of that. So I understand why you're going for it.
I got a quick question, man. If you went up to a random person on the street and said, have you ever heard of Eric Dubay or Professor Dave? Which one are they gonna? Oh, I've heard of
Professor Dave. I think depending on when they YouTubed Flat Earth, because if they did in the last 4 years, then they got Professor Dave. That's just my opinion, but I mean that dude has probably 30 million Flat Earth views or something.
Eric Dubay's got 27 million, I'm sure.
Yeah, especially if you could pull back the algorithms.
Yeah, go back. Yeah, he's got to have maybe 30 million, 50 million. I don't know. It's a lot. So I don't know, man. It'd be a good test. See how many people have heard of Eric Dubay or Professor Dave.
The likelihood is the average person hasn't heard of either, really.
Exactly. I'd say like 97% would say, I don't know. I haven't heard of either one.
Are you talking about flat Earth?
No.
Conversation. It's just like
they're not going to know anything. Yeah, 97% of the people, man.
They're not even looking up flat Earth. I've never heard of.
They don't never heard of either one of them.
That's not
Yeah,
true,
I agree.
though. As far as like media goes, I mean, the term flat Earth has been in media, across.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays, if you went up to say, "Have you ever heard of flat Earth?" I mean, you're going to get like a 90%.
You're going to have to say,
like,
yes.
Yeah.
I heard of it, but I really don't give it a thought. Second thought.
Most people are like, "Yeah, I'm too busy working at Taco Bell."
Yeah, when I was out in the world, dude, what I found out was like everyone has heard of it. And I would try this thing where I wouldn't say it. I would just talk to them about, did you know the Earth's not actually moving or whatever? And they'd be like, are you one of those flat earthers? Like they would bring it up. Like almost everyone's heard of it.
I brought up like there's not enough gasoline in airplanes to a physicist, and he goes, "What are you, a flat earther?" I was like, "Oh shit, yeah." I was totally trying to keep it off topic, flat Earth, but yeah, wow.
That's funny. Like, whenever the whole like COVID debacle was going on, they were doing the mainstream articles like the Dabba Dabba Do, it works, science is real, and the Earth is not flat. Like they were just throwing that in there. Like, what the like? What is wrong?
Yeah, they're throwing it in with every other thing.
Oh my goodness! There's signs out there that have these like, I believe in science, Black Lives Matter.
Now conspirators.
They put these on the people's lawns, man. I've seen those.
Who are the conspirators at this point?
Helio, let him finish, man. Come on.
Sorry.
I saw people putting signs on their lawns. I believe in science. Black Lives Matter. Yeah.
Climate change is real. Yeah,
they're wearing shirts and shit. Yeah.
It's like, whoa.
Donate to Ukraine.
That means we're making an effect. This is like,
no doubt about it. We're making an effect, and Wits, it's right, man. We might get one or two here or there, and if you can, go up against Professor Dave, great, man.
Remember that Professor Dave he's going as a character in the internet, and he's creating this controversy, right? And he's taking advantage of that for views, maybe for money and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So just remember that he's a character playing a role, and you are the real man in the spirit, conveying a message to people.
Amen, Jamesy. Amen, brother.
I have a friend that got on a major flat earther. A couple, 3-4 flat earthers got together in a studio, and they filmed a little thing, man. And there's these couple scientists versus like 4 flat earthers, and they tried to make us look stupid, but the thing got like fucking 10-20 million views, somewhere in there, man. And it was like, good, you made us look stupid, but 20 million people saw it, dude.
Waterman Dan was in it.
It's got like
they didn't do that good of a job making us look stupid, actually. They actually made some good points. They aired some of our good points. I was fine with it.
Absolutely. I mean,
you talking about where it was the panel where they had people.
Yeah, it was like a panel, and they were like standing like close to each other. They were like orbiting each other. It was weird, fucking video, man.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And it was like I don't know.
It looked like an episode of Alcoholics Anonymous or something.
Like they had like spotlights. It was like, who's gonna step up to this statement?
Step up. Yeah, it was weird, man. But it's got like 20 million views. So different platforms are reposted.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody's heard about this, but who has an opinion about it? Who's willing to step up and talk about it?
One video has over 100,000 comments, dude.
Yeah.
I was like, 100,000 comments, man. That's beautiful, man. That is that. I mean, I always tell Dan, man, that's a home run, bro. In my book, I mean, you just crushed it. Grand slam, whatever. I got there at 10 million views. Fuck it, or more than 10 million.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's beautiful, man. You did it. Congratulations, man. You can set your hat down and go, I did my part.
Yeah, because this is the big thing. This is the big thing.
That's one of the T-shirts.
Because I find what I find really, really amazing about that is the fourth line: beliefs aren't facts. And then when you read all of the other shit, it's just like that's just a wall of belief. And then you're telling me beliefs aren't facts.
Beliefs aren't facts, man. That's a great line. Yeah.
Stand up for science, bro. I swear, bro. I would check someone so hard.
No.
I actually wouldn't. I just feel bad.
Beliefs are facts. Way to point that out, man.
Well, I don't feel bad. I think we're doing a public service here, by having this channel.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying I feel bad for them. Like when I see like a 5-year-old with their dinosaur outfit on, or like a grown man decked out in NASA gear, I actually kind of feel bad for them.
Yep, me too, man. Definitely, it's a sad day when you see that. Man.
I feel bad for me for having to put up with that bullshit for a long time before I figured it out.
Well,
but
I think that everybody, we can all kick our own asses and say, "Hey, we didn't see it when we were 12 years old," or whatever. But
I guess we're trying to do the best we can do about it right now, aren't we?
Dude, we've had people come on here that are like, 14, 15, 16 years old. And they're like, holy shit, man, these cucks know what's up, man. I wish I knew that at 15. Fuck. Come on.
You know how much patience we've had with people throughout the years of this, as long as this server has existed. With teenagers, older men, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter age. Right. They come in there and say, why do you guys think the earth is flat? Well,
that's what I learned in school, man. That's why I know for a fact we went to the moon.
Well, I mean, that's not necessarily the fact. I'm talking about. Anyway, I'm not going
to. The cognitive dissonance I'm talking about, man.
Yes, I know that much.
My goodness, I don't have to explain that to you. But it just gets weird, strange, and
well, it seems like our channel, compared to other YouTube channels, isn't popular. But when people want to talk about flat Earth and they don't want to go to Professor Dave, they come here.
Jamsies, yeah.
Or Jim Pandas, not Jimsy.
I was looking at Jimsy's name. It's Pandas.
No, if they want to really talk about flat Earth and they're curious, they'll find their way here, and that's when they get a genuine conversation about why people think the Earth is flat in modern times.
That's what makes this place great, man.
I think so too.
No doubt about it, man. I mean, that's why I'm here. And I'm pretty sure I've heard it from all of you guys saying this is the platform without a doubt to talk about where we live. Period. I mean, this is it. I couldn't find a better place. It's more open, accommodating, polite.
Not always, though. Come on. Man.
Not always. Of course, not always. But we've learned we've learned along the way too, Helio. Man, we backed it off a touch from years ago. You used to just be yelling and screaming. That's not good.
Still happens. What are you talking about?
But the 3 questions kind of calmed it down, I think. It's like, hey, man, what do you know about the Earth, man? Let's check it. What do you know about the globe? Talk to me.
I think what people are new to the topic. Whether or not they find it on the internet somewhere. It was like, hey, let's go. We've had like Reddit groups come in here and just come in as a group and it's like, hey, let's go see what these flat earthers are talking. And they come in together, whether through it's however they meet up or whatever, through Discord or whatever. Let's go over there and see what the flat earthers are talking about. And I have like 5 or 6 people join at a time.
Right.
There's always one leader, right? They're just like, hey, And they'll go to the check-in room. And hey, we're not a joke. You know, we talk about thunder 24 hours a day. We have several live channels. You know, you don't have to make a big deal about it. But if you're really curious about it, then we're here for you. That's why we have the check-in room or the check-in process. It's not a
I think the check-in process is ace. I've checked a lot of people in. I got burned. I got burned a couple times. Yeah, I got burned. But
bro,
I'd say
if you make
I'm
it
like
past
90.
a couple of mods or somebody, you're not going to last long. Just because you acted well when you were getting checked in, and then all of a sudden you turn into a dick. You're only going to last.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing, man, about here, man. I checked some people in. They came in here and yelled some N-words, and I was like, oh, my God. I checked that person in. And, it happens.
Yeah, that happens to every one of us. I mean, like if you're in a check-in room and you're like, hey, you talk to him for a couple minutes, and he's like,
yeah,
but the most action is happening in a live stream. I want you to go in there and talk to the, get involved.
Talk to that.
No, wait till breaking the conversation. Get involved in the conversation.
I tell him, man, you're gonna go down to the big house, man. You go down there. You better. You watch your P's and Q's and definitely know your globe, dude. You better know your globe, man. You ain't gonna last long.
And that's why I always, when they're brand new to the server, to get them the VC verified role, I always ask is like, how did you find our server? Why are you curious about flat Earth? Have you ever talked to anyone about it before? And you want them to answer those questions. It's like, I've heard about it, and all this. All right, so this VC check-in is just to vet people.
Yep.
Move into
and you guys, all of us do a great job of vetting, and
so too.
Dude, so many people vet. It's incredible. I would say one thing, man. I always encourage people to research the globe, because if you understand what they're telling you about the globe, and if you
want brain damage, if you want to damage your brain,
look at the sun and the stars and the moon and Polaris, or and if you can look at those things and experience those things, and they tell you that beautiful heat that comes from that sun or the light is 93 million miles away, man.
Well, as far as
can't help you, man. I can't help you.
As far as checking goes, there's new people. There's certain arguments that will come forth. I mean, we sit here for hours on end, just bloviating with each other, and it can be intimidating for a lot of new people. So,
no question.
A lot of us have to have patience, when new people join. So, we don't want them to be intimidated.
That's why we came up. That's why we came up with the 3 questions. Kind of feel them out. Let's go ahead and see how much of the globe you understand, and from there, man, you just take it like, hey, man, this is the globe model, man, and they taught us this, and are you buying that? Are you buying we're shooting through space millions of miles an hour?
Yeah, but that seems like a little bit of intimidation because they're still ignorant. Like, hey, are you buying them? And it's like, well, the only thing I know, just like all of us, only thing I know is before I found out about this. Only thing I knew was third rock from the sun, spinning around the solar system.
That's all you learn, man.
Yeah,
they even had a TV show called.
That's what they think. That's what they think. So we have to be patient.
Remember, these kids, some of these kids grew up on a television show called The Third Rock, dude.
I love that show. John Lithgow, man, he's one of my favorite actors. Bro.
Come on, man. That's like just not fair, man. You grew up on The Third Rock. That might be one of the questions.
Third Rock, that was No, it's Third Rock. What's the other show with Don Lithgow where he was an alien? No, Third Rock was
The Third Rock.
40. Oh, I was thinking of 30 Rock. That's another show.
The Third Rock, man. They had a television show called The Third Rock. They had a television show called Mork and Mindy. I mean, these people have control of the mass minds, man. Fuck the mass media. They got the mass minds, man. When you can control the mass minds, man, you can do anything you want, man. You can teach them they're on a fucking rectangle that shoots through fucking, water at a trillion miles an hour. You'd be like, oh, okay, whatever you told me, it's fine. I'm
Even
okay.
in Hollywood, they can make fun of this shit.
Make
and
up shit.
all of these freaking scientists, even though they're making fun of it, all of the quote unquote scientists are like, yeah, that's plausible. And these
Is this
guys
like
are
is this like a
PhDs,
comedy
you know?
show?
This is the
Is
comedy
this like a
hour.
comedy show? Because you guys are
I'm
funny
just-
as fuck.
But you know what?
I'm just wondering why all the PhDs don't catch the fucking influences of Hollywood and shit.
Can you tell us how you found out about the flat Earth? Because I think we never heard you talking about it.
This is Jemsy's brother. You're playing a trick with us right now, right? Hi, Jemsy's brother. Just joking.
I was wondering because I see Sonny's lighting up.
That's hilarious.
Oh, wait, I wanted to say something. That's why I brought it in. You could tell some of these Glovers that the Wango Tango is a required dance step for graduation.
You got a Hispanic guy over there just like talking through your mic, asking me. It sounds like Jemsy.
Do you know a lot of these people why they? Do you know a lot of these people why they become Glovers? It's just peer pressure. You know that. They're just living under peer pressure because they just want to be popular.
100%. It's peer pressure, man. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with
that's
peer
all it is. Those children just want to be fit in because they feel rejected by their friends, and their friends are like all the friends. Like nowadays, children, it's very hard for them to fit in because all the children are angry. They all hurt. They had a terrible time with COVID. They're all unhappy. They're all angry with each other. They all want to fight. They're all trained by their parents to be psychopaths and to control and manipulate. And now they want to feel popular and want to be liked and loved, and they're looking for love. So they're seeking love so much that they actually try to be popular, and they actually fall under peer pressure. They'll rather just fall with the flow and look like decent people so they can look popular, and then that way they're just worried about their image and being popular so they can fit in and be liked, and they're not even worried about what's true or not because all they care about is being liked and just being loved. That's all. That's what it's
But then the flat earther gets all the girls.
Well, I wish. Yeah.
Well, there's
put that on a t-shirt. Come on, put that on a t-shirt, man.
Yeah, but flat earthers get all the bitches.
All the girls, man.
And what they do, these children are selling their souls to anything they can do just to get popular, just to be loved. They'll do anything just to be accepted. They'll even follow their teacher all the way and just listen to whatever they say, and just to fit in, just to feel like they're liked and not feel, because they all feel rejected and outcasts and like hated.
What are you talking about? Come on, bro.
That's how people feel in school.
Well,
I've noticed.
Sure, but that really doesn't come back to the science of flat Earth, and for the most part, we want to concentrate on that. Now, I mean, some of the discussion can go to
the psychology of the globe, Helio. That's what he's talking about. You want to fit in, you'll psychologically accept, oh my God, we're spinning around. I don't know. It's Earth, the Moon, Mars. Yeah, okay, I'm good. Yeah, okay. I'll just go along because I don't want to be like, I have pimples and I got zits and I got a boner, and it's like you're dealing with all kinds of shit when you're going through high school. And
what am I listening to?
Insecure, very insecure, yeah.
Very insecure. It's a comedy show. This is the Helio show.
Variety hour.
Yeah.
we're not deep
I'm
diving
thinking,
into any.
just listen to you guys. I want to go back to the globe now. I don't want to be a flat earther.
Yep, 24/7.
Gen Z, man. Come on, man. Don't be a Mongo. Fuck.
Yeah, Flat Earth 24/7 is the best place, the best comedy on the flat plane. Just saying.
Flat earthers. Yeah.
The jokes don't stop.
The jokes
They're really
never
bad.
stop. NASA's never not funny, man. NASA is
The
never
joke is on you.
It is on you, man. The joke is on you. You've been joked, swindled, and you've been brainwashed, man.
Don't you feel bad, sort of, for people that will watch NASA on
No.
TV and actually?
No.
No.
Right now I feel bad
I
for
kind
anyone
of feel
listening to
bad
this.
for them.
I do not feel
It's
bad
like,
for
we
them.
went to the moon, or like ISS is this, and it's like, dude, they show this shit to our kids, and it's like, look at these. I mean, they have little friggin' programs, for the kids in school, and it's like, we're live from the International Space Station, and
We're
look at us.
live.
This is what they do to our kids. I mean, it's like, we know they're not actually in space.
Not to mind.
But I mean, not to yours, but most people. I'm just saying that, Jim. I mean, I feel bad for the kids and the parents because
Don't feel bad, Helio. I'll ask you this, man. Do you feel bad that some of the people you know went out and got an experimental?
No, we're not going to go there.
I'm just going to say that a bunch of people went out and got an experimental thing.
No.
Do you feel bad for them, man? I don't.
I do. Well, I mean, I kind of do, but at the same time, it affects me, so I'm pissed about it. But
that's different than. I don't feel bad. I mean, I'm like, you have to come to a conclusion. Say, hey, man, in your own mind, it's like, hey, man, I told you.
Just because they're.
You feel bad though.
Did they choose? I mean, they did choose to do it, but were they manipulated by
they were
propaganda? They were coerced into it. Yeah. So
I feel sorry
anyway,
for them though as well.
It doesn't matter. You still blame the person that got scammed. You don't.
Yeah, but I
blame
still
scam.
feel sympathy and
Why do you feel
yeah,
bad
I do too.
for the person that got scammed, man? I mean,
No,
it's
you
like,
blame them
hey, man, this
because-
guy was going to sell me the car, and he took my money.
Bro,
But he
check this out. Check
He
this
let
out, though.
himself get scammed.
Just like I was saying
Caveat
a
emptor, buyer
couple
beware.
minutes ago, the PhDs, astrophysics and shit like that,
right?
They're being scammed, but they actually believe it.
That's true, man.
Yeah.
I agree with
I
you.
don't
It's their fault.
Do you feel bad for them?
I feel bad for my loved ones.
Well, listen, I mean, these guys spent freaking. I mean, you know how long it takes to get a
7
PhD
years.
and bullshit in something in bullshit.
I don't feel bad for that.
I mean,
They're
I don't
stupid. They
feel.
waste their own lives on shit and just
And they're gonna call us ignorant and stupid because
They're going to call us ignorant and stupid and retarded and whatever else. They're going to call us everything in the book, bro.
right, and it happens on a daily basis because I listen.
Maybe it's true.
Videos.
Some of them are. Some of
It ain't
some of
true,
them are
Jim.
stupid.
Maybe, all right,
Some of them
ain't true.
deniers.
You have no idea it's not fucking true, man. You know we are fucking the top of the top,
Anyway,
bro. You
so
know
that's not true, man.
here's the way that they look at it. It's like the only reason that you think the Earth is flat and that this astrophysics stuff is not plausible is because you're uneducated. I've heard that so many times that it's just. But they won't come and talk to us.
No. Well, they do sometimes, man. They sometimes.
Well, man, we have Danny Faulkner comes talk to us sometimes.
Faulkner comes in.
He's a PhD astrophysicist.
Matthew comes in. They come and talk to us, man.
When I talk to people, like scientists and people that study science, they go crazy. They go bananas. They go completely. They actually start they block me. They tell me don't ever talk about this ever again. Don't ever speak to me about flat Earth. And they don't want to talk to me. They don't even phone me anymore. They don't even contact me. They just
That's called
drop me completely. They just isolate from me completely. They just can't handle it. It's like too much for them.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is. It is definitely.
I've seen it,
I
man.
mean, it's simple. As simple as our argument is very simple. Their argument is very complicated, and so the more
that's right.
complicated it is, the more
Complication.
plausible it is. I mean, is that where we're at? Like, since their argument is more complicated, it's more plausible. Since our argument is simple, it's not plausible.
Have you noticed how they'll take that way of thinking both ways as well, though? So, like, if it's like sciencey, and they'll say, well, you know, we've got all of this complicated theories and modeling and all the rest around it, then it must be true. But on the other hand,
Billions of dollars, crypto. We spend billions of dollars.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, on the other hand, they'll also say, well, you know, let's just say that there's something where the globe Earth is like a simpler, I don't know, gravity. Everyone knows what gravity is, right? So when you're trying to explain, well, actually things could fall down on a flat plane. At that point as well, they'll then use the simplicity of everyone understanding gravity already as they'll then say that, well, this simple idea must be better because it's simple. Like, they play both sides of that fence.
Yep. And we don't play both sides of that fence. And that's what makes us a little bit more on the level. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, we don't have the option to, because people don't understand the other ideas. They've never heard of any of the other ideas as to why things fall down. They haven't even heard that maybe things aren't falling down, right? Maybe it's just you know, some sort of equilibrium. Like people haven't even heard that might be a possibility. You know, so obviously we can't. We don't just have like a buzzword we can throw out, so we don't have that option.
No. But they do. They have a buzzword. It's called
people are imagining that things are falling down everywhere, but when you look around, everything is just stationary, not falling down.
You know, these scientist type of people that we're
falling
speaking
down?
to.
It's your house falling down? Is your chair falling down? Are your shoes falling down? What's falling down?
Yeah, that's a good point, Jamesy. Everything has weight. And I
An
think
apple.
Steve was about to say.
Mostly everything is on the ground, except
What about
the
leaves?
air, gases.
What about acorns?
Why do you think they use the apple? Why do you think they use the apple?
Come on, that's a story.
That probably has to do with the Bible, the legend.
They have the stories to prove their
in your face, man. The apple, really?
Yeah.
Apple?
Yeah, it's a fake story. Obviously, it's fake.
It's from 1666.
It's way too fake. Yeah, it's fake.
Exactly, man.
It doesn't
and
make
the
sense.
number
Anyway,
is
that was my,
666.
you know, that was my great grandfather, by the way.
Hey, what's it? Did you see the kids were supposed to get the new thing, the cocoa thing, and there was the 666 in the ad. Did you see that? Oh my god, dude! Yeah, it was wicked, man. Right in your face, bro. Everything's right in your face these days, man. I don't know if you guys know that, but I'm pretty sure you do. But all cards
is in your face.
We all work here. I think we all woken up here already. We all know what's going on.
You guys know what's going on.
Yeah, we watch all the latest stuff.
Well, I mean, the manipulation of the media is beyond anything I could have comprehended years ago, man. It's absolutely incredible how they can just put this shit out, and they have hundreds of channels to put it out on now. Hundreds that millions of people watch every day.
Hundreds, thousands,
probably thousands. Yeah, I mean, just thousands, hundreds of mainstream. I'm talking about mainstream, like on the television versus internet. You know, the television is the.
I can't even watch TV anymore. All those adverts. I just turned it off. I can't watch it anymore.
Yeah, I turned it off in the 90s, man.
I can't watch it. That's it. I'm not watching it.
Yeah. It's absolutely incredibly how they manipulate the mainstream mind, the mainstream mind, and it's incredible. So you guys are certainly aware of all this, and that's why we hang out together.
Do you guys find now, because I haven't watched the TV probably in about 10 years, like I don't know any, because I don't read newspapers or anything. I don't give a shit what they, and people come up to me and they'll be like, "Oh, have you heard about the latest thing?" And I'll be like, "No."
Yeah.
And they're like, every single time, it's like people who have known me for like years, they'll come to me and be like, "Oh, have you heard about this thing?" And I'm like, "No." They'll be like, "How have you not heard about it?" It's like, what? Why would I have? Like, I don't read or watch any of the shit you do.
Same thing. Hey, man. On that subject, man, here's my take on it, real quick. Is that if you're aware of what they talk about, you have an opportunity to at least add some question to what they saw on this particular platform, whatever it was, CNN or Fox or whatever. You have an opportunity. It's a door that's open. If somebody asks you, "Hey, man, have you seen the latest thing on the, about the children? Oh, it's horrible." You can have an opportunity there, man, to step in and say, "Hey, man, here's my take on it. And this is how I see it." And it is an opportunity. Sometimes if you're aware of the other side's information, you follow me? I know you do, Crypto. I know you do.
Yeah, I got you. I think the problem is that if they're watching those news channels, they often see them as authoritative, and so wasting your time trying to get on, trying to
just
let's just put it this way: had you already succeeded and in letting them know that news source wasn't actually a reliable source of information, they probably wouldn't be watching it.
Yeah.
So
just tell them that in 2012 they passed the Smith-Mund Modernization Act, where they can legally lie to the American public the same way they did to foreign entities, and that's the same year that Captain Hook, the infamously sad shooting, happened. And since then, we've had 350 quote-unquote shootings ever since the very year that they said that they could legally lie to us.
Legally.
Well, did you hear as well? Allegedly, Alex Jones got sued for like $45 million or something. Like, I don't believe.
What do you guys think of Alex Jones?
I do find it quite. Yeah, let me just. Bro, come on, guys. Can I finish, please?
Sorry.
I know you're all excited to talk, but like, come on. Like, I don't want to interrupt you guys, and I don't want you to interrupt me. But yeah, basically, I heard that Alex Jones had been sued for like $45 million or something. But the amount alone raised eyebrows, because I was like, there's no way. There's no way, based on what he's perceived to have done, that he would have to pay this kind of money. And so my thought about it is that there's like both sides are benefiting here. So like on the one hand, Alex Jones's name is out there again, right? So it's kind of free publicity for him. And on the other side, it's kind of reinforcing that the Sandy Hook things. Oh, sorry, the Captain Hook thing is legitimate.
Well, yeah, I mean, the bigger play is obviously look what happens when you dare question the narrative, right? But so the judge found him guilty for like 11 mil, and the jury found him for 45, but it's over the legal limit in Texas, so it's probably going to get lower. That's the official story. But clearly, like, the benefit of the PSYOP, if you will, the potential PSYOP, is that, like, if you dare speak out about anything conspiratorial, like, will destroy your life.
Yep.
What do you think of Alex Jones, you guys?
I think that he's maybe more genuine than some truthers think, but I think he is also controlled at the same time, meaning they told him not to cover certain things, or he cucks his opinion on like Israel and the earth. I know people that work in that office, like one of them messaged me and said she's a big fan of my content, and she's a flat earther, and Greg Reese is a flat earther, and she told me that like Flat Earth took over InfoWars. And he sat everyone down and told them to stop talking about it because he's afraid that it would cause them to lose half their audience, and that they couldn't financially afford that, which is pretty fair, to be honest. But in addition, though, he lets Greg Reese make videos, and so if he was just a CIA agent, why would he let Greg Reese do what he does when he crushes, right? So it's like I think it's a middle ground. I don't really agree when truthers just say he's a CIA agent. Personally.
Yeah, I would actually agree with you that. I would agree with you on that.
Have you guys heard that there's like 128 people that control the world, man? That's it. And everybody else is beneath them, man. And anything can happen. Anybody can be a bot sold out. That's it, man.
I quite like Alex Jones. He's kind of cool. I like him.
He's a comedian. He's funnier more than I mean, he's influential, as far as his talk.
I mean, I've rebuked him.
He's had several times. He's had Eddie Bravo talking about flat Earth on his.
Yeah, but he definitely cucked, right? Like let's call it out. Like he definitely cucked on Israel and the flat Earth. But I mean, who's to say why? And also, what happens whenever some Mossad agents show up at your house and say you're not going to talk about Israel or you're not going to have a family anymore? It's really easy for us on Discord, half of us having anonymous names, to talk about how he should have, blah blah blah. So I don't know.
Bro, man, he's under pressure.
I mean, he's done a lot of done a lot of good as well. But I mean, I don't agree with him on a lot of aspects, especially in terms of Christianity. I think his way he preaches is very bad. But in terms of other things, I think he's pretty good. In terms of like letting people know about stuff. I mean, he doesn't preach really like a good message.
Christianity.
I don't know if you guys saw the just to highlight the one of the subjects that Witzer just talked about. I don't know if you guys saw the David Duke interview with Alex Jones that he'd been avoiding for years.
I loved every time he had David Duke on there. I loved every one of those interviews.
Yeah. It's just interesting because there was one point where he was really getting into it about I think it was about Israel, but it might have been about something like linked to that subject. But whatever, I haven't seen the video in years. But at that point, his producer like took over. And it was like Alex Jones was just sidelined. It's like now it's David Duke debates random producer no one's ever heard of. That was weird.
Yeah, for sure. Like, there's no doubt that there is a pause on that subject. Like literally, dude, I have a producer from that show messaged me and told me that he sat everyone down and told them to stop talking about flat Earth. So it stands to reason they've kind of said the same thing about Israel.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's quite an influence amongst the. I mean, Alex Jones must know that most of his fans are Republicans, or at least libertarians, or in that kind of general sphere, and so
he's kind of gone against Trump now as well. He's not pro-Trump anymore.
Oh, yeah, but Trump's not a Republican anyway, in any meaningful way. So
that's a shit.
But regardless, the point I was trying to make is that, as Witz has said, there's a lot of funding that comes in from Israel for both kind of specifically the parties, but also in a more general sense, the political kind of spheres of the left and right. And obviously because Alex Jones, most of his fans are going to be some flavour of right wing, in my opinion. Let me just finish. The point I'm trying to make is that he would probably lose funding that you wouldn't be aware of. That he would be aware of, but you wouldn't be aware of, and that's why it doesn't.
Well, I agree for sure, because a lot of Republicans are very pro-Zionist. One of the main reasons is because a lot of them are like Christians, really for show, but then the mainstream Christianity misinterprets the Bible to have to cut to whatever the modern state of Israel says. So it could just be a financial maneuver, right? Like
I've been saying that for years, and I'm glad you said it. I totally agree.
Yeah.
But what about this Bill Cooper thing that people say that Alex Jones is Bill Cooper reincarnated, and that whatever?
No.
No, it's Bill Hicks, right?
Sorry, Bill Hicks.
Bill Hicks. Cooper as well, but other people. I mean,
it's Bill Hicks.
And it's Bill Hicks is he's supposed to be Bill Hicks reincarnated or whatever.
Well, it's supposed to be him just like a redisguised, but I don't really buy that one either. Like I'm just saying, I think that a lot of truthers like really get to the point where they kind of fulfill the stereotype, and they actually kind of do lose the plot. Like that's just my opinion.
Yeah, and it's like but he's from Austin, and so is Tex Mars. You guys ever follow Tex Mars information?
Yeah. I can't really buy this whole Bill Hicks thing here.
You know, he wrote a book. He wrote a book called "Conspiracy of the Six-Pointed Star," and you know, anyway, so that was kind of. But Tex Mars married Alex Jones and his wife. You know, Tex
Well,
Mars.
one of the major things that I hate that Alex Jones talks about is freaking aliens. Like, I just want to reach through the
that's
TV. I don't
retarded.
watch him, but it's just so annoying.
I
dude.
know,
And he's
but
also
I think he
really
does
big
that
on fear porn, dude.
I think
He's
he
all
does
about
that
some
on
fear porn.
purpose, though.
They're
that's
gonna kick in
retarded.
your door. We're all gonna die. We're all gonna die. It's all over. We're all
Yeah,
gonna
that's
like
retarded.
every freaking time, bro.
Yeah, you're right on that. Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. He gets everyone wound up, and he's got a whole lot of crazy people following him as well. Like, really, they are crazy. I mean, they're just gunslinging crazy. They don't even know where they're going or what. They don't have anything up there like thinking.
But
they're just all.
that's what I like about Alex Jones, though, is because, all right, you gonna believe me? I'm gonna go all the way because he's a comedian. You know, at the end of the day, he's pretty much a comedian, but he's very talented.
Did you know he's actually addicted to tranny porn?
He might.
I'm not joking. I am not joking.
Do you know that his wife was Jewish as well, right? His first wife.
Right.
Yeah, and I know that he literally likes tranny
Tex
porn,
Mars
dude.
married them, and he wrote a book called "Conspiracy of the Six-Pointed Star." He wrote several books, and they're very thick, talking about Masonic conspiracies and the you know, all the other stuff. Anyway, so yeah, he was really close with Tex Mars, who died several years
So
ago.
according to Owen Benjamin, he has like very valid inside information that he's literally been caught multiple times watching tranny porn. I'm just saying it's ironic that like the right wing is his predominant audience and they're like conservative principles, and he takes like photo shoots with freaking transgender people promoting them. Like he's like, oh look, I'm so woke. I'm like, he literally has a recent picture of a famous transgender person that was at his studio. And look, I'm not trying to, whatever you want to do, dude. If you want to have complete diluted worldviews, it's whatever. But my point is just, it's ironic, right? Because he has like a majority right wing audience.
He's a bombastic bastard.
But he could be MK Ultra then. Like,
well, I don't think he's MK Ultra that way, but I mean
maybe he is. Maybe he
in
triggers
a certain
and
way he's influenced by you know the money system and what he has to do what he has to do. But at the same time, he has a little bit of freedom, and he just
seems like he's a little bit MK Ultra anyway, if not a lot. But and what about how do you get into that owl thing? Because someone must have let him in there. Because there's no ways you get into an owl ritual sacrifice.
Yeah, the Bohemian Grove. Yeah, he said he just snuck in there, like, oh wow, this dude's Tom Cruise and his Mission Impossible.
He was let in there.
Yeah, there's no
way.
way.
They just camped in the woods during the night, bro. Like, if you don't shut up and do a sit up, bro.
Yeah, so I mean, it took me a while to figure out that he was actually.
Yeah, there's no ways.
You know. So anyway.
Well, he used to literally say 9/11 was because of Israel, right? Like he used to say 9/11 has Israel's fingerprints all over it, and now he swears up and down it's 100% just Saudi Arabia. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's like, okay, well, what changed here, buddy? This is a lot like Joe Rogan going back on the moon landing.
Well, he could have got threatened. You're right.
Yep.
I mean, but he's a small portion of the overall thing, right? I mean, it's like the focus on Alex Jones is to kind of like miss the bigger picture.
Well, he's hands down the biggest conspiracy theorist host in the world.
He's definitely got.
I mean, as far as conspiracy goes, he's kind of the top of the list, and it's like I can, we can give our top 10 conspiracy. I mean, as a conspiracy theorist, he's in my top 10. But but I mean, what does that look like for everybody else? It's like They always.
Well, I'm talking about numbers, Helio, not like opinion. Like he makes hundreds of millions of dollars talking about conspiracies. Like he's pretty much the only person up on that level in that realm. You know, it's all.
He's got massive big.
Like sorry, go ahead.
He's got massive big gaps in his knowledge, though. It's like there's so much stuff that you don't know when you go to Alex Jones, and you have to go to all other places to get all the other stuff because he just doesn't talk about a whole lot of subjects.
Yeah, he avoids it because of his funding, and that's, that's. I mean, we do that here, so
have to, because we under pressure because we got.
But to be honest, like on this channel, we don't make any money doing this here, because even though we don't make any money, if we talk about it, they'll shut the YouTube channel down.
It would.
Well, if you talk about quote unquote truth for financial and monetary incentive, you're going to always end up compromising on the truth. Like it's always going to happen. And that's the problem. Like you can't do this for that reason. So like those of us that have been through the ringer, like those of us that make content, but like literally we kind of are screwed and we can't get a job now. Like we couldn't get a real job with the public reputation requirement now. Like we're kind of in it for good. You know what I mean? And like, those are really the only people that are going to like last the test of time. If you get success, like Alex Stein, for example, I mean, it remains to be seen, but he's going to be like severely tested as to how really he's going to keep it because he's going to have a lot of monetary options.
Yeah, I think that's true for Alex. I mean, he's a pretty bombastic bastard, like Alex. It's just like, how far can you go with it?
I think a lot of people will compromise Flat Earth just for the sake of popularity because I think you'll lose a lot of people. I mean, they will lose a lot of people just from people just have been so brainwashed against it. Like it's been such a lot of stuff against Flat Earth. It's really hard to.
Yeah, well, like it invokes the most emotional response of any conspiracy. Like you can talk about how mass shootings are fake. You can talk about like how a select group of people drink baby blood and run the world. Like you can talk about anything, but you can talk about reptilian overlords. But you talk about freaking flat Earth, bro, and you're gonna get like hundreds of hate comments just freaking out. And it's because it's like it strikes a chord with them on a very deep level. And so that's why people don't talk about it because it's just way too risky financially,
Insecure.
Yeah, at the same time, with it, don't you think Flat Earth is kind of given, some leeway, by some of the major channels like YouTube and Twitter and everything?
Yeah, because it got so big that they found out that just blatantly trying to delete the channels backfired on them.
They can suppress it, but they won't take it down. But if we started talking about, what you were talking about,
staying organic.
Alex Jones being, talking about the shit in Connecticut, that we can't talk about that because if we started talking about that, then we wouldn't be able to talk.
Well, they have a clear-cut reason that gives them an excuse to do it, right? It's like dangerous. It's dangerous to question that because children's lives are at stake in the future. But they don't really have that with Flat Earth, and they tried to just delete channels, and they found out that it actually kicked back on them, where it backfired, right? Where it's kind of like if the government did book burning, whatever book that they tried to remove, everyone's gonna want to go find that book. You know what I'm saying?
Think about it this way: if they'd attack us, like we'd just spread out everywhere. We'd be talking to people on the streets. We'd be spreading it everywhere. We wouldn't be talking to each other. If they can keep it just in one place, like a controlled flame, but once they get us here and stop it completely, we'll just scatter everywhere and we'll be spreading it to everybody because we wouldn't have anywhere to talk to. So we'd be talking to new people all the time. So actually, it's kind of like a strategy to keep us here talking to each other so that they can kind of control it because we're not going to be going outward, looking outward. We're going to keep it to ourselves.
Yeah.
And censorship's a double-edged sword, bro. Like when you censor censor something, it's a double-edged sword because those are the people that are starting to wake up to mainstream media lies and stuff, and that's really baby woke, obviously nowadays. Yeah. But they now realize, like, okay, if the powers that shouldn't be, if the monopolistic corporations like try to remove something, then I should go look into it. So like censorship is kind of backfiring on them in a way, where they had to kind of release the reins on certain subjects that, really seem innocent. Like the fact that someone thinks the Earth's not spinning isn't like a threat. You can't even come up with a narrative that it's like a threat to someone's well-being. So they kind of had to like let off. That's what I think.
But you know what? Before it's news, they are going crazy on Flat Earth there. They've got Flat Earth articles all over there. I don't know if it's one of you guys putting it there, but beforeitsnews.com is like big on Flat Earth there. There's so much stuff on Flat Earth. It's big there. Have you seen it? Beforeitsnews.com? That's where I get most of my news from. There's a lot of junk there as well, but any of you know the site, beforeitsnews.com?
I haven't heard of that one.
Oh, that's where I go for all my news. But a lot of this stuff, there's wacky stuff there. There's New Age, weird, creepy stuff, and weird religions, and weird anti-Jesus stuff, and weird, all kinds of weird stuff. But there's also, there's a lot of truth there, and they've got a lot of Flat Earth stuff there as well. Recently, in the last couple of months, I've seen quite a few Flat Earth articles there in the top 100. It's like
Flat Earth's on a tipping point, bro. It's at a tipping point. I'm watching very famous people start to talk about it. It's obviously about to like get out.
Yeah, it's getting big. It's going mainstream.
Yeah.
And you know that that guy from Alex Jones, the health ranger, he was talking about the moon and Mars being fake as well the other day on his main thing, because I get his posts every day. And he was talking about how the moon landings are fake, Mars is fake. So he knows. He's totally, I think he's a flat earther, but he won't say flat earther because he'll lose business. He'll lose like people because he sells a lot of good products and stuff.
Talk about Mike Adams.
Yeah,
but wait,
yeah.
But wait, don't you guys agree that we actually need some people in that position as well? Like we actually need people that won't say flat Earth, but they'll talk about how the moon landing's fake or how the heliocentric models seem sketchy. We need people like that.
Yeah.
We're
sure.
on the same team, and we just we do what
you
we
mustn't
do
tell
here.
people.
Yeah,
because people will lose.
What's that guy's name? What the hell?
If he tells people, he'll just lose people. Yeah, exactly. So rather keep quiet. Yeah, totally.
Sure, but
that's why I have no problem with Alex Stein. Like whenever people say, "So are you a flat earther?" He said, "Everyone wants to ask me that. I wouldn't call myself a flat earther. Just did you know this is what they say the Earth is?" And I think that's ridiculous. Like I think we need people like that. Like I don't have beef with anyone. Like it's just funny because Alex Stein went on Fox News and called out Operation Mockingbird and trauma-based mind control. All the people that are calling him out haven't done shit, dude. That's like I'm just saying. Like if you think of it tactically, we need people in all positions, and we need people that are going to kind of play the game to get bigger. Like I would never do it because I can't really. I don't feel right doing that, but I think that there is a need for it.
I agree, and like there's a lot of pastors. I would talk to them and I would tell them, but I won't tell them because I don't want them to know. Because if they tell their people that, they're going to lose a lot of people because people will just turn away from because of flat Earth. They'll totally abandon ship. They would.
But don't you think there's a place? This is the place. We're here now.
But you guys have good
flat Earth, and we introduce the opportunity for anyone in the world that can find the link to this Discord to talk to us about flat Earth.
Oh yeah, there has to be those of us who, once the mainstream person like kind of shatters their belief in NASA, they go looking further and then they get to find all the real info. Like obviously we're the crucial component to really waking people up, but we need that like people to open the door for us.
Yeah, but it's just like you don't have to say flat Earth, but you can call out NASA's bullshit. I just with a YouTube channel, and you won't even have to say flat Earth. It's like
I wouldn't say the average,
which people have done. Go ahead.
I wouldn't say the average person is stupid, but it does take a little bit of brain power to get your grasp around the first, the first things about flat Earth. Because remember when I wasn't really good at science when I first came here, but I'm still not really that good. But it took a little bit of time for me to just grasp
this isn't
basic
science.
things.
This is grasping reality.
Yeah, but it took me a while to grasp those things because, like the people like you guys use heavy words and stuff. And when I first heard them, it was like, what's going on here? I didn't even understand any of the words. It took me a while to figure out like what's going on. I had to look up every single word that you guys were saying and stuff. And it is a bit tricky for an average person who doesn't even think about these things ever in their life to just jump in the deep end. it's quite a step. But
you know how it works. For normal people, that everyone has logic built into their being.
Yeah.
Now, when you're fooled, and once you've figured out that you've been fooled, then you start to decompress and start to figure out, oh, this doesn't make any sense. And then you go through lines of logic and you follow that path, then you'll figure out how you've been fooled.
But it does take a bit of brain power, you got to admit. There's a lot of people,
it takes a lot of spirit power too. Takes a lot of spirit power too.
I think a lot of people that I would try and speak to, I wouldn't even try to speak to some people because they haven't got the aptitude to even grasp any of the basic science. Like it's like they wouldn't even be able to, they wouldn't be able to reason even on the basic levels, or they wouldn't have any interest because they don't think like that. They think their brains are wired in a different way, like in a non-scientific way.
Well, they're not taught reasoning in that way.
Nothing.
But what I'm saying is, like, if you introduce a certain line of logic, when they're curious, I mean, you can't just show it to anyone. But if they're curious, see, like, that's what's great about this server. They come in here and ask us questions.
Yeah.
Then we lead them down lines of logic. And then they can start to use reasoning after we introduce the information. And then, that's up to them. Like, oh, these flat earthers. I mean, they'll never leave this place the same way they found it. Even if they freaking get kicked out, or it's like, oh, you flat earther, or they come in here to troll or whatever, they'll never leave this place the same way they found themselves.
Like, if you think of a person who's never done science in their whole lives, they skipped all the science subjects, they skipped all the math subjects, they just went into art, they just went into other things. They completely
can't
they don't
necessarily
have
do
poetry.
that in certain education.
Hilo, dude, I love you, but you are terrible about walking right through the middle of someone's sentence.
I'm sorry, Wiz.
I love you though.
So,
I love you, buddy.
So like they haven't got any aptitude for any of these subjects, but like perspective and all these things and geometry and like, because there is a little bit of that, just the basics. It's really pretty basic, but even for someone who hasn't been at school for like decades, maybe it could be a bit tricky if you haven't thought about that stuff. But I mean, it is a little bit tricky for the average person just to grasp those first few things. But I mean, you guys do a great job. I mean, it's excellent. But what I'm saying is, it is quite a challenge, I think, for like intellectually for a couple of people. If I think of the average person that I speak to on everyday life, I don't think most people would even like be able to grasp it straight away. It'll take a while, I think, to kind of explain it to them.
But in a way, I think that's needed because the narrative to refute us, the initial narrative is that we're stupid. So like when they come in here and they hear us talking about the second law of thermodynamics and incoherent dielectric acceleration, like, yeah, it's over their head, but they have to kind of accept, oh, well, these people aren't stupid, and then they need to step their game up maybe. But so I think there's really no alternative. If you dumb it down too much, it fulfills the stereotype and you'll lose more people than you gain.
I mean, I get a lot of people just with really basic arguments. I kind of convince them, and then they go cog dis, a lot of them. But I mean, because people do go cog dis as well. They just want to talk to you. They just want to run away from you. But I think they are challenged at a basic level. But like to explain all the details is quite tricky to lay it out for the average person, like a scientific kind of person who's done science, first, second, third year science. It's a lot easier to explain, but of course they got this terrible brainwashing that's hard to go against, and they got this terrible acceptance of authorities that appeal to authority that's really bad. But I think you guys are doing a great job, and everyone's doing a great job on the server.
Sure, and that's why I was talking about the lines of logic, whether versus education. I mean, it might be combined, and it obviously is combined. Lines of logic, education combined. When people say, "Hey, why do you guys think the Earth is flat?" When they come in here. I mean, we get a lot of college students in here. Yeah, I've been studying astrophysics or chemistry or anything. And it's like, It's like, hey, I'm going to college. You flat earthers haven't. Dude, I'm a college dropout, but but I've been following this, this subject for quite a while. So I actually think I have something to say about it. Do you think I don't? I mean, just because you've been to college and you went past your first year, I went 1 year, and you went 4 years and finished your, you got your bachelor's degree. Do you think I have nothing to say about this because I didn't finish college? Is that why you think I have nothing to say about this? And that really kind of offends me, in a lot of ways. And that's kind of because I'm almost 50 years old, and so I actually have been following lines of logic and all this kind of stuff. Well.
Yeah, it's quite advanced arguments. That's what I'm saying. The arguments are pretty advanced for the average guy on the street. The average guy who's completely clueless, and he's just been watching what Hollywood movies all his life, playing games.
Well, sure. I mean, even people in university, they studied. And it's like, well, I figured this out because my professors told me so, and now I'm going to argue this against you. Like, bro, I'm a college dropout, and here's what I know now. I was like, what's the difference?
Are you like a master, a flat Earth master?
Maybe, maybe. I don't know. I kind of think I am, but it's just like,
yeah, you guys.
But I mean, as far as logical arguments, that's where I'm at. Is logical arguments, because if they come at me with, space is this and space is that because I learned it in college. It's like, man, show me space, man. Freaking, I'll shut up and you show me space, and then I'll see space. Outer space, I mean, by the way.
But I think a lot of it just shows that society is really being corrupted so much, because you'd think that more people would actually respond and see it, like, you know what I mean, and just see the reality of it. It's like there must be something wrong that's really wrong with society that so few people can see it. You know what I mean? So few people get it. So many people have cogged dis or resisted, or there must be something really wrong with the whole structure of society. There must have been already almost like a way that people have been totally corrupted or something.
If you're a huge fan of inflation and fucking manipulation of the monetary system, then that's the corruption, bro. And the whole freaking brainwashing system. Yeah, if you're a huge fan of that, then we're all victims of it, and even the quote unquote woke on one side or the other, we're all victims of it, so anyway.
I always thought, why aren't there more people responding? Because there should be. It's like weird that it's like so many people just cogged this out and they just can't see it. They just completely don't see it. It's weird.
It's this brainwashing of the populace is a disease.
Yeah.